Chapter 1, I am a complete newbie. How did I end up in the national competition dungeon?
The dizziness in his mind hadn't completely faded yet, but Ye Lin had already opened his eyes. A cold sensation was coming from beneath him. He was sitting on a slightly old, hard plastic seat. Outside the bus window, thick, unbreakable gray fog surrounded everything. Apart from this bus, it seemed like there was nothing else in the world. Dragon Country contestant Ye Lin has entered the 335 route bus scene. Current dungeon type, National Competition Arena, global live broadcast ongoing. The rules have been issued, please make sure to follow them. Wish you a pleasant journey. A series of emotionless mechanical prompts directly echoed in his mind.
National Competition Dungeon?
Ye Lin's heart sank suddenly, a cold shiver ran up his spine.
What kind of joke is this? Wasn't he supposed to be randomly pulled into some ordinary beginner dungeon? How did he end up directly in this hellish place? Global live broadcast. National competition.
These 8 words represented the highest death rates, and the catastrophic disaster that would randomly befall his country if he failed. Anyone who could enter here must have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Top-tier players.
He, a complete newbie, hadn't even touched anything strange yet. How did he end up in the national competition dungeon?
Forcing down the storm of panic rising within him, Ye Lin took a couple of deep breaths of the foul air, forcing himself to calm down.
Panic will only get you killed faster.
He quickly raised his eyes to observe his surroundings. This was an old-looking long-distance bus. The seat covers were cracked, revealing the yellowing sponge inside. There were about 20 people on the bus, men and women of all ages and various skin tones. Most of them still had confused expressions on their faces, clearly all new players who had just been pulled in. The man in front of him, dressed in a Sakura country kimono, was muttering something under his breath, probably praying for the protection of their sun goddess. A white, muscular man diagonally across from him was glancing around wildly. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country, at the headquarters of the Strange Strategy Department, the massive circular screen was divided into dozens of small windows, showing the real-time status of contestants from various countries. One of the windows displayed the bright red Dragon Country flag, with Ye Lin's name written below it.
Got it.
Ye Lin, male, 22 years old, just graduated from university, has simple social connections, and no experience in any strange dungeons.
Confirmed to be a first-time entrant. A technician reported. The command center fell into a deathly silence.
A few elderly men with military stars on their shoulders stared at the screen, their faces pale, staring at the young man who appeared to be calm.
Why is a newbie selected for the national competition dungeon? A middle-aged professor with glasses couldn't help but growl. Did the system malfunction?
This is practically sending him to his death, and it will drag our whole country down with him. Someone next to him slumped back in his chair in despair.
It's over. This time, we're really finished.
Our Dragon Country's top players were wiped out in the last dungeon, and now, just as we were catching our breath, a newbie enters the national competition dungeon.
Is this strange game specifically targeting our Dragon Country?
In the official Dragon Country live broadcast room, after a brief pause and information verification, the bullet comments exploded.
A newbie? Am I seeing this wrong? They sent a newbie into the national competition dungeon? Damn! Are those old men up there just eating and doing nothing? What's going on? Shit! We're doomed.
Last time the punishment was an earthquake in coastal cities, who knows what will come down this time if we lose. Brothers, prepare for the worst, or hurry up and immigrate, if other countries still want us.
He seems calm? What's the use of being calm? This is a life or death game. Has the luck of Dragon Country run out? Why is it us? Why? A sea of despair and resentment filled the comments.
Occasionally, a few encouraging comments appeared, but they were quickly drowned out in the wave of hopelessness. On the bus, Ye Lin naturally had no idea that the outside world had already exploded because of him. His gaze quickly swept across the front of the carriage. The driver's seat in the driver's cabin was shrouded in a vague shadow, making it impossible to see the driver's appearance. And beside the driver's cabin, by the door, sat a person. It was a female ticket seller dressed in a dark blue uniform, her skin pale, her lips bright red, beautiful like a doll. Her hands were neatly placed on her knees, and her slightly long nails appeared delicate. A pair of slightly hollow, lifeless eyes were staring directly at all the passengers in the carriage. Just a brief moment of eye contact with her, and Ye Lin felt a chill run down his spine, his heart uncontrollably tightening. This was one of the eerie things they had to face in this instance. At that moment, at the front of the carriage, near the ticket seller, a white sign with scarlet words silently lit up.
335 route bus passenger rules.
1. Please keep quiet, do not make loud noises in the carriage, so as not to disturb the driver.
2. Please keep your ticket safe, and be ready for inspection by the ticket seller.
Those without tickets will bear the consequences. 3. Please try not to refuse any reasonable requests made by the ticket seller. 4. During the journey, no matter what sounds you hear, do not pull open the curtains, nor look out the window. 5. The final stop of this bus is Misty Village, passing several stops along the way. Do not try to approach the door before reaching the destination. 6. When new passengers board, if there are not enough seats, someone must get off. The person who gets off will be decided by a vote of the surviving players. 6 rules, each one scarlet, exuding an ominous aura. All the players held their breath, staring fixedly at the rule sign, some even starting to tremble. The rules seemed simple, but each one might hide a deadly trap behind it.
Keep quiet? How much noise counts as a disturbance? Reasonable requests? What exactly is reasonable? Cannot look out the window? What is outside the window?
Ye Lin's mind was racing, chewing over these 5 rules repeatedly. His gaze eventually landed back on the female ticket seller. Ticket inspection, making requests, 2 of the rules were directly related to her. She was the only staff member in this enclosed space, aside from the unseen driver, and also the greatest source of danger and possible breakthrough. As all the players instinctively avoided the ticket seller's gaze, wishing they could shrink into their seats, Ye Lin's eyes slightly brightened. He noticed that although the ticket seller's face was expressionless, the corners of her lips, painted in bright red lipstick, seemed to faintly curve downward.
Unhappy?
An extremely bold, even absurd thought flashed through Ye Lin's mind like lightning. The normal approach would be to avoid risk, follow the rules, and survive until the end. But he was a newcomer, without any experience advantage. Compared to those veteran players, merely surviving would be a dead end.
Since the rules mentioned not refusing reasonable requests from the ticket seller, didn't that mean there might be some kind of interaction with her under certain conditions? Passively following the rules was just the passing mark. Actively using the rules, even breaking them, was the way to survive. In the live streams he had watched, top players seemed to be trying this, though the success rate was pitifully low. Ye Lin took a deep breath, and, under the eyes of the surrounding players who looked at him as if he were a madman, slowly stood up. His movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the bus, including the female ticket seller. The Dragon Country livestream chat was instantly flooded with, "And is he looking for death?"
Ye Lin forced a sunny yet slightly shy smile on his face as he carefully walked toward the ticket seller. When he was about 1.5 meters away, a distance that seemed to be on the verge of triggering an attack, he stopped. The female ticket seller's lifeless eyes. He turned toward him without any emotion on his face, but the temperature in the bus seemed to drop several degrees instantly. Ye Lin's heart was pounding wildly, but his smile remained unchanged, even becoming a bit brighter. He softly spoke. "Sister, sorry to bother you." He paused for a moment, his gaze landing on her bright red lips. "The lipstick color you're wearing today is really beautiful, it suits your skin tone perfectly. Could you tell me what shade it is? Or, would it be alright if we exchanged contact info, so we can talk about beauty tips later?" The moment he finished speaking, the entire bus went deathly silent. All the players were stunned, as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable sight in the world.
Chapter 2, Has the Goddess of Luck Favored Me? Dragon Kingdom livestream. What the hell? What is he doing? Is he flirting with the creepy lady? He's gone mad. This newcomer has definitely gone crazy. Did his brain get stuck in the door? It's over, he's going to die, and he's dragging us down with him. Someone shut him up. Who's going to stop him? Wait, look. The ticket seller hasn't made a move. Just when everyone thought Ye Lin would be torn apart in the next second, the lifeless eyes of the female ticket seller seemed to fluctuate slightly. Beep. Detected emotional fluctuation in target unit, female ticket seller. Creepy strategy system activated successfully. Analyzing target information. Analysis complete. Target, female ticket seller Lu Ming, bored with work. Creepy appearance, escrade, pure and beautiful, definitely a stunner in the creepy world. Creepy level, vengeful ghost. Status, slightly confused, with a hint of curiosity. Affection, 0, stranger, 10, slightly interested. Strategy suggestion, she seems surprised by your boldness, but doesn't dislike you. Maybe she's tired of the monotonous, lifeless journey and the dead-looking passengers. Congratulations, host has gained initial affection, reward, preference detection, universal skill, allowing you to detect the preferences of the opposite sex in the creepy world. Before Ye Lin could feel joy at the sudden system prompt in his mind, the female ticket seller's hollow, dead eyes had already locked onto him. The female ticket seller Lu Ming tilted her head slightly and parted her red lips. "Aren't you afraid of me?" All the players held their breath, waiting for a bloody massacre to unfold. Ye Lin's heart tightened, but his smile remained unchanged. "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? I think you're very beautiful, sister." His tone was natural, carrying the straightforwardness unique to young people. "My grandma always said that beautiful sisters can't have bad hearts." Target affection, 10-15.
Lu Ming's face still had no expression, but her lifeless eyes seemed to flicker with a faint light for a brief moment. She slowly raised her hand, her fingernails sharp.
Ah!
A female player in the back row couldn't help but let out a small scream, covering her mouth tightly.
Everyone thought Ye Lin would be bloodily torn apart on the spot.
However, that hand only lightly rested on Ye Lin's shoulder, pushing him back a little. The bus is about to leave, little brother, go back to your seat and sit properly. Her tone was almost like a gentle reminder, sending a chill down everyone's spine while also giving them a strange sense of absurdity. Ye Lin complied without hesitation, his smile growing even sweeter. Thank you for the reminder, sister. He obediently turned around and returned to his hard plastic seat. As soon as he sat down, Ye Lin immediately whispered in his mind, use preference detection, target Lu Ming.
Detection successful. Target, female ticket seller Lu Ming.
Preference, gentle, handsome young men with a youthful aura, preferably with black hair, well-defined features, and a clean smile. Dislike, balding men, especially those with a Mediterranean-type baldness, which triggers strong discomfort and irritation. Ye Lin ran his fingers through his thick black hair, feeling the strong and youthful beat of his heart. Good heavens, it was like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, accidentally hitting the jackpot with this creepy sister's XP. This was truly the goddess of luck dropping a pie right on his head with her eyes closed.
Dragon Kingdom livestream. What the hell? He didn't die? Not only didn't he die, but he even got some care? What kind of development is this? Weird dungeon suddenly turns into a matchmaking scene? Sister? Little brother? Is there something wrong with my ears? Did this newbie save the galaxy in his past life? How did he guess this right? Damn, who was the one talking about immigration earlier? Come out here, you. See this? This is the luck of our dragon country.
Ha, this is hilarious, look at the expressions of the other players, their eyeballs are about to fall out.
God of Ye. From today, you are my God of Ye. Don't celebrate too early, this is just the beginning.
Who knows what will happen later?
What are you being so sour about? If you can, get your country's players to try teasing a weird dungeon too. After a brief dead silence in the train car, there was an undercurrent of movement. The players from other countries looked at Ye Lin, who had sat down without any harm, even having a friendly interaction with the terrifying female ticket seller. Their expressions changed. Doubt, jealousy, scrutiny, and a hint of eagerness started to show. Especially the man in the kimono from Sakura country. He glanced at Ye Lin, then at Lu Ming, who seemed to be in a good mood, and gritted his teeth. Since this newcomer from Dragon Country could do it, why couldn't he? He was a descendant of a trained samurai, wasn't he better than some young and naive boy? Thinking of this, he suppressed the fear in his heart, adjusted his slightly wrinkled kimono, and stood up. When he walked to Ye Lin's side, he looked down on him with a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Sakura Country livestream. Yo! Lord Inoue is going to take action. As expected of the heir of the Inoue family, this kind of demeanor is not something that Dragon Country's pretty boy can match. Lord Inoue will definitely make that weird dungeon fall in love with him. Dragon Country livestream immediately retaliated. Where did this Japanese guy get his confidence? The moon-shaped hairstyle on his head is so ugly, seriously. Exactly, he walks like a duck and is trying to flirt like the god of Yi? Ye Lin watched as the Sakura Country player, with his moon-shaped hairstyle, walked proudly toward Lu Ming, almost unable to hold back his laughter. He quickly lowered his head, trying to hide his twitching smile. Buddy, you're not trying to gain favor, you're stepping on a landmine on purpose. Inoue reached Lu Ming's side, stopping at the same distance Ye Lin had before, and tried to force a smile that he thought looked charming. He slightly bowed and said, "Beautiful miss, your beauty is like the double cherry blossoms blooming under the moonlight, truly captivating. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" After speaking, he arrogantly flicked the non-existent bangs on his forehead. The whole train car was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Ming slowly looked up, her hollow eyes landing on the top of Inoue's head. There, his moon-shaped hairstyle exposed his balding Mediterranean-style scalp for all to see. Lu Ming's red lips immediately tightened, and the temperature around her dropped rapidly. Inoue, oblivious to the change, saw Lu Ming staring at him and felt ecstatic, thinking he had a chance. He was about to say more cheesy lines he had copied from romance novels. But suddenly, an old, worn leather ceiling above them cracked open with a sinister gap. Inside the gap, it was not the structure of the train, but an abyss of endless darkness. The next second, a giant mouth suddenly shot out from the darkness. The mouth was filled with sharp, countless teeth, and foul-smelling mucus dripped from between them. Inoue's smile froze on his face. He didn't even have time to scream. The giant mouth suddenly lunged forward, instantly swallowing most of Inoue's body. Crack, gurgle.
Blood and some unidentifiable chunks of flesh splattered out from the gaps in the giant mouth, landing on the nearby floor and seats. A few seconds later, the giant mouth slowly retracted into the ceiling, and the crack closed up like a healing scar. Only Inoue's wooden clogged feet remained, twitching weakly for a moment before turning into glowing specks.
The contestant from Sakura Country, Inoue Kamita, is dead.
The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in the minds of all players and in the global livestream.
Chapter 3, Remember, Stay Quiet. The Sakura Country livestream room fell into complete silence, before erupting into wild wails and curses. Baka! Impossible! Lord Inoue!
Damn those strange things, damn the Dragon Country people, it must be their doing.
Dragon Country must give us an explanation.
The Dragon Country livestream room, on the other hand, was filled with joy and lightheartedness.
Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter, what a perfect feed!
I knew it, God, ye had already seen through everything.
What's this called?
This is called imitating the wrong thing, trying to paint a tiger but turning out a dog. Little devils, take care, don't leave a moon-shaped head in your next life, it's annoying. Inside the bus, the remaining players looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes, while also secretly glancing at Ye Lin sitting in the back row. At that moment, the bus suddenly shook, the engine roared loudly, breaking the silence. The vehicle had started. Thick gray mist parted to the sides, and the 335 bus slowly began its unknown journey. Almost instinctively, all the players began to act, hurriedly pulling the curtains of the windows tightly shut, fearing that if they were even a second too slow, they might see something they shouldn't. Everyone tightly closed their mouths, even their breathing was quiet, strictly following the first rule, keep silent. Once they confirmed the curtains were shut, the next move was to frantically search through their pockets. The ticket rule number 2 clearly stated that players must keep their tickets safe and be ready for inspection at any time. Soon, several players lost all color from their faces as they searched every pocket, even checking the seams of the seats, yet still found nothing. Ye Lin also patted his pants pocket and jacket pockets, both empty. His heart sank, but his face didn't show much panic. He had already noticed that when he woke up, he was sitting in his seat, and aside from his clothes, he didn't seem to have anything else. Not having a ticket on him was a high probability event. The rule said to always be ready for inspection, and those without tickets would face consequences. This meant that only when Lu Ming, the ticket collector, actively checked the tickets, would the lack of a ticket trigger a punishment. Before the ticket check, it was safe. And the consequences were vague, so the severity and form of the punishment were likely to be decided by Lu Ming. Thinking this, Ye Lin quietly raised his eyes, looking at the back of the person in the dark blue uniform in front. Lu Ming was still sitting upright, her eyes as calm as an ancient well. I now have 15 points of favorability, she at least doesn't dislike me, and probably won't try to kill me. As long as I increase my favorability with her, even if she checks tickets and I don't have one, the chances of being punished will drop drastically. I can't just wait and do nothing, I must do something to increase her favorability. But what should I do? Compliment her beauty again? After the bloody event just happened, that would seem too deliberate, and there's no novelty in it. Ye Lin's gaze swept across the bus, finally landing back on himself. He instinctively touched his pocket, his fingertips brushing against a slightly stiff piece of paper, which he pulled out. It was a folded A4 paper, its edges slightly worn. This was the resume he had planned to bring to his next interview before entering this strange scenario, and he had casually stuffed it into his jacket pocket. Looking at the blank resume paper, a thought flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Origami. He remembered when he was a child, a gentle older sister from the neighbor's house loved to fold paper cranes, saying it would bring good luck. This ticket collector, Lu Ming, seemed to be young as well, maybe she'd like such playful and thoughtful little things. More importantly, this fits the youthful, sunny persona he had just created. Ye Lin lowered his head, using the front seat for cover, and began carefully folding the A4 paper in his hands. He tried hard to remember how to fold a paper crane, but the steps were somewhat unfamiliar. His fingers were stiff from nervousness, and several times, he made mistakes during the complex folding steps. He didn't dare to get discouraged or make too much noise, quietly unfolding the paper, smoothing it out, and starting over. Time passed slowly. Ye Lin's entire mind was focused on the paper in his hands, and his awareness of the outside world dropped to a minimum. In the Dragon Country livestream, the viewers watched Ye Lin fiddling with something, feeling confused. What is Ye God doing? Why is he looking down? It looks like he's folding something? My God, what time is it? Did he find a way out? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Look. It looks like he's folding a paper crane? What the hell? Folding a paper crane on a creepy bus? What does this mean? Ye God's action must have deep meaning. Just when Ye Lin was halfway done with the paper crane, a sharp scream suddenly rang out, coming from a white, muscular man in the front row wearing a t-shirt with the flag of the in country. He suddenly jumped up from his seat, pointing at a player from the Goryeo country with a bowl-cut hairstyle beside him, shouting angrily, You want to steal my ticket, you shameless thief." The Goryeo country player's face turned red, and he angrily retorted, "Ah. You're talking nonsense, this ticket is obviously mine, you're trying to steal my ticket."
Thief calling the thief.
Fack. You're talking crap, the ticket clearly has my name on it. Bullshit. It clearly says Great Stick Nation Park Buchang. The two were emotionally charged, accusing each other, their voices growing louder and louder, completely forgetting the first rule, keep quiet.
It's over.
This thought simultaneously appeared in the minds of the other players, their terrified eyes looking toward the ticket collector.
Just as the two's argument escalated, the entire bus suddenly jolted violently, as if it were driving on a bumpy gravel road.
The lights on the bus began to flicker wildly, blinking on and off. What was even more terrifying was that the seams of the bus's metal walls and floor started to ooze thick, dark red liquid, with a strong smell of rust.
It was blood.
The blood quickly spread, soaking into the players' shoes, making the floor slippery and sticky. All the players huddled in fear in their seats, trembling as they watched the scene, like something out of a horror movie. Just as the blood was about to cover their ankles, the roof above the two arguing players suddenly caved in, tearing apart. A giant mouth emerged from the opening, instantly engulfing the two who were still shoving and shouting at each other, swallowing them whole. The blood stopped oozing, the bumping stopped, and the flickering lights stabilized. Lu Ming scanned the room of trembling players and coldly said, "Keep quiet.
Don't disturb the driver. This is the first and last warning." All the players fell silent, desperately nodding, not daring to even breathe.
In the live streams of De-ing country and Goryeo country, curses mixed with wailing and finger-pointing filled the air.
Fack. This idiot John. He ruined everything.
Damn Goryeo, it's all their fault, they're thieves. The Dragon Country livestream, on the other hand, was filled with joy. Ah, this is hilarious, two idiots, digging their own graves. The first rule is so clear, yet they had to go and die. Still, my Ye God is as steady as an old dog, never once looking up, just focusing on folding paper. Chapter 4, Start Ticket Checking. After warning the players, Lu Ming walked directly to the spot where the two men had been, bent down, and picked up the ticket that had fallen due to the dispute. Now, we begin ticket checking. Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly turned the faces of the players who had already confirmed they had no tickets pale. Those with tickets tightly clenched them in their hands. The eyes nervously followed Lu Ming's moving figure.
Ticket inspection began from the front row.
Lu Ming walked slowly, lightly tapping the tickets that passengers trembled to hand over. Soon, she stopped in front of a Maple Leaf Country player. It was a man with a beard, his face pale as he said, "My ticket is lost, I swear I had it, maybe I accidentally lost it.
Please, give me a chance."
Lu Ming gave no response, the gaping mouth in the ceiling was the only answer.
Crack, rumble.
The Maple Leaf Country player vanished. The Maple Leaf Country live broadcast was filled with wails.
Oh no. Jack. Damn this rule, why is it so strict?
The next was a player from a 3 country, his face full of arrogance and pride. When Lu Ming stopped in front of him, not only was he not afraid, but he loudly criticized.
Ticket? Where's the ticket? You never gave me a ticket.
Your damn bus service is terrible, I want to file a complaint. Lu Ming tilted her head, seemingly annoyed by his shouting. Since you think the service is bad, then feel the bus's service up close. The giant mouth in the ceiling opened again, swallowing the A3 country player's arrogant expression and unfinished shouts.
The A3 country live broadcast went into chaos. What is he doing? Fool.
How dare he provoke the strange?
How could our noble Aryan blood choose such an idiot?
The Dragon Country live broadcast was filled with laughter.
Ha ha, brother 3 never disappoints. Drank too much Ganges water, did his brain get flooded?
Why didn't he trigger the head pat dodge? I suggest a 3 country send someone who drinks cow urine, they might resist digestion better. Next, several ticketless players were swallowed by the bus in despair, without any chance to resist. Lu Ming's pace remained slow, and she finally reached Ye Lin's seat. At this moment, Ye Lin's paper crane was just one step away from completion. He could feel Lu Ming's gaze on him, but he didn't panic. Instead, he looked up, showing a slightly apologetic smile, and spoke softly.
Sister, can you wait for me just a little while? Just a moment.
All the players in the bus held their breath.
What is he saying? Let the strange creature wait for him?
What stunned all the players and global live broadcast viewers was that Lu Ming really stopped, looking at Ye Lin and the nearly completed paper crane in his hands, not acting immediately. Target favorability, 1520, patiently waiting. Ye Lin's fingers moved quickly and steadily, gently pulling, and the 2 small wings of the paper crane took shape.
A paper crane, though a bit wrinkled, but complete in shape, rested in his palm.
He held the paper crane with both hands, offering it to Lu Ming, his eyes sincere. Sister, I'm sorry, I seem to have lost a very important ticket.
As an apology, I folded this paper crane for you, hoping it can bring you a bit of good mood.
I didn't fold it well, please don't dislike it. Sister, if you want to punish or kill me, I will have no complaints. To meet a beautiful sister like you in this life, I have no regrets.
The ceiling above Ye Lin's head didn't open that terrifying giant mouth.
Lu Ming looked down at the rough paper crane, then looked up at Ye Lin's eyes filled with sincerity, and her red lips curved slightly. Lu Ming extended her hand, gently taking the paper crane, holding it in her palm and admiring it. Target favorability, 2030, finds the host interesting and likable. Then, under countless incredulous gazes, she actually raised her other hand and gently placed it on Ye Lin's head, rubbing his thick black hair. The action was a bit stiff, but it carried a touch of tenderness.
Sister?
Ye Lin timely showed a hint of confusion. Lu Ming withdrew her hand, took the ticket she had picked up earlier from her uniform pocket, and stuffed it into Ye Lin's hand.
Losing a ticket is troublesome. Take this, and make sure to keep it safe. Don't lose it again.
After saying this, she held the paper crane, smiled at Ye Lin, and turned to walk toward the next passenger. The Dragon Country livestream room froze for a brief moment before completely exploding.
Am I seeing things? A head pat kill? And she's giving out tickets? What the hell is this? Is she an angel? Where are the foreign bastards who were badmouthing us earlier? Come out and take a walk?
Dying of laughter, players from other countries are treated like snacks, and our Ye God gets candy. Sister Lu Ming, look at me, I can fold paper cranes too, and my hair is even thicker. Other countries' livestreams were full of sourness and disbelief.
This strange behavior must be an actor sent by Dragon Country. Our players work so hard to follow the rules and still die, and he just talks his way out of it? Shit. In this world where looks matter, even the strange ones can't escape the rules?
Ye Lin held the ticket in his palm, looking at Lu Ming's back, slowly feeling relieved.
Target affection, 30.
Detected that the strange entity's affection has reached a threshold, unlocking a new skill. Desire probe can detect the target's strongest desires and update them in real time.
The system notification echoed at the right moment. Ye Lin's heart stirred. Desire probe?
This is more direct than the like probe, it's like a guiding light on the path to conquest.
Do you wish to use Desire probe on target Lu Ming? Without hesitation, Ye Lin silently thought, use. Desire probe activated. Target locked, Lu Ming. Current desire, wants to be hugged by the host, preferably lifted. Desire intensity, medium, and rising.
Ye Lin looked at the upright figure of Lu Ming in her dark blue uniform in front of him, then compared it to the clear desire prompt in his mind, feeling slightly stunned.
This strange sister, outwardly as serious as a school discipline officer, actually yearns to be lifted high?
At that moment, a voice only he could hear sounded deep in his mind.
Dragon Country's Strange Entity Countermeasures Department reminder, remaining hints, to Comrade Ye Lin, your performance has been outstanding.
After analysis, the ticket seller seems to have extraordinary kindness and interest toward you. We suggest seizing the opportunity for further friendly contact, which may help establish a unique advantage and resolve any future crises.
Please proceed carefully and take the next step. Chapter 5, wants a hug, lifted high. Even the higher-ups are saying this.
Ye Lin suppressed the feeling of absurdity and stood up again. All the surviving players focused on him once more, but without mockery, they were all wondering what shocking move Ye Lin would make next. He walked to the front of the car and stopped beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to have already sensed his approach and slowly turned her head.
Little brother, do you have something else to say?
Ye Lin shyly smiled, sister, you're too kind to me. It's clearly my fault, and yet you didn't punish me, even gave me a ticket.
I don't know how to repay you. I see you've been sitting here for a while. You don't seem very happy. I guess your daily work must be boring and exhausting.
When I was in university, to earn money, I took a massage training class.
My skills aren't bad. Sister, how about I give you a massage? Let you relax a little, as a small token of my appreciation.
A trace of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face. The Dragon Country livestream room exploded.
Massage? Ye God is going to give the strange entity a massage?
This move is too bold, I just threw my back out. Look at the ticket seller's expression, she seems stunned.
Of course, if you're working, and suddenly a handsome NPC comes up to offer you a massage, wouldn't you be dazed?
Other foreign livestreams were filled with sourness.
Fuck. Are Dragon Country people putting all their talent points into flattery? Baka.
Our samurai from the Great Cherry Blossom Empire would never do such a fawning thing. Ye Lin saw that Lu Ming was just staring at him. There was no response, and for a moment, it was a bit awkward. If it's not convenient, forget it. Sorry, sister, I was too abrupt.
Lu Ming's current desire wants a hug, strongly. Hug me now.
Ye Lin was certain in his heart, as expected. Lu Ming looked at the young man's eyes, which dimmed, and the inexplicable urge in her heart almost couldn't be suppressed. She really wanted to pull him into her arms and cuddle him. She tried hard to maintain her calm on the outside, gently nodded, and her voice became even softer. Then I'll trouble you, little brother.
Target favorability, 30-35, anticipation and pleasure.
Ye Lin immediately smiled again, walking around to the side of Lu Ming's seat. He first tentatively placed his hand on Lu Ming's shoulder, recalling the massage techniques he had seen online, pressing lightly but firmly. Lu Ming's body stiffened slightly at first, but then, under the perfect pressure, she slowly relaxed. She even let out a sigh, and her spine, which had been upright, loosened slightly.
Target favorability, 35-38, comfort, relaxation.
Seeing this, Ye Lin grew a little bolder, his fingers trailing down her neck and pressing against her back. When his thumb pressed against a certain acupuncture point on her lower back, Lu Ming's body suddenly trembled, and a soft moan escaped her bright red lips.
Ye Lin immediately stopped, nervously asking, Sister, did I press wrong, did I hurt you?
Lu Ming quickly shook her head, and a slight blush appeared on her face.
She turned her head slightly, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. No, little brother, your massage feels very good, I really like it. Lu Ming's current desire wants a hug, very strong. Now. Immediately.
Target favorability, 38-45, physically and mentally content, craving closeness. The time had come, and Ye Lin no longer hesitated. He wore a pure, harmless smile as he walked in front of Lu Ming, his arms swiftly passing under her armpits, and before she could react, he pulled her into a tight hug.
Ah!
Lu Ming let out a short, surprised cry. The entire car, as well as all live broadcast rooms across the globe, seemed to have been paused at that moment. Ye Lin had actually picked up the grim-faced female ticket seller from her seat, in a position so close it almost seemed like she was embedded in his embrace.
Lu Ming's feet left the ground, and the deep blue skirt of her uniform swayed slightly.
She froze, her eyes wide with disbelief and a trace of panic. The blush on her cheeks quickly spread, becoming clearly visible. Ye Lin could feel the coldness and stiffness of her body in his arms, but he didn't let go. Instead, he adjusted his posture, holding her more securely, still smiling brightly.
Sister, don't you think this is more relaxing?
In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, after a brief moment of silence, the bullet screen exploded like a tsunami.
He picked her up? I'm fucking dumbfounded. He lifted her high, it's a high lift, Ye God did it. She's blushing, even the eerie one blushes. What the fuck is this bizarre pure love plot? Am I watching a national transport side story? Ye God, dealing with the eerie ones, I'm a professional.
Other countries' live broadcast rooms were filled with cries of despair.
Oh my God. He desecrated the eerie one. Damn it, why isn't it our player hugging the eerie one? India, we demand a rematch. This does not comply with competitive spirit. Koreans, after verification, Ye Lin's ancestors had our great country's bloodline.
In the car, the other players were completely petrified. They looked at the young newcomer from the Dragon Kingdom, not only alive, not only had he gotten the ticket, but now he had actually picked up the terrifying ticket seller who could kill without blinking? And that ticket seller didn't open her blood-red mouth, didn't kill anyone, she just blushed? This world is too crazy. Lu Ming, held in Ye Lin's arms, smelled the faint scent of sweat on the young man, the scent of youth. Listening to his strong, powerful heartbeat, it felt as if her cold heart, frozen for countless years, was beginning to beat along with it. Her stiff body slowly softened, and the hands that had no idea where to go gently wrapped around Ye Lin's waist. Burying her head in Ye Lin's neck, her voice came out muffled, carrying a hint of embarrassment.
Stinky little brother, you should put me down now.
Though she said this, the hands around Ye Lin's waist showed no sign of loosening. Target favorability, 45-55, intimacy, dependence, satisfaction.
Lu Ming's current desire wants to hold on like this forever, safety plus 10,086.
Ye Lin could feel Lu Ming's body softening in his arms and the arms gently holding his waist, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Instead of letting go, he lowered his head and brought his warm lips close to Lu Ming's ear, whispering in a tone only the two of them could hear.
If sister doesn't let go first, how could I dare to put you down?
His warm breath spread across her sensitive earlobe, and Lu Ming trembled all over, feeling a tingling sensation like never before shoot up from her spine to the top of her head, making her dizzy. Facing these almost teasing words, she couldn't find any resistance in herself, only wanting to stay immersed in this warm embrace.
Chapter 6, Sister's name is really beautiful.
Lu Ming's current desire wants to hold on like this forever, drowsy, infatuated, unwilling to let go. Target favorability, 55-60, deep attachment. But the remaining rationality was still struggling. She was still on duty, and the 335 bus was still driving. If the company found out that she was slacking off like this, even hugging a passenger, her performance bonus for the month would definitely be gone, and there might be more serious punishment.
No. No.
Lu Ming's voice carried a slight, unbearable gasp in urgency. She slightly struggled, but her strength was soft and weak, more like a half-hearted rejection, half-welcome.
Stinky little brother, let go. It's working hours, this isn't following the work rules. If the higher-ups find out, sister will be punished. Ye Lin looked at Lu Ming's flushed cheeks and her misty, seductive eyes, knowing that too much would be inappropriate. If he continued to hold her, he might bring trouble to her, which would be a loss. He decided to stop while things were still good, loosening his arms but still maintaining the embrace, lowering his head to look at her, his tone a little playful. So sister is worried about this. Alright, I'll listen to you. But, sister has to tell me your name first.
I'm Ye Lin, Ye as in tree leaf, Lin as in temporary.
What about you?
Lu Ming felt a little relieved since he was offering a condition. And because his call of sister made her heart soften, she almost blurted out her name.
Lu Ming, Lu as in willow, Ming as in fragrant tea.
After saying it, she realized how easily she had told a random passenger her name.
Lu Ming.
Ye Lin whispered it again, a big smile spreading across his face.
It's really beautiful, just like you, gentle and elegant.
Lu Ming was embarrassed by his straightforward compliment, her cheeks burning even more, but she pretended to stay calm, extending her finger to lightly tap Ye Lin's forehead, teasing him.
Little slippery talker, I've told you my name. Now can you go back to your seat?
Target favorability, 60-63, intimacy, playful scolding, helpless affection. Ye Lin knew this was the limit, and he was satisfied, loosening his arms. Alright, I'll listen to sister. You've worked hard. After saying that, he stopped teasing her and swiftly returned to his hard plastic seat. Lu Ming stood there frozen for a few seconds, then finally calmed down, straightened her slightly disheveled uniform skirt, and returned to her composed ticket seller posture, sitting back in her seat.
Dragon Country Live Room. Damn, whispering, what did Lin Bro say to the mysterious sister? What could it be that VIPs can't hear? Look at the mysterious sister, her soul is about to be stolen by Ye God. Ha, teasing the female ticket seller during work hours. Ye Shin, you understand the rules. Performance bonus, even in the face of the bazaar, we must push for the KPI, right? It's stable, it's stable. I see, this time, in the national transport instance, our Dragon Country is going to soar. Foreign live stream. Baka. Shameless. Despicable. The people of Dragon Country only know how to use the beauty trap. Sakura Country. Aishiba. Is this bizarre thing blind? Aren't our big brother people from the Republic of the Stick handsome enough? Stick Country. Oh, Lord Shiva, please strike down this Dragon Country monkey with a thunderbolt. Asen Country. Why don't our players get this kind of treatment? Is it because we are a small country? An unknown small country. After analysis by our folklore experts, this bizarre thing must have been a Dragon Country person in its previous life, so it favors Dragon Country players. Stick Country experts claim again. Ye Lin had just sat back down when a low female voice came from the seat opposite to his right. Hello, sir. Ye Lin turned his head to look. The speaker was a young woman wearing traditional clothing from Baba Sheep Country. She had very big eyes, filled with nervousness and sincerity. Beside her sat a burly man from Bear Country, who also gave Ye Lin a slight nod. The Baba Sheep female player whispered, My name is Asna, and this is Artyom. We would like to request to cooperate with you. Artyom spoke up, his voice deep and powerful, Brother from Dragon Country, you are the bravest and luckiest player I've ever seen. The attitude of that ticket seller towards you was very special. With her care, as long as you don't break any fatal taboos, you'll likely be very safe in this instance. But we all know, this vehicle won't stay calm forever. Rule number 6 clearly states that when new passengers board and there aren't enough seats, the surviving players must vote to send one person off. If it's a one-on-one battle, you'll be at a huge disadvantage during the vote. Asna quickly added, her tone sincere, we don't need you to share any secrets about the ticket seller, we just hope to look out for each other when necessary, and exchange some information about other players. Our Baba Sheep Country has always been Dragon Country's most loyal friend. Ye Lin's gaze swept over the two of them. Asna's eyes were clear, filled with a desire to survive and a little admiration for him. Artyom, although he appeared rough, spoke honestly and pointed out the most crucial issue. He indeed needed allies. If he made too many enemies among the players, when Rule 6 triggered and a vote was needed, it would be easy for him to become the target of everyone. Both countries these two belonged to had strategic cooperation with Dragon Country, and their attitudes were humble enough, so they could be approached. Ye Lin smiled warmly and lowered his voice, Asna, Artyom, hello. My name is Ye Lin. Of course, cooperation is fine. In a place like this, having one more friend is one more way out. both of them visibly relaxed upon hearing this. Artyom leaned slightly forward, his voice even lower, signaling Ye Lin with his eyes toward 2 seats ahead, separated by a row. Ye, be careful of those 2 in front of you. The one on the left, dark-skinned and short, is from Monkey Country, his name is Ruan Wenshan. The one on the right, with curly hair, is from Turkey Country, her name is Mirachi. Since you got the ticket, they've been secretly glaring at you with malicious eyes. When you hugged the ticket seller just now, I heard them muttering curses in bird language. It seems they are planning something bad for you. Asna also nervously nodded. Yes, I noticed too. Their eyes are not friendly. Ye Lin followed their gaze and indeed saw the back of the 2 men's heads in the front row. Ruan Wenshan's neck occasionally stiffened and turned, seemingly glancing at him from the corner of his eye. Monkey Country and Turkey Country? Ye Lin sneered inwardly. These 2 countries had always been good at pulling tricks in real life, and now they were causing trouble in the bizarre game as well. At this moment, the livestream bullet comments from Monkey Country and Turkey Country also displayed some discordant remarks. Monkey Country livestream, what is brother Ruan Wenshan planning? Is it time to get rid of that Dragon Kingdom pretty boy? That's right, we must use the wisdom of our Monkey Kingdom in jungle warfare to defeat the arrogant Dragon Kingdom people. Turkey Kingdom livestream, Mirachi, quickly use the wisdom that Allah, the Almighty, has given you to come up with a plan. Yes, let's show that arrogant Dragon Kingdom person what we're made of. The Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately caught these hints, and the barrage of comments became full of tension. Monkeys and turkeys? What a hellish combination. They must be jealous and envious of Yishin getting the attention of that strange sister. Miss Baba Yang is so cute, her gaze is so pure. The Bear Country players can handle it, they really share information. Chapter 7, The Dirty Things Are Getting on the Bus. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had been sitting in front, seemed to sense the subtle exchange behind her. She slowly turned her head, her hollow eyes scanning Ye Lin, Sanya, and Artyom. Sanya and Artyom immediately tensed up, cold sweat almost dripping down, thinking they had violated the rule of staying quiet. However, when Lu Ming's gaze landed on Ye Lin, it softened instantly, even curling into a slight smile, carrying a hint of reproach, as if saying sit still, don't whisper, before she turned back again, showing no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Ming's current desire, hopes the host will behave and not be led astray by other players. Worrying, a motherly mindset. Target affection level, 63, stable, with a sense of closeness tinged with some control. Sanya and Artyom, their hearts lifting to their throats, finally relaxed. Their gazes towards Ye Lin changed completely. This wasn't just a special relationship, this was clearly a get-out-of-jail-free card. Artyom was even more determined to cooperate with Ye Lin. Following someone with a background like that would undoubtedly increase their chances of survival. Ye Lin also felt Lu Ming's unusually kind glance, and he quietly chuckled inside. This strange sister was actually a bit cute. He decided to continue solidifying this favor. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming's back, his eyes clear and his expression obedient. Though Lu Ming had her back to him, it seemed she could still feel the focused gaze. Her straightened back slightly relaxed, and the fingers resting on her knees subconsciously curled up. Target affection level, 63-65, feeling some joy and a sense of being needed from the focused gaze. Time passed second by second in silence. The bus kept driving in the thick gray mist. It was unclear how much time had passed, maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. A harsh screech of brakes suddenly rang out, and the bus jerked to a halt. All the players' hearts leaped into their throats, their eyes fixed on the closed door in front. Arrived? Misty Village? No, the rules said there would be several stops along the way. This meant, something was about to get on the bus. Ye Lin also held his breath, his eyes locked on the bus door, his palms slightly sweating. Lu Ming slowly stood up and walked to the door, her face returning to that professional expression. SSSHH, the sound of the pneumatic door opening was especially piercing in the silence. The thick gray mist poured in through the open door, bringing with it a cold, damp atmosphere. The first thing to appear was a pair of labor boots, covered in dried mud, stepping on the steps with a dull sound. Then, a figure in a severely worn dark blue worker's uniform stepped up. His skin was an unhealthy pale gray, his eyeballs clouded, and his face stiff, exuding the aura of death. But this wasn't the most terrifying part. Behind him, the second, third, a total of 9 strange figures, all wearing the same worker uniforms, silently filed onto the bus. They carried with them a strange, mixed odor of rust and something rotten, which instantly filled the entire bus. The players' faces turned pale, their bodies uncontrollably trembling, desperately shrinking backward, wishing they could embed themselves into the seats. The barrage in the Dragon Country livestream room exploded. Damn! 9 of them right from the start? What's the point of playing this? They're all dressed like workers? What kind of dungeon is this? They look so fierce, even more intimidating than the ticket lady. Yashun, hold on. The first worker who got on the bus was strange, his eyes scanning the cabin.
When he saw the trembling living players, his murky eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't fear, but joy. He stiffly turned his head, looking at the ticket lady, Lu Ming, and in a hoarse, unpleasant voice said, "Lu Jia, why are there so many living people?
Is this train a dungeon now?"
Lu Ming casually nodded, pulling a stack of blank tickets from her shoulder bag, her tone indifferent. Task assigned by the higher-ups, just one more round." She took the strange coin handed over by the first worker, then stuffed a new ticket into his hand.
The strange worker's face showed a hint of understanding, no longer asking more questions.
He took the ticket and staggered into the cabin. His eyes swept over the empty seats, finally choosing the one left empty after the player from Maple Leaf Nation was devoured, sitting down with a thud. The player sitting next to him was so scared his soul almost left his body, he was nearly pressed against the window. Luckily, Lu Ming had already cleared out a number of non-ticket players, and with the seat next to Ye Lin being unoccupied from the start, there were exactly 9 empty seats. The workers, one by one, silently paid, took their tickets, and then quietly walked to the empty seats. Their eyes were full of greed and hunger, and their mouths even leaked some filthy drool uncontrollably, dripping onto their uniforms. But strangely, none of them attacked directly. Soon, the 9th and final strange worker, dragging his feet, walked up to Lu Ming. He was about to take the blank ticket when, at that very moment, the clear sound of high heels tapping against the floor echoed from the thick gray fog outside the bus door. The sound was neither fast nor slow, but it had a strange penetrating power, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
Lu Ming's hand, ready to pass the ticket, froze in midair.
For the first time, a serious and wary look appeared on her face. Lu Ming quickly retracted her hand, straightened her back, slightly lowered her head, and assumed a respectful posture. The worker, who had stretched out his hand to receive the ticket, trembled with fear. Under countless gazes, a pair of bright red high heels stepped up onto the bus stairs. It was truly just a pair of high heels. Slim heels, graceful curves, and a vibrant red color, nothing else. No feet, no legs, no support, it simply walked up on its own. It ignored the respectfully bowed Lu Ming, and also ignored the strange worker frozen in place. No money was paid, no ticket was taken. It simply adjusted its direction slightly, pointing its shoe tips toward the interior of the cabin, and continued to click-clack with steady, unhurried steps toward the back of the cabin. Wherever it passed, the strange workers who had previously radiated greed and malice all lowered their heads, their bodies stiff, not daring to even breathe. The players were even more terrified, covering their mouths tightly, fearing that even the slightest sound would draw the attention of these strange high heels.
Dragon Country livestream room. Holy crap! The high heels are alive?
Even the ticket lady is so respectful.
What level of weirdness is this?
It's walking towards the back.
Is its target Ye Lin? Ye Lin, run! Run my ass, where can I go?
The door's already closed.
It's over, it's over. Just dealt with the ticket lady, and now here comes a big boss?
Chapter 8, The Red-Clad Strange Being.
Ye Lin's heart was also pounding wildly.
These high heels were definitely far more terrifying than Lu Ming, than all those strange workers combined. He had no doubt that crushing him would be no more difficult than crushing an ant. Under the terrified gazes of everyone in the car, the red high heel stopped at the aisle next to Ye Lin. It was the seat by the window that had been empty next to him all along. Ye Lin hesitated not at all, his survival instinct immediately kicked in, and he reacted. With a whoosh, he stood up, his face trying hard to maintain calm, lowering his head to clear the passage. The red high heel seemed to pause for a moment. It didn't look at Ye Lin, it simply turned gracefully, then walked in, steadying itself on the ground under the window seat, with the tips of the shoes slightly pointed outward, motionless. As if it had been placed there from the very beginning as an ordinary pair of shoes. Ye Lin held his breath, carefully sitting back down in his seat, his body trying to lean outward, keeping a distance from the eerie red high heels next to him. His gaze shifted to the front row, where he could see Lu Ming nervously watching him, only relaxing when she saw that he was fine.
Lu Ming's current desire, stinky little brother reacts quickly, didn't anger it.
Relieved, thankful. Target favorability, 65-68, thinks the host is clever and considerate. Ye Lin felt a little relieved, not daring to make any big movements, only daring to secretly glance at the new neighbor beside him from the corner of his eye. Bright red patent leather, graceful curves, sharp heels. Aside from the color being overly bright and eye-catching, and the fact that it walked in by itself, it looked no different from the expensive high heels in the real world. But these still, motionless shoes brought Ye Lin a chill deeper than facing Lu Ming. They were too calm, eerily calm, as if everything around it, including the living players and the low-level anomalies, were just insignificant dust in its eyes. He couldn't help but think in his mind, what's it like to sit next to a pair of high heels that come with their own BGM and high-class entrance? Thanks for the invite, I'm in a weird bus, just gave the high heels a seat, feels like my soul's about to freeze, no immediate danger to life, just a little heart attack. Fortunately, this big-shot high heel seems to have no interest in me, the temporary seatmate, and hasn't shown any malice so far. At this moment, the system prompt once again sounded in his mind.
Ding. A new target detected. Target, red high heels, Ye Lin. Eerie attractiveness, S rank, system note, though it has no face, no body, this sharp, graceful line, and this stunning bright red, deserves an S rank. Eerie level, red dress level. Status, calm, not interested in the host. Favorability, 0, stranger. Strategy suggestion, as a special anomaly, she's actually not that cold. After all, not being able to speak is something she can't control. Maybe she's always hoping someone can chat with her normally? Though, that's almost impossible. Ye Lin looked at the information on the system panel about the red high heels, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Chasing after high heels? What's this about? Shoe fetish joy? But he really doesn't have that special interest. But the system suggestion says she's actually a talkative, shy one? That contrast is kind of interesting. Use preference detection, target Ye Lin. Ye Lin silently thought in his mind. Detection successful. Target, red high heels, Ye Lin. Preferences, loves cleanliness, enjoys being wiped to a shiny, fragrant finish. Dislikes, hates being dirty, most dislikes stains, being filthy and stinky. Ye Lin looked at these simple likes and dislikes, then glanced at the elegant red high heels beside him. Wiped to a shiny, fragrant finish? This big shot's hobbies are quite simple and unpretentious. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice came from the front. Because the number of passengers exceeds the limit, the bus cannot depart. She pointed to the last worker in the aisle who couldn't find a seat, looking strange. Now, all players, please vote. She didn't know where she had pulled out a stack of small papers and several pens. I will give each of you a piece of paper. A pen. You have 5 minutes to write the name of the player you want to vote out on a piece of paper. After 5 minutes, I will collect the votes. The player with the most votes will be asked to leave the bus. Though she said it lightly, everyone understood that being asked to leave this bus driving through the gray fog would be far worse than being directly consumed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming began distributing paper and pens from the front row. When she reached Ye Lin's row, her footsteps slightly paused. Her gaze quickly scanned Ye Lin, confirming he was fine, before landing on the red high heels under the seat beside him, her expression heavy. As she handed the paper and pen to Ye Lin, her fingertips brushed over his hand, sending a chill through him. Lu Ming's current desire, hoping the host can safely get through this voting. Worry, concern. Target favorability, 68, stable, with a sense of protection. Ye Lin received the paper and pen, feeling a little warmth in his heart. After Lu Ming finished distributing the items, she returned to the front and stood still, her vacant eyes scanning the room. Now, start. Instantly, a rustling sound of discussion erupted within the vehicle. The players from Monkey Country, Wanwanshan, and Turkey Country, Mirachi, quickly became active, darting around the aisle like two mice. They whispered into the ears of players from Bullfighting Country, then ran to players from Kangaroo Country, occasionally casting malicious glances toward Ye Lin. The intent was clear, they wanted to team up and vote out the most threatening Ye Lin first. Ye Lin took note of Wanwanshan and Mirachi's antics, a cold smile forming in his heart. Want to join forces against me? Let's see who has more supporters. He immediately looked to his right at Artyom and Asna. Without Ye Lin needing to say anything, Artyom patted his chest firmly, whispering, Yi, don't worry, the Bear Country will not vote against Dragon Country, we stand with you. Asna also nodded firmly, Mr. Ye Lin, we Barbary sheep will always support our friends from Dragon Country. Ye Lin felt assured, having the support of Bear Country and Barbary sheep, but it was still not enough. Counting himself, there were still 36 players in total in the room. To ensure safety, he needed at least 19 votes. As he quickly scanned the other players, thinking of how to persuade them, several players dressed in traditional Central Asian attire and a few dark-skinned players from small African countries exchanged glances and actively approached Ye Lin. One of the Central Asian players lowered his voice and said, Mr. Ye Lin, we have received instructions to fully support you. Another African player nodded, our country told us that helping our friends from Dragon Country is helping ourselves. Chapter 9, Equal Votes. Ye Lin froze for a moment, then a warm current surged through his heart. He understood. This was not his personal luck, it was his homeland behind him making efforts. Dragon Country was using diplomatic means to pave the way for him, the new player, to secure life. He tightened his grip on the paper and pen, silently giving a not-so-standard military salute in his heart. New player Ye Lin, I promise to complete the mission entrusted by my country. The Dragon Country live broadcast room immediately erupted. Amazing, my country. Help comes to those who are righteous, the schemes of certain clown countries are destined to fail. In the Dragon Country's strange strategy department, the command center. A clerk hurried to report in front of an elder with stars on his shoulders, standing at attention. Report. All diplomatic channels have been activated, and urgent negotiations have taken place with the Asian, African, and Latin American countries participating in this national destiny quest. Most diplomats have completed their tasks, and the other party has promised to support Comrade Ye Lin in the voting. The elder nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed on Ye Lin's calm face on the screen. All we can do is these things. The rest is up to this young Comrade Ye Lin. His voice was heavy, tinged with a sense of fatigue and hope. Since the emergence of the horror game, our Dragon Nation has lost too many excellent sons and daughters, paying a heavy price. This time, in the national luck instance, we have rarely gained such a significant initial advantage, which absolutely cannot be lost. Ye Lin quickly counted the numbers. Including himself, Mao Xiong, Baba Yang, and these actively approaching brothers from Asia, Africa, and Latin America, the votes had already reached half. Everyone. Ye Lin lowered his voice, his gaze swept over the players supporting him. Thank you all for your trust. Since some want to stir up trouble, we won't hold back. Let's concentrate the votes and give them all to Mirachi of Turkey. Artyom grinned, got it, let that turkey get lost first. Asna and others also nodded, following Ye Lin's suggestion. On the other side, Ruan Wenshan and Mirachi were still jumping around, trying to persuade more players to deal with Ye Lin. They had no idea that a network of votes against Mirachi had quietly taken shape. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded, time's up, stop writing, and now, one by one, put the votes into the ballot box. She took out a rust-covered iron box and started collecting votes from the front row. Players took turns putting their folded paper slips into the iron box, with expressions ranging from nervous to anxious, and some, like Ruan Wenshan and Mirachi, wore smug, sinister smiles. Mirachi even provocatively glared at Ye Lin, silently mouthing, "You're finished." Ye Lin responded with a look of disdain. Once all the votes were collected, Lu Ming hugged the iron box, walked to the front of the bus, and began to announce the results. Dragon Nation, 1 vote. Turkey, 1 vote. Dragon Nation, 1 vote. As Lu Ming's calm voice continued, the votes alternately increased. Mirachi's smug expression gradually froze, replaced by disbelief and panic. Dragon Nation, 1 vote. Turkey, 1 vote. When the last vote was announced, the bus fell into an eerie silence. Dragon Nation, 18 votes. Turkey, 18 votes. Other nations, 0 votes. This result was beyond everyone's expectation. How is this possible? Mirachi shouted in shock, suddenly turning to Ruan Wenshan. Didn't you say you contacted several countries? Where are our votes? Ruan Wenshan also looked bewildered, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Dragon Nation livestream. Stunned, aren't you, Turkey guy? Want to unite against our god Yi? Dream on. Equal votes, let's see how you'll decide. Turkey livestream. Useless, that useless Mirachi. What about those countries that promised to support us? Have they all betrayed us? Damn dragon people, they must have bribed those poor fools. Monkey Nation livestream. Brother Ruan Wenshan played that balance beautifully. This is called passing through a myriad of flowers without touching a single leaf. Let Turkey and Dragon Nations fight it out, while we Monkey Nation reap the benefits. Inside the bus, players were buzzing with discussion. Equal votes? How do we count that? The rules didn't say what to do in case of a tie. Do both of them have to get off? Dream on, the rules state that someone must get off. Lu Ming looked at the voting results, her hollow eyes showing no ripples, as if also contemplating how to handle it. Just then, Ruan Wenshan from Monkey Nation's eyes lit up, feeling an opportunity to perform had arrived. He suddenly stood up and said, Miss Ticket Seller, since it's a tie, according to the rules, to ensure the bus can depart, both players with equal votes should be asked to get off. As soon as he said this, Mirachi looked like he had been struck by lightning, turning his head abruptly, glaring fiercely at Ruan Wenshan, his eyes instantly filled with bloodshot anger. Ruan Wenshan, what the hell are you talking about? Aren't we allies? Why are you trying to harm me? You just said. Ruan Wenshan interrupted him, seriousness etched on his face. Mirachi, calm down. I'm not trying to harm you, I'm stating facts. Rules are rules, they cannot be broken. Since the votes are equal, for the safety of all passengers, you and Mr. Ye Lin must get off together. I am also thinking about the big picture. He completely distanced himself from everything, as if the one who had just been jumping around, conspiring with Mirachi, was not him at all. You two-faced, ungrateful wretch. Mirachi was almost fainting from anger, pointing at Ruan Wenshan's nose and cursing. No wonder the world says that you monkeys are the most ungrateful, I must have been blind to believe you. He quickly turned to Lu Ming, his tone nearly pleading. Miss Ticket Seller, this vote doesn't count, I demand a re-vote. Everyone saw it, this petty Ruan Wenshan betrayed his allies, he should be thrown off the bus. Lu Ming slowly shook her head, her voice cold with no room for negotiation, the voting result is out, there will be no re-vote. Mirachi's face turned ashen, and he slumped down in his seat in despair. Ye Lin sat in the back row, completely unflustered, enjoying the thrilling dog-eat-dog drama unfold before him. Dragon Country livestream.
God Ye is not at all worried. Although it's a tie, I think it's already stable. God Ye definitely won't be the one going down. The monkey country is indeed unreliable, the turkey country deserves it.
Selling out teammates, our monkey country is professional at this.
Monkey country comments.
Baka, the people of monkey country are indeed untrustworthy. Sakura country comments. Chapter 10, Dog Among Dogs. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the desperate Mi Lachi and the righteous Ruan Wenshan, finally landing on the relaxed Ye Lin in the back row.
When she saw Ye Lin's carefree expression, a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes.
Lu Ming's current desire, my annoying little brother seems to be enjoying the show? Always making trouble for me. Helpless, indulgent. Target favorability, 6870, finding the host both interesting and tricky.
She slightly furrowed her brows, as if genuinely considering Ruan Wenshan's suggestion.
The atmosphere in the carriage became tense again. If Lu Ming accepted Ruan Wenshan's suggestion, wouldn't Ye Lin be thrown off the bus along with Mi Lachi? Players supporting Ye Lin felt their hearts race. Ye Lin also looked up at Lu Ming, just as their gazes met. He blinked, a naive and slightly dependent smile on his face, as if saying, "Sister, you wouldn't do this to me, right?" Lu Ming received his gaze and inexplicably softened in her heart. But she quickly looked away, regaining the indifference expected of a ticket seller. A tie is indeed a problem.
Lu Ming said slowly. The rules only state a vote, but do not specify how to handle a tie. In that case, I will pose an additional question. Her gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Mi Lachi and Ye Lin. Lu Ming's red lips parted, clearly articulating, I will give a riddle. The riddle is, Siberian sled dog, strongest at home wrecking.
The answer is 3 words. Whoever guesses first and explains it reasonably can decide who gets off. Or, if the designated person can successfully refute, they can also be exempted. As soon as the riddle was announced, the players were all stunned. Siberian sled dog? Isn't that a husky?
Mi Lachi's previously desperate eyes instantly erupted with joyful light.
Such a simple riddle. Husky.
He almost raised his hand without thinking, excitedly saying, I know, it's husky, the answer is husky. After he shouted, his chest heaved violently, glancing provocatively at Ye Lin.
Now, he had the initiative, he had to throw the damn Dragon Country pretty boy off. Turkey Country livestream. Heaven bless Turkey, well done Mi Lachi.
So quick to answer correctly, the Dragon Country pig must be dumbfounded.
Quick, Mi Lachi, designate the Dragon Country person to get off. Monkey Country livestream.
Brother Ruan Wenshan is indeed lucky, no need to get implicated.
Looks like strange things still speak reason. Dragon Country livestream. This riddle is so simple? God Ye is in danger. Isn't the answer husky? How can this be refuted?
It's over, the initiative has fallen into the hands of the turkey guy. However, standing at the front, Lu Ming shook her head slowly, incorrect answer.
What? Mi Lachi's smile instantly froze on his face. Instead, there was shock and disbelief. How could it be wrong? Siberian huskies are just huskies. 3 words. It's correct.
Lu Ming ignored his shouting and turned her gaze to Ye Lin, who had been quietly sitting in the back row, her eyes filled with anticipation.
What about you? What do you think the answer is?
Ye Lin received Lu Ming's gaze and instantly understood in his heart. This was not a riddle, it was clearly a giveaway question, a targeted demolition. He slowly stood up, wearing a calm smile, his gaze sweeping over the defiant Mi Lachi, then clearly said, the answer is not husky, it is Turkey Country.
Turkey Country? Mi Lachi was stunned at first, then burst into laughter as if hearing a huge joke. Ah, Dragon Country person, are you crazy? What does this have to do with our Turkey Country? The riddle clearly says dog.
Most other players also revealed confusion, only a few quick-minded ones seemed to vaguely grasp something. Ye Lin remained unhurried, meeting Mi Lachi's mocking gaze, and slowly explained, because among dogs, the husky, among countries, XXX. The cabin fell silent for a moment.
Then, a few quick-reacting players couldn't help but chuckle, even the always stern Artem cracked a smile.
The Dragon Country livestream, after a brief pause, was instantly flooded with ha ha ha. Ha ha, striking where it hurts, Turkey Country admits they are huskies.
I think this is an insult to huskies. Sister Lu Ming's operation this time is too brilliant, openly biased.
The Turkey Country livestream completely exploded. Insult, this is a naked insult.
Dragon people deserve to die. Oddly biased. How could our great Turkey Country be huskies?
Mi Lachi's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver, pointing at Lu Ming, his voice distorted with anger.
Slander, this is slander, the answer is clearly husky. You all conspired, this is not fair. You are biased towards the dragon people, I will complain, this is against the rules.
Luming's smile at Ye Lin's explanation completely vanished when she turned to Mirachi, leaving only cold indifference.
Luming's current desire, it's noisy, hurry up and handle it.
Irritated, disgust. Target favorability, 70, stable, satisfied with the host's cleverness.
The answer is correct, the explanation is reasonable.
She ignored Mirachi's roar and directly announced the result. According to the rules, the Dragon Country contestant Ye Lin designates the person to get off. Ye Lin looked at the seemingly crazy Mirachi, with no pity at all. I designate Turkey Country contestant Mirachi to get off.
No. You can't do this.
Mirachi fearfully retreated, trying to hide deeper into his seat.
This is a conspiracy against me, I refuse.
Luming was too lazy to waste more words with him. She simply raised her hand. With a whoosh, the bus doors suddenly swung open, and thick, unresolvable gray mist rolled outside, as if something was lurking within. An invisible force seized Mirachi, lifting him directly from his seat and tossing him towards the open bus door like trash. Mirachi's figure instantly disappeared into the gray mist. Just before the bus door closed, everyone clearly saw several shadows as fast as lightning flicker through the mist, accompanied by a tearing sound and a suddenly silenced scream. Turkey Country contestant Mirachi has died. Luming returned to her seat. She slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the unharmed Ye Lin, her eyes calm.
Luming's current desire, the trouble is solved, the annoying little brother should be able to behave for a while, right?
Relaxed, with a bit of accomplishment. The bus engine roared again, slowly starting up, driving back into the endless gray mist.
Chapter 11, now is dinner time.
As the bus's speed stabilized, the workers who boarded no longer seemed satisfied with just sitting quietly. One worker sitting diagonally in front of Ye Lin strangely. Slowly turning his head, his eyes fixed intently on the player from the Camel Kingdom beside him. The Camel Kingdom player turned pale with fear, clasped his hands together, and kept mumbling something. Another worker was even more bizarre. He chuckled eerily, wrapped his hands around his own head, twisted hard, and simply detached his head, holding it in his hands. Then he suddenly thrust it in front of a female player.
The female player shrieked in terror, then immediately covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face.
Even worse, another worker bizarrely ripped open his badly worn work clothes, revealing an empty cavity inside his abdomen. He reached in and pulled out a segment of slimy intestine, throwing it with a splat onto the aisle.
The intestine still twitched slightly, and the stench instantly filled the air.
Ugh!
One player couldn't help but gag, quickly covering their mouth, fearing breaching the rules. The whole bus seemed to turn into a bizarre horror show, with various unbearable sights and indescribable odors intertwining. Dragon Kingdom livestream. What the hell are these workers doing? Is this mental pollution? I seem to smell it, and it's really strong.
It's definitely safer here with Leaf God. A high-heeled shoe big shot next to me hasn't moved.
Leaf Lin frowned, the rancid smell wafting through the air bothering him instinctively. He glanced sideways at the red high-heeled shoe beside him.
She still quietly stood under her seat, strikingly bright red. Such a cleanliness-loving big shot, having to deal with this foul and disgusting air, must be truly annoyed inside. Yet she managed to stay still. Her temper must be genuinely exceptional. Leaf Lin silently analyzed in his heart. At that moment, a series of suppressed gasps echoed through the bus, followed by a mix of the foul smell with the scent of urine, clearly indicating some players with weaker psychological endurance had wet themselves in fear.
Almost simultaneously, the lights above the bus extinguished without warning, plunging the entire bus into pitch-black darkness. Ah!
A brief scream was forcibly suppressed, with only heavy and terrified breaths heard in the dark. Leaf Lin's heart sank, his body instinctively tensed.
He couldn't see anything at all.
A cold voice from the front darkness echoed, "Passengers, please do not panic, it is now mealtime, and the bus will provide free meal service for all passengers."
Meal service? This was not mentioned in the rules. This was definitely an unexpected situation, triggering some hidden rule or part of the quest process? Dragon Kingdom livestream. Eating in the dark? Can this food even be eaten?
It has to be a treacherous feast. Since he couldn't see, Leaf Lin focused all his attention on hearing. He heard a faint creaking sound in front of him, like wheels rolling, as if Luming was pushing a food cart to distribute food. Then, he heard waves of excited chewing and swallowing sounds emerging from the front.
Crunch glug haha.
That sound seemed to convey such immersion, even carrying a hint of impatience, as if they were enjoying some extraordinary delicacy.
Was the bus food that good?
Leaf Lin's heart filled with doubts.
He squinted hard, taking quite some time to barely adapt to the extreme darkness, managing to see the outlines of Archon and Asna across from him. They both looked serious and confused, clearly unaware of this sudden meal service and how to respond. Leaf Lin's thoughts raced. This meal service was definitely problematic. Was it a must-to-eat, or could one refuse? What would happen if he ate? What would happen if he didn't?
The sound of the food cart rolling moved closer in the dead silence of the dark. Ye Lin concentrated, his eyes tightly fixed on the aisle.
Finally, a blurry outline pushing the cart stopped in his row. It's Lu Ming.
With the faintest light, Ye Lin barely saw the pile of food on the cart. That was not a normal meal at all, but a mass of white maggots, packed tightly in the plate, giving off a stench 10 times stronger than the strange smell on the worker before. Ye Lin felt his stomach churn violently, almost throwing up right there. He clenched his teeth tightly to hold it back. Lu Ming seemed to sense his discomfort, although her face showed no expression. Her hand quietly moved the food cart to the other side of the aisle, trying to keep it far from Ye Lin. She first picked up 2 plates of writhing maggots and handed them to Artem and Asna, who sat nearby.
Dragon Country Live Room. What the hell? Is this for people to eat? I'm having a panic attack, I'm going to throw up. Look at how green the faces of Big Bear and Baba Yan are. What about Yishan? Is Yishan going to eat this too?
Impossible, the ticket lady must be preparing something special for Yishan. After dealing with Artem and Asna, Lu Ming finally turned to Ye Lin. She leaned slightly and whispered in Ye Lin's ear, "Stinky younger brother, I prepared something special for your food, how could I let you eat this garbage?" The warm breath brushed against his ear, dispelling some of the surrounding stench.
Ye Lin's heart warmed, the anxious feeling dropped back into his stomach. Really? Thank you, sister. Where's the food? In the darkness, he couldn't see Lu Ming's expression, but he felt she seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying in a slightly shy voice, "It's in here, stinky younger brother, you come get it yourself." She quickly pointed to the slightly open neckline of her deep blue uniform, where a tempting curve was vaguely visible. Ye Lin felt speechless, this location was quite unexpected. He forced himself to put on a natural expression and cautiously reached towards where she pointed. His fingertips touched the cold, smooth fabric of the uniform, as well as some soft curves underneath. He moved quickly, finding several small, hard squares, and swiftly took them out. They were a few pieces of candy wrapped in transparent paper, looking no different from ordinary white rabbit milk candies. Chapter 12, Stinky Younger Brother Wants a Kiss. Ding. Detected that the host obtained strange food, white rabbit milk candy, special Lu Ming edition, but eating effect, within 2 hours after consumption, the body and objects touched will emit a pure milk fragrance.
Ye Lin didn't hesitate and immediately unwrapped one to pop it in his mouth. It was very sweet, rich in milk flavor, but a bit sticky.
The taste was surprisingly good.
He carefully put the remaining candies in his pocket.
How is it? Does it taste good?
Lu Ming's voice had a hint of expectation.
It's delicious, thank you, sister, Ye Lin said sincerely. Just saying thank you isn't enough.
Lu Ming moved closer, her voice carrying a hint of a cute tone.
Sister is taking the risk of being reprimanded to prepare special food for you.
Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the system prompt sounded in Ye Lin's mind.
Lu Ming's current desire, wants a kiss. Stinky younger brother, wants a kiss.
Longing, shy, expecting, intensity of desire, intense. Ye Lin looked at the clearly defined face in the darkness, without any hesitation. He slightly rose, leaned in, and gently kissed Lu Ming's cold cheek. The touch was slightly cool, with a soft bounce. Lu Ming's body instantly stiffened. Then, a visible blush spread rapidly from where he kissed her, even coloring her ear roots. She straightened up suddenly as if burned, standing there flustered, instinctively covering her kissed cheek with both hands. Target affection level, 70-80, heartfelt, shy, ecstatic. Lu Ming's current desire, kissed, kissed, kissed. Mind blank, heart racing.
You, stinky younger brother.
She stammered, her voice clearly flustered and angry, but her hollow eyes were as if falling into the stars.
Shining stunningly. Dragon Country Live Room. He kissed? Yishan kissed the weirdness? What did I just see? Is this a National Fortune instance or a romance variety show?
The ticket seller's sister is blushing, she's so cute.
Foreign Live Room. Ah, man.
Other players are still eating bugs, but the Dragon Country people are dating.
Stick Country. Damn, is this weirdness messed up in the head? A3 Country. Report it, we demand a strict investigation into the improper relationship between Dragon Country players and the weirdness. Kangaroo Country.
Lu Ming pushed the meal cart and wanted to run, but was caught by Ye Lin, who grabbed her wrist.
Sister, don't go yet, I still have some questions for you.
Lu Ming struggled but couldn't break free. Instead, she shrunk back from the heat of his fingertips and finally reached back to hold his hand.
Ask away. Did the mealtime trigger some hidden rule? Ye Lin got straight to the point.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ming looked a bit apologetic and shook her head. I'm sorry, little brother, the work regulations state that I can't directly tell you this rule. Ye Lin had already anticipated this and didn't feel disheartened. He exerted strength in his hand, pulling her closer. With Lu Ming's soft gasp, he directly pulled her over, letting her sit sideways on his lap.
Well, if you won't give a direct answer, a hint will do, right?
Ye Lin's arm encircled her slender waist, keeping her secure in his embrace, looking up at her blushing cheeks that were so close, his tone a bit mischievous. Lu Ming was caught off guard by his sudden move, feeling weak all over. Her legs under the deep blue uniform skirt kicked a bit, but she found she couldn't muster the strength to stand. She had no choice but to shyly wrap her arms around Ye Lin's neck, using the leverage to pull herself closer, burying her hot cheeks in the crook of his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder, and finally whispered in a very light voice. Mealtime depends on the eating speed of the dining players, and the diners aren't just players.
The food being eaten isn't just that garbage.
After saying this, she tilted her head slightly, her gaze quickly sweeping over a pair of stationary red high heels under the adjacent seat, her voice lowering even more.
Stinky brother, the lady next to you is very capable, even more so than me. The other weirdness won't dare to approach as long as she's here. So if you don't anger this lady, it will be very safe. Don't worry about the meal service, it won't affect you. She obediently leaned in Ye Lin's embrace for several seconds, feeling the warmth and reassuring milky candy sent from him, regaining some strength before struggling to stand up from his lap and pushed the meal cart toward the front of the train car. Dragon Country Live Room. Haha, Yishin's move, hugging while asking questions? Very capable won't dare to approach, you are very safe, this bias is so blatant. Other players, eating bugs. Yishin, hugging beauties, eating candy, and even asking for information while cooking on the side. People are so incomparable. Monkey Country Live Room. Brother Wan Wenshan, learn quickly, this is the correct way to hug the thigh. Learn what? Does Wan Wenshan have that kind of looks? Does he have that kind of courage? Stick Country Live Room. Ah.
According to reliable sources, Ye Lin is from Jiangbei, Dragon Country. Historical records state that north of the river in ancient times was all our Stick Country land, so Ye Lin definitely has our Stick Country bloodline. Exactly, this weirdness must have set its sights on our Stick Country's genes, it's just too embarrassed to say. Classic confidence from Stick Country. Ye Lin had no idea that the shameless people from Stick Country were slandering him for having their bloodline in the live room. If he knew, he would definitely show that 1 second 6 sticks was definitely not his limit. At this moment, Ye Lin's brain was working rapidly, sorting through the information provided by Lu Ming. Mealtime depends on the eating speed of the dining players, which means as long as players haven't finished their meals, the lights won't turn on, and mealtime won't end. Diners aren't just players, indicating those weird passengers are also dining. But are they eating the same garbage as the players? Ye Lin expressed doubt. Moreover, Lu Ming specifically emphasized that there was more food than just that trash. This suggests there is other food, and that the peculiar food the strange passengers eat is different from what the players consume. He rewound time to earlier. The mealtime began amidst several players' exclamations and loss of control. Those workers' bizarre and strange behaviors were not without reason, they frightened the players to initiate mealtime. It can be understood that some players' fright is directly related to the start of mealtime. Currently, the information can only infer this. Ye Lin frowned tightly. Although he was safe, those players who had helped him in the voting, like Artyom and Asna, as well as those players from Asia, Africa, and Latin America were still suffering immensely. Since he had the energy, he couldn't just sit idly by, otherwise, how was he different from an ungrateful monkey from his own country? Even more importantly, clearing the dungeon required survival but placed greater emphasis on the player's performance within it. As long as Ye Lin performed well in the dungeon, the rewards for clearing it would be better, why not strive for that? Chapter 13, Players or Food. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice came from the front of the carriage, breaking the silence in the darkness. Dear passengers, please finish your meals quickly. A gentle reminder, if you do not finish your food within 5 minutes, please bear the consequences. This warning was like a death sentence. Immediately, the darkness was filled with more intense and painful sounds of swallowing and retching. Ugh, crackle, gurgle. Oh God, spare me. To survive, the players could no longer care about their disgust and frantically shoved the wriggling maggots on their plates into their mouths, swallowing them whole. Just as the last player swallowed the final bite of food while desperately holding back his vomit, the lights at the top of the carriage suddenly lit up completely. The blinding white light dispelled the darkness. Ye Lin squinted and quickly adapted to the light, sweeping his gaze across the carriage. The sight before him made his stomach churn. The floor of the carriage was covered with the vomit that players could not help but expel when the lights turned on, mixed with the intestines and unidentified liquids created by the workers, creating a horrible stench. Lu Ming stood at the front of the carriage, looking at the mess, her brows tightly furrowed, her face filled with disgust. Clean the floor. Use your tongues and lick it clean. The players' faces instantly drained of color. Lick up this vomit? How could that be possible? A player from Mugo country couldn't help but protest, this is unreasonable. Why should we? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Ming's gaze had already fallen on him. There was no giant mouth opening in the ceiling, just that pair of hollow eyes slightly narrowing. The next second, the player from Wu Ji's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, twisting and compressing, turning into a blur of blood and flesh, and then with a soft sound, it turned into points of light and vanished. The contestant from Wugo has died. The cold notification caused all the surviving players to shudder. Rule number 3, please do not refuse the reasonable requests made by the ticket seller. What is reasonable is decided by Lu Ming.
To refuse is to die.
Finally, the first player gave in. He trembled, bent down, closed his eyes, and extended his tongue to lick the pile of foul-smelling waste in front of him. Ugh! As he licked, he uncontrollably retched, tears and snot covering his face. Once there was the first, there would be a second, a third. Gradually, the carriage filled with the chilling sound of licking, mixed with painful gulping and retching. Those players who struggled not to vomit turned pale, desperately covering their mouths, fearing they would be next.
In the Long Country livestream. What the hell, licking vomit? Isn't that worse than killing them? Sister Lu Ming is angry, the consequences are severe. I feel like I'm going to vomit my overnight meal. What is Ye Shin doing? Why is he counting heads? Ye Lin endured his discomfort, not looking at the players performing the cleaning task.
His gaze quickly swept across the carriage, counting the number of players.
After the vote just now, there were 35 people including himself.
Subtracting the player from Mugwa who had just been killed by Lu Ming, there should be 34 people left.
But now there were only 29 left. 5 people were missing.
He immediately recalled that the 5 missing people were the ones most terrified by the worker's anomaly, including the player who had wet himself first.
They had all originally sat next to the worker's anomaly. And now, they, along with the stains on their seats, had disappeared as if they had never existed. Shock, dining, player death.
Ye Lin's mind flashed with a bold guess. The food from those worker anomalies was actually the terrified players themselves. The so-called dining service was actually the time for the anomalies to eat. This thought sent chills down his back. While the other players were still ruled by disgust and fear, Ye Lin seemed to have grasped the rules of the anomalies' actions. Just then, the worker anomalies who had no players beside them all stood up and turned toward Lu Ming.
Ticket agent, I want to switch seats.
A worker anomaly grinned, revealing uneven yellow teeth, its murky eyes greedily scanning the players sitting in pairs.
I want to switch too. And me.
Lu Ming seemed to have anticipated this, and nodded expressionlessly. Sure, point out the seats you want to switch to.
Almost simultaneously, several grayish hands pointed to different spots.
One of them was pointing to Artem, who was diagonally behind Ye Lin.
Artem's face changed, next to him was Asna.
The worker anomaly that proposed the seat switch swayed over, stopping in the aisle, its dead fish-like eyes locked onto Artem.
Asna's face turned pale with fear, and instinctively she stood up, retreating into the aisle to give space to the anomaly.
Artem gritted his teeth, and under Lu Ming's indifferent gaze, he had no choice but to stand up with a serious face and leave his seat.
The worker anomaly laughed in a creepy way, satisfied as it sat down, taking the window seat. Then, it turned its head, its greedy gaze immediately locking onto the still-standing, confused Asna. Clearly, it viewed Asna as its new prey.
Asna looked at the corpse-like face just a breath away, smelling the strong stench of decay. Her body trembled uncontrollably, tears welling up in her eyes.
Dragon Kingdom livestream. Damn, this anomaly has its sights set on Baba Yang girl. It's over, the girl looks like she's about to faint.
Ye God, think of something.
Bamboo City livestream. Aish, why isn't it targeting a Dragon Kingdom person?
This Baba Yang woman looks fine, it would be a shame if she dies. Ye Lin looked at Asna's fearful expression, knowing that if this continued, she might become the next meal. He immediately leaned over and gently patted Asna's trembling shoulder. Asna jolted, looking at him in fear. Ye Lin lowered his voice. Listen, Asna, if you want to survive, remember my words. No matter what it does to you, no matter how terrifying it looks, do not be afraid, and especially do not show your fear.
Asna stared at him blankly, clearly not fully understanding.
Ye Lin stressed, extreme fear is their signal to act. The more afraid you are, the faster you die. Calm down, just treat it like a passing wind. Asna looked into Ye Lin's calm eyes, and her pounding heart seemed to settle a little. She nodded vigorously, trying to push down her fear, stiffly sitting back down beside the worker anomaly. Lu Ming watched everything with her eyes, her gaze landing on Ye Lin's serious profile as he advised Asna, a hint of softness flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming's current desire, the little brother is quite caring, and his focus on saving others is a bit handsome.
Chapter 14, Little Fists Punching Your Chest.
Soon, all the seats were changed.
Those workers began a new round of strange entertainment. The worker opposite Ye Lin strangely locked his target on Asna. He grinned, his eyes fixed on the shivering girl beside him, and then lifted his hand, starting to dig into his own eye sockets. Thick black liquid oozed out between his fingers, dripping monotonously onto his heavily worn work pants.
Asna's face turned pale, but she remembered Ye Lin's words, tightly closed her eyes, and didn't make a sound, trying hard to maintain a calm facade. The strange worker, seeing she wouldn't watch his performance, seemed a bit dissatisfied and changed his approach. He suddenly tore open his collar, revealing a rotting hole in his chest, where squirming maggots could be vaguely seen. He even stretched out a finger and stirred them around inside, producing disgusting squelching sounds. Asna's breath noticeably quickened, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, but she still kept her eyes tightly shut, even starting to recite her country's prayer quietly, trying to shift her focus.
Dragon Country Live Room.
Wow, this strange thing is too disgusting.
Come on, Asna, hold it together.
Wow, her mental strength is impressive, she can endure this.
Stick Country Live Room. Aish. This Asna woman is definitely pretending to be calm, she must be scared out of her mind.
If our Stick Country's Appa hadn't left early, just a look would scare these lowly creatures away. The strange worker saw his actions had no effect on Asna, and for the first time, his stiff, dead-like face showed clear signs of anger. His eyes rolled, just in time landing on Ye Lin's calm gaze observing him from across. Ye Lin had only wanted to check on Asna's condition, but unexpectedly locked eyes with this strange being. The worker's eyes were filled with provocation and malice, as if saying you're next. Ye Lin instinctively tightened his heart, subconsciously wanting to look away to avoid the risk. But in the blink of an eye, several thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Ming's favorability was already at 80, she definitely wouldn't sit back and watch if something happened to him. The tall woman beside him, with her high heels, cared about cleanliness, this dirty, smelly guy wouldn't dare come close, she would definitely be the first to object. Most importantly, to understand the actions and rules of these strange beings, passively avoiding was never better than actively engaging. Thinking of this, Ye Lin not only did not look away, but instead slightly raised his chin and returned an even more obvious provoking gaze, the corners of his mouth even curling into a hint of mockery. The worker was clearly caught off guard that this human not only was not afraid, but dared to provoke him in return. The muscles on his face twitched for a moment, and then he revealed a cruel smile, like looking at a fool, fixating his gaze on Ye Lin.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Ye Lin forced himself to relax, maintaining his calm exterior, even having the leisure to internally mock that this strange being's glaring power was not as good as his high school principles. After 5 seconds, the malice in the worker's eyes seemed to reach its peak, but then it instantly dissipated. He appeared to have lost all interest, slowly withdrawing his gaze, no longer looking at Ye Lin, nor further disturbing the silently praying Asna beside him. He just sat there blankly, returning to his previous lifeless state.
Ye Lin's heart stirred. That's it? No attack, no further intimidation? Just staring for 5 seconds? Was he marking me? But I'm not even sitting beside him. This is definitely a new rule.
As he was thinking rapidly, he looked up and met Lu Ming's gaze from the front of the carriage.
In her usually empty eyes. At this moment, dissatisfaction and resentment were clearly reflected, with her brows slightly furrowed, as if blaming him for provoking trouble.
Ye Lin immediately understood her gaze, his face showing regret, blinking, and silently mouthing.
Sister, I'm sorry.
Lu Ming looked at his expression and shook her head helplessly. Then, she slightly raised her right hand, placed it on her chest, and gently tapped a few times in Ye Lin's direction, her movements small and teasing. Ye Lin instantly got the hint, his body swaying gently back and forth, pretending to be hit by her little fists, then raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, wearing a flattering smile. Lu Ming was almost amused to the point of laughter by his exaggerated performance, hurriedly covering her mouth with her hand, her shoulders faintly shaking, and after several seconds, she forcefully held back, deliberately straightening her face to look elsewhere, but the corners of her eyes and brows could not hide that hint of indulgence and laughter.
Lu Ming's current desire, the annoying little brother just knows how to show off and be cute. Amusing, helpless, soft-hearted. Target favorability, 8082, finding the host both mischievous and cute. Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. So it's flirting from a distance, huh? The ticket seller's sister is too easy to amuse, she's laughing just like that? Other players, we're in a horror survival game, and you two are acting in a drama?
Ye Lin saw Lu Ming's reaction and knew she should have his back. But he felt that relying only on Lu Ming wasn't secure enough in this perilous National Destiny copy. He needed to quickly win over this higher-level red high-heeled shoe boss beside him.
Using Desire Detection, target, Ye Lin. Desire Detection activated. Target locked, Ye Lin. Current desire, it stinks so bad, if I had known it would smell this bad, I wouldn't have taken the bus, I really want to breathe fresh air. Desire intensity, strong. Want fresh air?
Ye Lin's brows furrowed slightly, this was a bit tricky. The fourth rule clearly stated that one cannot carelessly pull open the curtains, let alone look outside. Opening the window was absolutely out of the question. He subconsciously touched his body and felt the few remaining white rabbit milk candies in his pocket.
That's right, candy.
He hurriedly lowered his head, tugged at his shirt collar, and deeply inhaled. A rich milky scent instantly surged into his nostrils, temporarily rescuing him from the surrounding stench. This special edition milk candy's effect was indeed overwhelming.
Why wasn't this milky air considered fresh air? A bold idea, almost perverted, popped up. As long as he kept Ye Lin inside his clothes, wouldn't he be able to smell this milky scent all the time?
Though it looked odd for a big man to be hiding high heels in his shirt, appearing as a total shoe fetishist, his image was nothing compared to the goal of conquering Ye Lin.
Ye Lin no longer hesitated. He bent down, leaned towards the pair of still red high heels under the seat, lowered his voice, and tried to make his tone sound sincere and harmless.
Elegant high-heeled lady, hello, my name is Ye Lin. The toe of the red high-heeled shoe shifted slightly, turning towards Ye Lin, as if watching him. An invisible pressure enveloped them, carrying with it a sense of scrutiny.
Daring to speak to her, this human was quite bold. Chapter 15, Come into my pocket.
Ye Lin felt a bit baffled, yet a sliver of curiosity arose. Seeing her react, Ye Lin was overjoyed and continued, forcing himself to speak.
Miss, don't you think the air in this vehicle is simply too smelly?
Even I, a big man, can hardly stand it, let alone you, such an elegant lady. The toe of Ye Lin's shoe lightly bobbed up and down, as if nodding in agreement. The heel even impatiently tapped the floor, producing a faint clicking sound.
There's a chance. Ye Lin seized the opportunity, his tone even more sincere. Elegant miss, I smell quite nice, it's a milky scent. You're small, so how about, if you don't mind, you could squeeze into my shirt? Now you won't smell the bad odor outside.
He said this while slightly lifting the collar of his coat, signaling it with a gesture.
Ye Lin's entire shoe body froze.
She never expected this human to make such an absurd suggestion.
Climb into the man's clothes? Although she was just a pair of shoes, Ye Lin was a red-dressed, enigmatic entity with dignity and modesty.
She had grown up without having such intimate contact with any opposite sex. A surge of embarrassment and anger rose in her heart, and the red color of her shoe body seemed to become even brighter. She was about to explode, wanting to let this ignorant human experience the terror of a red-dressed evil spirit. At that moment, a fresh, sweet milk scent wafted through with Ye Lin's motion of lifting his coat collar. The scent instantly soothed the irritation and anger that had just risen in her heart.
It actually smelled quite nice, didn't it?
Ye Lin saw that Ye Lin didn't immediately express her opposition, so he took it as her silent approval. He stretched out both hands, moving very carefully, gently lifting the red high-heel shoe Ye Lin.
Ye Lin.
She was completely stunned.
This human. How dare he?
Without her consent, he just touched her. The cold murderous intent had just formed, but that increasingly strong milk scent, like the most effective soothing agent, caused her gathered strength to instantly dissipate.
She really liked this scent.
Ye Lin felt the cold and delicate touch of the high-heel shoe in his hands, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He didn't dare delay, first using his clean sleeve to gently wipe the surface and heel of the shoe, brushing off any possible dust. Then, he carefully lifted the hem of his coat and gently tucked Ye Lin inside, wrapping her up in the coat, leaving only the tip of the shoe exposed. The cold shoe surface pressed directly against his warm belly, making Ye Lin gasp and break out in goosebumps.
This feeling was truly indescribable. At this moment, inside the coat, Ye Lin's dissatisfaction and embarrassment had all evaporated.
She was completely surrounded by that sweet milk scent, and all the filthy stench outside was completely blocked. She comfortably rubbed against Ye Lin's bare skin on his abdomen, and her entire shoe body seemed to soften. Goal, red high-heel shoe, Ye Lin, favorability, 0-20, feels comfortable, safe, develops strong interest in the host.
Success!
Ye Lin felt the slight movement in his abdomen and heard the prompt sound in his mind, his anxious heart finally settled, and he even felt like crying. God knows how much he feared the high-heeled lady would feel offended and instantly give him a chilling death. In the front of the carriage, Lu Ming, who had been keeping an eye on Ye Lin with her peripheral vision, saw that he had dared to provoke the red high-heel shoe, a figure even she was cautious about. Her heart immediately jumped into her throat. Only after seeing that Ye Lin was fine and had even tucked the high-heel shoe into his coat, with the big shot seemingly staying still, did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a faint sour feeling rose in her heart. This smelly little brother, just now he was flirting with her from afar, and in the blink of an eye, he went to hit on another female entity, and a more powerful one at that. She pouted slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable.
Lu Ming's current desire, this smelly little brother is a bit of a flirt. Slightly sour, disappointed.
But this sour feeling was soon replaced by another emotion. In the world of the supernatural, strength is paramount, and there is no such thing as lifelong loyalty. Ye Lin, with his own charm, managed to calm and even please that high-heeled lady, which was his skill. This meant that the smelly little brother she had her eyes on was indeed extraordinary. Lu Ming's current desire, this smelly little brother is really impressive. Admiration, with a sense of pride, favorability, 82, stable, mixed with complex appreciation.
Dragon Country livestream. What am I seeing? Ye Lin stuffed the high heels into his clothes? What the heck? What is this operation? Shu escape in my arms?
Yishin, I don't want this either, but she gave too much, referring to a sense of security.
Baka. Are the people from Long Kingdom under some strange curse? Sakura country.
Ah, this definitely is unfair competition. We demand a complete check of Long Kingdom players' bodies.
Bokuk country. Oh my god, this pair of high heels must be dizzy from the smell of the Long Kingdom people to be this obedient. Pretty country.
At the moment Ye Lin finished the initial contact with Qilian, the bus lights went out again, plunging the carriage into darkness.
What's going on? Why did the lights go out again? Didn't we just eat? Are we going to again?
Lu Ming's cold voice rang out ahead, breaking the players' hopes. Meal service, start.
It was still the sound of the food trolley rolling, coming closer in the dead silence.
Ye Lin, however, had no time to care about anything else.
An invisible force suddenly descended, binding him tightly to the hard plastic seat.
He tried to move his fingers but found he couldn't even move a pinky, not even turn his eyeballs. He must have been completely bound by the rules. At that moment, he felt a slight warmth from the abdomen of Qilian in his arms, and a layer of blood-red light seemed to sweep past him quickly, flashing away in an instant. Immediately, the heavy sense of restraint vanished, and he regained his freedom. Ye Lin quickly realized that it was Qilian who had helped him.
Thank you, he immediately lowered his head and whispered to the clothes. Qilian under the clothes moved slightly, as if in response.
Before Ye Lin could fully relax, a strong stench suddenly came from above his head. He abruptly looked up and saw the worker who had provoked him before, hanging upside down on the roof, his limbs twisted. That grey-blue dead face was less than half a meter away from him, filled with confusion in its eyes.
Why weren't you bound by the rules? Ye Lin smirked internally but remained expressionless. Why should I be bound? You're hanging over my head, what do you want?
A hint of ferocity flashed across the worker's twisted face. Even if you're not bound, breaking the rules is still breaking the rules. Before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly charged toward Ye Lin from the ceiling. However, the worker's body suddenly froze in mid-air, as if it had hit an invisible wall. Then, an even weirder scene occurred. He maintained a pouncing posture, but his body began to twist violently, arms flailing wildly, legs kicking in the air, as if performing a frantic dance. Ye Lin watched this bizarre yet comical scene, almost unable to hold back his laughter.
This picture was just too abstract. Chapter 16, Rules of the Bizarre Passenger Action.
The worker was now filled with terror and regret. If he had known this human was protected by the red high heels, he wouldn't have dared to act. It was all his greed, thinking this human smelled too good. Spare my life, it was he who first violated the bus rules, I was just acting according to the rules. Unfortunately, the worker's pleas were useless, the invisible curse did not stop. Under Ye Lin's shocked gaze, the worker's dancing body froze suddenly, then exploded. No gory flesh or broken organs. He turned into a swirl of drifting rose petals, falling all over Ye Lin. The nauseating stench in the carriage was instantaneously replaced by a rich, fragrant rose scent. Ye Lin looked at himself covered in rose petals, inhaling the sudden floral fragrance. His mind only had one thought.
Awesome.
This thigh, no wait, these heels really are something. He quickly wrapped his coat tighter, ensuring the protective charm in his arms was secure. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed the food trolley and finally arrived at Ye Lin's row. She looked at Ye Lin covered in rose petals. The scene on the ground was empty, with no trace of anything, and there was not a hint of surprise on her face. Ye Lin didn't ask her why she didn't take action, but Lu Ming leaned closer to his ear, her tone filled with apology, as she whispered an explanation.
Smelly little brother, I've been watching you all along.
I saw that the lady in high heels helped you break free, so I knew she would protect you, and I didn't need to take action.
After all, if I intervened, even though it would be to help you, it would openly break the rules.
If the company found out, I would definitely lose this month's salary and bonus, and maybe even face a penalty. If this lady solves it, it counts as a little friction between passengers, and the company won't investigate. Ye Lin immediately expressed his understanding. Sister, you've already helped me a lot, I understand. Seeing he really didn't mind, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief.
Lu Ming's current desire, it's good that the smelly little brother isn't angry. At ease, glad. Target favorability, 8285, feels the host is reasonable, more pleasing to the eye. In the Longwa livestream, the wage workers are confirmed, even the strange ones have to worry about salary and bonuses. What if it were the she-dragons in our Longwa reality? Heh, do you dare to question? You'd get your head knocked askew.
After Lu Ming pushed the food cart away, the players quickly finished their meal again. The lights turned on again, blinding white light dispelled the darkness, also revealing the even more chaotic carriage and the players' pale faces. Ye Lin's gaze swept across the whole scene, silently counting in his heart.
24 people. 5 fewer. Ye Lin's suspicions were being confirmed step by step.
Almost as soon as the light stabilized, those workers without any nearby players eerily stood up in unison, turning to Lu Ming, stating their demand, "Ticket seller, change seats." Lu Ming nodded expressionlessly, "Point out which seats you want to change." Grayish fingers once again pointed at different surviving players, and a new round of entertainment began. The workers who took the new seats immediately began their spiritual pollution-type intimidation towards the nearby players. Poking eyes, tearing intestines, showcasing decaying bodies, all kinds of grotesque scenes were played in succession. The surviving players bit down hard on their teeth, some closed their eyes enchanted, while others stared fixedly at their trembling hands, struggling against their fear. Though they didn't know the specific rules, with 2 people disappearing in a row, even a fool knew that they absolutely must not be scared to death. Ye Lin calmly observed, as the 4 rules began to gradually clarify and complete in his mind.
Eerie passenger action rules.
Rule 1, Dining Time Rule. Eerie passengers are only permitted to attack players who violate other rules during dining time. Outside dining time, proactive attacks are prohibited. The length of dining time is determined by the player's dining speed.
Rule 2, Fear Timing Rule.
When the number of players who show extreme fear, such as continuous tremors, crying, incontinence, etc., reaches 5, dining service begins.
Rule 3, Eye Contact Trigger Rule.
If a player maintains eye contact with an eerie passenger for more than 5 seconds, it will be regarded as provocation, and that eerie being can attack the player during the next dining time.
Rule 4, Seat Exchange Rule.
After each dining service ends, eerie passengers may request to swap seats with any player, and the player must comply.
These 4 rules form a cruel loop.
Fear triggers dining, dining brings death and seat exchanges, and new neighbor relationships breed new fear until the players are all dead, or they reach the end. Ye Lin hadn't yet formulated plans for the next course of action based on these rules when the bus slowly came to a stop again in the gray mist, the sound of the brakes tightening every player's hearts.
Another stop? What will come on this time? Under the tense gaze of everyone, the bus door opened. The gray mist surged, and a man in a dark blue uniform walked in. He whispered a few words to Lu Ming at the door, then placed a black briefcase on an empty seat in the front row before leaving the carriage. But he did not walk far, just quietly stood in the gray mist by the car door, as if waiting for something. Lu Ming turned around, facing all the passengers in the compartment. "Dear passengers, the bus is passing through the Li City toll station. Now we need to collect fees from the passing passengers. Next, I will collect the toll and hand it over to the security guard outside."
As soon as she finished speaking, those workers strangely stood up one after another, as if they were already used to this scene. They lined up, one by one walked up to Lu Ming, took out strange coins from their bodies, and handed them to Lu Ming.
After Lu Ming counted, she gestured for them to return to their seats. Soon, it was the player's turn.
The first to step forward was a player from Cactus Country, who hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a few crumpled beautiful national bills and handed them over. Lu Ming did not even look at the banknotes, directly coldly pushing them away. "The toll station will not accept this worthless paper."
The player from Cactus Country turned pale. "What should I do?"
Lu Ming's hollow eyes swept over him and the other players behind him, slowly speaking, "For you human passengers, there are 3 ways to pay.
First, settle with strange coins. Second, settle with body parts, arms or legs."
Hearing this, the players instantly stirred, their faces losing color. Losing an arm or leg in this ghostly place is no different from dying directly. Lu Ming did not care about the players' commotion, turning to take an old wooden box from the briefcase left by the security guard, on which Truth or Dare was written in crimson letters.
"Third, let's play a game."
Lu Ming placed the box in front of her.
"If the game is successful, you don't have to pay anything. But if the game fails, you will lose everything." Chapter 17, Truth or Dare. Dragon Country Live Broadcast Room. Damn, Truth or Dare? Playing this in a strange dungeon? Failing means losing everything. The cost is too high. It feels even worse than directly giving up arms and legs. The player from Cactus Country looked at the strange box, swallowing. How to play?
Lu Ming opened the box. Inside were 2 thick stacks of cards. One stack was Black Truth and the other was Red Dare.
Draw one and fulfill the requirement on it. If completed, you pass.
If you fail or refuse to execute, it is considered a failure. The player from Cactus Country's face changed, ultimately gritting his teeth and reaching for the stack of Black Truth cards.
He thought that talking is certainly safer than doing some risky action.
He drew one and read aloud, "Say your deepest, dirtiest, most shameful secret." The player from Cactus Country's face instantly turned pale, his lips trembling, seemingly unable to speak. Lu Ming just quietly watched him. The compartment fell into dead silence, even those strange workers looked over with interest. After struggling for 10 seconds, just as the player from Cactus Country seemed to be determined to speak, Lu Ming suddenly shook her head.
Time out for hesitation.
Judged as refusal to execute.
Game failed. No. I'll say it.
I'll say it right now, the player from Cactus Country screamed in terror. But it was already too late. A long tentacle stretched out from the black briefcase, wrapping him up, tightening, and pulling back into the briefcase. Player from Cactus Country has died. The cold prompt echoed in the compartment and all live broadcast rooms.
Cactus Country live broadcast room. Damn weirdness. He clearly was about to say it. Black curtain.
Our Cactus Country does not accept this.
Dragon Country live broadcast room. Is that it? That was too fast.
Rules are rules, timeout counts as failure, no problem. The next to step forward was a player from Kangaroo Country, a man who looked quite strong. He obviously learned from the previous player's lesson, decisively choosing the red dare card. He drew one in red, imitate an animal until the ticket collector is satisfied. The player from Kangaroo Country paused for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. This didn't seem difficult. He immediately clenched his fists and placed them on his chest, starting to awkwardly jump, trying to imitate a kangaroo. He jumped more than 10 times, gasping for breath, nervously looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stared at him expressionlessly and shook her head, not like, fail.
What?
How could this not be like a kangaroo? The player from Kangaroo Country shouted in defiance. The tentacles inside the briefcase stretched out again. The player from Kangaroo Country has died.
Kangaroo Country's livestream. He was imitating a kangaroo. This ticket seller is definitely doing it on purpose.
The sudden deaths of 2 players caused the remaining ones to fall into even greater panic.
The player from Monkey Country, Ruan Wenshan, braved his fear and walked up.
His eyes shifted, thinking that truth or dare might involve hidden secrets, and daring was too vague, both were dangerous. He decided to take a gamble and chose the seemingly more direct option, pay with body parts. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as she looked at Ruan Wenshan walking forward. It was this guy from Monkey Country who had jumped around trying to harm her stinky little brother earlier. Now that he had fallen into her hands, she couldn't let him off easily. It would be best not to kill him all at once, but to torture him well.
I choose to pay with body parts. One finger, is that okay? Ruan Wenshan asked cautiously.
Lu Ming's red lips curled into a cold smile, no. A finger is too small, not enough. The body part must be an arm, leg, or internal organs like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, or kidneys. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Ruan Wenshan's pale face, and deliberately added slowly, and you are a man, with a 3-character name. According to the rules, a 3-character name means at least 3 parts must be given.
Ruan Wenshan was stunned, unable to stop himself from blurting out, where's this rule? You just made it up, didn't you? Lu Ming's gaze instantly became dangerous. You dare to question me? The toll has gone up again. 3 isn't enough, you need to pay 4. Dragon Country's livestream. Haha, making up rules on the spot, really? Lu Ming, sis, I'm targeting you, what will you do? Offend Lord Yi and still expect a good outcome? Don't you know Lord Yi is sis's heart and soul? Monkey Country's livestream.
Ruan Wenshan is such a fool, how dare he contradict the strange one?
This ticket seller is clearly taking revenge. We are being targeted by Monkey Country. Ruan Wenshan's face turned green. For body parts? How was this any different from killing him? He quickly changed his words, I won't pay with body parts, I choose truth or dare, I want to play the game.
Lu Ming's sneer deepened, the rules say once the payment method is chosen, it cannot be changed.
Do you want to pay yourself, or should I help you pay? Ruan Wenshan trembled all over. He knew that if Lu Ming made a move, she would probably just take his heart or brain. To survive, he had no choice but to submit. I'll pay myself, I'll pay with my left eye, left ear, left arm, and left kidney. He thought to himself, at least he would still have his right arm and legs, enough to barely move. Lu Ming stared at him expressionlessly, okay, the payment starts now. Once again, a slimy tentacle stretched out from the old briefcase, quickly wrapping around Ruan Wenshan. The tentacle tightened, and Ruan Wenshan let out a piercing scream, feeling a tearing pain from many parts of his body. A few seconds later, the tentacle withdrew. Ruan Wenshan collapsed weakly on the ground. He instinctively used his remaining right hand to touch his left eye, where there was only a hollow. His left ear was also gone. His left arm was severed at the shoulder, but there was no blood at the wound, only a blurry darkness. Enduring the intense pain, he touched his left side near the waist, feeling like a piece of his internal organs was missing. But soon after, he felt a cold, empty sensation in his crotch. In horror, he reached down and touched, and it was also empty. My thing is gone too. Accidentally took one extra part, do you have any objections? Lu Ming's hollow eyes flashed with a hint of pleasure. Lu Ming's current desire, dare to harm my brother, this is the consequence. Satisfied. Dragon Country's livestream. Lu Ming sis is ruthless, still the best. Directly turned the monkey into a eunuch. 4 turned into 5, is math taught by the PE teacher? Ye Lin, sister is really good to me, love it, love it.
Responses in foreign live streams varied.
Sakura country, so brutal, luckily our Lord Inoue died quickly.
Relieved. Korea, this weirdness is too much, we demand fair treatment for all players, Smita. Jealous. Ruan Wenshan slumped in the aisle, the double blow of body and mind nearly shattered him. He lost his left eye, left ear, left arm, left kidney, and his symbol as a man. Now he became a one-eyed, one-eared, one-armed, one-kidney eunuch. This was worse than killing him. Lu Ming no longer looked at him, her gaze turned to the next player. Next.
Chapter 18 Impossible Request.
As time slowly passed, most players had completed their payments, some had luckily passed the truth or dare, while more had paid with arms, legs, or internal organs, barely preserving their lives. Lu Ming was not as harsh on others as she was with Ruan Wenshan, usually only taking one part. At this moment, a petite blonde female player unexpectedly took out a few strange coins from her pocket and handed them to Lu Ming. Ye Lin's gaze slightly narrowed. It should be known that the strange game only appeared in Blue Star half a year ago, so these veteran players had at most half a year more experience than him, and those who could produce strange coins were even rarer.
Mr. Ye Lin, that girl is named Emily, a player from beautiful country, Asna whispered beside him. Ye Lin nodded, secretly keeping an eye out. Soon it was the turn of Artyom from Bear Country. This sturdy man looked at the tragic situations of the previous players, either dead or maimed, gritted his teeth and reached for the red dare card. He pulled one out and loudly read aloud the content. Within 3 minutes, provide help that benefits all surviving players. After finishing, Artyom froze, his rugged face full of confusion. 3 minutes? Benefit all players? On this strange bus? What could he do? Give everyone a bottle of vodka? This was simply an impossible task.
There was an uproar in the vehicle, and the surviving players looked at Artyom with eyes full of sympathy and relief, glad it wasn't them who drew this. In Dragon Country's livestream. It's over, Bear Big Brother is going down this time. This question is too tricky, really unsolvable. Lu Ming's hollow eyes stared at Artyom, her expression blank. She raised her hand, and from that old briefcase, a slimy tentacle stretched out again, aiming at Artyom. Cold sweat drenched Artyom's forehead, he could only look at Ye Lin with a pleading gaze. Naturally, Ye Lin wouldn't sit idly by while Artyom faced the end. He placed Chi Lian on the seat, then quickly squeezed to the front, leaning in to whisper a few words to Artyom at rapid speed. Artyom first froze, then his dim eyes instantly lit up. He looked gratefully at Ye Lin, then turned to Lu Ming and all the players, saying, I will now reveal the action rules I discovered about these strange passengers. Then, without waiting for everyone to react, he repeated the 4 rules Ye Lin had told him. These 4 rules were like thunder, exploding in the minds of all surviving players. The previously puzzling deaths and exchanges now seemed to have explanations. Many people showed expressions of sudden understanding and fear. Lu Ming's raised hand froze, she tilted her head slightly, as if judging. A few seconds later, she nodded, the rules are correct, deemed as effective help. Game cleared. Artyom breathed a sigh of relief, the immense joy nearly overwhelming him. He looked excitedly at Ye Lin, his gaze burning bright enough to almost catch fire. Yi. My dear Deverish. You saved me. I really don't know how to repay you. He was so excited that his words became a bit confused, and by the look of it, he wanted to give Ye Lin a bear hug on the spot or even plant a passionate kiss. Ye Lin felt his sincere gaze made his scalp tingle, and quickly took a step back, waving his hand. No. Artyom, calm down. It's natural to help each other, there's no need for repayment, really no need. Especially such a repayment that seemed like he would offer his life in return, he really couldn't handle that. Dragon Country Live Room. Ye God, I saved your life, don't ruin my innocence. Artyom, brother, want to duel with swords? Damn duel, your number upstairs is gone. Bear Country Live Room. Thanks to our Dragon Country brothers. Long live the friendship between Longmao. Ye Lin is our best friend from Bear Country. However, there were always discordant voices that emerged. Just back in his seat, Ruan Wenshan stared at Ye Lin with his only remaining eye, filled with resentment. It's not fair, this rule was clearly told to him by the Dragon Country people, not something he discovered himself, this doesn't count. At his shout, a few other jealous players also chimed in softly. Exactly, isn't this cheating? Help should come from his own actions. Ye Lin had already expected someone to jump out. He turned around and looked calmly at the seemingly deranged Ruan Wenshan, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. The rule required him to provide help. I told him the rules does not mean I told everyone. The final choice to announce the rule was made by Artyom himself. How does that not count as his help? His logic was clear, every word hit the mark. Ruan Wenshan was choked for words, only able to futilely repeat, you're splitting hairs, you're just splitting hairs. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over, finally landing on Ruan Wenshan. Lu Ming's current desire, this trash from the monkey country is really annoying, it seems the lesson just now wasn't enough. Annoyed, murderous intent, She said nothing, but the sudden deepening chill in her hollow eyes made all the remaining words in Wang Wenshan's throat stick there, no longer daring to make any sound.
Other fidgety players instantly fell silent as well.
Lu Ming snorted coldly and ignored this mess.
Chapter 19, Who Was Your First Love?
The payment session continued, and it was Asna from Babayang Country's turn. She timidly walked up, looking at the two piles of frightening cards.
I choose truth. She drew a black card and read aloud, Have you ever hurt an innocent person for your own selfish desires?
Asna was stunned for a moment, then vigorously shook her head. No, really no, I swear in the name of the Almighty.
I wouldn't even harm an ant, how could I hurt an innocent person?
Her big eyes were filled with sincerity.
Lu Ming quietly watched her for a few seconds, seemingly judging the truth of her words, finally nodding, passed.
Asna felt as if a great burden was lifted and almost collapsed to the ground, staggering back to her seat.
Dragon Country Live Room. The girl is lucky, this question is too easy for her. She looks like a kind-hearted good girl. The Babayang girl passed, now it's just Ye God left. The grand finale, Ye God will definitely be fine. Finally, it was Ye Lin's turn.
All eyes in the carriage, including the strangely watching workers, were focused on him.
I choose a dare.
Ye Lin didn't hesitate at all and directly reached for the red card pile. He believed in his luck and preferred to face visible challenges. He drew a red card, turned it over, and when he saw the words on it, he was completely stunned. The card said, draw a truth card and answer it using body language.
The answer must satisfy the ticket agent.
The carriage erupted in an uproar.
Answering a truth with actions? What kind of dare is this?
This difficulty is way too high, who knows what will satisfy the ticket agent? Ye Lin looked at the requirement on the card. His brow furrowed slightly, this difficulty was indeed not small. He reached out to the black card pile and pulled out a truth card. When he saw the question on the card, his pupils suddenly contracted.
Who was your first love? Dragon Kingdom Live Room. This question is too personal.
Yishin is only 22 years old, just graduated from college, maybe he really hasn't dated?
How do you use actions to answer who your first love is? Do you draw a heart shape?
Sister Lu Ming's expression changed.
She seems to care a lot about this answer.
Ye Lin held the card, and his brain raced. He indeed had never been in love. During college, he was busy with part-time jobs and studies, and had no time to care about feelings. So, who was his first love?
His gaze unconsciously fell on Lu Ming at the front of the carriage.
In that moment of eye contact, a flicker of tension and expectation seemed to pass through Lu Ming's hollow eyes. Lu Ming's current desire, she wants her stinky little brother to acknowledge it, she wants her stinky little brother to confess, she wants her stinky little brother to come closer.
Intensity of desire, intense. Ye Lin's heart stirred. In this bizarre instance, memories of every little detail spent with Lu Ming flooded his mind. Her shy blush, her helpless indulgence, her blatant favoritism. If there was any feeling quietly sprouting on this journey on the edge of life and death, it had to be this girl standing in front of him. Ye Lin took a deep breath and gently placed the card on the seat beside him. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he stepped toward Lu Ming at the front of the carriage. 1 step, 2 steps. His steps were steady and firm. As Lu Ming watched him approach, her face gradually flushed. She seemed to sense something, her breathing slightly quickening. Lu Ming's current desire, he's coming over. He's really coming over. Heartbeat quickens, excited yet nervous. When Ye Lin stood in front of Lu Ming, the whole carriage fell silent. All the players held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. Dragon Kingdom Live Room. What is Yishin going to do? He wouldn't really confess, would he? Confessing to a weird girl? This move is too bold. Under countless gazes, Ye Lin slowly raised his hand and pointed to his heart. Then he turned his finger toward Lu Ming. This simple action made Lu Ming's body tremble slightly. But Ye Lin did not stop. He extended his hands, forming a heart shape in front of his chest. Then, he opened his arms and made a hugging gesture. Finally, he raised his hand and gently tapped his lips, then pointed at Lu Ming. A series of body language expressed it clearly, my heart belongs to you, I want to hug you, I want to kiss you. Lu Ming's face turned completely red, her eyes seemed to sparkle like stars, and the corners of her mouth uncontrollably turned upward. Lu Ming's current desire, he acknowledged it. He really acknowledged it. Ecstatic, shy, heart racing wildly. Target favorability, 85-90, confirmed feelings, extremely happy. But Ye Lin's performance was not over yet. As Lu Ming was still immersed in that sweetness, Ye Lin suddenly stepped forward, arms outstretched, and lifted her horizontally into his arms. Lu Ming instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Under the astonished gazes of all the players and the global audience in the live broadcast room, Ye Lin lowered his head and accurately captured Lu Ming's lips, painted in bright red lipstick. The first kiss, gentle and brief, like a butterfly touching water. The second kiss, deep and lingering, carried an irresistible force. Lu Ming's whole body stiffened, then melted into Ye Lin's embrace. Her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, responding clumsily to this sudden kiss. Lu Ming's current desire: I was kissed, I was kissed, I was kissed. Mind blank, dizzy with happiness. Target favorability, 90-95, deeply infatuated, body and mind entangled. Dragon Kingdom live room. Holy crap. He just picked her up and kissed her? Twice, he kissed her twice, and it was a French kiss. Kissing a weird girl until her legs go soft in a bizarre instance, I respect this move from Ye Lin. Ye Lin ended the long kiss. Yet still holding Lu Ming tightly in his arms, showing no signs of letting go. Lu Ming's voice was muffled, filled with embarrassment. Smelly little brother, quickly put sister down, I'm still working. Ye Lin chuckled softly, not only refusing to let go but holding her even tighter. Sister hasn't said yet, are you satisfied with my answer? Lu Ming looked up, playfully glaring at him. Satisfied, especially satisfied, is that enough? Her voice grew quieter, and her face became redder. Lu Ming's current desire: I really want to be held by him like this forever, never to part. Lost in thought, attached. At this moment, the security guard, who had been standing outside the car door in the grey mist, seemed to grow impatient and knocked on the car door. Only then did Lu Ming awaken, hurriedly jumping out of Ye Lin's arms, quickly walking toward the car door to pay the collected tolls after announcing Ye Lin's successful challenge. Chapter 20 Sounds outside the window. The bus restarted, cutting through the thick grey mist, leaving the Li City toll station behind. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, as if driving from the city towards a remote suburb. Ye Lin peeled another large white rabbit milk candy and popped it into his mouth, maintaining a wave of milky flavor, continuing to tuck the red high-heeled shoes into his clothes. Jillian's favorability, 2025, feeling comfortable and at ease. Inside the bus, the surviving players, whether physically impaired or whole, all remembered the 4 rules announced by Artyom. They closed their eyes tightly or stared at their toes, trying hard to control their emotions, not giving those creepy workers any chance to exploit their fear. Lu Ming returned to the ticket collector's seat. Whenever Ye Lin glanced over, she would quickly avert her gaze, but her ears would quietly flush red. Lu Ming's current desire: that smelly brother just kissed so forcefully. Reflecting, shy, favorability, 95, deeply infatuated, restless. Those creepy workers bizarrely tried again and again to scare the players around them with various disgusting and terrifying methods, but the players either closed their eyes to ignore them or forced themselves to hypnotize, pretending it was all fake, and not a single one showed extreme fear again. After several futile attempts, these creepy workers seemed to lose interest, returning to their deadpan demeanor. Time passed, the bus slowed down again and finally stopped next to what appeared to be an abandoned factory complex. The industrial area has arrived, passengers getting off please do so from the back door. Lu Ming's cold voice echoed. The creepy workers stood up one by one, silently queuing, getting off the bus one after another, disappearing into the factory area. The bus interior suddenly became much emptier, and the surviving players collectively let out a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. The greatest threat seemed to have temporarily left. However, once the bus set off again, a new crisis emerged. A seductive voice began to seep in from the tightly closed windows. The sounds were bizarre, but they struck straight at the heart. There were enticing gasps and moans, as if an enchanting beauty was posing just outside the window. Some players heard the calls of their deceased relatives, their voices choked, filled with longing. Some players heard their secret crush's heartfelt confessions, expressing love words that they would never dare to say in daily life. And some players heard the voices they longed to hear most. Cheers of accomplishment, the wails of enemies, or the jingling sounds of endless wealth. Ye Lin's pupils suddenly constricted. He heard 2 voices he thought he would never hear again in this lifetime. Shaolin, look outside quickly, Mom and Dad are here. That voice was the gentle and loving call of his parents in his childhood memories. They passed away in a car accident when he was 10 years old. In an instant, immense sadness and nostalgia surged like a tide in his heart, and Ye Lin's eyes instantly turned red. He almost turned his head, just to take a glance, just a glance. No. Not right. Ye Lin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. They have been dead for over a decade, how could they appear in this ghostly place? This is a trap, a temptation from those unknown beings outside the window. He tightly closed his eyes, pressing his hands firmly against his ears, but that voice seemed to drill directly into his brain, calling his name over and over, expressing its longing for him. Dragon Country Live Room. Damn, is that Father Ye's parents' voice? Hold on, ye God, don't fall for it. This voice is so malicious, targeting the softest spot in the heart. Lu Ming looked at Ye Lin with worry, seeing him in pain yet forcing himself to endure, a flash of heartache passing through her eyes. Lu Ming's current desire: I just want to hold him, tell him not to be afraid, sister is here. Heartache, protective instinct. Not everyone can stay rational like Ye Lin.
A middle-aged man from Gallia, named Sandy, was shivering violently. He heard his daughter's clear and sweet voice.
Daddy, Daddy. There's a beautiful garden outside, come and see. I miss you.
Sandy's daughter died of leukemia a year ago, and he entered this highly dangerous and eerie game with a 1 in a million hope of finding a way to revive her. His daughter was his only support and obsession for living.
Gia, my Gia.
Tears streamed down Sandy's face, the strings of rationality completely snapping.
Daddy is coming to see you.
He lunged at the car window like a madman, suddenly yanking open the heavy curtain. Nearby players tried to stop him, but it was too late. Outside, there was only a dead silence, a desolate land shrouded in grey mist. Where was the beautiful garden, where was the little girl?
The ecstasy and expectation on Sandy's face froze instantly.
Then, his eyes rolled back, his whole body convulsed like he had been electrocuted, froth spilling from the corners of his mouth. A few seconds later, the convulsions stopped. Sandy slowly turned his head towards the other players in the compartment, his face displaying a ghastly smile.
Watch out, someone shouted.
But it was too late. Sandy pounced on the nearest player like a beast, biting hard into their neck. The player let out a terrifying scream, blood gushing out instantly, staining the seat red. Several players nearby rushed in to try to pull Sandy away.
Quick! Hold him down. Why is he so strong?
However, they were horrified to find that Sandy's strength was astonishing. 4 or 5 people couldn't budge him at all. Ye Lin instinctively looked towards the front of the car, wanting to seek help from Lu Ming. But as soon as he looked, his blood seemed to freeze instantly.
The ticket seller's position was empty. Lu Ming was gone.
He suddenly lowered his head, reaching for the red high heels he had kept in his pocket. His clothes were empty. The red snake was also missing.
Ye Lin's face turned pale instantly.
All along, the reason he could navigate this perilous bus calmly and even dared to take the initiative was due to Lu Ming's favor and the protection of the red snake.
But now, these two greatest protectors had disappeared without him noticing.
He was ultimately just a lucky newbie, once deprived of protection and faced with the stark threat of death. An uncontrollable panic surged within him, almost choking him.
Dragon Country Live Room. Damn. Where did the ticket seller's sister go? Where's the high heels big shot? How did they suddenly disappear? Ye God has lost his protective charm. It's over, Ye God is pale, he's panicking.
After all, Ye God is just a newbie, relying on the eerie sisters all along.
Foreign Live Room. Yo! The support of the Dragon Country people has run away. Sakura Country. Aha!
It's true that our great stick nation relies on strength, unlike the Dragon Country people who only rely on women.
Country of the Bamboo. Chapter 21 Time Loop. The carriage instantly fell into chaos.
Sander bit down hard on the neck of a player. The bitten player struggled at first, but soon his body began to convulse violently, rolling back his eyes and frothing at the mouth. A few seconds later, the convulsions stopped. He pushed Sander away and stood up shakily, the wound on his neck still bleeding, but his face wore the same strange smile as Sander's.
Another one. Don't let them bite you. You'll get infected. Panic spread like an epidemic.
2 mutated players howled, like wild beasts that had lost their minds, lunging at the nearest living beings. In the chaos, more and more mutated players appeared.
3, 4, 5.
They were immensely strong, feeling no pain, only attacking and tearing apart the living in madness.
Be careful. Artyom's furious roar exploded in the air.
Ye Lin snapped back to reality, as a mutated creature lunged at him with its drooling mouth.
The foul odor hit him in the face. It's over.
Ye Lin instinctively closed his eyes, expecting the pain to come, but it never did. There was a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Ye Lin opened his eyes to see Artyom's massive fist smashing into the mutated creature's face, sending it flying and crashing against a seat with a loud noise.
Ye, what are you dawdling for?
Artyom shouted roughly, grabbing Ye Lin and pulling him along while pulling a dagger from his pants leg and shoving it into his hand.
Hold this, stick close to me.
The dagger felt heavy in his hand, and Ye Lin steadied himself, finally regaining a bit of his former calm.
Mr. Ye Lin, this way. Asna squeezed over too.
In the Dragon Country livestream.
Brother Bear's punch was so cool.
As expected of the fighting nation. Yishin must be scared stiff, his hands are shaking. It's normal, it's the first time a newcomer faces such a situation. It's already tough to not wet their pants. In the Cherry Blossom Country livestream.
Baka, this bear from the Mao country is really strong. Dragon Country people only know how to hide behind others. In the Bamboo Country livestream.
Ah, our great Bamboo Country players would surely be stronger than this bear.
Yeah, our Appa has trained in Taekwondo, Smita.
Amid the chaos, other surviving players saw Artyom's fierce strength and gathered around him like they had found their backbone.
Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind.
The beautiful player from the beautiful country, Emily, also agilely dodged an attack from a mutated creature and quickly joined the group. Charge forward, to the front of the bus, there might be a way out. Artyom shouted, charging like a tank, smashing the mutated creatures that lunged at them with one punch after another. The team struggled to move forward. Ye Lin was protected behind Artyom, his heart racing. He couldn't help but look again at the ticket agent's booth, still empty.
Lu Ming, where have you gone? The back door, we've reached the back door.
Someone shouted hoarsely, their voice carrying a hint of hope amidst despair. Ye Lin forced himself to lift his head. Indeed, they had reached the middle of the bus, right next to the tightly shut back door. Ahead was a mass of twisted faces, mutated players completely blocking the way to the front of the bus.
They couldn't push through.
Artyom was bathed in blood, panting heavily, clearly exhausted.
Open the door, hurry, and see if you can open it. Emily urged urgently.
A player near the door pulled on the handle with all his might, but it didn't budge.
It's locked. It won't open. Smash it open.
Dagger, broken armrests, various objects hit the door and windows, leaving only shallow impressions.
The bus continued to drive steadily through the gray mist, the locked doors cutting off all hope. It's over, we're finished.
A player slumped down in despair. The mutated creatures seized the chance to pounce, and screams rang out again. The team was scattered, plunged into a fight for their lives. Ye Lin, Artyom, Asna, and Emily were back to back, surrounded by 5 or 6 mutated creatures.
Let's fight them. Artyom roared and swung his fist again.
But this time, his movement was a moment slow, and a mutant dodged his punch, biting into his arm. Artyom groaned softly, and with his other hand, he snapped the mutant's neck and threw the body aside, but his arm was already left with deep bite marks, blood flowing profusely.
Artyom! Asna screamed.
Ye Lin's heart sank as well. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a shadow pouncing from the side, and before he could react, the bloody teeth sank fiercely into his shoulder.
A sharp pain instantly surged.
Ye Lin could even hear the sound of flesh being torn apart.
He thrust the dagger in his hand backward, stabbing it into the mutant's eye socket. The mutant convulsed and fell.
But Ye Lin felt a cold numbness rapidly spreading through his body from the wound. His vision began to blur, and Artyom's roar and Asna's cries became distant.
Consciousness completely sank into darkness.
The Dragon Country livestream exploded in an uproar, filled with, and no, on the screen.
Ye God! He was bitten. Ye God was bitten. It's all over, Dragon Country. Foreign live streams.
Yo, the Dragon Country person finally died.
Sakura Country. Ah. This is the fate of relying on women, Simida. Bamboo Country.
The dizziness hadn't fully passed when Ye Lin opened his eyes. He was sitting on a familiar hard plastic seat, and the gray mist outside the car window was still thick. In the upper right corner of his vision, a clear scarlet number, 2, floated there like a brand. Ye Lin shook his head, but the number, 2, still stubbornly existed.
What is this? A new system prompt? Or, Gia, my Gia. Daddy is here.
A man's excited voice with a Gaulish accent rang out, filled with exuberance. Ye Lin turned to look. It was the Gaulish player Sand, who was excitedly staring at the car window and pulling open the heavy curtains. This scene felt so familiar. Ye Lin's heart suddenly tightened, and a strong sense of déjà vu seized him, as if this scene had happened before. Every detail, the twisted expression of joy and despair on Sand's face felt deeply etched in his memory, only covered with a veil. He watched Sand pull open the curtains, saw Sand's expression freeze, and watched his body begin to convulse. The sense of déjà vu grew stronger, accompanied by a shudder from the depths of his soul.
Dragon Country livestream. Ye God is not dead.
I was scared to death just now. I knew Ye God was lucky. Wait, look at Ye God's eyes, he seems very confused.
A past reappears? What's going on? Is time reversing?
Ye God seems to not remember being bitten earlier.
Who cares if he remembers? As long as he is alive, go Ye God.
Chapter 22. No light, no sound, no goal. At the headquarters of the Strange Countermeasure Department of Dragon Country, Command Center. Report, Ye Lin's life signal has been restored. The technician said excitedly. But his brainwave activity shows that he has no memory of the attack that just happened, as if it never occurred. Minister Chen Guodong suddenly stood up from the command seat. This elder with a star on his shoulder and gray at his temple stared intently at the main screen. On the screen, Ye Lin was looking around the carriage in confusion, and in the upper right corner of his vision, the scarlet number, 2, was clearly visible. At the same time, the upper left corner of the global livestream also displayed this strange number.
Analysis team. Chen Guodong's voice was solemn. A middle-aged professor wearing glasses immediately reported.
Minister, combining the instant interruption and immediate recovery of Ye Lin's life signal, along with his memory loss and the appearance of that number, we initially judged that he may have fallen into some kind of time loop.
That number is likely the remaining number of loop attempts. 2 times, they have 2 chances left. Chen Guodong's eyes were sharp as an eagle. We must immediately remind Ye Lin not to waste precious loop opportunities like a headless fly. The Dragon Country's eerie countermeasure department prompt, remaining hint opportunities, 1. Comrade Ye Lin, you are now suspected to be trapped in a time loop.
In the moment you just experienced, you rushed to the bus's back door, but it couldn't open, and you died.
You must find another way to survive.
The analysis team has also discovered that your memories will reset after each death in the new loop, so you must find a way to leave information for yourself to know in the next cycle after dying again. Most importantly, comrade, you must stay calm, do not panic, we are with you. The cold prompt echoed deep within Ye Lin's mind.
Time loop? I have already died once. The back door is a dead end. Where is the way out?
Almost at the moment the prompt finished, Artyom's giant fist smashed another attacking deviant away, while a familiar dagger was thrust into Ye Lin's hand.
Take it, stay close to me.
Unlike the last loop where he panicked and took the dagger, this time, Ye Lin's fingers firmly gripped the hilt.
Panic solves nothing.
Since there is a loop, it means there is still a chance. These deviants must also follow certain rules. As long as I can discover these rules, I will definitely be able to find a way to survive. Ye Lin's gaze swept over the chaotic cabin, his brain operating at an unprecedented speed. Artyom roared again as he swung his fist, smashing a deviant hard. The deviant staggered backward, its head colliding with the overhead light in the cabin.
The lampshade shattered, and the light in that area instantly dimmed.
Just as the light darkened, several deviants, who were originally restless nearby, visibly paused, showing a moment of hesitation. Though it was only for an instant, it was definitely not an illusion. The light seemed to affect their movements.
Turn off the lights, they can't find a target in the dark. What? Artyom was stunned.
Trust me, turn off the lights. Ye Lin shouted urgently while using the dagger to fend off a deviant. At that moment, several silvery flashes flew by.
It was Emily.
After hearing Ye Lin's words, she did not hesitate and launched a few throwing knives from her hands. The flying knives accurately shattered most of the light sources in the cabin, and the entire bus was plunged into darkness. A shocking scene occurred.
After absolute darkness fell, those deviant creatures that were originally attacking madly all froze in their actions.
They stood still, tilting their heads, their grotesque expressions frozen, instantly losing all track of their targets, becoming utterly bewildered.
However, this silence only lasted less than 5 seconds. Ha ha! We are saved! We are saved! A player couldn't contain the ecstasy of survival, shouting wildly.
His voice, in the dead silence of darkness, was the only signal. In an instant, all the still deviants turned in unison towards the source of the sound, rushing madly towards the back of the cabin. The sound would provide them with a target again. Ye Lin's heart sank, knowing that this cycle was likely about to end.
The back door wouldn't open, the front was blocked. Where, exactly, was the way out?
Ye Lin quickly retreated, leaning against the cold cabin wall, frantically searching his body. A pen, that pen used during the crucial decision. He found it, the cold ballpoint pen was still safely in his pocket. Without hesitation, he lifted the hem of his jacket and fiercely scribbled with the pen on it.
Time loop memory loss.
Deviants, no light, no sound, no target. The handwriting was messy, but in the dark, he ensured each stroke was clear by touch.
Writing on the jacket wasn't safe. What if the jacket returned to its original state after the loop reset?
He looked at the empty seat in front of him, tore off a tattered advertisement stuck to the back of the seat, and continued writing the same message on the back. But it wasn't enough. He raised his left hand and forcefully carved with the tip of the pen on the inside of his arm. A sharp pain shot through, but he didn't care. He had to make sure that in the next loop, he would be able to see these rules immediately.
I can't hold on anymore.
Artyom's roar echoed, mixed with heavy breathing and painful groans, clearly surrounded by multiple mutants in the dark, the pressure immense. The screams came one after another, the mutants' frenzied howls blending with the desperate shouts of players, the darkness amplifying all the fear. Ye Lin had just finished writing the last word on his arm when a numbness spread again from an unknown wound. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness faded away. The coldness dissipated, and Ye Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide again. The number in the top right corner of his vision changed to 1.
Sander, a player from Gaul, cried out with a trembling voice, Gia, my Gia. Daddy's here.
A strong sense of déjà vu returned, but this time, Ye Lin's panic inside was much less. Lu Ming was gone, and so was Qi Lian. Yet subconsciously, he didn't feel surprised by this isolated and helpless situation. Instead, there was a numbness, as though it was meant to be this way. At that moment, a clear sharp pain came from the inside of his left arm.
He instinctively rolled up his sleeve, and his pupils suddenly contracted.
There, on the inner side of his arm, were several lines of messy but clear words, etched by some sharp object.
Time loop memory loss.
Mutants are without light, without sound, without target. These were his own words, but when had he written them down? Ye Lin looked at the words time loop and finally understood it wasn't déjà vu, this scene had indeed happened before, only he had forgotten. He quickly processed the information on his arm.
No light, no sound, no target, so the key to survival was to maintain complete darkness and absolute silence?
But the back door was locked, the front blocked, and they were still trapped on this death bus. Just these 2 rules weren't enough, more rules were needed.
Chapter 23, The Headless Driver. The mutation began, and the bus fell into chaos in an instant.
This time, Ye Lin didn't wait for Artem's reminder, he stood up on his own and scanned the entire area with his eyes. He was searching for any overlooked detail, looking for the key to breaking the deadlock. Artem still bravely punched a mutant flying, handing a dagger to Ye Lin. Ye Lin took the dagger but did not passively follow like last time.
Put out all the lights. No one is allowed to make any noise. Ye Lin whispered.
Almost as soon as Ye Lin's words fell, several cold flashes flew out of Emily's hands. The remaining light sources in the bus were extinguished, and complete darkness descended, swallowing everything. At the same time, the surviving players tightly covered their mouths, even their breaths were as light as possible.
The entire bus fell into a deathly silence.
The mutants stood motionless.
Time passed, second by second.
The mutants remained still.
Could it be that as long as they maintained this, they could safely reach the end?
As soon as this thought appeared, Ye Lin forcibly pushed it down. Things couldn't be this simple, 2 rules were too few. In the suffocating silence, a faint sound of a metal door latch being moved came from the front of the driver's seat. All the players' hearts jumped to their throats, something was coming from the driver's seat. What was chilling was that the motionless mutants showed no reaction to the sound. In fact, as that unknown presence passed by, the mutants stiffly shifted their bodies like Moses parting the sea, automatically making way. Heavy footsteps echoed in the aisle, not fast, but slowly walking toward the back of the bus.
In the Dragon Kingdom livestream. What's coming? The driver? Is it the driver who has never shown up? Ye Lin's muscles tensed.
The brain spins wildly.
Are the lightless and soundless rules ineffective against this approaching existence? Or is the lack of light and sound the signal that triggers the appearance of this monster? What does it use to locate?
The footsteps grow closer, bringing an invisible sense of pressure, as if stepping on everyone's heart. Several players with weaker mental fortitude, despite biting their lips tightly, have already lost all color in their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
They saw it.
In the thick darkness, a silhouette gradually became clear.
It was a body roughly shaped like a human, dressed in dark uniform, walking steadily.
However, above where shoulders should be, there was no head. Instead, there was an unusually thick flesh-colored neck, continuously extending upward. And at the top of that neck, there were no eyes, no ears, no nose, only a huge mouth that seemed to crack down to the root of the neck. Inside the mouth were layers of grim white teeth, slightly opening and closing, dripping viscous saliva.
In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room. What the hell is this thing? No head? Just a mouth? It's coming.
That headless mouth monster seemed completely unaffected by the darkness, its pace steady, heading straight for the back row where the players were clustered. Wherever it passed, the altered being stepped aside. Ye Lin's breath nearly stopped, he forced himself to analyze calmly.
Without visual organs, without auditory organs, how does it perceive? Smell? Or is it sensing the fear itself? At that moment, the headless mouth monster stopped less than 3 meters away from them. Its gigantic mouth faced them, slightly opening and closing, as if tasting the air around them.
Ye Lin could clearly smell the mixed stench of blood and rot emanating from that mouth. Beside him, a player from the Philippines finally could not bear the terror of facing the monster, although no sounds escaped, his entire face twisted in extreme fear, with tears and snot uncontrollably flowing, wetting his pants and releasing a pungent smell of urine. Almost at the same moment, the enormous mouth of the headless monster suddenly opened wide to an exaggerated extent and darted toward the position of the player from the Philippines with lightning speed. The player from the Philippines vanished, leaving no trace behind.
Philippine contestant has died. The cold announcement sent chills down every survivor's spine. Ye Lin instantly grasped the key insight.
No sounds, no light, and also no fear can be produced.
This monster can smell fear.
He forcibly suppressed the fluttering in his heart, striving to remain calm, even trying to empty his mind, not thinking about the imminent threat of death so close at hand.
However, after devouring one person, the huge mouth of the headless monster chewed a few times, seeming unsatisfied. Its massive body turned again, this time directing its mouth toward Ye Lin's direction.
Even though Ye Lin desperately tried to control himself, under the gaze of this unfathomable horror, a sense of fear, rooted in biological instinct, quietly arose.
This tiny fluctuation of fear provided the headless mouth monster with the clearest coordinates. Its thick neck stretched out suddenly, the giant mouth filled with sharp teeth swooping down toward Ye Lin's head. The speed was too fast, faster than he could react. Ye Lin only saw darkness rushing towards him, the nauseating stench instantly filling his nostrils. He didn't even have time to pull out a pen, to write down any new information. The cold faded, and Ye Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide again. The number in the upper right corner of his vision changed to 0. He soon discovered the writing on his left arm again. Time loop memory loss.
Altered beings have no light, no sound, no target.
Just as he began to understand the current situation.
A few light sounds of clapping echoed, and all the lights in the carriage instantly went out, thick darkness swallowing everything.
So fast? Ye Lin was taken aback. The lights went out right after this loop began?
Don't make a sound, stay quiet.
A low female voice echoed beside him.
Emily had somehow made her way to Ye Lin's side.
Do you understand the situation now?
Emily's voice was calm as she stretched out her left hand, presenting it in front of Ye Lin.
Check the information, don't waste time.
With the faint light coming in from outside, Ye Lin saw that there were also words carved on Emily's arm. The first two were identical to his, but there were extra contents behind. No light, no sound, driver out.
The driver is unbeatable, fear location. Luggage rack safe.
Emily saw that he only had the first two lines on his arm and let out a light laugh, her tone carrying a hint of superiority. It seems you died earlier in the last loop, at least before me. She withdrew her hand, her tone flat, but a sense of self-satisfaction still seeped through. Ye Lin ignored her small thoughts and quickly processed the new rules. The driver was a new strange entity, he probably fell victim to it in the last loop. And the luggage rack was indeed a place he hadn't thought of. Crawling slowly atop the luggage rack was a good way to move towards the front of the bus.
Why are you showing this to me?
Ye Lin asked with a scrutinizing tone. I remember you voted me out during the vote.
Chapter 24, Stolen by a Monkey?
Emily tilted her head, her expression was unclear in the darkness, but her voice carried a casual tone.
You're quite vengeful.
Given your relation with that female ticket seller, even a few more votes wouldn't get you voted out. I just thought it would be more fun. Besides, I always have to deal with those old men in the domestic upper echelons, putting on a show. Showing you the rules now is because I believe you are a smart person, at least smarter than those scared idiots on this bus. Most importantly, I have no way out anymore. This is the last chance. To survive and clear this damn substory, cooperating with you is necessary. Her reasoning sounded reasonable, but Ye Lin wasn't fully convinced.
What's your plan?
Emily leaned a bit closer. As soon as that headless driver appears, we quietly climb onto the luggage rack. Forget about the others, especially your little follower from Baba Yang. She's too timid, she'll be a big signal light in front of the driver. We need to move quickly and directly climb to the front of the bus.
The driver's cabin?
Ye Lin immediately understood her intention.
Exactly. Emily was certain, the most dangerous place is often the safest.
I suspect the way out lies in the driver's cabin. There might be a safe exit or a way to control the bus.
Dragon Country Live Room.
This foreign girl has a ruthless heart. She actually wants to leave the Baba Yang girl behind. But she's not wrong, carrying scared people is indeed dangerous.
Ye God, hurry and agree, life is more important. Beautiful Country Live Room.
Emily is doing great, decisive and calm. This is how our beautiful country elites should be. That's right, survival of the fittest, the weak don't deserve to waste resources. Ye Lin was silent for 2 seconds before slowly speaking. It's not about who leaves whom, it's just about ability.
If you can help, that's kindness. But if things don't go well, it's instinct to cut off the tail to survive. Emily was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled lightly. You're right, it's just about ability. She actually appreciated Ye Lin's realism and frankness.
Ye Lin quickly relayed the information Emily provided to Artyom and Asna.
Luggage rack? I understand. Artyom nodded.
Asna's voice trembled, but she still tried to maintain her composure. Thank you, Mr. Ye Lin, I will do my best to control my emotions.
Not just do your best, you must. Ye Lin's tone was serious, any hint of fear will cost you your life.
At that moment, a sound of a metal bolt sliding came from the driver's seat. Heavy footsteps rang out again, and the headless monster stepped out from the driver's room. Emily immediately made a nimble leap, grabbing the edge of the left luggage rack with both hands, using her waist and stomach to quietly flip up. Once steady, she quickly moved forward. Ye Lin glanced at Asna, and Artyom had already crouched down, using his broad shoulders to lift Asna up, helping her climb onto the right luggage rack. Yi, hurry up, Artyom urged. Ye Lin no longer hesitated, leaping to grab the left luggage rack and nimbly flipping up.
He chose to follow behind Emily.
Reality was harsh, Asna's psychological state indeed posed a risk, and he couldn't gamble his life on someone else's courage.
Dragon Country Live Room.
Ye Lin chose the left, he gave up on the Baba Sheep Girl. This is the wise choice, bringing along such a crybaby is also death.
Beautiful Country Live Room. Good job, Emily, decisive and calm.
Finally, Dragon Country people are smart, knowing to follow the strong.
Bear Country Live Room.
Artyom is too righteous, even helping others at this time. I hope that Baba Sheep woman doesn't get our big guy killed. The four began to crawl slowly on the narrow luggage rack. Below in the carriage, screams were continuous. The driver was clearing out the players emitting fear, and soon the whole carriage was nearly left with just the four of them on the luggage rack. The air was heavy, every second stretched like a year. Ye Lin tightly focused on Emily's ankle ahead, controlling the pace of his crawl, daring not to go fast or slow. He could only try to think of some lewd thoughts, trying hard to push those terrifying images out of his mind.
A faint whimper came from the right.
He turned to look, and saw Asna with a pale face, trembling uncontrollably. Directly below her, an abnormal creature was tearing at something. The driver below instantly stopped his footsteps, the thick neck and giant mouth suddenly turned towards the right luggage rack, aiming at Asna. Asna realized she had made a fatal mistake, she glanced back at Artyom and then decisively jumped down from the luggage rack. Her petite figure fell into the aisle of the carriage, making a clear sound.
The headless driver immediately turned towards the landing Asna, rapidly approaching.
At the same time, all the frozen abnormal creatures in the carriage were startled by the noise, turning towards the source of the sound and crazily lunging at Asna.
Dragon Country Live Room. Damn, the girl jumped down. She did it to not drag down Bear Brother and Ye Lin. Crying, the Baba Sheep Girl is brave. Baba Sheep Country Live Room. Asna, our hero. May Allah bless her soul. The brief chaos attracted all the firepower.
Emily showed no hesitation, seizing this precious opportunity to accelerate her crawl on the left luggage rack. Ye Lin closely followed Emily, continuing forward. The bizarre game was this brutal, allowing no room for negligence. Artyom suppressed the anger and frustration in his heart, desperately moving forward using this space one at the cost of lives. With no obstacles, the three moved quickly. In a few breaths, they crawled to the front of the carriage and lightly jumped down from the luggage rack, landing in front of the driver's room. The path to life was right in front of them. Artyom took the lead, reaching out to grab the driver's room doorknob. Just as his fingers were about to touch the doorknob, the door, which had been ajar, suddenly slammed shut from the inside. A twisted and resentful face appeared behind the narrow observation window of the driver's cabin.
Ruan Wenshan's remaining single eye was filled with pride as he roared. Didn't expect this, you fools. You struggled to study the rules, fighting and killing each other, only to fulfill me in the end. Thanks to you drawing attention. I could only crawl over like a bug, lying on the ground to seize the opportunity. You all should die, especially you, Dragon Country people. I want all of you to pay for my treasure with your lives. Ha ha ha. Chapter 25, Misty Village has arrived. Dragon Country livestream. Damn it, it's that Monkey Country's eunuch. This sneaky dog actually stole the win from him. Damn it, I really should have let Sister Lu Ming kill him directly just now. Monkey Country livestream. Brother Ruan Wenshan is mighty. This is the wisdom of our monkeys, Dragon Country people and bear people are fools. Winning by taking the driver's seat means victory, our Monkey Country is about to turn the tables. Yo, Ruan Wenshan is truly an elite of Southeast Asia, this move of using the mantis to catch the cicada while the oriole is behind is just brilliant. I don't like monkeys, but seeing Dragon Country people suffer is still quite satisfying. Ruan Wenshan looked at the despairing faces of the three people in front of him, especially Ye Lin's pale face, filled with the pleasure of revenge in his heart. He blamed Ye Lin for everything he lost, and at this moment, he felt utterly exhilarated. Fight. Keep fighting. Aren't you good at fighting? Dragon Country, Bear Country, Beautiful Country, three big country players, all being played in circles by this monkey. Artyom roared, crashing his strong shoulder hard against the door of the driver's seat. The dull sound of the impact echoed in the empty front area of the bus, but that door remained as still as if it had been welded shut. Useless, trash. This is a protected area by the rules, you think you can just break it open? Ruan Wenshan looked at them as if they were clowns. Behind him, heavy footsteps and the low growl of the mutants grew closer. The headless driver had already turned its massive body around. The huge mouth full of sharp teeth at the top of its thick neck was aimed at them, thick drool dripping onto the aisle, making a hissing corrosive sound. More mutants surged from the rear of the bus, completely blocking their escape route. No way forward, and enemies behind. A wave of powerlessness surged in Ye Lin's heart. After analyzing all the rules, he had finally gotten this far, only to fall into the hands of this rat like Ruan Wenshan? He was unwilling to accept it.
Just as the giant mouth of the headless driver was about to swallow them, and the mutants surged forward, a clear sound of braking echoed. The moving bus slowly came to a stop.
Final stop, Misty Village, arrived.
All passengers, please take your belongings and disembark within 1 minute.
The vehicle will soon execute an automatic disinfection process. The emotionless mechanical announcement echoed in the bus. Following this, something that left everyone stunned happened.
The originally terrifying headless driver, along with all the mutants inside the bus, instantly turned into tiny gray-white particles of light and dissipated into the air. The once crowded and chaotic bus instantly became empty, with only the wreckage and a heavy smell of blood proving that everything had just happened.
Then, all the front and rear doors of the bus opened automatically.
Outside the door, the thick, unrelenting gray fog remained, but faint outlines of some blurry buildings could be seen, seeming to be Misty Village.
The road to life appeared without warning.
Ye Lin, Artyom, and Emily looked at each other, momentarily unable to react.
This twist came too suddenly, too absurd. Just moments ago they were in dire straits, and the next second they were given a chance to survive? Dragon Country livestream. What the hell? Have we arrived? The weirdness is all gone? The doors are open? Heaven help my Dragon Country. Ye God is safe. Quick, look at that monkey in the driver's seat. Damn it, this is hilarious, what a twist. All eyes instantly focused on the driver's seat.
Ruan Wenshan's crazy laughter froze completely, replaced by a comically absurd expression.
He hadn't snapped back from the excitement of his clever plot.
A tremendous change occurred.
Final stop? Get off? Disinfection procedure?
He immediately realized and rushed to the driver's cabin door, pulling on the door handle with all his might.
It didn't move at all.
He frantically pressed various buttons on the door, turned the steering wheel, and stomped on the brakes and accelerator.
There was no response at all. The entire driver's cabin seemed like a locked iron box. No. No. Open the door. Let me out. Ruan Wenshan finally panicked, banging on the door and observation window, his single eye filled with fear. Let me out. I want to get off too.
He screamed hoarsely, all previous smugness and arrogance vanished, leaving only a primal desire for survival. Ye Lin, Artyom, and Emily stood at the door, watching Ruan Wenshan struggle inside like a trapped beast, their expressions quite subtle.
Artyom grinned widely, dead monkey, looks like your safe house isn't so safe, huh? Emily chuckled, fool.
Ye Lin said nothing, just quietly watched Ruan Wenshan's desperate performance, with no waves in his heart.
Disinfection procedure countdown, 10, 9, 8.
The cold countdown sound was like a death knell, striking at Ruan Wenshan's heart. He pounded on the door even more wildly, his nails scraping against the metal door with a piercing sound, crying.
Please, save me. I know I was wrong, Dad Ye Lin. Dad Dragon Nation. Save me. Artyom. Emily.
Get me out of here, I'll work for you.
7, 6, 5.
Ye Lin took one last look at the face twisted by extreme fear and turned around, walking off the bus without hesitation.
The other two did the same. 4, 3, 2, 1. Disinfection starts.
With Ruan Wenshan's final, inhuman scream, a thick green mist surged in from the ventilation of the driver's cabin. Ruan Wenshan's screams and banging stopped abruptly. The observation window was covered by a sticky green substance, and the inside was no longer visible. Monkey Nation contestant Ruan Wenshan has died.
Dragon Nation live room. Oh no, it turned green. Is this what they call love being a light, green to the point of panic? Ha, I can't stop laughing, family, this stupid monkey. Thinking too smart brought you to your end. Safe house instantly turns into a gas chamber, this show effect is full. This is the outcome of going against Ye God. Ye God, I didn't even lay a hand, you played yourself to death.
Ye Lin and the others had just stood still in the thick mist, without having the chance to observe their surroundings, when a familiar figure gracefully walked out from the gray fog.
Lu Ming still wore the deep blue uniform, maintaining the standard posture of a ticket seller.
Congratulations to the three of you for successfully arriving at Mist Village Station through the 335 route bus scene.
Chapter 26 First Dungeon Reward Settlement.
In this dungeon, there were a total of 47 contestants, 3 survived.
Artyom, Bear Nation. Lu Ming looked at the strong man.
You displayed remarkable courage and strength in the dungeon, but lacked in rule analysis and intelligence gathering.
Overall evaluation, pass. Emily, Beautiful Nation.
Lu Ming turned to the blonde woman.
You are agile and quick to react, able to quickly understand and utilize the rules. Overall evaluation, good. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ye Lin, and that hollow gaze seemed to hold something more. Ye Lin, Dragon Nation.
As a new player, you exhibited extraordinary calmness, insight, and adaptability in the dungeon. In the face of crisis, you maintained rationality and made the best choices.
Overall evaluation, excellent. Personal rewards distribution.
Lu Ming waved her hand, and 3 beams of different colors descended from the sky, enveloping the 3. A white light lit up on Artyom. He let out a soft grunt, feeling his wounds healing rapidly, and his fatigue lightening considerably. Gained physique enhancement, injuries recovered. Emily was enveloped in green light, she closed her eyes, feeling it.
Gained agility enhancement, dynamic vision improved. When it was Ye Lin's turn, a brilliant golden light fell.
The golden light entered his body, and Ye Lin felt a warm current instantly spread through his limbs and bones, every cell cheering and dancing.
Strength, speed, reaction, perception, and all-around enhancement made him feel reborn. Gained a significant boost in all attributes.
Gained specialty, beginner's abnormal affinity. Your demeanor, actions, and words have increased affinity with low-level abnormalities, making it easier to gain their favor. Gained specialty, beginner's abnormal resistance. Ignore the negative effects exerted on you by low-level abnormalities. Gained skill, communication breakthrough. You can communicate with life forms with which you could not communicate before. Lu Ming looked at the complex expression on Ye Lin's face, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, and then she returned to her cold demeanor.
Now, issue the national fortune rewards.
As soon as her words fell, a grand mechanical voice resonated in the skies above all countries in the world. The National Fortune Instance 335 bus has ended, and now rewards/punishments will be issued based on the performance of the participants from each country. Dragon Country, Participant Ye Lin Performance Evaluation, excellent. Gained Golden Level National Fortune Reward. For the next month, the nationwide natural resource regeneration rate will increase by 100%, the probability of technological innovation inspiration will increase by 50%, and the overall physical quality of citizens will improve. Across Dragon Country, people erupted in thunderous cheers. Depleted mines revived, polluted rivers became clear at a visible speed, and countless researchers experienced flashes of inspiration. Long-standing problems were solved easily. Beautiful Country, Participant Emily Performance Evaluation, good. Gained Silver Level National Fortune Reward. For the next month, domestic firearms sales will increase by 30%. Bear Country, Participant Artyom Performance Evaluation, pass.
Gained Bronze Level National Fortune Reward. For the next month, domestic energy output will increase by 15%. Next came the cold punishment announcements.
Cherry Blossom Country, player Inoue Keita is the first to die, performance extremely poor. Imposed national fortune punishment. For the next month, the bald rate in the country will increase by 50%, and the chance of scalp cancer due to baldness will increase by 70%, including women. Instantly, all of Cherry Blossom Country fell into panic and wailing, and the stock prices of major hair growth companies plummeted. Rice Country, player Park Butchang died early, performance terrible. Imposed national fortune punishment. For the next month, the cancer rate from consuming pickled vegetables in the country will increase to 50%. The citizens of Rice Country looked at their national dish pickled vegetables on the table, turning green in the face, and hurriedly threw it into the trash can. India, player, attitude horrible. For the next month, the accident rate of major engineering projects will increase by 15%. This string of negative national fortune announcements caused global live streams to explode.
Dragon Country livestream. A 50% rate of baldness? Are the little devils ready to all become Mediterranean? 50% cancer rate from pickled vegetables? Is Rice Country trying to wipe itself out? Accident rate increase?
Even if India's planes and trains don't improve, no one dares to ride. After Lu Ming announced the national fortune rewards, the official expression on her face vanished instantly, and she waved at Artyom and Emily.
Alright, you two can go back now. Before the two could react, their figures instantly vanished from their spot.
At the same time, all the livestream screens worldwide went black, displaying live broadcast has ended.
Dragon Country livestream, last moment before black screen. Why did it go black? Where's Yi Shun? Is it over after the rewards? Sister Lu Ming sent the other two away. Is she going to be alone with Yi Shun? I bet 50 cents, the next part is paid content. Beautiful Country livestream, before black screen. Fuck. Why cut the livestream? We have the right to know what happens next. Dragon Country people must be trading with the abnormalities.
Bear Country livestream, before black screen.
Brother Artyom is back, even though he just passed. It's good to be alive. Dragon Country brothers are great, let's collaborate again next time.
At the Mist Village station, the thick fog seemed like a natural barrier.
Without outsiders, Lu Ming's tightly strung shoulders finally relaxed.
Her hollow eyes instantly became watery and bright, reflecting the figure of Ye Lin within.
Stinky brother.
She cried out almost with a sob, and her whole body flew into Ye Lin's embrace like a swallow returning to the nest, her hands tightly wrapping around his waist, her cheeks rubbing hard against his chest. Ye Lin staggered back a step from the impact, but without hesitation, he tightened his arms. One hand firmly grasped her delicate and soft waist, while the other slid under the hem of her deep blue uniform, caressing her cool yet elastic thigh.
He lowered his head, accurately capturing those two cool yet soft lips.
This kiss was filled with the intensity of survival and the urgency of confirming each other's existence, deeper and more uninhibited than the one in the bus compartment earlier. Lu Ming gave a slight moan, completely melting in Ye Lin's arms, responding clumsily yet passionately. The surrounding gray mist seemed to become heated because of the passionate entanglement of this couple. After a long time, when both were panting, they rested their foreheads against each other and slowly parted. Lu Ming's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling, no trace of the cold ticket seller from before.
The company only granted me a temporary 24-hour permission.
Her voice carried a slight breathlessness, with some reluctance and grievance.
I can stay with you until dawn.
Ye Lin gently stroked her reddened cheek with his finger, his smile warm and determined.
Whether it's 24 hours or 24 minutes, as long as I can hold my sister, every second makes me happy.
Lu Ming was sweetly moved by his straightforward words, but thinking of business, she became a bit serious.
Lin, you must be curious about why I suddenly disappeared on the bus just now, right?
Ye Lin nodded, it was indeed his greatest confusion.
Chapter 27, Can I get on the bus? That is a strict company rule. Lu Ming explained.
In the final phase of the 335 bus copy, the rules do not allow any of our staff to interfere, players must rely on themselves to pass through. As she spoke, her tone carried a hint of fear and determination.
But if you really can't get out in the end, no matter if it means getting fired or breaking the rules, I will definitely break in to save you.
Ye Lin felt touched and held her even tighter. Thank you, sister.
But what about the high-heeled lady?
She got off the bus long ago, just on the industrial area side, you just didn't notice. Actually, that last segment of time was just an illusion, testing your choices in a desperate situation, your true selves had already arrived.
Ye Lin suddenly understood. He wanted to thank that high-heeled lady, but it seemed there would be no chance. He looked down at the shy look of the person in his arms, his voice lowered and filled with ambiguity. So, sister, is there something special you want to do with your brother before leaving? Lu Ming's face instantly turned deep red, even her neck was stained pink. Stinky brother, I'm afraid I might never see you again, I don't want to leave any regrets. Current desire of Lu Ming, wants to completely give herself to the host, afraid of separation, unwilling to leave any regrets. Desire intensity, max. Ye Lin instantly understood. He swallowed hard, can we get on the bus?
Lu Ming was too shy to lift her head, just nodding vigorously and making an almost inaudible sound of agreement. Ye Lin no longer hesitated, scooping her up and striding towards the 335 bus park nearby. The bus door slid open silently, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The interior of the bus remained in the same chaotic state as before, but it somehow carried a more enchanting atmosphere. Ye Lin hugged Lu Ming and walked straight to the last row of seats where he first woke up, gently placing her on the hard plastic seat. Shadows and the light from the gray mist outside intertwined, outlining her captivating curves. The deep blue uniform jacket was removed, revealing her fair skin beneath. Lu Ming tightly shut her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering, with an enticing blush on her skin. She nervously grabbed the edge of Ye Lin's shirt, yet obediently cooperated with his movements. Sister, don't be afraid. Ye Lin kissed her eyelid, his actions full of tenderness. The cold seat and the hot body, the suppressed gasps and the desired moans. Lu Ming's snow-white arms tightly wrapped around Ye Lin's back, her nails leaving red marks on his skin. Target favorability, 95-100, body and mind merged, completely fallen, unwavering till death. Ding. Detected that the target's favorability has reached maximum value. Reward being granted. Congratulations, host has obtained the profession, Junior Mysterious Chef. Can make relatively simple mysterious dishes. Obtained the Junior Mysterious Dish recipe, White Rabbit Milk Candy, Lu Ming Special Version. Not knowing how long it had been, the wind and rain gradually stopped. Ye Lin leaned back in the chair, while Lu Ming curled up in his arms, her cheek pressed against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. If you do a mission in the future and encounter a dungeon in Li City, be sure to find me. Lu Ming's voice carried deep reluctance. She took out a small phone from her discarded uniform jacket and shoved it into Ye Lin's hand. This is my spare phone, it has the SIM card of the anomalous company inside, when you arrive in the mysterious world, you can use this to contact me. She also pulled out a note with an address written on it, this is my home address, Lin, keep it safe. The phone is also linked to a bank card from T&D Bank, it's my savings from these years, about 50,000 strange coins. The password is 520131. If you need money, feel free to take it anytime. Ye Lin looked at the phone and note in his hands, listening to her nearly emptying her savings, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He said nothing but lifted her face and kissed her deeply again, expressing everything through action. This kiss was gentle and prolonged, until Lu Ming felt she was almost suffocating and her whole body went weak, before he released her. Sister. Ye Lin looked at her watery, dreamy eyes and solemnly promised, "I will come find you, definitely."
Lu Ming leaned in his embrace, nodding vigorously.
Before dawn, Lu Ming sent Ye Lin back to the real world. When Ye Lin came to his senses, he found himself sitting on a bus stop bench, the last place he stayed in the real world before entering the dungeon. He looked down at his clean, ordinary casual clothes, as if the life and death struggle and passionate entanglement that just happened on the mysterious bus was all just a bizarre dream. But the feeling of power within him, the information about the profession of junior mysterious chef in his mind, the recipe for white rabbit milk candy, and the strange phone and address note in his pocket all clearly told him it wasn't a dream.
I made it out.
Ye Lin muttered to himself, instinctively touching his lips, where he seemed to still feel Lu Ming's cold, soft touch and a faint, sweet scent.
Mr. Yi. Is it Mr. Ye Lin?
A somewhat urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Ye Lin looked up and saw the station's perimeter had been quietly surrounded by several black sedans and police cars. A capable-looking middle-aged man quickly walked over, followed by several vigilant attendants. "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Zhou Hai, the director of the Anomalous Strategies Bureau of Jiangbei Province in Longhua." The middle-aged man stood in front of Ye Lin and respectfully extended his hand. "To ensure your safety and avoid unnecessary attention, the higher-ups sent me to pick you up as quickly as possible."
There are too many people here to discuss, could you please get in the car? We can go to the Hongcheng Anomalous Strategies Bureau for a detailed talk? Zhou Hai's gaze quickly scanned Ye Lin, confirming his well-being, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was the newcomer who had just created a miracle in the National Luck Dungeon, a strategically valuable talent for Longhua, and nothing must go wrong. Ye Lin looked at Zhou Hai and then glanced around at the alert arrangement. His heart understood. The state machinery was indeed efficient. He had just come out of the dungeon, and the car was already there. Without any hesitation, he stood up and calmly shook hands with Director Zhou Hai. "Hello, Director Zhou, no problem, I will go with you." He was very clear about his value at the moment and understood that cooperating with the state was the best choice. After all, his future life and death would be tied to the fate of Dragon Country. It was impossible for the Dragon Country officials to be adverse to him. "Good, Mr. Yi, please." Zhou Hai stepped aside to lead the way, personally opening the door of a black sedan for Ye Lin. The convoy quickly left the bus station, passed through familiar city streets, and finally entered a quiet, upscale villa area. Chapter 28, The Little Tune of Progress.
Ye Lin looked at the individual villas passing by outside the window, a bit surprised.
Is this the strange countermeasure bureau of Hongdu?
Zhou Hai seemed to see his confusion, explaining as he led him toward a villa that didn't look special on the outside.
In order to respond to emergencies and ensure the safety and confidentiality of core personnel, we temporarily requisitioned this area as the office and accommodation point for the Hong City branch. It has already been renovated to the highest standards. Stepping inside the villa, Ye Lin discovered a different world. The exterior was a luxurious villa, but the interior was full of a high-tech feel, with various unknown instruments flashing indicators, and uniformly dressed staff moving quickly, creating a serious and efficient atmosphere. Zhou Hai took Ye Lin directly to a special conference room. The walls of the conference room seemed to be made of some special metal, with excellent sound insulation. In the center was a large conference table, facing a huge electronic screen. "Mr. Yi, please sit for a moment, the minister will connect with you via remote call." Zhou Hai motioned for Ye Lin to take the main seat, while he sat at the lower position. Soon, the screen lit up, revealing an elderly man with a serious expression, the minister of the countermeasure department of Dragon Country, Chen Guodong. "Comrade Ye Lin, hello."
Minister Chen's voice came through the speaker, carrying a steady sense of power. "First, please allow me, on behalf of the nation and the Countermeasure Department of Dragon Country, to express the highest respect and heartfelt gratitude for your outstanding performance in this National Fortune Dungeon. As a newcomer, you remained calm in the face of danger, turning the tide and winning precious gold-level National Fortune rewards for the country. You are a hero of Dragon Country." Minister Chen's opening remarks were direct and forceful, his gaze fixed on Ye Lin, unabashedly full of admiration. Ye Lin immediately stood up, his attitude humble and proper. "Minister, you flatter me, I only did what I should do. Any child of Dragon Country in my position would do their utmost. It is my honor to contribute to the country." He behaved neither arrogantly nor excessively timid. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Minister Chen's eyes as he waved his hand. "Sit, let's talk while sitting. The nation will never forget your contributions. After an emergency meeting among the senior officials, we have decided to award you the following: a cash reward of 10 million yuan, which has already been transferred to an exclusive account prepared for you. You are granted the identity of a strategic-level player, enjoying the treatment of a major general, with corresponding security, logistics, and intelligence support." Major general treatment. 10 million. Ye Lin's heart jumped suddenly, even though he had anticipated it. Hearing this substantial reward in person still made his breath quicken slightly. Just yesterday, he was a fresh graduate overwhelmed with work and lost about his future, and today he had transformed into a strategic figure enjoying major general treatment? This dramatic rise and fall in life was truly exhilarating.
In his mind, the little tune of progress echoed almost uncontrollably. Thank you for the trust and nurturing from the nation.
Ye Lin stood up once more, his tone firm. I am willing to accept the country's arrangement and continue to contribute my strength to the Dragon Nation.
Good, very good.
Minister Chen's face showed a genuine smile. The country needs young people like you, who are capable and responsible.
He changed his tone, his expression becoming serious again. Comrade Ye Lin, next we need you to recount your experience in the 335 bus instance as detailed as possible.
Especially the key decisions you made, like proactively contacting the ticket seller, folding paper cranes, and even the specific considerations when establishing a special relationship with the bazaar.
How did you analyze the rules and find those seemingly absurd yet effective solutions?
Your thought process and actions are of extremely important reference value for our future analysis, response, and even solving other bazaar instances.
I hope you can understand and cooperate. The meeting room became quiet, and Zhou Hai also held his breath, waiting for Ye Lin's answer.
Ye Lin was already prepared in his heart. The system was his biggest trump card, and he could never reveal it. He pondered for a moment, organized his language, lifted his head, and met Minister Chen's gaze on the screen with sincerity.
Minister Chen, Director Zhou, I understand the importance of this matter. But I must speak frankly, some of my actions in the instance may be very difficult to replicate directly.
His tone was steady as he began to express his well-thought-out remarks.
First, mindset.
I believe that maintaining calm in any desperate situation is the first and most important rule. Panic solves nothing, it only leads to a quicker demise.
Next, observation and analysis.
The rules are laid out, but often, deeper logic is hidden behind the rules. For example, the ticket seller is also part of the instance and may be constrained by the rules, even having her own emotions and needs. I noticed her indifference to other players and a slight difference in her attitude toward me, so I decided to take a gamble and try to interact. This requires courage. As for how to achieve my goals, to be honest, some steps involve a lot of luck and personal improvisation. For example, complimenting her lipstick and giving her paper cranes were largely based on my instinctive reaction to the atmosphere at that time. I can only say that when facing the bazaar, we can't just be fearful and escape. Sometimes we need to treat them like people, trying to understand their behavioral logic and even satisfying some of their needs. Perhaps we can find a glimmer of hope. Ye Lin skillfully summarized the system's hints and strategy suggestions as his own observations, analyses, courage, and instinctive reactions. In summary, I believe that successfully passing through bazaar instances requires calm analysis as a foundation, finding loopholes or exploitable points in the rules is key, and daring to take risks, to do what ordinary people wouldn't dare to think or do, is an important means to break the deadlock. We cannot be frightened by the word bazaar, they are not unfathomable, nor are they omniscient and omnipotent. Finding their rules, utilizing their rules, or even establishing special relationships could all become our weapons. Minister Chen and Zhou Hai fell into contemplation after hearing this. Ye Lin's actions were indeed astonishing and difficult to replicate, but the thought process he summarized gave them great inspiration.
Well said. Minister Chen's eyes sparkled with insight. Comrade Ye Lin, your experiences are incredibly valuable.
We will immediately organize an expert team for in-depth research. You should rest well, familiarize yourself with your new identity and treatment.
Relevant documents, funds, and security personnel will arrive soon. The country needs you to continue to utilize your talents. Yes, I guarantee I will complete the task.
Ye Lin replied loudly.
After the communication ended, the screen went dark.
Zhou Hai enthusiastically stepped forward. Mr. Yi, no, General Yi, I will take you to your residence, just in the villa next door.
Everything has been prepared.
In Hancheng, if you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. Ye Lin smiled and nodded, following Zhou Hai out of the conference room.
Chapter 29, Timed Copies and Media Copies.
Walking along the path to his residence, Zhou Hai's enthusiasm on his face faded slightly.
General Yi, you just cleared a copy. Is there still a lot you don't understand about horror games?
Ye Lin nodded. Indeed, I've only seen some live streams and know the basics.
Many details and tricks are still unclear. Well, that's very normal. Let me first introduce you to the most basic concepts. How do you think horror game copies are mainly categorized?
Ye Lin thought for a moment. From the live streams and official announcements, they generally divide into national luck copies and ordinary copies.
Zhou Hai smiled. That's half right, that's just the most superficial classification, meant for the public.
In fact, national luck copies are essentially ordinary copies, only with additional rules of national luck rewards and punishments added by horror games. Ye Lin paused slightly. This was something he hadn't considered. Therefore, the professional classification doesn't look at whether it has national luck or not, but rather how it seeks you out. Zhou Hai continued explaining. It mainly divides into two types.
The first type is timed copies.
As the name suggests, once you clear a copy, a countdown will start.
If you don't spend precious ghost coins to extend this time, then once the time is up, you will be forcibly randomly pulled into the next copy. There is no room for negotiation. The second type is media copies. This one is even more insidious. It proactively seeks you out through some strange media, like a ticket that suddenly appears in your pocket, or an invitation letter with no sender. Once you receive media like this, no matter if you just came out of the previous copy, the next second you must immediately go in. Ye Lin felt heavy in his heart upon hearing this. This horror game simply gives no room for survival, either wait to be forcibly transported or risk being called at any moment. So what type of copy do I belong to this time? Ye Lin looked towards Zhou Hai. You belong to a timed copy, and it's your first summons. According to the information we have, players entering for the first time will have a 7-day safe period after clearing. After 7 days, if you haven't used ghost coins to extend, you will be forcibly pulled into the next copy. Doesn't that mean I have to enter 4 copies every month? Ye Lin felt this frequency was too high. Zhou Hai shook his head, not necessarily. Internationally, there is a recognized level classification for horror game players. A newcomer like you, clearing 0 to 2 copies, counts as a level 1 player, with an interval of 1 week. After successfully clearing 3 copies, you will be promoted to a level 2 player, and the interval between copies will extend to half a month. Clearing 6 copies makes you a level 3 player, with an interval of 1 month. Clearing 12 copies makes you a level 4 player, with an interval of 2 months. Currently, globally, the highest level players, as far as we know, are stuck at level 3 or 4. The difficulty of copies increases geometrically the further you go, and those who survive and level up are extremely rare. Ye Lin immediately caught the key information. Are there any level 3 or 4 players in our Dragon Nation right now? Zhou Hai's mouth revealed a hint of bitterness, shaking his head gently. No. Not a single one. Our Dragon Nation didn't lack skilled players before, on the contrary, our top players once ranked among the best in the world. But they all fell in national luck copies. So, General Yi, your appearance means far more to our Dragon Nation than you can imagine. The higher-ups value you not just because you received a golden reward this time, but because you are currently our only spark who has survived from a national luck copy, our hope for the future. Ye Lin remained silent. He had only vaguely sensed the cruelty and importance of national luck copies from the live streams before. At this moment, hearing Zhou Hai personally speak about the tragic situation and heavy price faced by the elite players of Long Country, he truly felt the invisible weight pressing down on his shoulders. So, Director Zhou, who is the most senior player in our Long Country? Who holds the highest level? His name is Qin Yu. When Zhou Hai spoke this name, his tone carried a clear complexity of emotions. He is also from our Jiangbei province and is a level 2 player, just one step away from leveling up to level 3 by completing the final dungeon. Originally, including senior leaders, we all thought he would be the one selected for the National Fortune Dungeon this time. After all, he is experienced and among the best at level 2. No one expected that the horror game would skip over him and choose you, a complete newcomer. Zhou Hai paused, somewhat helplessly saying, I originally arranged for you two to meet and get familiar with each other. But Qin Yu seems to hold some opinions about you and clearly expressed his unwillingness to meet. Ye Lin immediately understood. This was like a national team's main player who had been preparing hard to go out for the country, only to have the spot taken by a parachuted newcomer. It was perfectly normal to feel a knot in his heart. Please don't take it too personally. Zhou Hai, fearing Ye Lin would overthink, quickly added. Qin Yu is not a bad person at heart, he is a straightforward guy, just values participating in the National Fortune Dungeon more than his own life. This setback is quite heavy for him, just give him some time to calm down. Ye Lin nodded, indicating his understanding. He wasn't the type to harbor resentment over such matters but wasn't about to push for friendship either. He was more concerned about practical issues, so according to this rule, am I still participating in next month's National Fortune Dungeon? Yes, Zhou Hai affirmed, once selected for the National Fortune Dungeon and successfully clearing it, the subsequent dungeons each month will mostly belong to you, unless... Unless what? Unless you level up to a level 4 player. Zhou Hai explained. According to vague information we've gathered from other major countries, once a player reaches level 4, if the time between dungeons exceeds 2 months, they seem to have a right to refuse participation in the National Fortune Dungeon. Once you refuse, the game will randomly select from other eligible players in the country. Moreover, for countries with strong player reserves like Beautiful Country and Bear Country, there are times when the number of eligible high-level players exceeds the required number for the National Fortune Dungeon, which leads to internal selection or rotation. In short, the selection mechanism for the National Fortune Dungeon prioritizes the players with the highest levels and most gaming experience in the country. Ye Lin pondered. It seemed that to gain breathing room in this monthly National Fortune assessment, one had to either die or push hard to level up to 4. Zhou Hai's voice rang out again, this time with a clear warning. One more thing, Major General Yi, you must remember.
This is the biggest difference between the National Fortune Dungeon and ordinary dungeons, and it is an unspoken rule that all governments are aware of. Ye Lin listened intently.
In the National Fortune Dungeon, the number of players who can successfully clear the final test will absolutely not exceed 3. Moreover, if the number of players passing the final test exceeds 3, it often triggers a more terrifying and unpredictable collective disaster mechanism. Ye Lin's heart sank, immediately recalling the brutal selection at the end of the bus. So it turns out that was not an exception, but an iron rule. Chapter 30 Blood Moon Garment Processing Factory Labor Contract. Zhou Hai continued, therefore, in the National Fortune Dungeon, you cannot expect all players to work together sincerely for survival like in ordinary dungeons, that is impossible. Every person inside is your competitor, even a potential enemy. They will do everything possible to reduce the number of others to ensure they become one of the last 3. Even if temporarily grouped, the number of people can never exceed 3. This is a lesson bought with countless blood. Trust, in the Destiny copy, is an extremely luxurious and dangerous thing. Ye Lin walked while digesting this cold and cruel information. He had initially thought that if he met Artem or Emily again, who were able to communicate, he might try to cooperate. Now it seemed that he was still too naive. In the Destiny arena, broadcasted live around the world, behind these 8 words are the naked rules of raising poison. Throw the top players inside, make them fight to the death for their country's fate, until the last survivor is determined. Mercy? Cooperation?
In such an environment, one would only die faster. He didn't want Dragon Country to suffer a disaster, nor did he want to die. So, next time he entered the Destiny copy, he knew what to do. Any threat to him and the country behind him was the enemy. For enemies, he would never hesitate again. While the two were talking, they had already arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Major Yi, this is your residence. Zhou Hai handed over the key. You can rest assured and take a good rest. The security personnel are ready, they are all the best professionals. Ye Lin wearily took the key. Thank you, Director Zhou. He felt as if he had been emptied out. Surviving the bizarre bus incident and then entangled with Lu Ming in the car, the dual exhaustion of mind and body made him feel almost falling apart. Ye Lin forced himself to follow Zhou Hai into the villa assigned to him, not even having the strength to take in the surroundings. The villa was luxuriously decorated, but his eyelids were heavy and could not be raised. The bedroom is on the 2nd floor. Before Zhou Hai could finish, Ye Lin had already stumbled up the stairs instinctively. He just wanted to sleep now. Pushing open the door of the master bedroom, a soft and wide bed came into view. Ye Lin directly fell onto the bed. With his face buried in the down blanket that smelled of sunshine, he didn't even have time to take off his shoes, and his consciousness instantly sank into darkness. He slept so heavily that he lost track of time. He didn't know that once he closed his eyes, the outside world had already turned chaotic because of new bizarre events. In Hong City, temporarily requisitioned as the villa for the Bizarre Countermeasure Bureau's Jiangbei Branch's conference hall. The place was crowded, and the atmosphere was oppressive. More than 100 people were squeezed in the hall, of all ages and genders, their faces uniformly showing panic. They all tightly clutched a bizarre labor contract from the Blood Moon clothing factory. What the hell is this thing? A young man in a delivery uniform exclaimed, it suddenly appeared in my bike basket when I was delivering food this morning, I couldn't shake it off. Next to him, a fashionable white-collar woman spoke with a trembling voice, me too, it appeared on my desk while I was working. I took a glance, and then I couldn't throw it away. What do you mean you couldn't throw it away? Someone asked. The white-collar woman tried to throw the contract, but the paper seemed to stick to her hand, and the moment it left her grasp, it flew back into her palm automatically. A gasp of cold air echoed through the crowd. This bizarre phenomenon exceeded their understanding. At the front of the hall, Zhou Hai looked at the chaotic scene, his brow tightly knitted. Beside him stood a tall man, crew-cut, with sharp eyes. He was one of the oldest players in Dragon Country, Xinyu. Xinyu also held a similar Blood Moon clothing factory labor contract in his hand. Director Zhou, the situation is clear. Xinyu said in a low voice, in just one day, hundreds of the same medium have appeared in Hong City and the surrounding areas. This is definitely a large-scale medium copy, unprecedented in scale. Zhou Hai nodded with a grim expression. Medium copies are the hardest to defend against, unlike timed copies that have a buffer period. Once chosen by the medium, you might be pulled in the next second. Moreover, this time the affected range is so broad, involving so many people, most of whom are inexperienced newcomers. If all of this were to be crammed into one copy, the mortality rate would be unimaginable. Qin Yu. Zhou Hai turned around, his tone heavy. This time, it seems you'll have to work hard again. After entering, try to take care of the newcomers. If we can bring one out, it's one less unnecessary casualty. Qin Yu nodded with a solemn expression, of course, that is my duty. He paused for a moment, scanned the hall, and added calmly, Director Zhou, why haven't I seen the newcomer, Comrade Ye Lin? With his experience in the national fortune copy, even if he can't enter with us, his guidance would be a great help to the newcomers.
Zhou Hai's expression tightened slightly. Comrade Ye Lin has just come out of the national fortune copy. He is exhausted and resting.
I haven't disturbed him.
Qin Yu's brow furrowed imperceptibly, then quickly returned to normal.
I understand he needs rest. However, Director Zhou, the strange copies never give us time to prepare. As soldiers of Long Country, we all understand the importance of being on standby at all times. His tone was very calm, and what he said was indeed correct, yet it made Zhou Hai feel the underlying disagreement. Zhou Hai looked straight at Qin Yu. Comrade Ye Lin's situation is special. His consumption in the national fortune copy far exceeds what ordinary people can imagine. I believe that if he had the ability to participate, he would never back down.
Are you saying that without Comrade Ye Lin, you cannot complete the mission? Comrade Qin Yu, answer me now, can you complete the task?
Qin Yu sat up straight, his voice firm. Yes, Director.
I will do my utmost to complete the task.
He said no more, but his straightened spine and tightly pressed lips still revealed a hint of dissent toward Ye Lin's absence. Zhou Hai looked at this loyal but stubborn subordinate, and he sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew that ever since Qin Yu's comrade had sacrificed himself in the national fortune copy, he had been putting himself through devilish training, hoping to wash away the shame for his fallen comrade in the next national fortune copy. Unexpectedly, this time, a newcomer snatched the slot, so it was inevitable that he felt a sense of grievance. But now was not the time to fret over that.
Concentrate and prepare to face the current situation.
Zhou Hai's words were not finished.
In the hall, all those holding labor contracts suddenly erupted with blinding white light. Ah! What's happening?
As the cries of surprise rose, in the next second, hundreds of figures instantly disappeared without a trace from the hall.
Including Qin Yu.
The large business hall was suddenly empty, leaving only a few dumbfounded staff members and Zhou Hai.
Inside the villa bedroom,
Ye Lin was in a deep sleep, completely unaware of everything happening. He turned over, his arm unconsciously hanging off the edge of the bed. On the bedsheet beside him, a strange piece of paper had quietly appeared without him noticing. At the top of the paper, the words Blood Moon Garment Processing Factory Labor Contract were written in bright red characters. Asleep, Ye Lin remained unaware of it.
In the next second,
a blinding white light suddenly enveloped his entire body. The figure on the bed instantly twisted, blurred, and then vanished. On the soft bed, only a shallow indentation of a person remained.
Chapter 31, Human Resources Manager Cold Moon.
As the white light dissipated, Ye Lin felt something hard beneath him, a bit uncomfortable. He groggily tried to turn over, but found that the bed felt wrong. How could it feel like concrete?
Ye God! It's Ye God! It's really him. I've seen the live stream. Great! With Ye God here, what's there to fear in the copy? Excited discussions buzzed in his ears, giving Ye Lin a headache.
He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, propping himself up and looking around. This place looked like an abandoned factory's open space, with a faint gray mist surrounding it, and hundreds of people gathered here.
He had just been lying on the empty ground among the crowd, snoring away. What's going on? Wasn't I sleeping in the villa?
Ye Lin rubbed his temples, still feeling a bit dazed.
Comrade Ye Lin!
A deep voice full of obvious displeasure rang out. Ye Lin looked up to see a tall man standing in front of him, looking down with a furrowed brow.
It was Qin Yu.
Seeing Ye Lin like this, just waking up, Qin Yu didn't want to get involved. But looking at Ye Lin lying on the ground, completely unguarded and surrounded by potential dangers, his sense of responsibility compelled him to approach.
Why are you still lying on the ground? You can't afford to be careless in this situation. Qin Yu's tone was stiff. Ye Lin blinked, finally gaining a bit of clarity. Who are you? Qin Yu.
Ye Lin paused for a moment, remembering that Zhou Hai had mentioned an experienced player who held some opinions about him.
He sized up Qin Yu and then looked around the environment. A ridiculous thought suddenly flooded his mind. Wait, is this a dungeon? Comrade Ye Lin, your reaction is truly too dull. Look at what you are holding in your hand.
Qin Yu shook his head in frustration, unable to imagine how Ye Lin managed to survive the National Fate dungeon in this state. Ye Lin looked down and indeed saw that he was clutching a crumpled piece of paper, that bizarre labor contract.
A wave of indignation surged within him. What a joke!
He had just narrowly escaped from the National Fate dungeon, and had spent less than a day in the real world.
Even a working person on a 996 schedule wouldn't be so exploited.
Not even the donkeys in the production team would dare to be treated like this. Ye Lin was utterly at a loss for tears. At that moment, a few young men and women came over, their faces filled with admiration.
Ye God, I'm your fan.
Your performance in the National Fate dungeon was just amazing. I watched the part where you teased the ticket seller 10 times.
And the kiss scene, Ye God, teach me how to conquer the bazaar.
Qin Yu watched as the crowd surrounded Ye Lin, his brow furrowing even tighter. This behavior was far from the image of a hero of the Dragon Kingdom he had in mind, and his doubts about Ye Lin's abilities grew. Just then, a cold mechanical voice echoed in all players' minds. Welcome players to the Blood Moon Clothing Factory scene.
Current dungeon type, large collaborative survival dungeon. Completion goal, meet the production targets assigned by the factory and survive until dawn on the third day.
The dungeon now officially begins. As the prompt ended, thick gray fog rolled from the direction of the factory, and a tall figure slowly emerged. It was a woman, dressed in a well-tailored silver-gray professional suit. She had long silver hair like moonlight, neatly tied back, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, but her ice blue eyes held no warmth, only a chilling indifference. Her appearance instantly captured everyone's attention. However, Ye Lin's gaze first fell on her feet. She wore a pair of bright red high heels, elegant and striking. This color, this style, was far too familiar.
Ye Lin? Ye Lin's heart jolted. How did this bizarre woman end up wearing Ye Lin? Wasn't Ye Lin a big shot with self-awareness? Just as he was filled with confusion, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a new target to pursue. Target, Cold Moon, the personnel manager of the Blood Moon Clothing Factory. Bizarre charm level, S-class, silver hair and ice blue eyes, a stunning queen. This charm, this aura, those legs. And she's stepping on our old acquaintance. Host, shouldn't you rush for this? Bizarre level, vengeful spirit level. Status, mysteriously thinks the host is somewhat pleasing to the eye. Favorability, 3, somewhat pleasing to the eye. Pursuit suggestion, she is an elite who values efficiency and order to an extreme degree. Perhaps, showing your value and professionalism could spark her interest? Of course, the premise is not to offend her. That old friend on her feet may offer a breakthrough? In the cold moonlight, a pair of slender feet wrapped in red high heels walked steadily to the front of the crowd, her icy gaze sweeping across the room. All the players instinctively held their breath, feeling the pressure of her powerful aura that made them too afraid to move. I am Cold Moon, the personnel manager of Blood Moon Clothing Factory. You are all newly recruited workers, and I will now assign you your roles. She slightly turned to the side, and behind her, a worn wooden table appeared, stacked with several piles of differently colored worker badges. Assembly line workers, the most needed, simple work with high repetition. Factory security, male required, physically strong, responsible for maintaining order in the factory. Delivery drivers, must have truck driving skills, responsible for transporting raw materials and finished products. Loading workers, male required, high physical demands. Piece rate workers, female required, attention to detail, responsible for counting production. With each position she announced, a ripple of whispers rose from the crowd. Conflicted expressions filled the players' faces, and no one knew what deadly rules lay behind these roles. Ye Lin's mind raced. Assembly line workers sounded the most ordinary, but often ordinary meant hidden dangers the most. Security had to maintain order, possibly facing conflicts directly. Drivers had to drive, in this bizarre world, who knew what they would encounter. Loading workers were pure physical labor, easily triggering rules of fatigue. Piece rate workers were limited to women and sounded relatively safe, but Cold Moon mentioned needing attention to detail, indicating extremely high accuracy requirements. None were good choices. But if he had to choose, security seemed nice, it sounded like there was space for maneuver. Maintaining order meant he could move around the factory, with more freedom than other positions, allowing him to observe the rules and even access management, like this Cold Moon manager in front of him. He had made up his mind to choose security. However, just as he wanted to step forward to take the security badge, he realized the last blue badge had already been taken by someone else. Chapter 32, The Cold and Elegant Woman is Actually a Foodie? Ye Lin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, quickly scanning the table. The pink badge for piece rate workers had been snatched by several quick-reacting female players, and the yellow badge for delivery drivers had vanished in the blink of an eye. Only a thick stack of white badges representing assembly line workers and a few black badges for loading workers remained. Damn it, he was too slow. Ye Lin cursed silently. Loading workers relied purely on strength, and in this strange place, physical exhaustion was definitely a fatal risk. Assembly line workers sounded dull, but most players were in this position, there might still be opportunities for survival. He had no choice. Expressionless, Ye Lin stepped forward and picked up a white badge, pinning it to his clothing. Soon, all the players had made their selections. Cold Moon's icy blue eyes scanned the crowd, her voice showing not a hint of emotion. Role assignment complete. Now, follow your respective guides to the work area. Security, follow me to the patrol kiosk. Piece rate workers, go to the counting room. Loading workers, go to the warehouse area. Drivers, go to the parking lot and stand by. The crowd was quickly dispersed. Finally, only Ye Lin's group, the largest number of assembly line workers, remained in place. Cold Moon's gaze fell upon them. Assembly line workers, follow me. Ye Lin blended into the crowd and immediately caught up. As he walked, he decisively repeated in his mind, use fortuitous insight, target Cold Moon. Insight successful.
Target, Blood Moon Clothing Factory Personnel Manager Cold Moon.
Likes, a hidden little foodie, loves food, especially adores desserts and cute snacks.
Dislikes, hates all tasteless food, detests the factory cafeteria's pig food deeply.
The cold and elegant woman with silver hair and icy eyes was secretly a foodie? He liked this contrast. Coincidentally, Ye Lin had a piece of creamy milk candy given to him by Lu Ming in his pocket.
This candy may become the breakthrough in the current situation. The factory gradually revealed its outline in the gray mist, a huge building stained with rust. Cold Moon stopped at the factory entrance, where an old electronic time clock was installed, the screen emitting a faint green glow.
This is your work area. Cold Moon pointed to the time clock. You must clock in here every time you come to work and leave. Those who do not clock in take responsibility for the consequences.
Now go clock in. Those who have clocked in can wait by the factory door. I have a few last words to say. The players immediately surged toward the time clock, and Ye Lin followed the crowd, tapping his white work badge on the sensing area.
Ding! Assembly line worker Ye Lin, clock in successful.
After clocking in, Ye Lin did not leave immediately. His gaze was drawn to a stain on the wall beside the time clock. The stain was dark, and next to it, words carved with some sharp object were faintly discernible. He leaned in closer and could clearly see the content above. Assembly line worker code of conduct. 1. Arrive and leave on time, clock in and out each time.
Those who fail to clock in will be considered for disposal. 2. Do not leave your station unless necessary.
If you need to leave, for restroom, etc., you must report to Human Resources Manager Cold Moon and obtain approval.
Leaving your station without permission for more than 5 minutes will be considered a voluntary abandonment of your worker identity. 3. Production efficiency is vital.
The minimum daily production target is 50 qualified products. Those failing to meet the daily output will face disposal. 4. If you believe you cannot meet the target, you can request assistance from the strange workers on the assembly line, but please note they will not help others for free.
You need to pay a favor, which they like the most is. The following text is obscured by deeper stains, unclear.
5. The assembly line conveyor belt will occasionally send some special materials. If you see materials talking to you, immediately throw them into the red recycling bin at your feet and repeat 3 times, I saw nothing. 6. If you hear chewing and sucking sounds from beneath your workstation, that is normal, do not look down. 7. When the strange worker wearing glasses asks you to do something else, like take out the trash, clean up, etc., you must drop any work in front of you and execute immediately. 8. Human Resources Manager Cold Moon will conduct inspections in the factory from time to time, during which employees must work diligently. If Cold Moon is dissatisfied with your work, she can dismiss you immediately. Ye Lin browsed the rules quickly, frowning. Leaf God, you saw this rule too, a somewhat nervous voice sounded beside him. Ye Lin turned to see 2 young men huddled closer. One wore black-rimmed glasses and looked a bit scholarly, the other was slightly chubby and wore a flattering smile.
Hello, Leaf God, I'm Liang, and this is Josito.
The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and lowered his voice.
We noticed you've been looking at the rules, did you find something? Ye Lin's mind wasn't fully focused on studying the rules at all.
He was preoccupied with how to find a reasonable excuse to get closer to Cold Moon. To him, the rules were nothing but another malicious survival challenge. The key was to manage those who set the rules or could influence them. Ye Lin casually replied, I think the rules are crystal clear, it's like a reinforced version of certain corrupt factories on Blue Star. Just look at the 3rd and 7th points. 50 qualified products daily is a death grip on the targets.
And then? What role does the bespectacled strange worker play? Isn't it just the most disgusting lower-level boss?
On one hand, they bark orders at you, making you do a bunch of irrelevant tasks that waste your time, while on the other, they use production efficiency metrics to hold you back. They accuse you of working too slowly.
Isn't this purely a trap?
Your life and death depend largely on whether this glasses guy is in a good mood today or wants to find trouble with you. If he is intent on making you sweep the floor all day, even if you grow 8 hands to work, you cannot escape the fate of being scrapped. Lianming and Zhou Citone's faces suddenly turned pale.
Does that mean we are doomed? Zhou Citone's voice trembled. Lianming forced himself to be calm. Yelled, you must have a way to deal with this, right? We will follow your arrangements.
Ye Lin laughed heartily and was about to continue making up some nonsense when Leng Yu's cold voice came over.
Have you all signed? Come and gather.
The players left at the factory entrance immediately gathered around.
Leng Yu said to everyone, my office is on the 2nd floor of the factory. If you have something really important, you can come to my office to find me. But you better make sure your matter is really important. If you waste my time over trivial things, think about the consequences of angering me. That's all I have to say.
Lang Yu was about to start assigning workstations when her brow suddenly furrowed slightly, and she raised her hand to cover her mouth. Using Desire Probe, target, Lang Yu.
Desire probe activated. Target locked, Lang Yu. Current desire: the breakfast is so bad, still feeling nauseous, really want to eat a delicious candy to suppress the discomfort. Desire intensity, strong. Chapter 33. Feed manager Lang Yu a candy.
Ye Lin's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to give candy.
Without hesitation, he stepped forward, leaving the player group. What are you doing?
Lang Yu immediately noticed, her ice blue eyes locking onto him with wariness.
Return to the group, or I will immediately cancel your employee status.
Many other players had seen Ye Lin's bizarre operations in the National Fortune Dungeon during the livestream, but seeing it in person made them gasp. Ye Lin wore a sincere concern on his face, quickening his steps, while his hand had already reached into his pocket, skillfully unwrapping the last remaining white rabbit candy. Manager Lang Yu, please don't misunderstand. I saw that you seem to have a poor appetite and your complexion isn't good, so I wanted to give you a candy to help alleviate it.
No need.
Lang Yu interrupted sharply, her gaze growing even colder. You don't need to worry about my affairs.
Immediately return to the group.
Everyone must enter the factory and start working within 5 minutes, or all will have their employee status revoked.
How could she not see through this little human scheme?
It was merely an attempt to please her for some extra attention.
What could a mere human present that she would value? It was simply laughable.
However, upon hearing Lang Yu's warning, rather than retreating, Ye Lin suddenly stepped forward, now only a step away from her, and forcefully stuffed the milky candy into Lang Yu's lips, which still carried the lingering sound of her scolding. His fingertips even accidentally brushed against her cold, soft lips. All the players were left dumbfounded.
What was Ye Lin doing?
Last time he weirdly praised the strange lady at the ticket booth for her red lipstick, and this time he directly stuffed candy into the strange lady manager's mouth.
Would there really be no consequences?
Lang Yu's pupils contracted suddenly, and boundless rage surged through her. Terrifying killing intent mixed with ghostly levels of horror pressure exploded, her slender palms suddenly raised, her nails turning sharp and elongating, surrounded by dark energy, ready to strike down at Ye Lin's crown. At this moment, Ye Lin felt as if he had been thrown into an ice cave, the shadow of death looming over him. Just as the hand containing deadly power was about to fall, Lang Yu's motion suddenly froze. Because she unconsciously started to chew on the foreign object in her mouth. The candy melted in her mouth. The rich milky scent and just right sweetness instantly burst on her tongue, not only suppressing the nauseating feeling in her throat but also sending shivers through her soul with its pure, strange energy and wonderful flavor.
This is strange food.
That's right, it is definitely the strange food giant white rabbit milk candy. Such a thing, even with her status and wealth, she could rarely taste.
How could this human possibly have it?
In the brief moment that Cold Moon was stunned, Ye Lin reacted quickly and immediately showed the most sincere attitude of admitting wrongdoing. I'm sorry, Manager Cold Moon, I have offended you and deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But I simply cannot bear to see such a beautiful lady like you frowning due to lack of appetite. This candy, though precious, is just a small gesture from me. I seek no reward, only hope you can reveal a smile. After saying this, Ye Lin did not give Cold Moon any time to process or react, and with a twist, he slipped back into the group of players walking toward the factory. Cold Moon stood frozen in place, the sweet scent that lingered in her mouth causing her soul to long for it, her hand awkwardly raised in the air.
Kill him?
This kid, though his actions were reckless and offensive, seemed to genuinely care. Moreover, the candy he offered was indeed what she needed most at this moment.
Not kill him? As the personnel manager, being force-fed candy by a human worker, where would her face go?
Cold Moon watched Ye Lin disappear into the backs of the anxious players, her ice blue eyes flickering fiercely, and in the end, she slowly lowered her raised hand. She coldly glanced at the players, who were as silent as the grave, and ultimately said nothing, just turned expressionlessly to walk toward the stairs leading to the second floor.
Cold Moon's favorability, 310, thinks the host is bold and leaves a deep impression.
Seeing Cold Moon's favorability increase, Ye Lin confirmed that this first step of delivering candy was a success. However, one shouldn't be too greedy. If he continued to approach Cold Moon too deliberately, it might backfire and cause her dislike. So he decided to honestly go to work and learn the depths of the factory's rules, then act accordingly. Ye Lin followed the group of players into the factory. The vast interior of the factory was open, but dimly lit, with only a few old fluorescent lights hanging high, casting a pale light. What first caught his eye were the production lines that were operating. Next to each production line stood several figures dressed in uniform gray work clothes, diligently handling the semi-finished clothing coming along the conveyor belt. These were the strange workers mentioned in the rules. Hearing the noise at the entrance, many strange workers raised their heads, or stole glances with the corners of their eyes. They showed no restraint in their curiosity toward the new colleagues, their lips twitching uncontrollably, drooling. But due to the restrictions of the rules, they merely watched without taking any further action, quickly forced to return their focus to the work at hand.
What are you looking at? If you don't want to have your performance docked, get to work. A sharp voice rang out.
A male strange worker with thick black-framed glasses and a thin build quickly walked over from deep within the factory. This should be the glasses-wearing strange worker mentioned in Rule 7, a typical low-level management style.
Are you the new arrivals?
The four-eyed guy adjusted his glasses and swept his gaze over the players. I'm the production line team leader, you can call me Team Leader Wang.
Your workstations are over there in areas B and C, those production lines are specially for you newcomers.
He pointed to several empty production lines deeper in the factory. The work is very simple, just stitch the fabric pieces coming from the conveyor belt according to the samples.
Each person must produce 50 qualified items a day. One less.
Team Leader Wang grinned, revealing a cruel smile, gesturing across his neck with his hand.
Just wait to be sent to the recycling center to be scrapped. The players fell silent, their faces not looking good at all. What are you still doing? Waiting for me to invite you over? Go to your workstations immediately. Within 5 minutes, I want to see all production lines up and running.
The players scattered like birds taking flight, hurriedly running towards the designated production lines in area B and C. Ye Lin blended into the crowd, also heading toward an empty assembly line. The workstation he chose was close to the aisle, making it easy to observe the situation in the entire factory. On the workstation was an old sewing machine, piled next to it were some dusty fabrics and a standard outfit as a sample.
How do you use this sewing machine?
I've never touched one of these, a young female player said, her voice trembling, fidgeting nervously. Calm down, look at the sample, it shouldn't be hard, a middle-aged male player responded relatively calmly, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his anxiety.
Ye Lin ignored the commotion around him.
He picked up the sample work uniform and took a look. The structure was indeed simple, just a few pieces of fabric stitched together. After all, it was an assembly line, as long as one had intact limbs, it was work anyone could do.
Chapter 34 The disaster triggered by asking for a stool.
Ye Lin sat at his workstation, his fingers awkwardly operating the sewing machine. The needle went up and down, barely stitching the dusty fabric together. Surrounding players gradually calmed down from the initial panic, though their movements were clumsy, at least the production line had started to operate.
How long do we have to stand like this? A young man with dyed yellow hair rubbed his aching calves, quietly complaining, not even a stool, my legs are about to break.
His words resonated with several others.
Yeah, who can stand like this the whole time?
I didn't even stand this long during military training.
Look at that four-eyed guy, why does he get to sit on a stool?
Several people turned their gazes to the end of the production line. Team Leader Wang was sitting on a chipped wooden stool, crossing his legs, scribbling in a small notebook while occasionally glancing up with a cold, piercing gaze at everyone. The yellow-haired guy exchanged glances with 3 other male players.
Should we go ask? A short, chubby man said tentatively, asking for a stool isn't too much, right? It's not like we're delaying work.
Exactly, standing like this lowers our work efficiency, the yellow-haired man immediately agreed. I don't see anything in the rules saying we can't ask for a stool. Feeling justified, they bolstered each other's courage and walked towards Team Leader Wang together.
Ye Lin lifted his eyelids, silently observing their actions, slowing down the work in his hands.
He felt these people were a bit foolish.
Making requests to a strange being in the dungeon was no different from seeking death, right?
But he didn't speak to stop them. He wanted to see where the boundary of this reasonable request lay, especially how Cold Moon would handle it. This was important for his future actions.
Team Leader Wang.
The yellow-haired guy forced a flattering smile. We discussed this, and standing for so long is really tough on our legs, and our efficiency is low.
Can we possibly have a stool too? Even if we take turns sitting, that would be fine.
Team Leader Wang looked up, a cold glint flashing behind his thick glasses.
After so many years in the factory, all employees work while standing. What, are you a few new precious ones? Complaining about wanting stools on your first day? The short, chubby man couldn't help but retort, sitting while working doesn't affect productivity, it can actually help keep our energy up and improve efficiency, so why not? Right, standing is exhausting, another person chimed in. Team Leader Wang's face darkened, ready to explode. Suddenly. Tap, tap, tap. 3 clear clicks of high heels echoed from the direction of the second floor.
Hearing this sound, the anger on Team Leader Wang's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a strange cold smile. He pushed his glasses and looked at the several clueless human beings in front of him, speaking slowly. Since you all want the stools so badly, fine, go ask Manager Ling for a note. As long as she agrees, I'll give you the stools. He pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor, the manager's office is upstairs, go ahead. The group with the yellow hair was taken aback, not expecting Team Leader Wang to be so easy to talk to. They looked at each other, feeling a bit nervous, but thinking that Ye Lin had just forcefully given Manager Ling some candy without issue. They simply wanted to ask for a stool, a reasonable request, so Manager Ling shouldn't make things difficult for them, right? Let's go ask, said the yellow-haired one, steeling himself and leading the way up the stairs. The other three hesitated for a moment but followed suit. Ye Lin watched their figures with a furrowed brow.
Team leader Wang's attitude change was too abrupt. Were those 3 sounds of high heels a coincidence? Or some kind of signal?
He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The other players in the factory were nervously watching the direction of the stairs with their peripheral vision.
Time passed second by second.
There was no sound from upstairs. Just when someone thought those people had successfully gotten the note, a scream that was distorted by agony came from the second floor. It was the voice of the yellow-haired one. Immediately after, there were other voices begging for mercy and crying in absolute terror.
Manager. We were wrong. No. Please. We won't dare again. We don't want the stools anymore.
Please let us go. The cries and pleas abruptly ceased. Then, there were several dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. 4 twisted and deformed corpses fell directly from the second floor, crashing heavily onto the cement ground at the entrance of the factory. Blood slowly spread beneath them, staining the ground red. All the players who witnessed this scene turned pale, trembling all over, forgetting to breathe. Ye Lin was deep in thought. Their deaths were not without value, at least proving that asking for stools was not a reasonable request. By this logic, so-called reasonable requests were likely very harsh, at least asking Manager Ling for something like going to the toilet was certain death. But Ye Lin still did not understand what the 3 stomps represented. Did Manager Ling become irritable after those 3 stomps? Before long, a strange figure in a grease-stained white chef's uniform, plump in size, leisurely came over dragging a large burlap sack. It hummed a little tune, skillfully picked up the 4 corpses one by one, stuffed them into the sack, and then dragged the heavy bag, disappearing into the shadows on the other side of the factory. At this time, team leader Wang stood up and walked in front of the players. He pushed up his glasses and his gaze swept across the faces still recovering from shock, wearing a mocking expression.
Now, is there anyone who still wants a stool? No one answered. If not, then get back to work.
Wang shouted sharply, you all saw what happens if today's task isn't completed. The players jolted, hastily lowering their heads, desperately working their sewing machines, no longer daring to have any extra thoughts. But Ye Lin felt quite the opposite. Just moments ago, he felt like he was going to explode. Not a metaphor, but a real physical explosion. Having slept all day and then being suddenly pulled into a quest, he simply had no time to deal with personal issues. He had been tense for a long time, and his brain had no space to process these signals, but now that he sat down to repeat the monotonous sewing work, his body relaxed, that suppressed urge to pee surged like a flood beast. His lower abdomen tightened and swelled painfully, with sharp stinging in his bladder, as if it were going to completely shut down in the next second. He had to squeeze his legs tightly, almost poking the needle in his hand awry. The other players around him also seemed to have similar troubles, but no one dared to move. The grisly fate of those 4 people was still fresh in their minds. For wanting a stool, such a foolish desire, they were cruelly executed by Manager Lang. The request to go to the bathroom, which clearly would waste work time, wasn't that just directly walking into a gun barrel? The second rule clearly states that leaving the workstation must be reported to Cold Moon and approved. But what just happened proved that looking for Cold Moon is basically equivalent to seeking death. The players could only hold it in, their faces growing uglier, hoping to endure until the work hours ended.
Chapter 35, Is Cold Moon still Chilean? But Ye Lin knew he couldn't hold out any longer.
He felt that if he held it any longer, it would either be an exploded bladder or instant social death. Peeing his pants on this bizarre factory assembly line, he couldn't bear to imagine that scene. And who knows if peeing his pants would trigger some hidden death rule. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to analyze calmly. Cold Moon's initial favorability towards him was 3, and after giving her candy, it rose to 10. Although it wasn't high, it at least proved she didn't completely disregard him like others, even showing a faint hint of favor. With a favorability of 10, could he exchange it for a chance to use the bathroom? This was a question hard to answer. But instead of bursting and triggering some unknown risk, Ye Lin felt it was better to take the initiative, using this faint favorability to gamble. Determined, Ye Lin stopped the sewing machine and walked straight toward the bespectacled group leader Wang at the end of the production line. All the players turned to look, their eyes filled with suspicion and a sense of, is this guy also going to seek death? Feeling someone approach, group leader Wang lifted his head, squinting behind his glasses. What do you want? Trying to slack off? Group leader Wang, I want to go to the bathroom. Group leader Wan was momentarily stunned, then an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. He adjusted his glasses, glanced toward the second floor, and then expressionlessly said, Rules are rules. If you want to leave your post, go find Manager Cold for approval.
The manager's office is upstairs, go ahead.
It was almost identical to what he had said to the few blonde-haired players earlier. The surrounding players immediately showed expressions of as expected and another one seeking death, lowering their heads and unwilling to look further. Ye Lin's heart sank, but the arrow was on the bow, and it had to be released. Without another word, he turned and walked toward the stairs. The stairs were made of iron, making a dull sound when stepped on. Ye Lin walked very slowly, partly because he felt uncomfortable from holding it, and partly because he was extremely alert.
The second floor was quieter than the first, the lighting a bit dimmer.
The corridor was long and narrow, with mottled walls on both sides, and only at the end was there a door with a sign saying manager's office above it. There were no blood stains, no corpses, and no strange sounds. Everything seemed too normal, instead giving off a strange feeling.
Ye Lin cautiously approached the office, all his muscles tense, ready to retreat at any moment.
He planned to get close to the door's crack to observe the situation inside before deciding on his next move. However, just as he was about 2 or 3 meters away from the office door, his body moved out of his control. His arms flailed wildly, legs crossed in jumping, his whole body twisted crazily in place like the worker on the bus had before.
Damn! This was Ye Lin's ability. Ye Lin realized at once. Almost as soon as he started dancing, the manager's office door opened suddenly from the inside without warning. The scene inside the office came into view.
Cold Moon was sitting behind a large office desk, her posture upright. But the silver-gray professional suit she had on was gone. Instead, she wore a bright red dress as vivid as blood. And her originally icy blue eyes were now filled with almost overflowing brutality and killing intent, with crimson light swirling inside.
Ye Lin's current desire, frustrated. Yearning for slaughter. Want to kill, kill, kill. Want to see blood. Want to hear screams. Ye Lin. Ye Lin? The system identifies the target in front as Ye Lin? Cold Moon was seized by the high-heeled boss? What the hell is this situation?
Before Ye Lin could sort out this chaotic situation, Ye Lin behind the desk expressionlessly raised her hand and gently grasped in Ye Lin's direction. Ye Lin instantly felt an invisible large hand tightly squeeze his neck, his vision rapidly turned dark, and his consciousness quickly withdrew.
I'm going to die.
Just when he thought he was really going to meet his end here, those furious red eyes suddenly fixed on his face, slightly stunned for a moment. Then, Ye Lin clearly saw a flash of red hue sweep across Ye Lin's face, and the fury and killing intent in her eyes faded a little.
The grip around his neck suddenly loosened. Cough. Cough, cough, cough.
Ye Lin fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently, taking big breaths of precious air. He raised his head, only to meet those emotionally complex red eyes.
Is it you?
Ye Lin spoke up, her voice still the tone of Cold Moon, but with a hint of embarrassment.
That fragrant human on the bus? Ye Lin instantly realized she remembered being held in his arms before.
He immediately climbed the pole, forcing a mixture of joy and grievance onto his face.
You are that lovely high-heeled lady? What is going on? How did Manager Cold Moon turn into you? And why did you just attack me?
As he spoke, he carefully observed the other party's reaction. Upon hearing the word lovely, Ye Lin's cheeks seemed to flush again, but it was quickly replaced by annoyance. In those crimson eyes, the furious killing intent ebbed and flowed like the tide, sometimes surging, sometimes receding, but never fully dissipating.
Ye Lin's current desire, want to kill. Really want to kill.
But that fragrant human on the bus cannot be killed, so annoying.
So annoying.
Ye Lin watched the red eyes that flickered between killing intent and struggle, his bladder tightened again, nearly losing control. He forced his legs tightly together, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, internally screaming, "Sister, boss, ancestor. Can you please sort out whether I can use the bathroom first before you agonize over everything? I'm about to burst." Ye Lin seemed to notice Ye Lin's extremely unnatural sitting posture and twisted expression. Her brows furrowed tightly, the annoyance on her face almost materialized, as if weighing whether to strangle him or strangle him.
Ye Lin was horrified under her gaze, not daring to move. Something's wrong, Ye Lin's state is very off.
Although he hadn't spent much time with her on the bus, he could sense that Ye Lin was essentially a rather nice-tempered strange boss, even a bit tsundere and reserved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated him holding her in his arms and even helped him deal with that worker's weirdness. But now, she was almost like a different person, no, a different pair of shoes.
You.
Ye Lin finally spoke again, her voice carrying an unstable sense of suppressing something.
What do you want from me?
Ye Lin noticed her extremely poor condition, as if bearing some immense pain or disturbance, naturally not daring to ask about the changes happening to her. He summarized his intention as briefly and clearly as possible. I want to use the bathroom, according to the rules, I need your approval.
Chapter 36, as expected, one cannot relieve oneself wherever they want.
After hearing this, Ye Lin didn't hesitate at all, directly waving her hand, approved, go now, leave here immediately. Remember, do not come looking for me again until you hear 3 stomping sounds once more. After saying this, she closed the office door without waiting for Ye Lin's response, isolating everything inside. Ye Lin looked at the tightly shut door, touched his nose that had nearly been pinched, feeling an array of emotions in his heart.
What was this about? A warning or concern?
He dared not think too much nor delay, as the limits of holding his urine and Ye Lin's unstable state urged him to leave immediately. In the factory, nearly all the players were straining their ears to listen to the noises from above. When Ye Lin's figure appeared unscathed at the stairway, everyone was stunned.
Not dead? He actually isn't dead? Those 4 guys who went up for the stools never came back down, but this one who went to the bathroom actually returned alive?
Team leader Wang's eyes behind his glasses were filled with disbelief. He was well aware of the manager's state upstairs during that specific time. He was a completely irrational killing machine.
How did this kid survive?
Ye Lin completely ignored the probing gazes. He had only one thought right now.
Find the bathroom. He quickly walked up to Team Leader Wang. Team Leader Wang, where is the bathroom?
Manager Lang has already approved it. Team Leader Wang kept staring at him and didn't answer immediately. Ye Lin felt irritated under his gaze, the urge to pee intensifying, and grumbled, "What are you staring at?
Just point the way. If we waste time, who's to blame?"
Team Leader Wang was choked by his attitude. His face darkened as he pointed to a shadowy corner of the factory. "Over there, just turn the corner."
"Thanks."
Ye Lin tossed out the 2 words and dashed in that direction.
"Stop." Team Leader Wang suddenly shouted at him, "What exactly happened when you went up? Why didn't you die?"
Ye Lin paused his steps, cursing inwardly, too lazy to look back.
"What do you mean, why didn't I die? It's just a trip to the bathroom, what's so surprising about that?"
His tone was laced with sarcasm.
"If you really want to know, why don't you go upstairs to ask Manager Lang yourself? Why ask me here?"
Team Leader Wang was rendered speechless by his words, his face shifting between green and white, opening his mouth but unable to say a word.
Go upstairs? After hearing those 3 stomps?
Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. He could only watch helplessly as Ye Lin quickly rushed towards the bathroom, shaking with anger but temporarily unable to do anything about it. Ye Lin dashed into the bathroom, locked the door behind him, and finally addressed his urgent physiological need. He let out a long sigh, feeling as if he had come back to life. Leaning against the cold partition, he recalled the heart-pounding scene from the 2nd floor, especially the abnormal state of Ye Lin and her last warning. Before hearing the 3 stomps again.
Those 3 stomps were indeed problematic.
It seemed like a signal, marking that Lung Yu, or rather the Ye Lin who occupied her body, had entered an extremely dangerous and bloodthirsty state. And the normal Ye Lin seemed to be suppressed. Combining this with the system detecting the desire want to kill, but cannot kill the fragrant human beings on the bus, Ye Lin deduced that Ye Lin had no intent to kill him, and might even harbor a slight fondness for him due to their previous contact. But she was now being influenced by something, filled with a murderous impulse, only barely retaining a sliver of sanity when facing him. "I need to figure out what exactly happened," Ye Lin murmured to himself, his expression serious. Ye Lin's current state was very unstable, like a bomb that could explode at any moment.
And his 25 points of favorability might not withstand much more turmoil.
He had to find a way to resolve this before she completely lost control or boost her favorability further to earn a real immunity from death. After pondering this, Ye Lin finally had the time to examine the bathroom carefully. The bathroom was quite old, large patches of wall paint had peeled off, exposing dark bricks underneath. Several stall doors were crooked and covered in stains and scratches. He looked closely at the stall doors and walls. Apart from some unsightly graffiti and curses against the supervisor, he found no signs of any orderly writing like at the factory entrance.
Could it be that there are no rules in the bathroom?
Ye Lin was a bit surprised. That didn't quite fit the eerie vibe of the dungeon. Refusing to give up, he carefully searched the corners and finally found something below the sink, in a cluttered nook. A thick layer of dust covered a wooden board. The board looked like a sign that had fallen off the wall. Ye Lin flipped the board over and wiped off the dust with his sleeve, revealing a few lines of blurry but recognizable writing. Blood Moon Garment Factory Hygiene Management Rules. 1. It is forbidden to urinate or defecate anywhere in the yard. Using the toilet must be done in the restroom.
Not following this rule will result in a fine of 500 for the first offense and immediate dismissal for the third. 2. After using the toilet, one must wash their hands. While washing, ensure that the water is clear. If the faucet dispenses red liquid, one must not leave the restroom and must repeatedly say thank you for the job provided by the factory until the water becomes clear again. 3. At all times, the last stall of every restroom in the factory is strictly off limits. If you find it being used, pretend you saw nothing and quickly leave the restroom. 4. The shorter the time spent in front of the mirror in the restroom, the better. If you see a stranger who doesn't exist in the mirror, stare at that stranger and walk backward out of the restroom.
5. Every day from 12 to 12:15 p.m. and midnight to 0:15 a.m., the restroom will undergo mandatory cleaning. During this time, any employee remaining in the restroom will be considered trash needing to be cleared out, dealt with alongside the waste. Ye Lin read the first rule on the board, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. It is forbidden to urinate or defecate anywhere in the yard. Using the toilet must be done in the restroom. Not following this rule will result in a fine of 500 for the first offense and immediate dismissal for the third. Damn it, this rule really exists. Fortunately, he just stubbornly went to ask Lung Yue for instructions. If he really couldn't hold it and ended up peeing at his workstation, the fine would be minor, but that dismissal was definitely not to be taken literally. It meant being sent for disposal. He continued to read on, and the subsequent rules became increasingly unsettling. Ye Lin quickly committed the remaining rules to memory. Indeed, the toilets in this cursed place were also a trap, and any misstep could cost him his life. He dared not stay any longer, and after confirming he'd remembered everything, he immediately turned around and left that dangerous restroom. Chapter 37, Taking Out the Trash. Returning to the B-Zone production line, Ye Lin could clearly feel a cold gaze locking onto him. It was that four-eyed guy, team leader Wang. The eyes behind his glasses were filled with displeasure and resentment, clearly still angry about being confronted by Ye Lin earlier. Ye Lin sneered inwardly. He had seen plenty of these small power tyrants who took advantage of their positions. The more you cower, the more they will exploit you. He glared back unafraid, his gaze colder than team leader Wang's. Cower? Not a chance. Lowering his head was not his style. Team leader Wang was momentarily stunned by his gaze, and his anger only rose further. He stood up, pointing at Ye Lin, and then at Lianming and Zhou Sidong, who were secretly watching from the adjacent workstation. You, and you. Stop whatever you're doing right now. Go take the trash from the small cart outside the factory and throw it into the trash can by the wall outside the yard. Lianming and Zhou Sidong's faces instantly turned pale. Putting down their work to do menial tasks? Wasn't this exactly the trap mentioned in the 7th rule? Wasting work time and failing to meet targets would mean death. Panicked, they looked at Ye Lin, only to see him quickly turn off the sewing machine, stand up with no expression on his face, and head straight for outside the factory. His movements were decisive, as if he had been waiting for those words all along. Seeing Ye Lin so calm, Lianming and Zhou Sidong's worry slightly, they exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Holding on to Ye Lin's leg was currently the only way to survive. Not daring to hesitate, they immediately put down their tools and jogged after Ye Lin. Team leader Wang watched the obedient backs of the three, especially Ye Lin's attitude of completely disregarding him. Fuming with anger, yet unable to find another excuse to act out, he could only cast a vicious glare at their retreating figures, plotting how to deal with them next time. Outside the factory, he indeed saw a small cart piled high with discarded rags and scraps parked there. Ye Lin was about to step forward to pull the cart when Lianming and Zhou Sidong rushed forward, blocking him. Ye God, how can we let you do such rough work? Lianming grabbed the handle of the cart. Yes, Ye God, your strength and energy should be used for more important matters. This kind of trivial work is best left to us, Zhou Sidong quickly echoed, his attitude extremely respectful. Ye Lin glanced at them and seeing their sincere attitude, which did not seem fake, he nodded in agreement. Alright, then you two go ahead. He was happy to enjoy his leisure. Lianming and Zhou Sidong were overjoyed that Ye Lin did not refuse, and they quickly pulled the cart, heading towards the park gate. On the way, Zhou Sidong couldn't help but speak up, his tone filled with admiration. Ye God, you were amazing just now. You went to find manager Lung alone and came back unscathed. How did you do it? Lianming also pulled the cart with effort, tentatively asking, Yes, Ye God, we were terrified, thinking you might not return. Did you discover some key rules? Ye Lin walked beside them, his gaze sweeping over the slightly empty factory area, speaking calmly. There are indeed key rules. I found a wooden board in the restroom with several hygiene management regulations written on it. He briefly recounted the restroom's rules, emphasizing the mandatory cleaning times and the danger of mirrors. Lianming and Zhou Sidong felt chills run down their spines, quickly memorizing this life-saving information. As for the 2nd floor. Ye Lin paused, lowering his voice slightly. I advise you, if you want to stay alive, absolutely do not go up to find Lung Yu on your own. My actions are not replicable, she might kill me. I was just lucky this time that she didn't act. He did not elaborate on the existence of the deadly snake or Lung Yu's abnormal state, but simply provided the most direct warning. Hearing this, the two felt their hearts tighten and quickly nodded in agreement. Understood, we absolutely won't go up. Lianming hesitated for a moment but still mustered the courage to say, Ye God, we owe it all to you for informing us. We want to stick with you from now on, we'll follow your orders. If you tell us to go east, we won't go west. Zhou Sidong quickly pledged his loyalty as well. Yes. Ye God, take us as your little brothers. We can pour tea, gather information, do anything. Ye Lin looked at them but did not immediately agree. I take little brothers not just for sweet words.
His tone remained calm. I need to see if you have any use that makes it worth my effort. If you prove yourselves useful, I will naturally not mistreat you. We are definitely useful. Zhou Sita hurriedly said, Ye God, what plans do you have next? What do you need us to do?
Ye Lin's gaze swept over the two slowly pulling the cart ahead, a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Now, you two slow down the pace a bit.
This garbage, we're not in a hurry to dump it.
Try to work slower, dragging out time. Ha? Dragging time? Lianming was taken aback. The longer we drag it out, won't that delay our work time? If we can't complete today's targets.
Zhou Situ also looked puzzled. A normal player would surely want to finish the chores quickly to rush back and meet the production targets. Ye Lin shot them a glance, do as I say. Although the two were filled with doubts, their unconditional trust in Ye Lin's abilities ultimately won out.
Alright, we'll listen to Ye God.
Lianming gritted his teeth and made a gesture to Zhou Situ. The two immediately understood, and their actions of pulling the cart suddenly became laborious, moving inch by inch, as if the cart was loaded not with rags but with a 1,000-pound stone.
So slow it's infuriating.
Ye Lin watched their extravagant performance, said nothing, and quietly took out the old mobile phone that Lu Ming had given him from his pocket. He opened the contacts list, which contained only one contact. The note was strikingly Ye Lin's most favorite and beloved Lu Ming's sister. Ye Lin looked at this overly cheesy and almost embarrassing note, imagining the shy expression that Lu Ming might have had while inputting it, and couldn't help but shake his head and smile, as a warm feeling surged in his heart. He pressed the dial key. The call was answered almost immediately.
Hello? Is this Ye Lin? Lu Ming's familiar voice, slightly urgent and uncertain, came through the receiver. Sister, it's me.
Ye Lin replied.
No way, you must be a scammer.
Ye Lin is a human, and must pass a 7-day safe period before entering the instance again. It has only been less than 2 days, how could he call so soon?
Tell me, who are you? Are you a weird mimic hired by the KK Park?
How dare you impersonate the voice of my favorite world's most handsome younger brother, that's unforgivable. Ye Lin nearly laughed out loud, with Lu Ming's imagination being quite rich, even thinking of weird mimics from KK Park. He held back his laughter and replied in a slightly sad tone, I'm so sad, it's not even been 2 days, and sister can't even recognize my voice anymore.
Are you really Ye Lin? Lu Ming's tone wavered a bit, but she still didn't dare to believe it. How can you prove it? Tell me, what did you do before we last separated? This question made Ye Lin's face turn red. He lowered his voice, Sister, it's hard to talk about such things on the phone, but if you insist, I kissed you twice, and the second time lasted quite a while, then. Bad brother, stop talking. How could you enter the instance again so quickly? Lu Ming's voice was a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, but she finally believed him. I don't know, I was dragged directly in by something called labor contract. Sister, do you have time now? Can you come find me? Instance medium? Or labor contract? Lu Ming's voice became serious. Ye Lin, where are you now? Blood Moon Garment Factory. Blood Moon Garment Factory? I know where that is, it's on the route of our 335 bus. Sister, I'm still working, running deliveries, but wait for me, I'll apply for temporary stop privileges with the company right away. At most 1 hour, no, 30 minutes, sister will be there soon. Okay, I'll wait for you. Ye Lin's heart warmed, and he added softly, Sister, be safe. Got it, bad brother, just wait obediently, sister will come to protect you soon. Chapter 38, Delay, Continue to Delay. Ye Lin and the two others pulled their small cart, moving at a snail's pace to the entrance of the park. 2 or 3 peculiar figures in security uniforms were gathered by the guardroom. Among them, a particularly tall human stood out. It was Chinyu. Another security guard, with a scar on his face and a fierce glare, was clearly the team leader. He was chewing a toothpick and swaggered over, blocking the 3 in front of him. Stop, what do you want? Ye Lin stopped, showing little expression on his face, taking out the trash. Taking out the trash? The team leader chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. Do you know the rules? If you want to pass through here, you have to give some benefits. Behind him, Shinyu's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly took a step forward and whispered to the team leader. Captain, they are all new arrivals today, don't have anything valuable on them, why not let this one go, and they can show their respect to you another day? The team leader's eyes narrowed as he pushed Shinyu aside. Get lost. Who told you to speak here? He turned to Ye Lin and the others, lingering especially on Ye Lin's face, licking his lips. Who says there's nothing valuable? Such tender flesh and skin, isn't that a ready-made asset? I won't ask for much, just leave 1 hand for each of you, and I'll let you go. Lianming and Zhou Sitao were so frightened that their legs went weak. On the verge of collapsing to the ground, he could only look at Ye Lin with pleading eyes, placing all his hope in him.
Ye Lin had already sentenced this greedy anomaly to death in his heart, but his face still wore a smiling expression.
Captain, what do you think about this?
Ye Lin leaned forward, appearing as if he was considering the other party's perspective.
We've already given our hands away, and going out to throw the garbage isn't convenient, which will waste time.
If the higher-ups hold you accountable later, it won't be good for you.
How about we first go out and throw the garbage? When we come back, we'll hand over our hands?
We have to come back, we can't run away, so you don't need to worry.
The little team leader squinted, thinking for a moment, feeling that Ye Lin had a point.
After all, these humans would definitely return to the factory. He wasn't afraid they would renege on their promise. He nodded. You've got some sense, hurry up and come back. If you dare to play tricks, I'll take apart both your arms and your legs.
I wouldn't dare, thank you for your leniency, Captain.
Ye Lin smiled widely and quickly signaled Li Anming and Zhou Sidong to push the cart out. The three hurriedly pushed the cart out through the main gate.
Taking advantage of the Scarface team leader turning back to walk into the guardroom, Xinyu quickly approached Ye Lin, lowered his voice, and spoke urgently.
Ye Lin, that anomaly's behavior aligns with the rules. The security guard does have the right to demand reasonable benefits within his authority.
Delaying time won't help and may further provoke that anomaly.
You are the first group to face the gun. With no options left, you can only admit defeat.
Remember to remind the other players to be cautious of this rule when you go back.
Ye Lin glanced at him, his tone flat. Who said I must follow his rules? Xinyu was taken aback, then his brow furrowed, his tone carrying a warning. Comrade Ye Lin, I know you gained an advantage in the National Fortune instance using some special methods, but you can't let that make you arrogant.
Players cannot generally compete head-on against anomalies. Your little tricks won't always work, don't throw away your life just to show off.
Ye Lin was too lazy to argue with him further. What Xinyu said might reflect the survival situation of nearly all players, but it didn't include him.
Thank you for your reminder, but I will take care of my own life. He dropped that sentence and walked away on his own. Xinyu watched his back, sighing with regret but feeling helpless.
Outside the park gate, there were a few enormous garbage bins emitting a terrible stench along the wall. Ye Lin and the others pulled the small cart to the side of the garbage bin.
Ye God, what do we do now? Are we really going to give him our hands?
Zhou Sidong asked with a choked voice, looking at his right hand as if it no longer belonged to him.
Li Anming also looked pale, although he believed in Ye Lin. The fear of having a severed hand wasn't easy to overcome. As I said before, drag it out, take your time as much as you can.
Ye Lin's tone was calm, but his gaze occasionally darted towards the grey misty road in the distance.
Regarding his own arm, Li Anming and Zhou Sidong put in even more effort to delay this time.
Every time they picked up a piece of scrap cloth, they waited in their hands for ages before slowly tossing it into the garbage bin, as if they wanted to throw each piece of trash 3 times. Ye Lin's heart was actually a bit nervous. Things happened too suddenly, and he could only bet that Lu Ming would arrive as quickly as she said on the phone. Otherwise, her little lover might really turn into a one-armed Yangguai today.
Time passed second by second, and each second felt exceptionally long.
Just as they had been stalling for nearly 20 minutes and had only thrown away a little less than half the garbage, the security team leader from the park gate finally noticed that something was off.
Damn it, is it taking this long to throw out garbage? What are you 3 doing?
He cursed as he walked out the door, his face dark, heading straight for the 3 people by the garbage bin. Li Anming and Zhou Sidong saw the team leader coming, and startled, his hand trembled, and the rag fell to the ground. Ye Lin looked at the fierce-faced squad leader marching toward him, steeling himself to take a few steps forward.
Captain, please don't rush, we're almost done.
It's just that this garbage is a bit scattered, and we're being careful, afraid of missing something.
Shut the hell up.
The squad leader pushed Ye Lin aside, his cruel gaze sweeping over the half-spilled garbage on the ground and then towards the pale-faced Li Anming and Zhou Sitai.
You think you can play tricks on me, huh? Fine, it's no longer something solved with just one hand. Cut off both your arms, each of you, right now. Otherwise, I'll do it myself and feed all 3 of you to the dogs.
The strange aura around him began to surge, clearly showing that he had lost his patience. Li Anming and Zhou Sitai were utterly terrified, nearly dropping to their knees.
Ye Lin's mind raced, realizing he couldn't withstand it any longer and had to change tactics. Captain, what you're saying, life or limb, I definitely want both.
He changed his tone and tentatively said, the rules are for benefits, but it didn't say it had to be body parts, right?
How about strange currency? I can pay with strange currency. Strange currency?
The squad leader scoffed, looking Ye Lin up and down.
You? I want real benefits, how much strange currency can you possibly have?
Ye Lin didn't argue, directly reaching into his pocket and pulling out the old phone given to him by Lu Ming.
He skillfully tapped a few times on the phone, seemingly operating something.
In the next second, a stack of faintly glowing strange currency appeared in his hand, totaling 100 strange coins.
100 strange coins, Captain, is this enough for you?
Ye Lin offered the money, his eyes fixed tightly on the squad leader's reaction.
Chapter 39, Spitting Out the Principal in Interest.
The squad leader stared at the genuine stack of strange coins, his eyes instantly widening, a greedy light almost spilling out. He snatched the strange coins, deeply inhaling the scent of the strange aura, a look of pleasure appearing on his face. But immediately, the greed in his eyes was replaced by deeper malice.
A human who can casually produce 100 strange coins? This is definitely a fat sheep.
He looked Ye Lin up and down again, as if reassessing his worth.
Only 100? You think I'm a beggar?
You deliberately dragged your feet, making me quite unhappy now.
The price has gone up.
500, no, 1,000 strange coins. Not a cent less, otherwise none of you three are going to get away clean today.
1,000 strange coins.
Lianming and Zhou Sitai gasped in shock, their faces as white as paper.
This was outright robbery.
Ye Lin sneered inwardly, greedy people have no bottom line. He didn't expect 100 strange coins to appease this hungry ghost, it was merely a delaying tactic. Soon, he would make this hungry ghost cough up both the principal and the interest.
Ye Lin displayed a troubled expression. 1,000? Captain, that's too much, isn't it? I can't come up with that amount all at once. Can't come up with it? Then just give me your hands instead. Those delicate hands look appetizing.
The strange security guards behind the squad leader laughed wickedly, slowly encircling them, forming a siege. Qin Yu watched from the security booth door, anxious and tense, his fists clenched but powerless. The security rules prevented him from intervening in his colleagues' reasonable enforcement.
Moreover, he was just a human, no match for the strange beings. To step in would be to deliver himself to death, unable to save Ye Lin and the others while risking his own life, pointless death. Ye Lin continued to pretend to bargain, using excuses like, can we do it in installments and I'll borrow from someone else, all while his peripheral vision constantly scanned the misty road ahead. Installments? Borrow?
The squad leader completely lost his patience, grabbing Ye Lin by the collar, his fetid saliva almost spraying onto his face.
Kid, I don't have time to waste with you. Last time I'm asking. 1,000 ghost coins, take them out right now, or I will first break one of your arms.
At this tense moment, two crisp yet penetrating car horn sounds echoed through the gray fog. Then, an old familiar bus broke through the thick gray mist, stopping steadily at the entrance of the park.
The bus door opened, and a figure in a deep blue ticket collector uniform rushed down. It was Lu Ming.
Her gaze instantly locked onto Ye Lin, who was being held by the collar by the squad leader, and her pretty face instantly turned cold. The scar-faced squad leader evidently recognized Lu Ming, for he often took bus 335 and knew she was a powerful ghost-level ticket collector.
He froze for a moment, instinctively releasing his grip on Ye Lin, forcing a flattering smile. Sister Lu? What are you doing here? Isn't this bus supposed to stop at our factory gate? His words trailed off. Because Lu Ming didn't even glance at him, she directly rushed past him and dove into Ye Lin's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, rubbing her cheek vigorously against his chest. Ah Lin, are you okay?
Sister is here, Lu Ming's voice carried evident concern, like a little wife worried about her beloved. This scene stunned all the bizarre security guards, including the squad leader, leaving them wide-eyed and dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost, even though they themselves were the ones.
Qin Yu was also frozen in place. He knew Ye Lin had a special relationship with this female ticket collector in the National Fortune Dungeon, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extent, with a powerful ghost rushing to save him in this critical moment. This completely exceeded his understanding, it absolutely could not be explained merely by luck anymore. Although this ability seemed quite bizarre to Qin Yu and was completely different from the methods he had learned in strategic dungeons, it indeed played a huge role in the dungeon process. Thinking of this, all the grudges he had towards Ye Lin had completely dissipated. Lianming and Zhou Situ, having seen the live stream of the National Fortune Dungeon, immediately recognized Lu Ming and understood in an instant. No wonder Yishin was so steady, it turned out he had called for help, and the person he called for was his closest ghost ticket collector sister. The two of them immediately scampered over, bowing their heads to Lu Ming. Sister-in-law, hello. This sister-in-law made Lu Ming's ears turn slightly red, but she not only didn't deny it but instead hugged Ye Lin even tighter. Ye Lin held Lu Ming back, feeling an unprecedented sense of confidence. He pointed at the still-dazed scar-faced squad leader and began to complain. Sister, you finally came. If you had come a moment later, I would have been torn to pieces. It's this guy, with little power but a big air. He insisted we give him benefits. I told him I'd give him ghost coins but he didn't want that, demanding 1,000. When I said I couldn't take it out, he wanted to break one of my arms. Sister, you have to stand up for me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's previously tender gaze turned ice-cold in an instant. She lifted her head from Ye Lin's embrace and turned to the scar-faced squad leader. You want to break Ah Lin's arm? The scar-faced squad leader shivered at the sudden burst of killing intent and finally snapped back to reality from his shock. Lu? Sister Lu, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was so close to you. If I had known, even with 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Ye Lin looked at the squad leader's pitiful expression and slowly spoke. Misunderstanding? When you took my 100 ghost coins earlier, you didn't say it was a misunderstanding. The squad leader's face stiffened, and he hurriedly pulled out the stack of ghost coins that hadn't even warmed up yet, holding it with both hands, and offered it back to Ye Lin. Brother, I was blind, I didn't touch this money at all, I'll return every single piece to you. Ye Lin didn't take it, he merely glanced at the money and replied flatly, oh. You just asked for 1,000 ghost coins to let us go. Is this amount enough? The team leader cursed silently in his heart, but dared not show any expression on his face. He quickly searched through all his pockets, piecing together every bit he could find, and reluctantly managed to scrape together 1,000 ghost coins, trembling as he placed them atop 100, handing them over. Brother, please calm down. This 1,000 is my way of paying you for your distress. Only then did Ye Lin reach out to accept the thick stack of ghost coins. He weighed it in his hand but still showed no intention of letting him go. What about my younger brothers? He pointed to Lianming and Zhou Situ, who still looked pale behind him. The two of them are timid, and after being scared by you, they'll probably have nightmares tonight. This mental distress fee shouldn't just be given to me, right? The team leader almost spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing Ye Lin's ancestors in his heart, but looking at Lu Ming next to Ye Lin, whose eyes were growing colder, he could only swallow his anger. Grinding his teeth, he fumbled for a long time before reluctantly managing to gather 400 ghost coins, stuffing them into Lianming and Zhou Situ's hands, forcing out a smile that was worse than crying. Brothers, sorry, just a little something to ease your shock. Lianming and Zhou Situ held this unexpected windfall, trembling with both fear and excitement, casting grateful glances at Ye Lin repeatedly. Chapter 40 The Secret of the Unified Twin Souls. After handing over the money, the team leader felt slightly relieved, thinking that it should be over now. He cautiously looked at Lu Ming, smiling. Sister Lu, what do you think about this? Lu Ming ignored him and instead looked up at Ye Lin, her eyes asking for his meaning. Ye Lin leaned close to Lu Ming's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear, Sister, this greedy, bullying type can bully me today and bully others tomorrow. Keeping him around will only bring disaster. Besides, he just touched me with his dirty hands and drooled on me. I really don't like that. Lu Ming's eyes instantly became sharp like a knife. She didn't care about other humans' lives at all but could not tolerate anyone bullying her stinky brother, especially with such disgusting actions. The Scarface team leader felt a deadly sense of crisis wash over him as he saw the change in Lu Ming's gaze. He shrieked and, disregarding his pride, turned and began to flee madly toward the entrance of the park. As long as he escaped through the gate and was under the protection of factory rules, even Lu Ming could not forcibly kill him without specific conditions. Trying to run? Lu Ming snorted coldly, not bothering to chase him personally. Suddenly, the door of the bus number 335 standing nearby swung open violently. A giant maw filled with layers of sharp teeth emerged from the shadow inside the vehicle, crossing a distance of several meters and, just as the team leader's foot was about to step inside the door, it accurately snapped at his lower body. Sister Lu, spare me! Brother, spare me! The team leader screamed in despair, clutching the doorframe tightly, trying to withstand the powerful pulling force. However, it was all in vain. The giant mouth suddenly closed and retracted, viciously tearing him away from the doorframe, dragging him back into the bus. The door shut, cutting off the sounds of chewing and the screams within. The few strange security guards left at the entrance were scared out of their wits, falling to their knees in a panic, bowing frantically to Lu Ming and Ye Lin. Sister Lu, spare us! Brother, spare us! We'll never dare again, we didn't see anything, we don't know anything. Lu Ming coldly swept her eyes over them. Listen up, Lin is my boyfriend. From now on, anyone who dares to trouble him near this factory area will end up like that useless one. We wouldn't dare, absolutely wouldn't dare. The strange security guards knocked their heads loudly. Ye Lin ignored the bowing security guards. He took Lu Ming's hand and walked to a slightly farther place. Sister, it's all thanks to you for coming in time this time. Ye Lin's tone was sincere. Lu Ming lightly glared at him playfully. Now you know how to say nice things? Just a moment ago, when you were calling me, you didn't seem this polite. How dare I order my sister around? It's just that when I ran into trouble, you were the first person I thought of. That's more like it. Lu Ming huffed and her expression softened as she asked with concern. Go ahead, you called me in a hurry, did you encounter a problem in this copy? Ye Lin nodded, becoming serious. Sister, how much do you know about the Blood Moon clothing factory? Also, do you know a personnel manager here named Cold Moon? Lu Ming tilted her head and thought, the Blood Moon clothing factory is a fixed stop for our bus 335, some of their employees often take my bus. But I don't know the specific situation inside the factory since I've never been in. As for that manager Cold Moon, I've heard plenty of strange employees complain while riding the bus, saying she has very strict requirements and the pressure of working under her is huge.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, she mischievously blinked and gently nudged Ye Lin with her arm. By the way, there's something interesting that relates to the misread snake you met on the bus before.
Want to know?
Ye Lin's heart stirred. He wanted to inquire about the relationship between Red Snake and Cold Moon, quickly nodding. I want to, of course.
Sister, please tell me.
However, Lu Ming pouted and stretched out her slender finger to gently poke Ye Lin's forehead. Stinky brother, you didn't even ask how I've been these past few days. If work has been tiring, only busy asking about other strange women's news. Sister came all this way to support you, and you didn't say a word of concern.
I'm feeling jealous.
As she spoke, she deliberately turned her head away, but the corner of her eye peeked at Ye Lin's reaction. Ye Lin looked at her little girl act and immediately understood her thoughts. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Lu Ming's waist, pulled her slightly towards him, and looked down at her slightly pouting red lips, his tone trying to please her. Sister, how could I not care about you?
I've been thinking about you while sleeping these past 2 days.
I was just scared by that jerk earlier and was eager to get important information from you to survive in this hellish place, so I can come back to see you.
Sister, you must have had a hard time these past 2 days, right? Did you encounter any annoying passengers while driving? Did the company make things difficult for you?
I can see you seem to have lost a bit of weight, it breaks my heart. While speaking, he observed Lu Ming's reactions carefully and saw her eyes soften, lips slightly lifting.
He knew this tactic was effective. Sister, please tell me. I'm dying of curiosity.
Tell me, I'll bring you some delicious food next time we meet, homemade.
Lu Ming was worn out by his pestering, especially upon hearing homemade.
The little bit of jealousy she had vanished into thin air. She lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, regarding Cold Moon and Miss Red Snake. It's not a secret among the old residents of Li City. They used to be one body with 2 souls, sharing one body.
Ye Lin's pupils constricted, one body with 2 souls?
Lu Ming continued, it's said that many years ago, an indescribable being passed through Li City and happened to encounter them. That being found their condition interesting and gave them a chance to separate. They were so happy at that moment and immediately agreed. Who could have thought that this separation was both a blessing and a curse? Miss Red Snake's soul was separated and could only eternally reside in a pair of high heels, unable to have her own body. As for Miss Cold Moon, she gained the right to most of the body. However, Miss Red Snake isn't completely unable to control the body. As long as Miss Cold Moon willingly puts on those specific high heels, you can voluntarily give up the control of your body temporarily to Miss Ye Lin. In the first few years after they separated, their relationship was still very good, often taking turns to control the body, sharing the joy of having independent consciousness. But as time went on, conflicts began to arise. Lu Ming sighed a little. After all, that's one's own body.
Who would want to give it up for someone else's consciousness for a long time?
Miss Leng Yue gradually became less willing to let Miss Ye Lin out, and then, at some unknown point, they completely stopped living together.
Chapter 41, The Window Smasher's Strange Tool. After they separated, the true horror of the curse began to reveal itself. They discovered that if they did not merge for a long time, meaning Miss Ye Lin controlled the body through high heels, an inexplicable violent desire would gradually erode their consciousness, leading to complete loss of reason, turning them into wandering souls in the wild. So, about once a year, Miss Ye Lin had to find Miss Leng Yue to merge for 7 to 10 days. During this time, they took turns driving the body and released the accumulated violent desires before they could separate again and maintain their clarity for the next year. Ye Lin felt a surge of emotions after hearing this. So this is the complicated relationship of love and hate, dependence and torment between Leng Yue and Ye Lin. No wonder Miss Ye Lin's state was so unstable, it turned out to be for this reason. That unspeakable existence, sister, do you know who it is? What is its name?
Lu Ming's expression changed slightly, and she quickly covered Ye Lin's mouth with her hand.
Stinky brother, don't ask silly questions.
I only know its title is the Master of Fun with Life, but which great existence it specifically is, I am also unclear and dare not know.
In the terrifying world, sometimes knowing too much leads to a quicker death.
The unspeakable, or even more terrifying gods, their true names are absolute taboos that cannot be mentioned.
Once spoken, one would attract their immediate gaze.
And the consequence of being watched by such an existence. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Death might already be the best outcome.
So, not only does sister not know the true name of that existence, but even if you one day get lucky and happen to learn it, never mention it out loud, remember?
Seeing Lu Ming's terrified gaze, Ye Lin knew she was not exaggerating. He firmly engraved these words in his heart and solemnly nodded, I remember, sister. To lighten the mood and express his gratitude, Ye Lin laughed heartily, suddenly reaching out and lifting Lu Ming off the ground effortlessly, holding her high.
Lu Ming wrapped her arms around his neck, her cheeks instantly flushed. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Put me down. No.
Ye Lin turned her around a little and then gently set her down, not waiting for her to react before bending down and kissing her lips fiercely several times, making loud smacking sounds. This is a reward for you, my dear sister, Ye Lin said with a smile while looking at her flushed cheeks. Lu Ming was caught off guard by his sudden affection and felt all weak. Her heart was sweet, and the earlier tension and fear were largely swept away. You are being so disrespectful, just know how to take advantage of your sister. After sharing a few more tender words, Ye Lin noticed the time was not early and prepared to say goodbye. Sister, I need to go back. I'm afraid there'll be trouble if I stay away from my workstation too long. Be careful by yourself, Lu Ming reluctantly helped him straighten his collar. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly remembered something, turned, and ran back to the bus, rummaging around by the driver's seat before pulling out an old-looking red window-breaking hammer. This is for you, stinky brother, I almost forgot again. Lu Ming stuffed the broken window hammer into Ye Lin's hand. Ye Lin took it. It felt heavy, with a sharp hammerhead and a chilling aura. Beep. Detected that the host acquired a cursed item, bus-specific window-breaking hammer, grudge level. Effect, can effectively damage grudge level and below cursed beings. Weak damage against fierce ghost level cursed beings. This is the standard cursed item issued by the company for every bus. Don't underestimate it, it's quite powerful against grudge level and below cursed beings. Lu Ming explained, a bit proud yet slightly shy on her face. I intended to give it to you last time on the bus, but you were just too impressive, and I got so dizzy that I forgot about it. Her words had hidden meanings, her eyes drifting, her cheeks blushing again. Ye Lin immediately understood she was referring to that intimate moment on the bus and couldn't help but cough twice, gripping the window-breaking hammer tightly in his hand. Though this item isn't of high level, having a weapon that can harm cursed beings in this dangerous factory significantly boosted his sense of security. Thank you, sister, this gift is just in time. No need to be polite with me, sister. Hurry back, and call any time if you need something. Lu Ming reluctantly let him go as she boarded the bus. The 3:35 bus slowly started, driving into the gray mist, and disappeared from sight. Ye Lin weighed the window-breaking hammer in his hand, his gaze shifting to the peculiar security guard still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He walked up to those guards and gently tapped the hammer on his palm. Did you all hear what my sister said? Heard it. Brother Yi, from now on, you're our big brother in this area. The guards bowed their heads like garlic being crushed. Good. I'm heading back to work now. I don't want to hear anything about what happened today, or my relationship with my sister, coming from your mouths. If I catch wind of any rumors. Ye Lin pointed the sharp tip of the window-breaking hammer towards the direction where the Scarface team leader had disappeared, meaning was clear. Understood, Brother Yi, don't worry. We'll keep our mouths shut. Nothing happened today, we saw nothing. The guards were scared out of their wits, repeatedly assuring him. Ye Lin ignored them and turned to the still shocked Li Anming and Zhou Sitiao, waving his hand, let's go, back to work. The two, like waking from a dream, quickly ran to catch up with Ye Lin, their eyes filled with fervent admiration. When the three returned to production line B, team leader Wang was pacing with his hands behind his back, a chilling smile on his face, as if he was waiting for something. When he saw Ye Lin and the others return unscathed, without even a scratch, his face went blank with shock. You guys, team leader Wang pointed at Ye Lin, his words tripping over themselves. He had called the three to take out the trash, already harboring murderous intent. According to the nature of that doorman, it was impossible for these three humans to return intact. Ye Lin couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and walked right up to him, slamming the window-breaking hammer onto the nearby workbench, looking at him with a half-smile, half-serious expression. Team leader Wang, the trash is taken out. Any other instructions? Team leader Wang's gaze fell on the bloodstained window-breaking hammer, and his pupils shrank sharply. As a cursed being, he could clearly sense the unique energy fluctuations emanating from that hammer. It was definitely an offensive cursed item. Where did this human get such a deadly weapon? Team leader Wang's mind instantly conjured countless possibilities, each sending a chill down his spine. He looked at Ye Lin's fearless gaze, recalling how this kid had dared to go directly to the second floor to find Manager Lang and still come back alive. A strong sense of wariness and fear surged in his heart. Chapter 42, Playing the victim does not work. Nothing else, just go back to work properly. Team leader Wang took a step back, not daring to get too close to Ye Lin. That's good. Ye Lin nodded in satisfaction, picked up the window-breaking hammer, tucked it casually into his waist, and walked slowly back to his workstation. The surrounding players stared in shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Although they did not know exactly what had happened, the obvious change in team leader Wang's attitude from arrogance to submission was clear. This Ye Lin, in the time it took to throw out the trash, actually managed to intimidate the domineering team leader Wang? Li Anming and Zhou Sitian felt proud and straightened their backs, quickly returning to their workstations and starting to focus on their tasks. Team leader Wang stood there with a pale face, watching Ye Lin's back, his eyes shifting uncertainly, and ultimately did not dare to cause trouble again, sulking back into his seat. He knew he had hit a hard wall this time. He couldn't act recklessly until he figured out this kid's background. Back at his workstation, Ye Lin looked at the pitiful 3 finished products in front of him and felt no panic at all. Anyway, he had already wasted so much time, relying solely on hard work. Even if he made the sewing machine smoke, he definitely would not complete the 50-piece quota today. Since he was doomed either way, why struggle? It was better to lie flat and think of other ways. He even began to ponder what kind of pig food the cafeteria would serve at noon that could make Lang Yu feel so disgusted it would turn her stomach. Just as he was lost in thought, absent-mindedly fiddling with the fabric, the clear sound of high-heeled shoes echoed from upstairs again.
Tap, tap, tap. 3 sounds, neither more nor less.
Then came the sound of a door opening and footsteps coming down the stairs. Ye Lin immediately quickened his movements, although still clumsy. At least it looked like he was working hard. The strange workers around him seemed to be pressed on fast forward, not daring to lift their heads, as their sewing machines nearly sparked with intensity.
Lan Yu's figure appeared at the staircase landing.
Her dress had indeed changed back to a silver-gray color, her eyes returning to that icy blue indifference, but her face still looked a bit pale, carrying a hint of fatigue. She walked slowly between the production lines, her gaze sweeping over each workstation.
Wherever she passed, the strange workers dared not even breathe.
Soon, she stopped beside Ye Lin, her eyes landing on the mere 3 finished products at his workstation, then glancing at the equally pitiful progress of Lianming and Zhou City and nearby.
What's going on? In one morning, you all completed this little bit of goods?
Ye Lin stopped his actions, raised his head, his face full of helplessness and grievance. Manager Lang, this is not entirely our fault. Team leader Wang arranged for us to take out the trash, which wasted quite a bit of time. He directly shifted the blame to that bespectacled guy. Team leader Wang, standing not far away, wanted to explain but, under Lang Yu's cold gaze sweeping over him, all his words got stuck in his throat, and he could only lower his head. Lang Yu's gaze returned to Ye Lin, her eyes revealing no emotion.
That is not an excuse. I only look at results. On the assembly line, efficiency is life.
Since you were assigned miscellaneous tasks, you should find ways to speed up and make up for the lost time. I don't care what methods you use, before you leave work today, you 3 must complete the quota of 50 qualified products.
If even one is short, I will fire all 3 of you. Lianming and Zhou City and lost all color in their faces. Fired? Didn't that mean a dead end?
Ye Lin cursed inwardly once. It seemed that using pity to muddle through wouldn't work. This Lang Yu was even more heartless than he had imagined. At that moment, an old horn on the factory wall suddenly blared a harsh ringing sound.
Lunch break is over.
All employees please proceed to the cafeteria in an orderly manner. We will start work promptly at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Almost simultaneously with the ringing, several players who could no longer hold it in immediately stopped working, rushing to the door's punch-in machine, clocking out before surging towards the restroom. Soon, faint yet piercing screams came from the restroom. Suddenly came to a halt. It was clear that the strict cleaning rules of the bathroom had been violated. Ye Lin heard those screams, but his face was expressionless, not even raising an eyebrow. He was neither in the mood nor obligated to remind those fools.
He couldn't even save himself right now.
Cold Moon seemed to be used to the commotion over there, not even glancing at it, and after announcing the final ultimatum to Ye Lin and the 3, she turned to leave. Seeing her about to leave, Ye Lin couldn't care about anything else and quickly stepped forward to block her path. Manager Cold, please wait a moment. Cold Moon paused, looking at Ye Lin who blocked her, her brows furrowing, displeasure already showing in her eyes.
What do you want? If it's to continue to argue for your incompetence, there's no need.
The remaining players and strange workers who hadn't left held their breath, thinking Ye Lin was crazy for daring to provoke this deathly figure again and again. Ye Lin felt the coldness that could almost freeze him, his heart racing, but he struggled to maintain a complex expression of unwillingness, stubbornness, and a hint of unrecognized talent on his face. He met Cold Moon's icy gaze with calm eyes, his tone filled with excitement. Manager Cold, I do not intend to justify my output. I just want to say that low output is not due to my laziness or incompetence. Some people excel at fine craftsmanship, like sewing. And some people may have more talent and value in other areas. Having someone like me waste all day on an assembly line, repeating simple mechanical tasks, is a waste of talent in itself. Cold Moon looked at him, her ice blue eyes slightly flickering. She did not see the usual guilt and cunning of a sly person on Ye Lin's face, but rather a sense of urgency to prove himself.
Could it be that he truly had some special skill? Cold Moon's tone softened slightly. Oh? Then tell me, what talent do you have that deserves the factory to make an exception for you?
My talent is not in my hands, but in here. Ye Lin pointed to his head. I need a position where I can better utilize my wisdom and creativity, not here repeating actions like a robot. I believe that if given the right platform, the value I create will far exceed producing 50 pieces of clothing a day. He spoke passionately, almost convincing himself. In truth, he just didn't want to work and wanted to find an opportunity to get close to Cold Moon, hoping to enjoy the benefits of her support. Cold Moon silently looked at him, as if judging the truth of his words. After a few seconds, she slowly spoke, her tone carrying a hint of regret. I'm sorry, but all positions in the factory are currently filled, and there are no vacancies that suit you. While assembly line work is tedious, it is the foundation of the factory's operation.
Completing your quota is your most basic duty as an employee.
If you really have the ability, then prove yourself in your current position.
Output is the most direct reflection. Work hard, I have faith in you. Chapter 43, I won't pretend anymore, I am indeed a strange chef.
Ye Lin felt speechless, this woman truly seemed stubborn to the point of being unyielding. It seemed that he had to reveal something special. Just as Cold Moon was about to turn away again, Ye Lin suddenly raised his head, his voice low but clear enough for her to hear.
I am a junior strange chef. Cold Moon's footsteps instantly froze.
She slowly turned around, her ice blue eyes showing a clear ripple for the first time, filled with disbelief. What did you say? She thought she heard wrong. Ye Lin met her shocked gaze and repeated slowly, word by word, I said, I am a junior strange chef. This time, Cold Moon heard him clearly. A rare expression of surprise appeared on her face, looking Ye Lin up and down, as if trying to get to know him anew.
Junior strange chef? You? A human? Do you know the consequences of deceiving me?
In Li City, every cunning chef is a respected figure, often serving the top restaurants or being supported by great powers.
How could a human possibly become a cunning chef? This is simply unheard of.
Of course I know, Ye Lin replied calmly. I have no need to joke with my own life. If Manager Leng doesn't believe me, she can give me a chance to prove myself. He looked intently at Leng Yu, please provide me with ingredients and a venue, and I can create a cunning dish for you on the spot. Leng Yu fell silent, her eyes fixed on Ye Lin's, as if trying to find even the slightest trace of a lie. But all she saw was openness and confidence.
After a few minutes of silence, Leng Yu finally spoke again. All right. After the lunch break, you can eat your lunch in the cafeteria, then come to find me in the small kitchen behind the cafeteria. She paused, a sharp glint flashing in her icy blue eyes. If you lie, or if the dish you create does not satisfy me, I will ensure you never leave the cafeteria. With that, Leng Yu no longer lingered, turning and leaving, her silver-gray figure quickly disappearing at the factory door. Ye Lin then signed out at the clocking machine and strolled leisurely towards the cafeteria. Lianming and Zhou Sidong followed behind him like two little followers, echoing his every step. On the way to the cafeteria, most players stumbled, their faces pale. Long periods of mental strain and standing work had nearly broken those who may have hardly worked a proper job on Blue Star. In Long Country, such assembly line work would only show you the end of life at a glance, but here, it also sometimes sends you directly to the end of life. As Ye Lin walked, he caught sight of a figure stumbling towards him from the side, clearly aiming to crash into him. It was a female player, somewhat attractive, with a look of fragility and panic on her face. Ye Lin had a good memory and recognized her as one of the peace workers, one of those who had tried to go to the restroom earlier. Just as the woman was about to crash into him, Ye Lin subtly stepped aside. She fell hard onto the cold cement ground, crashing down painfully, her teeth gritting in pain, almost unable to hold back her urine. Ye Lin looked down at her, his eyes lacking warmth. Watch where you're going. The woman struggled to get up, her face a mix of blue and white, but soon squeezed out a pitiful expression, rubbing her injured knee. I am sorry, Mr. Ye Lin, I lost my balance.
My name is Wu Qianqian, a member of the Peace Work Group. As she spoke, she tried to lean into Ye Lin, attempting to grasp his arm. Ye Lin stepped back a bit, avoiding her touch.
He saw through the woman's thoughts completely. Trying to use beauty to charm him? She really underestimated him, Ye Lin. He was the kind of man who dared to kiss a strange female ticket seller. What kind of scene hadn't he seen? Only someone as inexperienced as Xiao Chunan would fall for such tricks. Seeing that Ye Lin was not swayed, Wu Qianqian's eyes darkened, realizing her indirect approach had failed. She quickly changed to a pleading expression, her voice tinged with a cry, Mr. Ye Lin, please tell me the rules of the restroom, I really need to go, but I'm too scared to enter, the sound earlier was too scary. Ye Lin didn't want to engage further, pointing at Lianming and Zhou Sidong behind him, I told those two the rules, if you have the ability, ask them. With that, he ignored Wu Qianqian and continued walking towards the cafeteria. Wu Qianqian stood frozen, watching Ye Lin's indifferent back, biting her lip, then turned her gaze towards Lianming and Zhou Sidong. She took a deep breath, plastering a charming smile back on her face, and walked towards the two. Lianming frowned slightly, instinctively wanting to avoid her. Zhou Sitai looked at the approaching Wu Qianqian, especially her deliberately lifted chest and those sparkling eyes, his throat involuntarily swallowed. Two older brothers. Wu Qianqian's voice was soft and sweet. Could you tell me the rules that Yishin just mentioned? I really can't hold it anymore, I beg you. Zhou Sitai had never experienced such a situation, his face instantly turned red. Lianming still managed to stay calm, speaking in a deep voice, Miss Wu, please have some self-respect. But Wu Chanshan ignored Lianming, her fox-like eyes staring straight at Zhou Sitai.
Brother, please do me a favor and tell me later in the factory, I can take good care of you.
Zhou Sitai's psychological defenses quickly crumbled under Wu Chanshan's sweet words.
He barely struggled and spilled out the toilet rules that Ye Lin had told them like pouring beans. Lianming watched from the side, infuriated and glaring, yet helpless, only nervously glancing at Ye Lin's back, fearing he might get angry because of this. Though Ye Lin walked ahead, he could hear everything clearly behind him. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth.
Zhou Sitai, this weakling, was indeed unreliable.
However, he couldn't be bothered to care, it was just a toilet rule, saying it out loud was no big deal. As for Wu Chanshan, willing to bend and stretch to survive, thick-skinned and clever, she might indeed have some use in the future. In this damned place, having one more usable piece was definitely not a bad thing. Wu Chanshan got the rule she wanted, the flirtatious demeanor on her face instantly faded, she casually thanked them and hurried towards the direction of the toilet. Zhou Sitai remained lost in the warmth from a moment ago, feeling a sense of loss. Lianming walked to his side, exasperatedly scolding, Yishan just told us the rules, how could you say it so easily? Zhou Sitai finally came to his senses, looking with some fear towards Ye Lin's direction, and seeing that Ye Lin had no intention of turning back to investigate, he slightly sighed in relief and awkwardly lowered his head.
Chapter 44, Rules, More Rules.
Ye Lin and the others arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. The cafeteria was a low flat building with severely peeling walls, revealing dark yellow stains inside. The entrance was already crowded with players, all pointing at a yellowed piece of paper on the wall, their faces filled with fear. As the three of them got closer, the yellowed paper read, Dining Precautions.
Damn, there are so many rules just to eat, one player swore quietly.
Ye Lin carefully read the rules written above. 1. Cafeteria opening hours, 12 p.m. to 12:45 p.m., 5 p.m. to 5:45 p.m. No entry during non-meal times, violators will be treated as nighttime ingredients. 2. Please be sure to finish all food collected or bought during mealtimes without any leftovers. Wasting food is shameful, if found, there will be mandatory clean plate education. 3. After finishing the meal, please place your tray in the designated recycling area. The old lady at the recycling area will smile at you, and you must respond with a smile too. If she starts crying, please comfort her until she smiles again. 4. The white and plump head chef will sometimes patrol during employee mealtimes, do not make any dissatisfied gestures or expressions in his presence.
Before leaving, he will randomly ask several dining employees, are you satisfied with today's cafeteria meal and service? You must eat 3 big bites with a smile and gratefully say you are satisfied. 5. During the meal, please ensure someone is always sitting across from you. If you find the opposite side empty, please immediately change to another seat. 6. Do not look at the employee who always eats alone in the corner with his back to everyone. Never.
7. If you do not want to eat the cafeteria's free meals, you can ask the serving ant for a meal change. Completing the serving ants game can get you better meals. Ye Lin scanned the cafeteria rules from top to bottom, while nearby, Lianming and Zhou Sidong had already started to wail.
What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Eating a meal requires remembering so many rules, does anyone even get to live?
Zhou Sidong said with a sorrowful face, I've never struggled this much just to memorize a text for school. Another player nearby nodded in deep agreement, every place has its rules, and I can't remember any of them, this dungeon is too twisted. Ye Lin remained silent. The all attribute massive boost from the last dungeon's clear reward, including a strengthening of memory, allowed him to almost have a photographic memory. These rules were already firmly engraved in his mind after just one glance.
Let's go, let's enter.
Ye Lin took the lead and stepped into the cafeteria. The cafeteria space was large, but the lighting was dim, and a mysterious foul smell lingered in the air. In front of the long food distribution counter, there was a sparse queue, players were receiving plates from several emotionless cafeteria staff members. Ye Lin glanced around and immediately noticed the special presence mentioned in rule number 6. In the corner of the cafeteria, there indeed sat an employee dressed in gray work clothes, facing away from everyone, occupying a table alone. A vacuum zone formed within a few meters of him, as both players and the eerie staff unconsciously avoided that area, as if there were something extraordinarily terrifying there. Ye Lin then looked back at the food distribution window. Several strange ants in white chef uniforms were busily scooping steaming mush into the players' plates. The mush seemed sticky, with a color between poop yellow and ink green, looking very much like the stuff often favored by people from a free country, exuding a smell that made Ye Lin's stomach churn. Indeed, it was pig food. Making him eat this was worse than asking him to die. Lianming and Zhou Sidong looked at the food, and their faces turned extremely pale, their throats involuntarily rolling, seemingly suppressing the urge to vomit.
Ye God, how can we eat this? Zhou Sidong's voice trembled.
At that moment, Ye Lin caught a glimpse of an automatic vending machine out of the corner of his eye. It leaned against the wall next to the employee sitting with his back to everyone. Though the machine appeared somewhat old, the items displayed inside made Ye Lin's eyes light up. Instant noodles, sausages, cola, chips, and even several brands of crunchy noodles.
All normal, edible food. You too, go find a spot and grab a seat.
Ye Lin ordered his two followers, but his gaze remained locked on the vending machine.
Ye God, are you going to?
Liaming followed his gaze and also saw the vending machine, but then cast a fearful glance at the eerie employee next to it, showing hesitation on his face.
Do as I say. Ye Lin's tone was unmistakably firm.
The two didn't dare to ask more and hurried off to find seats. Ye Lin headed straight to the corner. He noticed several players had also discovered the vending machine, their faces showing delight as they rushed over and pulled out crumpled bills to stuff into the coin slot. The result was the vending machine unceremoniously spat out the bills and emitted several sharp, beeping error tones. Those players would not give up. They tried other denominations of currency, but without exception, they were all rejected. Ultimately, they could only give the enticing items in the vending machine a hopeless glance before trudging back to the food distribution window to collect that pig food. Ye Lin understood in his heart that this machine probably only accepted strange coins. He approached the vending machine, ignoring the shadow nearby that exuded a chilling aura, and began to select items on the control screen.
Braised beef noodles.
Old sour pickled vegetable noodles, fresh shrimp fish board noodles, a few packs of spicy strips and 2 bottles of cola. Having selected his items, he took out the 100 weird coins he had just earned from the scarred-faced captain and stuffed them into the coin slot. The machine emitted a light buzzing sound, and the amount displayed on the screen read 100. Ye Lin pressed the confirm purchase button. He then heard a series of mechanical clanking sounds from inside. His selected food swayed a little, and then got stuck at the delivery exit, not moving at all.
The money didn't come back out either.
Ye Lin frowned, stuffed another 100 weird coins in, and this time chose even more snacks. Once again, just like the last time, the mechanical arm got stuck halfway through, and the money was still swallowed up. Ye Lin felt a bit exasperated. Why was his luck so bad? At that moment, a voice with obvious mockery directly rang in his mind.
Heh, this stupid human, how come he has so many weird coins on him?
It's been a long time since I've had such delicious weird coins. I must squeeze this idiot hard. Ye Lin was stunned and looked at the vending machine in front of him. The machine's screen still flickered with cold light, showing no signs of anything unusual. He glanced around. Other players were focused on dealing with the slop in their plates or lining up for food, seemingly unaware of this strange voice.
Chapter 45, I think this junk machine is lovesick.
Ye Lin suddenly remembered the skill he had acquired, communicate beyond limits. You can communicate with beings that normally can't be communicated with.
So, what he just heard was the vending machine's inner voice. This thing actually has its own consciousness? A sly businessman? Seeing Ye Lin standing still and not putting more money in, the vending machine seemed a bit anxious. The voice rang in his head again, filled with irritation. Damn it, why aren't you putting more money in? Hurry up and put it in. You stingy human, weren't you generous just now? Quickly hand over the rest of your weird coins. Idiot, stingy, worthless. A barrage of foul language bombarded Ye Lin's mind like firecrackers. Ye Lin's expression gradually darkened, and his eyes became icy. Those who knew him would understand, this was a sign of his anger. After cursing for a long while, the vending machine saw Ye Lin still unresponsive, just coldly staring at it, and seemed a bit bored. The curses gradually ceased, only mumbling at the end. Forget it, looks like this dumb human can't be squeezed for anything, really boring. Ye Lin looked at the vending machine that had quieted down and suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but clearly entered the air. Why aren't you cursing anymore? Say a few more words. The light on the vending machine screen flickered very slightly, and a confused thought came through. Ha? Is this stupid human talking to someone? Ye Lin's mouth curled into a cold smile, staring straight at the vending machine screen. You junk machine, what are you looking at? It seemed like a sound of gears jamming came from the vending machine's interior, and that thought was filled with confusion. Is he talking to me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ye Lin took a step closer, almost pressing his face against the cold glass screen, each word deliberate. You swallowed my weird coins, jammed my goods, and still dare to call me an idiot, stingy, worthless? You pile of scrap metal, you've got quite a boldness. The vending machine completely froze, the light on the screen flickering chaotically, and the internal mechanical structure emitted faint creaking sounds, fully expressing its inner shock and confusion. It looked at this human who seemed to see through all its thoughts and felt for the first time a certain emotion called fear. What on earth are you? The vending machine's thought trembled. I'm your father. Ye Lin's tone was flat yet carried an unbearable oppressive feeling. Now, spit out the things I bought, with interest included. Otherwise, I'll tear you into a pile of real scrap metal. The vending machine fell silent for a few seconds, then a sarcastic thought struck Ye Lin's mind again. Ha ha ha. Dying of laughter. Even if you can hear me, so what? You, a tiny human, have limited power after all.
I'm just standing here, not moving, and you won't even scrape off a layer of my paint with your skinny arms and legs.
Want me to spit out the money you put in? Not a chance. No way.
Smart ones will hurry and stuff the remaining strange coins on you into me.
If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll show some mercy and give you, this silly human, a pack of spicy sticks to try,
The vending machine's arrogant thought abruptly stopped.
Because it saw Ye Lin expressionless, pulling out a blood-stained window-breaking hammer from behind his waist.
The hammer had a sharp head, and a sense of unsettling weird energy faintly wrapped around it.
What do you want to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. A hint of panic crept into the vending machine's thought.
Ye Lin completely ignored its warning, swinging his arm in a circle with fierce strength and bringing down the hammer hard onto the reinforced glass of the vending machine. A loud crash echoed in the corner of the cafeteria, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking glass. The reinforced glass was immediately covered in spiderweb-like cracks from the impact of the hammer, with a small pit even forming at the center, shards tumbling down. The vending machine emitted a piercing, deformed scream of thought, shaking violently as the internal parts made a chaotic rattle.
Daddy! Daddy, spare me! Don't smash me! If you smash me more, I'll leak electricity. I'm going to crash.
Ye Lin weighed the hammer in his hand, coldly staring at the crack screen. Come on, little machine, I still liked your rebellious look a moment ago, restore it.
It can't be restored. Daddy, the little machine knows it was wrong, really knows it was wrong.
The vending machine's thought carried a crying tone, as it felt clearly the power from that strike capable of harming its essence, and the fierce determination in Ye Lin's body that said he would act.
This human truly dared to dismantle it. Now you know you were wrong?
Ye Lin gently tapped the center of the crack with the sharp end of the hammer, making a knocking sound. Where's my stuff, and my money?
Spit it out, quickly spit it out, all the money with interest, give it back to Daddy. As it begged for mercy, the internal mechanical arms crazily operated.
There was a clattering noise, and the product outlet spewed out a huge pile of items like it was vomiting. Not only were all the instant noodles, snacks, and cola Ye Lin just ordered included, but also several packs of high-end goods he didn't choose, and even a few packs of specially made jerky exuding strong weird energy. At the same time, the coin slot made a popping sound and spat out a stack of strange coins. Ye Lin glanced at it. The total face value added up to exactly 500.
Daddy, please check, the money and goods are all here. The extras are the little machine's tribute to you.
The vending machine's thought was lowly submissive. Ye Lin leisurely picked up the strange coins from the ground, stuffed them into his pocket, and then picked up the food one by one, cradling it to his chest. He cast a glance at the vending machine, its screen dimming slightly, gently tapping its damaged glass surface with the hammer.
In the future, learn some rules. My money is not that easy to swallow. Understood, understood. Must understand. In the future, when Daddy comes to buy things, it'll all be free. No, I'll even pay you.
The vending machine hurriedly promised. Ye Lin no longer paid attention to this bully machine, cradling his spoils and turning to walk toward the seats occupied by Li Anming and Zhou Sitai.
All the players and bazaar employees who witnessed the scene were left dumbfounded. They only saw Ye Lin standing in front of the vending machine for a while, then suddenly pulling out a hammer and hitting the machine, after which that machine crazily spat out items and money. What is going on? Brute force cracking stream?
Li Anming and Zhou Sitao stared at Ye Lin as he came back carrying so much normal food, their eyes wide, swallowing hard.
Ye God, what is this? Li Anming's voice trembled. Eating.
Ye Lin placed the items on the table, tore open a bucket of braised beef noodles, and tossed in some hot dogs and braised eggs, starting to pour hot water from the vending machine. The rich aroma of food instantly wafted through the air, contrasting sharply with the foul smell of pig food in the cafeteria. Suddenly, sounds of swallowing filled the air, and countless envious, jealous, and even greedy gazes focused on this table.
Chapter 46, Smash the machine and get food? Truly stupid.
A few players exchanged glances, quietly getting up and walking toward the old vending machine in the corner, its screen covered in cracks.
They didn't understand Ye Lin's previous actions, but they saw the results. Smash the machine, and you can get tasty food and money.
A young man with bleached hair picked up a broken wooden stool that no one was using, swung it, and smashed it against the vending machine's glass, imitating Ye Lin's earlier tone while cursing.
Trash machine, I am your father, quickly hand over the food and money.
The others followed suit, some using their fists to hit, others kicking, all shouting filthy words.
Stupid machine, spit it out. I am your dad, did you hear? Inside the vending machine? What are these stupid humans doing? Learning from that Death Star?
My dad can casually pull out a cursed tool to make me short-circuit. What are you poor fools who can't even take out cursed coins?
Damn, what bad luck, now any cat or dog dares to provoke your machine, brother?
The internal program of the vending machine was almost on the verge of chaos due to anger. It cautiously glanced towards Ye Lin, only to see that Death Star buried in his noodles, seemingly uninterested in the commotion here, not even lifting an eyelid.
Good, very good, the Death Star doesn't care.
Then don't blame your machine brother for being ruthless, just right to vent the anger just received. Just as the bleached-haired group was smashing away, thinking they would soon reap a bountiful reward like Ye Lin, a sudden change occurred. The sides of the old vending machine suddenly popped open, and 4 mechanical arms made of twisted metal tubes and wires shot out like lightning, with sharp claws at their ends.
What the hell is this?
The bleached-haired man let out a terrified scream, dropping the stool to the ground.
The others turned pale, wanting to run. But those mechanical arms moved astonishingly fast, like a giant python hunting, instantly wrapping around their arms, legs, and necks, binding them tightly. Help me. Let go of me.
The group struggled in terror, but they couldn't shake the cold, hard mechanical arms at all. Their cries and pleas echoed in the cafeteria, and other players shrank their necks in fear, no one daring to step forward. In the next second, the mechanical arm suddenly exerted force, dragging the struggling, screaming players roughly to the front of the weird staff member who had been sitting with their back to everyone. Forcing their heads down, they made them look at the face of the person sitting with their back turned.
Don't look. The rules say you can't look.
One player seemed to remember the rules, letting out a desperate scream.
But it was too late.
The bleached-haired man desperately tried to close his eyes, but an invisible force held them open. The others faced the same fate, they were forced to clearly see the front of the person with their back turned. That face had no nose, only a huge single eye occupying half the face, which was now slowly opening, completely black with no whites. Below that single eye was a mouth split to the roots of the ears, packed tightly with countless small, jagged teeth. A few people who were caught made strange sounds from their throats, their bodies like ice cubes thrown into strong acid. From the moment it touched their line of sight, their skin, muscles, bones, quickly dissolved into crimson blood, dripping onto the ground. In just 2 or 3 seconds, several living people completely melted into a few puddles of bubbling blood, with not a trace of bone left. The metallic arm disdainfully tossed the empty clothes onto the ground, slowly retracting back into the vending machine, the panel closing once again. Those players who had been eager to join the zero-cost shopping now trembled like shaken chaff, no longer daring to look at that bizarre vending machine. They finally understood that Ye Lin could do this, not because they had found some loophole, but because he was the exception himself. Lianming and Zhou Sidong had their backs soaked with cold sweat. Zhou Sitong's voice trembled as he whispered, "Ye God, they."
Ye Lin's gaze showed no emotion. If they seek death, who can they blame? Thinking they could follow and feast like others just because they saw someone eat crab? They should weigh themselves properly.
In this hellish place, foolishness was itself a sin. Wu Qianqian rushed breathlessly into the cafeteria, only to see the terrifying scene of the vending machine killing moments before. Although she did not understand the complete situation, she felt that it had something to do with Ye Lin, making her feel even more that Ye Lin was mysterious and inscrutable. Wu Qianqian's gaze continued to search for Ye Lin, and soon she found his table, spotting the unopened snacks and cola, her eyes instantly brightening. Without hesitation, she swayed her waist as she walked over and plopped down in the empty seat across from Ye Lin, making a pitiful expression. "Ye God, please, I beg you, share some food with me. I really can't eat that pig food over there, I would throw it up." Zhou Sidong was about to speak when Lianming stood up directly. He felt he had not stopped Zhou Sitong's mouth just now, and now he had to show his good side. "Wu Qianqian, do you have no shame? Is Ye God's food something you can covet? Hurry up and roll," Lianming said as he tried to pull her. "Wait." Ye Lin spoke, his voice low but freezing Lianming's action in midair. Ye Lin glanced at the extra snacks piled on the table, then looked at Wu Qianqian's face filled with longing, and slowly said, "If you take too many snacks and can't finish them later, it would violate the second rule and lead to disaster, so let her have some. Also, the 5th rule requires someone to sit across during meals, and since there are exactly 4 of us facing each other, let her sit here." Wu Qianqian was overjoyed, not expecting Ye Lin to be so easy to talk to. She pushed her luck, thinking her charm had made an impact. She even stood up, puckered her lipstick-covered lips, and leaned towards Ye Lin's face, her voice sweet. "Ye God, you are so nice. How can I repay you?" Ye Lin frowned and quickly tilted his head to dodge while raising his hand, striking Wu Qianqian's forehead mercilessly with the handle of his window-breaking hammer. A dull thud sounded. "Ah!" Wu Qianqian cried out in pain, covering her suddenly reddened forehead, tears almost coming out as she looked at Ye Lin in shock. "Stop it with that act." Ye Lin's eyes were cold, his tone filled with disgust. "I help you, not because you are pretty or flirty, but because I think you might be somewhat useful." Wu Qianqian was stunned, covering her forehead, feeling a bit lost. Ye Lin leaned forward, staring at her with a menacing presence. "Listen, my help is not free. These foods, and any possible protection in the future, all come at a cost." Chapter 47, The Appointment. Wu Qianqian's eyes flickered, a self-satisfied look appearing on her face again. She lowered her voice and added a hint of flirtation.
I understand, ye god, what is the cost? As long as you can shelter me, I will do anything,
she said, hinting by slightly pushing her chest forward.
Ye Lin was immediately enraged, laughing with sarcasm in his voice. Is there anything in your head other than that useless, dirty stuff? Get lost. I'm not interested in your rotten body. Wu Qianqian's face instantly turned bright red, full of shame and anger, but she didn't dare to explode. The price I mentioned is that in this instance, you must unconditionally obey my orders. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to scout ahead, even if there's a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, you have to jump in with your eyes open. Even if what I ask you to do might cost you your life, you must carry it out without hesitation. Do you understand?
Wu Qianqian was completely stunned. She looked at Ye Lin's eyes, which showed no hint of joking, and her heart pounded wildly. This wasn't the price she had imagined. This was almost like selling her life to him. Her face changed color, and her inner struggle was intense.
Unconditional obedience? Dangerous tasks?
This could really lead to death. But she quickly remembered the faint screams she had heard in the bathroom earlier, the 4 players who had been melted into a pool of blood, the disgusting pig slop at the meal counter, the cold gaze of team leader Wang, and the merciless death sentence from Cold Moon.
In this instance, where wasn't dangerous?
If she acted alone, she might die faster and more horribly. If she followed Ye Lin, even though she might be used as cannon fodder, at least he was strong and had many tricks. Under his command, the chance of surviving was definitely much higher than blindly stumbling around on her own.
Having realized this, Wu Qianqian's gaze gradually became firm.
She no longer faked flirtation but nodded seriously. Ye god, I promise you. In this instance, my life, Wu Qianqian, is yours.
Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it, no second thoughts.
Ye Lin looked at the determination and decisiveness that replaced the previous showiness in her eyes, and nodded slightly satisfied. What he needed was a knife that could do the job, not just a vase that made noise.
Alright, then these are your advance payments.
Ye Lin pointed to the remaining snacks and a bottle of cola on the table.
If you perform well, there will be more for you. If you don't, you'll know the consequences of angering me.
Understood, ye god, I will perform well. Wu Qianqian immediately promised, then cautiously picked up a pack of chips, eating it slowly, her posture much more restrained. Lianming and Zhou Sitao watched this scene, their respect for Ye Lin growing even more. Ye god's method of managing people is truly both ruthless and precise. At this moment, Ye Lin swept his gaze across the entire cafeteria. Mealtime was nearly over, and most of the players hadn't finished the disgusting, sticky pig slop in front of them. One by one, their faces turned green as they tried to force the food down, holding back the urge to vomit. A few people finally couldn't hold back and vomited, their faces turning ashen, knowing they almost certainly wouldn't be able to finish the required food, and their fate was already sealed. Ye Lin, however, avoided Rule 3, the recycling lady, because he ate instant noodles and snacks from the vending machine. Rule 5, there must be someone across from you, was also satisfied with Wu Qianqian's addition, while Rule 4, the chubby chef will survey in question, and Rule 7, meal exchange game, were not triggered. It's almost time, Ye Lin stood up, Lianming, Zhou Sitao, Wu Qianqian, you 3 go back and clock in for work.
Ye god, what about you? Lianming asked.
Ye Lin smiled slightly, I'm going to meet someone behind the cafeteria. After saying that, he didn't linger and walked directly toward the back door of the cafeteria. His figure soon disappeared into the dim corridor. Lianming and the other 2 exchanged glances, seeing nervousness and expectation in each other's eyes.
Is Ye god going to try and approach that cold-faced manager, like how he dealt with the strange ticket seller? If he's successful, those little brothers and sisters, who follow along, wouldn't their lives be much better?
Not daring to think too much, the 3 hurriedly tidied up and quickly left the cafeteria, returning to the workshop. What they could do was obey Ye Lin's orders and not cause him any trouble. Ye Lin wandered behind the cafeteria for a while before finding a small independent house in the corner. The house looked a bit old, but it was much cleaner than the cafeteria, at least it didn't have the nauseating smell of rotten food. He pushed the door open and immediately saw Lang Yu sitting inside. She was sitting next to a small table, with a meal tray in front of her. The food inside looked slightly better than the employee meal, but that was about it. At this moment, she was bored, drawing circles on the tabletop with her fingertips, her cold and beautiful face showing a hint of grievance and expectation.
Lang Yu's current desire, why is this human so slow?
I'm so hungry, I want to eat something delicious, hurry up.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lang Yu snapped back to reality.
She almost instantly returned to her cold and indifferent demeanor.
You're here. Let's get started, I prepared everything you'll need.
She pointed to the workbench on one side of the room, where some ingredients that Ye Lin had never seen before were laid out, emitting a faint eerie aura. Ye Lin looked at those strange-looking items and honestly admitted, Manager Lang, to be honest, I currently only know how to make one bizarre dish, the white rabbit milk candy.
Lan Yu's ice blue eyes instantly became sharp, her expression filled with suspicion. Only one? How can I believe you are a bizarre chef?
Ye Lin maintained his composure, his tone calm. A recipe should be about quality, not quantity. Even though I only know this one, you have personally tasted the results, and you should know how effective they are. Lan Yu frowned tightly, looking at Ye Lin, then glancing at the ingredients prepared for another dish she wanted to eat, her expression darkening. I don't have the materials to make the white rabbit milk candy. But here I have a complete recipe and the required ingredients for another bizarre dish, the joy jelly.
Now, you only have one choice. Learn on site, and make it on site.
Her tone was cold and businesslike, her gaze darting to the old clock on the wall pointing to 12:40.
My time is limited. I must return to the office to handle business before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, you only have 1 hour.
1 hour to understand this recipe and successfully make a joy jelly that satisfies me. After saying this, she felt that her demand was somewhat harsh.
1 hour, to teach a bizarre chef who claims only to make candy to learn an entirely new bizarre dish? This was almost an impossible task.
Lang Yu thought she would see Ye Lin's face turn pale, panicking, even begging her for more time to save his life. She had even prepared in her mind how to coldly refuse him and execute punishment if he begged for mercy. Rules are rules. As the HR manager, Lang Yu never showed mercy. However, Ye Lin's reaction completely surprised her. He showed no fear, his face even revealing excitement as if eager to take on the challenge.
Lang Yu was stunned and couldn't help but blurt out, "Aren't you afraid? Don't you think I'm deliberately making things difficult for you?"
Ye Lin lifted his head, his face filled with a mix of shame and passion, his tone sincere. Afraid?
How could I be? I'm grateful that you are willing to give me this chance.
As a bizarre chef, only knowing one recipe is already my shame, it is my fault. Now, Manager Lang, not only have you not rejected me for my superficiality, but you are also willing to provide me with an opportunity to learn a new recipe. This is like a timely help, a true recognition. Your trust and cultivation toward me fill me only with gratitude and motivation.
How could I harbor resentment? Do you think you're making things difficult for me?
He spoke passionately, painting himself as a talented individual who had yet to be recognized, a young man full of gratitude after meeting a mentor by chance. Lan Yu looked into his sincere eyes, listened to his heartfelt words, and it seemed as though a small stone had been thrown into the frozen lake of her heart, causing a subtle ripple. She had seen too many people shifting blame and complaining about their fate, but she had never seen someone who could attribute their own shortcomings to themselves and view such harsh demands as a gift and opportunity.
This human way of thinking is really something special.
Lan Yu's favorability, 10-15, she feels that while the host's abilities are debatable, his attitude is sincere, and his ambition is admirable. Ye Lin felt the slight fluctuation from the system's prompt in his mind, and he was overjoyed. With the system's cheat, not to mention an hour, learning a new recipe in a second wouldn't be a problem. The reason he acted so nobly was simply to gain a bit of favorability along the way.
Since you understand, then let's begin.
Lan Yu suppressed the strange feeling in her heart, her voice returning to its usual cold tone, though it seemed a bit less icy than before. She pushed a leather recipe, filled with densely packed handwriting, and several key ingredients toward Ye Lin.
Joy jelly, a vengeful level eerie food.
The effect is to briefly boost happiness and eliminate negative emotions after consumption. The materials and steps are written above, take a look yourself. Ye Lin took the recipe, it had a cool, slippery feel. He pretended to read it carefully, while mentally chanting, "System, learn the joy jelly recipe."
Ding!
Detected learnable recipe, Joy Jelly, Vengeful Level, automatically learning. Congratulations to the host for mastering the new recipe, Joy Jelly, Vengeful Level. The related production process and key points have been instilled. In an instant, a flood of information about handling weeping bloodberries, smiling flower dew, soul congealing gelatin, and other eerie ingredients, along with the precise control of heat, was engraved in Ye Lin's mind, like an instinct born with him. He put down the recipe, his face showing a confident smile.
Manager Lang, I've finished reading. We can start making it now.
Lang Yu had just sat down but immediately stood up, her ice blue eyes full of shock and disbelief.
Finished reading? Are you joking?
Her voice carried a hint of anger as though she had been mocked.
Ye Lin, do you think I'm easy to talk to? Do you think you can just fool around and try your luck to get away with it?
I warn you, don't test my patience. If you can't make a satisfactory product, I won't bother handling you myself, that would be too kind. Lang Yu pointed toward the main building of the cafeteria, her tone icy cold.
I'll send you to the back kitchen. The plump head chef there loves employees like you with delicate skin and tender flesh.
He'll disassemble you into ingredients and let you experience firsthand what true despair feels like.
The outcome will be 100 times worse than death.
She deliberately stared straight at Ye Lin, trying to find fear and panic on his face. However, Ye Lin just calmly looked at her, his eyes even carrying a touch of helplessness. Manager Lang, I take full responsibility for every word I said. If I can't make a satisfactory joy jelly within an hour, feel free to deal with me however you like, without any complaints. Lang Yu's current desire wants to see Ye Lin cooking in nothing but an apron, and it would be even better if he sweats a little while cooking. Excited, secretly anticipating, desire intensity, strong.
Ye Lin?
He looked at the silver-haired, ice-eyed, cold-tempered personnel manager who seemed like she could throw him into the back kitchen at any moment, then compared it to the clear and perverse desire in his mind, and his CPU almost overheated.
Has the system gone crazy? Naked apron? Sweating?
That desire would make sense on someone like Lu Ming, who is shy and demure, but an icy mountain of restraint like Lang Yu suddenly shattered in a way that was startling.
But the system's judgment had never been wrong. Trust the system and gain immortality.
Seeing Ye Lin standing still without moving, neither going to the control panel nor arguing, just looking at her with strange eyes, the doubts in her heart reached a peak. Sure enough, he was merely bluffing, and now he had exposed himself, like a little student called to the blackboard by the teacher but unable to solve the math problem, just standing there foolishly. She was about to speak, to issue a final ultimatum. But she saw Ye Lin suddenly raise his hand and start unbuttoning his shirt.
1 button, 2 buttons.
Lang Yu was stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her ice-blue eyes.
What is he doing? Angry out of humiliation? Or trying to plead for mercy in another way?
While she was distracted, Ye Lin had already quickly taken off his upper garment and tossed it aside, revealing a smooth, muscular upper body. Long-term training and the physical enhancement from quest rewards had given him a strong physique, yet he still retained the youthful uprightness. Lang Yu's gaze inadvertently fell on the firm chest muscles and defined abs, her cheeks slightly flushed.
No. This is not the main point. Regaining her composure, Lang Yu suppressed that strange feeling and shouted sternly, Ye Lin, what are you doing taking off your clothes? Do you think you can avoid punishment this way? Shameless. Ye Lin was inwardly complaining, what am I doing? Isn't this exactly what you want to see?
Saying no with his mouth, but his body is quite honest, ugh, the desire is honest. However, he maintained a serious demeanor, even with a hint of sanctity.
Manager Lang, you misunderstood.
Ye Lin spoke steadily, beginning to nonsense earnestly. Every strange chef has his unique cooking secret. And my method requires me to remove my outer clothing while cooking, wearing only an apron. This minimizes the distance between me and the ingredients, eliminating all external distractions, allowing my soul to directly converse with the essence of the ingredients, achieving a state of mysterious, profound unity of man and food. Only in this way can I evoke the most extreme flavors and energies from the ingredients.
Chapter 49. Lang Yu wanted to see more.
This set of mystical talk, combined with Ye Lin shirtless and looking devout, truly managed to impress Lang Yu. She blinked her ice-blue eyes, a flicker of uncertainty passing across her face.
Unity of man and food? Shortening the distance to the ingredients?
It sounded somewhat reasonable. After all, the legacies of strange chefs are bizarre, and some unique habits and rituals seem to make sense. Moreover, even she herself didn't notice that, looking at Ye Lin's strong upper body, imagining him busy in front of the control panel wearing only an apron, and possibly even sweating due to concentration. Her heart inexplicably quickened, a hidden thrill coursed through her body like a subtle electric current. She tried to force herself to look away, daring not to watch any longer, but her peripheral vision couldn't help but sneak another glance. Lang Yu Favorability 1525 thinks the host's cooking secret is strange but perhaps reasonable, and feels a strong interest and shameful excitement from the scene before her. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Ye Lin knew he had it under control. This icy mountain woman, on the surface a strong boss, actually harbored such a perverse curiosity inside. He suppressed his laughter and maintained that sacred, unassailable chef demeanor, looking calmly at Lang Yu.
Manager Lang, may I ask where the apron is? I need it to complete my ritual.
Lang Yu's face turned even warmer as she flusteredly pointed to a hook in the corner of the wall, over there.
Following her direction, Ye Lin indeed saw a clean gray apron hanging there. He walked over, took down the apron, and in front of Lang Yu, slowly tying the apron strap around his waist. The apron strap outlined his slim waist, and the tie at the back made his shoulders look broad and his waist narrow. His bare arms and most of his chest were partially obscured by the apron, which somehow added a hint of alluring temptation, even more than being completely naked. The breath of cold moon became barely audible and rushed for a moment. She forced herself to focus on Ye Lin's face but couldn't help her gaze from sliding down. Can we start now? Of course, the ceremony has been completed.
Ye Lin walked to the operating table, picked up the ingredients exuding a strange aura, and his gaze was focused.
The cooking knowledge instilled by the system surged forth like instinct.
His technique in handling the blood-weeping berry was precise and elegant, and the juice he squeezed out resembled a blood diamond. The ratio for blending the smiling blossom dew was impeccable, and the heat he controlled for the soul congealing gel was just right. The entire motion flowed like water, carrying a unique beauty, completely unlike a novice. Instead, he resembled a master who had immersed himself in this path for decades. Cold Moon stood to the side, watching him diligently busy at the operating table, looking at the slight ripples of his back muscles with each movement, and the beads of sweat that occasionally slipped from his forehead, rolling down his neck into the apron. She felt her cheeks burning with an astonishing heat. A whirlwind of emotions, a mix of shame, excitement, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction, grew wildly in her heart. She never thought that watching a man cook could evoke such a strong reaction in her. It was simply absurd. Yet her gaze was like a magnet, unable to tear away from that young man wearing only an apron. Cold Moon's current desire: he is sweating. Really sweating. So good looking, I want to see more. Heart racing, head spinning, hidden longing intensifying. Although Ye Lin was focused on the cooking in front of him, he could clearly feel those two gazes almost burning into him. He chuckled to himself, yet his hands remained steady, even intentionally adjusting his angle to make the lines of his arm muscles stand out more under the light. Time passed by, second by second. When Ye Lin completed the final step and poured the crystal-clear joy jelly into the mold to cool, there were still a full 15 minutes left before the 1-hour limit. Manager Cold, the joy jelly is ready, it just needs to set for a moment. Please inspect it. Ye Lin looked up at Cold Moon but found her gaze still sticky on his bare chest, with an abnormal flush on her cheeks. Manager Cold? Ye Lin called out again. Only then did Cold Moon come to her senses, a hint of panic flashing in her ice-blue eyes. She forced herself to shift her gaze to the freshly set joy jelly on the operating table. Upon seeing this, she was completely stunned. The perfectly pink jelly danced gently in the rudimentary mold, encasing the crushed blood-weeping berry flesh inside, like a flawless artwork. Just its appearance was on par with the finished product she had seen in the top restaurant in Lee City. It had only been 45 minutes. A so-called chef who claimed to only make candy had learned and made it successfully on his first try? Turbulence surged in Cold Moon's heart, and her gaze towards Ye Lin completely changed. This person may indeed be a buried culinary genius. Seeing Cold Moon still sitting there, her expression complex as she fixed her eyes on the jelly yet showed no intention of tasting it, Ye Lin simply picked up the plate of still shaking joy jelly and walked over to her. As Ye Lin approached, Cold Moon felt her heart beating faster. He was bare-torsoed, wearing only that gray apron, sweat droplets still clinging to his brow, radiating warmth mixed with a faint sweet aroma of uncanny food. A strong masculine aura hit her face. Cold Moon instinctively brought her legs together. The fingers curled up nervously, the gaze uncontrollably lingering on that firm chest and abdomen. Cold Moon's current desire: he's coming. So close. Does he smell good? Heartbeat out of rhythm, shame and desire intertwining. Manager Cold, please have a taste, Ye Lin said as he placed the jelly on the table in front of her, leaning slightly forward. The moment he finished speaking, Cold Moon's expression suddenly changed drastically. Her cheeks, which were originally flushed, instantly lost all color and became pale. Her body trembled uncontrollably, her right foot stomping 3 times on the ground as if pulled by an invisible thread. Ye Lin's heart rang alarm bells. Then, the horrifying change occurred. The silver-gray professional suit on Cold Moon rapidly turned a dazzling crimson as if soaked in blood, at a visible speed. Her ice-blue eyes were instantly filled with a violent blood red, leaving no trace of rationality, only pure, extreme killing desire. Crimson Python's current desire: kill. Kill them all. Tear apart. Destroy everything. Starting with this annoying human in front of me. The Crimson Python was activated. And this time, the feeling was more violent, more unstable than before in the office. The Crimson Python slowly turned her head, her blood-red eyes locking onto Ye Lin tightly. Ye Lin had no doubt that if looks could kill, he would already be executed. Damn it! This time, he really might not survive. Chapter 50, Sisters in a Quarrel, I Come as the Bridge. Ye Lin's mind raced. Escape? How far could he run in front of such a red-clothed monster? Plead for mercy? Looking at the Crimson Python's state, begging for mercy would only lead to a quicker death. Just when the Crimson Python's hand was about to rise, Ye Lin's gaze suddenly fell on the plate of joyful jelly in his hand. Strange food effect: temporarily enhances pleasure, eliminates negative emotions. Without any hesitation, he lowered his head and fiercely swallowed the joyful jelly, then lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the Crimson Python's waist, using the momentum to push her slightly backward. At the same time, he accurately captured those lips adorned with dark red lipstick, forcefully transferring the cold, slippery jelly into her mouth. The Crimson Python's body instantly stiffened, shock and rage flashing through her blood-red eyes. She was about to use her strength to tear this audacious human apart, but a cool, sweet sensation slid down her throat, swiftly spreading throughout her body. It was a strange energy, like a gentle stream, soothing and resolving the manic killing intent and violent emotions little by little. The terrifying blood red in her eyes rapidly faded at a visible speed, restoring clarity, though with a hint of confusion. She clearly saw the face so close to her, as well as the extremely unflattering outfit he wore.
Isn't he the fragrant human from the bus? How could he be here? Dressed like this? What did he just do to me?
Her lips still seemed to retain that warm, soft touch, and the unique sweet aroma of the strange food. A wave of unprecedented embarrassment surged up, turning the crimson python's cheeks bright red. Seeing the killing intent in her body fade, Ye Lin immediately released his arm from around her waist and quickly stepped back, creating a relatively safe distance. He looked at the obvious flush on the crimson python's face and the residual shock and anger in her eyes, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Damn it, he had just saved his life again.
Miss Crimson Python, good to see you again. You seem more stable now, can we talk? The Crimson Python finally managed to stop coughing, glaring at Ye Lin in embarrassment and anger. What did you just make me eat?
Joyful jelly, a kind of strange food that enhances pleasure and eliminates negative emotions.
Ye Lin explained.
Just now the situation was urgent, you were very unstable, so I could only resort to this method to offend you, for self-preservation and to help you. Ye Lin quickly and clearly explained how during noon, Lang Yu had given him the recipe and materials, asking him to make joy jelly within an hour. Qi Lian listened, fell silent for a moment, and the annoyance in her eyes was gradually replaced by a complex emotion. I see, I should apologize to you. The state between Lang Yu and I becomes more unstable as night approaches, and I find it increasingly difficult to control myself. Ye Lin was already curious about their relationship, Lu Ming had only told him a general idea. He knew that to truly conquer these two and clear this level, this matter had to be clarified.
Miss Qi Lian, may I ask, what exactly is going on between you and Manager Lang Yu? I heard from an elder sister that you seem to be one dual soul?
Qi Lian remained silent for a moment, seeming to hesitate. But perhaps Ye Lin's help just now made a difference, or maybe she hadn't had someone to confide in for too long. She eventually spoke, her voice carrying a hint of bitterness.
Lang Yu is my younger sister.
Many years ago, when we shared a body, we were each other's closest existence, even though we could hardly communicate.
Later, we separated.
I became what I am now, and she gained a body.
At that time, I thought we could finally interact like normal sisters.
She lifted her head and looked at Ye Lin, her eyes containing a touch of self-mockery. In the end, it was just unrequited feelings. She must really hate me.
Why do you think that? What happened between you two?
Ye Lin guided her to continue. Qi Lian glanced at him, a trace of grievance flashing in her blood-red eyes.
Isn't it obvious?
In the first few years after we separated, we were indeed good. She would often wear me, taking me to work, to shop. We shared the joy of having independent consciousness together. But later, the times she came to find me became fewer and fewer. From several times a month to once every few months, and finally, it became just these forced few days in a year. I took the initiative to find her, but she always used various excuses to avoid me. Either she said she was busy with work or that she wasn't feeling well. Another time, I happened to get a rare gem we both used to love, and wanted to give it as a gift to her. I went to find her with great joy, but she didn't even look at it, just threw the gift aside, coldly saying she no longer liked such things and told me not to give her useless gifts anymore. You see, she doesn't want to let me be part of her life. She looks down on my gifts. What else could that be but hatred? Maybe she just thinks that I, in this state, embarrass her.
A sister who doesn't even have a body and can only cling to shoes.
Ye Lin looked at Qi Lian's aggrieved expression and felt delighted in his heart.
Isn't this a typical sisterly spat?
One is overly concerned about pride while suffering, and the other is straightforward and doesn't know how to coax. He turned his eyes, and a brilliant plan floated to his mind. Since they couldn't communicate well, he could be the bridge for that communication. Whether it was physical communication or spiritual communication, he was very good at it. Thinking of certain indescribable communication scenarios, Ye Lin couldn't help but chuckle wickedly, his expression gradually becoming twisted. Qi Lian looked at the naked man before her, only wearing an apron, suddenly showing a lewd smile, feeling an inexplicable chill. This guy had just been acting like a gentleman, how could he suddenly laugh so lewdly? If it weren't for the fact that she had a good impression of him on the bus earlier, and that he had just helped her, she almost couldn't help but kick him with her heel.
What are you laughing at? Qi Lian asked cautiously.
Ye Lin realized he had become too carried away and exposed his nature. He quickly restrained his smile and put on a sincere and reliable expression again.
It's nothing, I just feel very happy thinking about helping you sisters reconcile. Miss Qi Lian, I think there must be a misunderstanding between you and Manager Lang Yu.
If you trust me, I would like to be the bridge of communication between you two, to help you clear up your feelings. Qi Lian looked at him with a mix of trust and doubt. This human sometimes had an improper gaze, but what he said seemed to make some sense. She really wanted to reconcile with Lang Yu.
Maybe having a mediator would truly make a difference? Chapter 51, Ambiguous Jelly Feeding.
Just when Qi Lian hesitated whether to agree, her expression suddenly changed, and her right foot uncontrollably stomped 3 times on the ground.
Ye Lin's heart tightened. Was she switching again? Sure enough, the red dress on Ye Lin quickly faded back to silver gray, and the blood color in her eyes was replaced by icy blue. Lung Yu was back. She first looked around in confusion, then turned in shock to see Ye Lin, who was still lively and bouncing. You're not dead? Based on past experience, when Ye Lin regained control of her body during a loss of control, she would undoubtedly go on a rampage. How could this human still be alive? Ye Lin looked at Lung Yu's surprised expression and felt secretly pleased, but on the surface, he remained calm. Sorry to worry, Manager Lang. I met Miss Ye Lin before on the bus, and we had a bit of a connection. I just had a chat with her. Chat? Lung Yu frowned slightly, clearly unconvinced. When Ye Lin lost control, she completely lacked rationality. How could they possibly chat quietly? Moreover, Lung Yu instinctively licked her lips, feeling a strange slippery sensation in her mouth, tinged with a hint of sweet fragrance. This feeling was a bit familiar, yet somewhat strange. What did you do to her? Lung Yu asked sharply, her icy blue eyes fixed on Ye Lin. Ye Lin's heart tightened, but he maintained a poker face. Of course, he wouldn't tell Lung Yu that he had just tasted her lips. It's nothing. I just offered Miss Ye Lin a taste of the jelly I made. Ye Lin pointed to the plate on the table and lied without changing his expression. She said it tasted pretty good, so she ate a few more bites. Lung Yu looked suspiciously at the plate. Ye Lin would actively eat something made by a human? This was more outrageous than the sun rising from the west. Lung Yu wanted to ask for more details, but Ye Lin no longer wished to continue on this dangerous topic. Just as he was thinking about how to shift Lung Yu's attention, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Current desire of Lung Yu, she wants to be held by the apron-wearing naked man Ye Lin while being fed jelly. Ye Lin should feed her with a spoon, one little scoop at a time, preferably occasionally awkwardly smudging jelly on the corner of her mouth, and then gently wiping it off for her. Ye Lin looked at the seemingly abstinent personnel manager before him and compared it with the extremely perverse desire in his mind, feeling his worldview refresh once again. What kind of bizarre thoughts were becoming more and more perverted in this woman's mind? Not only did she want him to feed her, but she also wanted to hold her? And then smudge it on her mouth? Is this place so extravagant? But he liked it. He was just worried about not knowing how to change the topic, and this was a chance served on a silver platter. Ye Lin cleared his throat, revealing a gentle and harmless smile, his gaze falling on the plate of delightful jelly on the table. Manager Lang, it seems Miss Ye Lin really likes the jelly I made. Unfortunately, everything was eaten by her. If you don't mind, I can make another serving for you. Hearing another serving, Lung Yu's ice blue eyes brightened slightly, but soon returned to calm. No need, She instinctively wanted to refuse, maintaining her aloof image. But the words stuck in her throat and simply wouldn't come out. Uncontrollably, the image of Ye Lin bustling in front of the counter wearing only an apron appeared in her mind, and the scene of him holding her gently while feeding her. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Lung Yu Favorability, 2530, strong anticipation towards the host's suggestion, but shy to speak up. Ye Lin saw the system prompt and felt calm in his heart. He knew Lung Yu had been touched, but due to face, she was too shy to agree directly. It was time to give her a little push. Manager Lang, as you saw just now, the effect of the joy jelly I made is indeed quite good, it can even soothe Miss Ye Lin's uncontrollable state. Ye Lin took a step forward, closing the distance with Lung Yu, lowering his voice with a hint of temptation. You've been working so hard, and there's bound to be a lot of pressure, right? Why not try my special jelly, relax a bit, wouldn't that be nice? He leaned in close enough for Lung Yu to feel the heat radiating from his body, catching the faint scent of his sweat mixed with a mysterious sweet fragrance. Lung Yu's breath slightly caught. She looked at Ye Lin's chest so near, watching the muscles subtly rise and fall with his breathing, feeling her legs go a little soft. And Ye Lin's voice dropped even lower, almost whispering in her ear, when I made it just now, I specially adjusted the recipe, this batch of jelly will be sweeter. Lung Yu's rational mind told her to refuse, but her body honestly reacted. She gently nodded, okay. Lung Yu Favorability, 3035, gave up resistance, letting desire take over. Then please wait a moment, I'll go prepare it right away. Ye Lin turned and walked towards the counter, smoothly starting to handle the remaining ingredients. This time, his movements were even more relaxed, and he even carried a hint of performance, deliberately showcasing his arm and back muscle lines. Lung Yu sat in her chair, unable to help but follow his figure with her gaze. Watching his focused profile, seeing the sweat sliding down his neck, looking at the waistband created by his apron. She felt her cheeks getting hotter, this mix of shame and excitement was something she had never experienced before. Soon, Ye Lin returned with the freshly made joy jelly. The crystal-clear pink jelly wobbled gently in the plate, exuding an enticing sweet fragrance. But Lung Yu's attention was completely not on the jelly.
Her gaze was fixated on the hand Ye Lin was extending towards her.
How she wanted to be held by this hand, could he do it? It seemed impossible, right?
Ye Lin picked up a spoon and scooped a small piece of jelly but did not directly hand it to Long Yu. Instead, he walked to her side, gently wrapping his other hand around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace.
Long Yu's body instantly stiffened.
She could clearly feel the warmth from Ye Lin's arm and smelled his strong masculine scent.
Manager Lang, please open your mouth.
Ye Lin's voice was unbelievably gentle. Long Yu, as if under a spell, slightly parted her lips. Ye Lin brought the spoon to her lips, carefully feeding the jelly inside. The cool, smooth sensation melted in her mouth, and the sweet flavor instantly overwhelmed her taste buds. But what made her tremble more than the taste was Ye Lin's arm wrapped around her waist, as well as his breath so close to her.
Is it good?
Ye Lin looked down at her, his gaze gentle.
Chapter 52, Holding Manager Lang's Hand. Long Yu's face flushed red as she gently nodded.
Ye Lin scooped another spoonful, this time while feeding, he intentionally shook his hand, smearing some jelly onto her mouth corner.
Oh no, I accidentally got it dirty.
Ye Lin's tone had a hint of apology, but his eyes were filled with laughter. He reached out a finger and gently wiped the jelly off the corner of her mouth, his action intimate. Long Yu's whole body trembled, feeling a current of electricity surge through her from where he touched her. She instinctively licked the corner of her mouth, and this unconscious action darkened Ye Lin's gaze. Don't waste it, Ye Lin fed her another spoonful. This time, he wrapped her completely in his arms, his chin gently resting on the top of her head. Long Yu obediently leaned in his embrace, eating the jelly in small bites, feeling the warmth from his chest, and secretly inhaling his comforting scent. She never thought that she would have such a gentle and obedient day.
But this feeling didn't seem bad.
Long Yu's favorability, 3545, indulging in being fed in intimate contact, physically and mentally pleased, developing a strong dependence on the host. Ye Lin felt the change in her body from stiffness to softness in his arms, watching the favorability on the system panel soar, his heart was overjoyed.
Sure enough, no matter how cold a woman is, she can't resist the dual onslaught of gentle attacks and obsessive desires. While feeding jelly, he was also calculating his next step. Should he take this opportunity to push further, or should he know when to stop?
However, before Ye Lin could make a decision, Long Yu suddenly stiffened in his arms. She abruptly pushed Ye Lin away, staggering back 2 steps, her face filled with panic and humiliation.
What am I doing?
Long Yu's voice trembled, her ice blue eyes filled with self-loathing.
She actually acted so out of character in front of a human.
Ye Lin was not angry when pushed away, instead, he leisurely looked at her.
Manager Lang, what's wrong? Is the jelly not to your taste? Long Yu glared at him fiercely, her face alternating between red and white.
What happened today must not be spoken of, she said through gritted teeth, her tone lacking any intimidation, instead carrying a hint of guilt.
Of course, this is a little secret between me and Manager Lang.
Ye Lin nodded agreeably. Long Yu forcibly calmed her swirling emotions and restored her icy facade, saying, I tasted the jelly, and the flavor is passable.
You have passed. Passed? Then what?
Ye Lin looked at Long Yu's deliberately cold face, feeling an itch in his heart like a cat scratching it. 45 points of favorability, if this were with Lu Ming, it would have long been mine to take or leave. But the silver-haired elder sister in front of him was clearly on a higher level and even more insincere. He decided to lay his cards on the table and test the waters. Manager Lang, you see, you have acknowledged my skill as a chef.
Can you give me a position change?
Perhaps as your personal assistant?
No.
Long Yu's rejection was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation.
There is one position per spot in the factory, and there are no vacancies. The assembly line work is your responsibility, and you must complete it.
Ye Lin's smile froze for a moment.
Not even 45 points of favorability would work? Is this woman's heart made of ice?
A glimmer of disappointment flickered in his eyes, but he quickly adjusted, though Long Yu had already noticed it. Long Yu looked at his suddenly dimmed gaze, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her heart, a subtle emotion akin to heartache quietly sprouted. But more than that, it was an indescribable sense of satisfaction and a playful joy at seeing him like this. Long Yu's current desire, seeing Ye Lin look disappointed, she felt a bit of pity, but more so, she wanted to bully him, wanting to see more of his emotional fluctuations caused by her. Pleasure, sense of control, subtle affection. Her red lips curled up slightly and then quickly suppressed again, maintaining her indifferent facade.
However,
she elongated her tone, watching Ye Lin's eyes light up again, and slowly added. The position can't be changed, but it can be added.
From this moment on, you are my temporary assistant.
Ye Lin's heart skipped a beat, almost jumping out of his chest, a glimmer of hope appeared in a dark situation. As my assistant, you need to respond to my call at any time and be responsible for some of my dining needs. As for the assembly line work, you can assign any strange employee on the line to complete it for you.
Of course, the metrics will still count for you. Ye Lin almost wanted to shout to the sky, wasn't this the ultimate privilege he had dreamed of, the ability to slack off? He was so excited that he nearly lifted Cold Moon up and spun around, kissing her fiercely a few times. But just as he leaned forward and raised his arm slightly, he met Cold Moon's wary ice blue gaze. His movement froze instantly. Ye Lin quickly realized that while his affection level had risen, it was not yet at the level where he could freely touch her. But no rush, Ye Lin thought mischievously, with this progress, if he fed her jelly a few more times and hugged her a bit more, how far was he from the day he could lift her up and kiss her? Perhaps he could unlock even more positions? He forcibly suppressed his thoughts and said, "Thank you for your trust, Manager Cold, I will definitely be a good assistant and will not let you down." Cold Moon watched his quickly restrained excitement and scoffed inwardly, "At least you are sensible. Let's go, back to the factory." Cold Moon turned around and walked out of the small room first. Ye Lin hurried to catch up and walked alongside her. As they walked along the quiet path to the factory, the surrounding air was filled with gray mist, and occasionally the buzzing of sewing machines could be heard from inside the factory. Ye Lin looked at Cold Moon's delicate and fair hand beside him, feeling a tingle in his heart again. He secretly observed Cold Moon's profile, seeing her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly unguarded. Ye Lin pretended to be nonchalant, his fingers quietly reached out to gently hook Cold Moon's slightly cool fingertips. Cold Moon's body stiffened, her footsteps paused for a moment, and without thinking, she wanted to shake free. Cold Moon's current desire, how dare he, so bold? Embarrassed, heart racing, but it seems she doesn't dislike it? Hesitant, secretly yearning. Ye Lin sensed her stiffness and momentary resistance, he was about to regretfully let go, only to find that Cold Moon did not make any further moves. She just slightly turned her head, quickly glancing around with the corner of her eye. Seeing the mist swirling, and nobody around. The hand that initially wanted to pull away froze in place, allowing Ye Lin to hook her fingertip, which slowly turned into a complete hand-holding. Her fingertips curled for a moment but ultimately did not break free. Ye Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart and took the opportunity to gather his fingers, completely holding her cool, soft hand in his palm. Wow! He was holding her hand. He had really held it. It was now almost 3 in the afternoon, and other players were working hard on the assembly line, worrying about failing to meet their targets and getting eliminated. Yet he, Ye Lin, was leisurely holding the tender hand of one of the dungeon bosses, the stunning HR manager, on a date in this gray mist. This feeling was even more thrilling than winning 5 million. Chapter 53, There are differences in the rules. However, this delightful feeling didn't last long when Ye Lin suddenly thought of a very serious question. His joyful mood was instantly shadowed. Manager Cold. Ye Lin squeezed the cool little hand in his palm, his tone a bit cautious. I haven't returned to my workstation for so long, it's almost been 2 hours since I left my post. Does this count as a violation of the first rule of the factory? He looked up, gazing at Cold Moon with eyes full of, "Please protect me." Cold Moon felt the warmth from his palm and listened to his obviously spoiled question, and the slight embarrassment from their hand-holding strangely dissipated a lot. She deliberately straightened her face, her ice blue eyes slanting at him. "Now you're scared? Of course, there's something, and it's serious. According to the rules, you are now fired. As the HR manager, I should send you to the kitchen of the cafeteria now and toss you into that meat grinder that deals with rule-breaking employees." Ye Lin's face went pale, and he instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. But he quickly noticed that although Lang Yu was saying terrifying things, the hand he held was not pulled away, and her steps did not turn towards the cafeteria. Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible amusement hidden in the depths of her eyes. This woman was trying to scare him. Ye Lin instantly realized, and half of his suspended heart fell back into his stomach. He immediately put on a wronged expression and started to act spoiled. Really? Manager Lang, can you bear to do that? Sending me to the meat grinder? Who will make joyful jelly for you later? Can you even eat that pig food in the cafeteria? As he spoke, he carefully observed Lang Yu's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing the words "pig food in the cafeteria," Lang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She stopped, turned her head, and leaned closer to Ye Lin's ear. A cool breath with a faint fragrance instantly enveloped Ye Lin. Ye Lin could even feel the weak airflow from her breath brush over his ear, causing half of his body to go numb. "I'm just joking with you, look how scared you are." Although he had guessed it, hearing her admit it made Ye Lin let out a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of helplessness and inexplicable excitement bubbling in his heart. This woman was really getting better at teasing him, yet she wore an iceberg face. Lang Yu looked at the changing expressions on his face and seemed to find it quite amusing, the curve of her lips becoming more pronounced. She straightened up again but did not pull away, still maintaining a near-whispering low tone as she continued to explain. Rules are meant to limit the weak. In a strange world, very few rules have absolute enforceability. This is essentially the same as your human world's laws and regulations. There are always loopholes to exploit, and there are always privileges.
In the Code of Conduct for Factory Assembly Line Workers, the 2 points you really need to be careful about are the 5th and 6th articles. 5th, if you hear the materials speaking to you, please immediately place them into the red recycling bin at your feet. 6th, if you hear crunching and sucking sounds from under your workstation, do not look down. These 2 are natural rules born from the scene of this Blood Moon clothing factory. They are bound to the core of the scene, and once triggered, it is nearly impossible to avoid them. If you violate them, you will suffer indiscriminate attacks from the entire factory scene. Seeing Ye Lin's suddenly serious expression, a trace of worry flashed in Lang Yu's ice blue eyes, but it was quickly masked. By that time, even if I want to save you, the only way would be to forcibly send you out of this scenario before the factory completely erases you.
And it might not be successful.
Ye Lin completely withdrew his playful attitude.
He understood.
Other rules, like leaving the post in quotas, belong to management rules, and Lang Yu, as the HR manager, has the discretion to handle them. But the 5th and 6th articles are unbendable laws of the scene, touching them means death, and even she has difficulty intervening.
I understand.
Ye Lin nodded seriously, unconsciously tightening his grip on Lang Yu's hand a bit more. Thank you, sister.
Who is your sister?
Lang Yu turned her head, her silver hair falling to cover her slightly reddened ears. What's your identity, Assistant Ye Lin?
Yes, Manager Lang.
Ye Lin continued to take advantage of the situation, gently rubbing his thumb over her smooth hand. The feeling of her hand is really nice. The factory's gray, dusty door was close at hand, and he could vaguely hear the noisy buzzing of sewing machines inside. Lang Yu's footsteps paused, then naturally withdrew her hand from Ye Lin's palm.
Ye Lin only felt his palm empty, and the cool, soft sensation disappeared.
He didn't have much to say, just slowed down slightly.
Following behind her. As a leader, one must pay attention to their influence, especially in front of subordinates. The 2 walked one in front and one behind into the workshop.
Almost the moment they stepped in, countless gazes turned towards them in unison. Those players who were desperately peddling the sewing machines at their workstations widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief.
Ye Lin? He didn't die?
It's been nearly 2 hours, everyone assumed he was either dead outside or dealt with by the rules for being away too long.
But he actually came back?
Several players exchanged uncertain glances, their work slowing down in their hands. Liaming, Zhou Sidong, and Wu Chanshan's eyes filled with joy even more. Heaven knows how panicked they were just now. Ye Lin had been gone too long, and they were afraid something had happened. If so, those of them who were clinging to him would be truly finished. Now seeing Ye Lin return safe and sound, and seemingly close with Manager Lang, their anxious hearts finally dropped heavily. Team Leader Wang was originally sitting cross-legged on his precious wooden stool, scribbling in a small notebook. The moment he saw Ye Lin, the muscles in his face twitched violently, and he almost broke his pen.
This kid is still alive? How did Manager Lang bring him back?
Lang Yu ignored the various gazes and walked straight to the empty space in front of the production line, stopping her steps. Ye Lin stood slightly behind her, relaxed, even carrying a hint of laziness. I have an announcement, Lang Yu said. From now on, production line worker Ye Lin will also serve as my temporary assistant. These words struck like thunder in the ears of all the players.
Temporary assistant? Assisting Manager Lang? They were here working hard, worried about being discarded at any moment, while Ye Lin transformed into an assistant to the manager?
The enormous disparity made many players' eyes turn red, feelings of jealousy and envy bubbling up. Lang Yu continued, as my assistant, Ye Lin needs to respond to my summons at any time. Therefore, his work on the production line will be handled by a designated line employee.
The production targets will still count under Ye Lin's name.
She slightly turned her head, looking at Ye Lin beside her. Now, designate someone.
Chapter 54, I can live off you, but you can't.
Ye Lin wore a premeditated smile, his gaze sweeping over the strangely silent workers with their heads down, finally landing precisely on the ashen-faced team leader Wang. He raised his hand, pointing his index finger straight at the bespectacled worker.
Him.
I see team leader Wang seems quite free, sitting on a stool all day, he should get some exercise.
You.
Ye Lin, you're taking personal revenge.
Team leader Wang quickly turned to Lang Yu, his tone pleading. Manager Lang, this can't be.
I'm the team leader, a management staff, not an ordinary production line worker, not within his designated range. And Manager Lang, you must see clearly. This morning, I arranged for him to do some garbage duty, and he got back at me like this. This is clearly personal revenge, disregarding factory rules. You have to stand up for me. Ye Lin dug at his ear, as if he had heard a joke.
Team leader Wang, what you said is not right. Every employee in the workshop is working for the factory, right? Why should you sit on a stool all day without doing any work? What outstanding contributions have you made for the factory? Did you improve sewing technology, or bring in large orders?
Team leader Wang was choked up, his face turning the color of liver.
What contributions has Ye Lin made? Didn't he also just play around all day? Besides flattering and buttering up, what else can he do? How does he have the face to say that about me?
Ye Lin sneered inwardly, my biggest contribution is about to win over your manager. I can live off her while you, the four-eyed pest, can't.
But his face remained calm and light. Looking calmly at team leader Wang.
Just because Manager Lang recognizes my ability and appoints me as this assistant, just because I can help Manager Lang solve problems.
What is it, team leader Wang, are you questioning Manager Lang's decision? Do you think Manager Lang favors friends and cannot judge people?
This big hat was placed on him, and team leader Wang was so frightened that he was almost ghostly pale.
I didn't. Manager Lang, I absolutely didn't mean that.
Lang Yu stood by, watching the confrontation between the two. Hearing Ye Lin's words helped Manager Lang solve problems, and his unwavering defense afterward, her ice blue eyes flickered slightly. She didn't like subordinates using her influence to pressure others, but Ye Lin's words sounded strangely pleasing. Especially seeing him argue fiercely with team leader Wang to defend her, although she knew he was mostly looking out for his own interests, the feeling of being firmly defended wasn't bad. Lang Yu's affection, 4547, felt somewhat useful from the host's actions to defend herself, although she knows his motives aren't pure. In the factory, obedience is most important. Lang Yu finally spoke, her voice icy, instantly suppressing all noise in team leader Wang's futile arguments.
I only look at results, not the process. If Ye Lin points at you, then that's you.
Go complete his targets, 50 qualified products before the end of work, if there is one less. Lang Yu didn't continue, but the sudden chill in her ice blue eyes almost caused team leader Wang to collapse on the ground.
One less means it will be discarded. This rule also applies to the bazaar employees.
Team leader Wang glared at Ye Lin with immense resentment, his eyes wishing to devour him alive.
But now, he didn't dare say anything or do anything.
Under Lang Yu's cold gaze, he could only shiver and move towards the assembly line position that he usually looked down upon.
Ye Lin, wait for me. This grudge won't go unreturned. I, Wang, vow to never be a bystander. After Lang Yu announced the appointment, she turned and walked toward the stairs to the second floor.
Ye Lin watched her graceful figure disappear around the corner of the stairs and then lazily walked over to the chipped wooden stool in front of team leader Wang, sitting down casually. Before long, he noticed some movements from Li Anming and Zhou Situa's side. Li Anming wasn't buried in work like the other players, but instead looked around, then cautiously leaned closer to a bazaar worker who was focused on their task. The bazaar worker lifted their head, their murky eyes filled with hunger and confusion. Ye Lin saw Li Anming take out a few bazaar coins from his pocket, shove them into the bazaar worker's hands, and then whispered a few words. The bazaar worker was stunned for a moment, then a flicker of greed flashed in their murky eyes, quickly pocketing the bazaar coins, and surprisingly moved to start helping Li Anming and Zhou Situa with their fabric.
Clever and bold.
Li Anming actually thought to use bazaar coins to directly bribe a bazaar employee to bypass the fourth rule. It seems bazaar coins hold a stronger position as hard currency in this bizarre world than Ye Lin had imagined. Many rules that seem to require a great cost can apparently be dealt with as long as there are enough bazaar coins. Money can make even ghosts push the millstone. The ancients truly did not deceive me.
The harsh closing bell finally rang.
Work time is over, please all employees orderly go to the cafeteria for meals. Players, like hearing a release order, stopped their almost smoking sewing machines, dragging their exhausted bodies, numbly walking towards the clocking machine at the door.
Ye Lin also stood up, stretched lazily, and walked towards the clocking machine.
Li Anming, Zhou Situa, and Wu Qianxian immediately gathered around him, like stars surrounding the moon, following closely behind him.
Ye God, you are so amazing, you've directly become manager assistant.
Zhou Situa said, his face flushed with excitement. Thanks to Ye God for helping us get those bazaar coins.
Today we can only complete the task. Li Anming said respectfully.
At that moment, familiar footsteps came from the stairs leading to the second floor, and Lang Yu's figure appeared at the staircase. Ye Lin watched as Lang Yu walked down the stairs, hesitating whether to step forward and speak, but unexpectedly, Lang Yu walked straight towards him. The surrounding players all made way, their eyes darting back and forth between Ye Lin and Lang Yu.
Ye Lin. I won't eat tonight, so you don't need to come to the kitchen to find me.
After Lang Yu finished speaking, her gaze swept over the players present, and she raised her voice, saying, the dormitory building is next to the cafeteria. After you finish eating, go find the dormitory manager to arrange your rooms. After saying this, she turned to leave. Ye Lin quickly stepped forward to stop her. Manager Lang, please wait a moment. Lang Yu paused, her ice blue eyes looking at him faintly, filled with curiosity.
Can you give me your phone number?
I'm new here, and if I encounter any emergencies at night, I can report to you in time. Ye Lin appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was anxious. This instance was relatively safe during the day, but he had a feeling that the night would definitely not be peaceful.
If he could directly contact Lang Yu, it would be like having a lifeline.
After a few seconds of silence, Lang Yu briefly said, hand. Ye Lin quickly extended his palm. Lang Yu took a pen from her pocket, her cool fingertips gently supported his palm, while the other hand wrote a string of numbers in his palm. The sensation of the pen tip gliding over his skin felt slightly itchy, carrying a hint of coolness.
Unless it's an emergency, don't disturb me.
After Lang Yu finished writing, she tucked the pen away, her tone still cold.
Understood, thank you, Manager Lang. Lang Yu turned and left, and Ye Lin and his group headed toward the cafeteria. Chapter 55, You don't understand how painful it is to be hungry. As Ye Lin and his group entered the cafeteria, they immediately sensed something was wrong. The spot where the vending machine was supposed to be was empty, only a few obvious scratch marks remaining. Ye Lin's expression darkened. Damn it, did that broken machine get scared of his wool pulling and run off to evade punishment?
He initially hoped to continue getting something for free from the vending machine at night, but now it seemed impossible. If he found that runaway little son of a turtle, he would have to give it a few hits to let it know why he was its dad.
Ye God, what should we do now?
Zhou Sidong said with a long face, without the vending machine, we can only eat that pig food. Ye Lin's brows furrowed tightly, he didn't want to eat either, but skipping dinner was absolutely not an option. During the day, he was highly stressed, and his physical strength was greatly consumed. If he didn't replenish his energy, if something happened at night, he wouldn't even be able to run, which would be a dead end. Let's go get our food first, he said expressionlessly. The four of them lined up, slowly moving forward. Ye Lin stood at the front and could clearly see the scene at the food distribution window. A strange ant with an expressionless face was mechanically scooping mush onto the players' trays. Her movements were stiff, her gaze empty. At this moment, Ye Lin suddenly heard a faint talking sound. He followed the sound, and it came from an old rice cooker next to the serving ant and a grill behind her. The rice cooker let out a dull buzzing sound, so boring, I want to see rivers of blood. The grill's indicator light flickered a few times in response, just hang in there, the shift is ending soon.
The rice cooker, do you know what today's meal exchange game is?
I only saw this old lady take a few different colored trays, but I don't know what she plans to do, then I fell asleep. The grill emitted a buzzing sound similar to a chuckle, you really haven't seen much, have you? I told you to read more, like spring and autumn, broaden your horizons.
The rice cooker, pa. Why would a rice cooker read spring and autumn? Does that make the soup taste better? Stop keeping it a secret, just spill it so we can have some fun. The grill, it's a logical reasoning game.
There are 3 meals, and the only food available is the commoner's meal.
The topic is all false, and it's impossible to deduce anything, old Mappa is so sneaky.
The rice cooker's indicator light flashed excitedly, damn, that's ruthless. Who would play around with this, they're looking for death. The electric oven, exactly. But I peeked this afternoon and saw that she put the only edible commoner meal under the plate with the red lid.
He. The rice cooker, what good is knowing the answer? These humans can't hear us talking, each of them is a coward, who would dare to change the meal. The electric oven, right.
I also want to see these humans play the game and die one by one, it must be very interesting. Ye Lin's pupils contracted, he listened to every word they said. He originally would never touch that ridiculous meal-changing game. Rule number 7 clearly states that you can change the meal, but you need to complete Auntie's game. Anyone can guess with their toes that this game is definitely deadly.
What's the big deal about the food being bad? It's better than having no life at all.
But now the college entrance exam answers are plastered all over my face, if I don't copy, it's a waste. Ye Lin was planning to use the answer he had just overheard to get normal food when suddenly there was a commotion in front. A big fat guy, weighing at least 300 pounds, was leaning against the meal window, his face pale, drenched in sweat, his stomach growling from hunger.
Auntie, can I change my meal?
The fat guy panted heavily, his eyes fixed on the window behind. I really can't eat this pig food, I threw it all up after lunch, this one is too uncomfortable. The players around were stunned, looking at him like he was a fool.
Is he crazy? Who dares to touch rule number 7? Is this fat guy's brain taken over by his stomach just to eat?
A middle-aged man next to the fat guy couldn't help but pull him. Bro, don't be impulsive, just endure it, it will pass.
You don't know how horrible it is to be hungry.
The fat guy suddenly shook off his hand with surprising strength. I'm so hungry my stomach is cramping, it's worse than dying. He turned his head and continued to plead with Auntie, please let me change my meal, I'm begging you, I'll play any game. Ye Lin frowned, cursing the fool in his heart. He didn't care about the fat guy's life or death, but worried that the fat guy would mess things up, and if Auntie changed the position of the meal plates, the answers he had could be wasted.
Hey, you fat idiot, if you don't want to live, go find a wall to crash into, don't show off here.
Ye Lin said coldly.
But the fat guy seemed determined like a turtle claiming the scales, he completely ignored Ye Lin, and continued to shout at Auntie, Auntie, I want to change my meal, I won't eat this pig food.
Auntie, who had originally had a blank expression on her pockmarked face, suddenly pulled out an extremely strange and stiff smile, her mouth nearly stretching to her ears, revealing black and yellow teeth. Alright, if you want to change your meal, come play Auntie's game.
She slowly pulled out 3 plates from under the counter, each covered with a lid of different colors, red, blue, and yellow. Auntie's bony fingers pointed to the plates in turn. These 3 are respectively the emperor's meal, the chef's meal, and the commoner's meal. Only the commoner's meal is edible. Some of the propositions below are true, while some are false. Proposition 1, the blue lid has the chef's meal. Proposition 2, the yellow lid does not have the emperor's meal. Proposition 3, the red and blue lids do not have the commoner's meal. Proposition 4, if the blue is the chef's meal, then the yellow is the emperor's meal. Proposition 5, either the red is the emperor's meal, or the blue is the chef's meal. Proposition 6, at least one of the above propositions is true. After she finished this dizzying series of propositions, her scarlet tongue licked her cracked lips. You have 1 minute to say which one is the commoner's meal. The fat guy opened his mouth, looking completely confused. He tried to recall those propositions, but found his mind a tangled mess. What either or if then, he had no idea. Time passed second by second, and sweat appeared on the fat man's forehead. Suddenly, he sniffed, as if he had discovered something, and his eyes fixed sharply on the plate with the yellow lid. I smell it, it's the scent of meat in this section, it must be the delicious one, the fat man shouted excitedly, pointing at the yellow lid. The ant's smile became even more strange. Are you sure? Sure, the fat man swallowed hard, this piece is definitely right. The ant slowly lifted the yellow lid, and inside was completely empty. Sorry, the ant's voice carried a mocking tone, this is the emperor's meal. Impossible, the fat man screamed, I clearly smelled the scent from this piece. Chapter 56, Logical Reasoning? The answer appears instantly. Exactly, the ant giggled, the emperor's meal seems to exist, but in reality, it doesn't. What you smelled is the scent of the food your heart desires most. The fat man collapsed on the ground, his pants instantly soaked. No, I was wrong, I will never do it again. At that moment, the greasy door to the kitchen quietly cracked open. A slimy, pale white tentacle shot out from the crack in the door, wrapping tightly around the fat man's waist. The fat man let out a pig-like, pitiful scream as his large body was easily lifted off the ground by the tentacle. He struggled desperately, his legs kicking wildly in the air, his hands gripping the tentacle tightly, his nails leaving white marks on its slippery surface, but it didn't move at all. Let me go, I don't want to die. Braised dish, braised donkey meat, I want to eat my favorite braised dish. Tears and snot streamed down the fat man's face as he cried out desperately, his bloated body being dragged toward the kitchen door. Just before he was completely dragged into the kitchen's darkness, everyone clearly heard his final, heart-wrenching scream. Braised dish. The kitchen door slammed shut with a bang, cutting off all sound. Though the surrounding players all felt the fat man deserved his fate, they were still terrified, their faces drained of color. Ye Lin watched as the serving ant's hand, seemingly imperceptibly, moved as she retrieved the plate, and his heart sank. It's over, this old sly fox really switched the lid, the answer to the college entrance exam I just got is now invalid. Just as he was secretly frustrated, preparing to force himself to eat the pig's food, the chat between the 2 strange appliances drifted into his ears again. Rice cooker, that fat guy just cracked me up, he kept yelling braised dish even while dying. Electric oven, yeah, I guess the white fat chef will satisfy him, turning him into mini pork braised dishes. Maybe he'll get an extra meal tomorrow. Rice cooker, I wonder if we'll see something so funny again today. Electric oven, probably not, look at these humans, their faces are so pale, they look like quails. It paused for a moment, and the indicator light blinked a few times, but just now, old Mappa switched the lid, did you see which one she changed it to? Rice cooker, I wasn't paying attention, I was too busy laughing. Did you see? Electric oven buzzed with the tone of someone who knew everything, of course, I watched her switch the civilian meal to the blue one. What a pity, a bunch of cowards, no one dared to gamble again, what if they got it right? Hee. Blue lid, the answer is back. Ye Lin forced himself to suppress the smile almost curling up on his lips, and his face returned to a calm expression. The group slowly moved forward, and soon it was his turn. The serving ant, the strange one referred to as Old Mappa by the electric oven, still wore a deadpan expression. She mechanically scooped up a spoonful of thick, greenish goo and was about to dump it into Ye Lin's outstretched plate. Just as the spoonful of goo was about to fall, Ye Lin flipped his wrist and pulled the plate back. Wait. Ye Lin's voice wasn't loud, but in the relatively quiet cafeteria, it was unusually clear. The spoonful of goo fell with a splash on the serving table, splattering a few drops of disgusting oil. The action of the serving ant froze, slowly lifting her head. On her spotted face, the muscles began to twitch unnaturally, pulling into a stiff and eerie smile. In her murky eyes, a glint of mixed cruelty and anticipation flashed. What's wrong, young man? Are you not satisfied with the meal I served? All the players who had not yet left turned their incredulous eyes toward Ye Lin. Is he crazy? Did he not see what happened to that fat guy just now? It's over, what's wrong with the god of Yi? Manager Lang isn't here, who can protect him?
Liang and the others were also stunned, not knowing what Ye Lin was trying to do. Why seek death for no reason? Ye Lin ignored the reactions around him, his gaze calmly meeting the serving ant's creepy smile, stating clearly, "I want to change my meal." The smile on the serving ant's face twisted further, her crimson tongue flicking out to lick her cracked lips, making a soft sound. "Alright, if you want to change your meal, come play Auntie's game." She slowly brought out the 3 meal trays covered with different colored lids and arranged them in a row. These 3 are the Emperor's meal, the Chef's meal, and the Commoner's meal. Only the Commoner's meal is safe to eat. Some of the statements below are true, and some are false. She began repeating the dizzying set of statements, her bony fingers pointingly touching the trays, her eyes filled with the anticipation of yet another amusement. The surrounding players didn't dare to breathe, feeling a chill rushing from their feet straight to their heads. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch Ye Lin follow in the footsteps of that fat guy. The rice cooker and electric grill buzzed excitedly. Rice cooker, another one giving their life away. Electric grill, today is such a good day, quickly guess, I bet he'll choose yellow. Rice cooker, I bet on red, just look at him, he seems like a reckless fool. They were eager to see another human dragged into the kitchen in despair. However, just as the serving ant finished her last word, before she even announced the 1-minute countdown, Ye Lin had already raised his hand pointing at the blue tray. His movement was swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Blue lid, Commoner's meal. The entire cafeteria instantly fell into silence, all players frozen in place as if under a spell. What did he just say? This is how he answered? Just a few seconds had passed? 3 seconds? 5 seconds? Those statements made their heads spin, and they couldn't make sense of the logic. This guy directly provided an answer without even thinking? This was definitely a reckless gamble, just making a random guess. Liang painfully closed his eyes, Zhou Sitong's legs went soft and he almost sat on the ground. Wu Qianqian bit her lip tightly. It's over, the god of Yi has given up. The eerie smile on the serving ant's face instantly froze. She stared fixedly at Ye Lin, trying to find even a hint of a joke on his face. There was none. Just a heart-stopping calm. The buzzing in the rice cooker and electric grill came to an abrupt halt. This guy guessed? No, that tone was too certain. But how could he possibly know? Silence spread through the cafeteria, each second feeling like a century. The players seemed to have already seen Ye Lin being dragged into the kitchen by tentacles, meeting a tragic fate. Ye Lin slightly tilted his head, looking at the frozen serving ant, his tone even carrying a hint of confusion. Is that not correct? Auntie. The serving ant's face turned extremely unpleasant, her bony fingers trembling as they hovered over the blue lid, hesitating to make a move. Under the suffocating gaze of everyone, she unwillingly lifted the blue lid. Under the lid was a bowl of rice, with a few pieces of dark-colored pig feet beside it, though they looked like they had already gone cold. The grease has slightly solidified, but it is indeed a normal pig trotter rice bowl. Chapter 57, Arrogance, Self-Importance, Seeking Death. The canteen instantly exploded with noise. Wow! Pig trotter rice. Did he really guess right? How is that possible? I can't be dreaming, right? He didn't even think about it just now. Players looked at the scene before them, completely boiling over. Liang and the others were filled with excitement for yet another miracle created by Yishan, their eyes towards Ye Lin filled with fervor and admiration. The lady serving the food had a pale face, clearly unable to accept this result. Ye Lin ignored her murderous gaze and reached out to take the hard-earned pig trotter rice bowl to his tray, casually picking up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the side. Thank you, Auntie. He carried the tray and turned to walk towards an empty seat. Liang, Zhou Sitai, and Wu Qianqian quickly finished the disgusting mush, cautiously moving to Ye Lin's table. Looking at the real pig trotter rice in Ye Lin's tray, and comparing it to the lump in front of them, the three felt a mix of emotions. But there was nothing they could do, they didn't have Yishan's skill and courage, so they could only hold their breath and swallow in small bites, feeling each bite challenged their physiological limits. Following Yishan felt like riding a roller coaster, highs and lows, now only numbness and acceptance were left. At this moment, another slightly excited voice rang out in the canteen. Auntie, I want to change my meal too. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a male player with a bowl-cut hairstyle and black-rimmed glasses confidently standing at the food window. He pushed up his glasses, feeling the instant focus of surrounding players on him, and his chest involuntarily puffed up a bit. Just now, Ye Lin's success was like a shot of adrenaline, awakening many players' spirits. If someone can succeed, why can't I? And this bowl-cut guy appeared to be quite confident and smart, maybe he really had some tricks up his sleeve? Here comes another one unafraid of death? He seems quite sure, could he also be a hidden expert? Maybe he can really do it? If he succeeds too, could this game truly have rules? Whispers spread throughout the canteen, many players set down their spoons, nervously but expectantly watching the window. The bowl-cut guy enjoyed the spotlight, feeling that his chance to surpass Ye Lin and be called bowl-cut god had finally arrived. The lady serving the food wore that stiff, strange smile again as she slowly placed the 3 familiar trays in a row. "If you want to change your meal, come play Auntie's game." She repeated that dizzying proposition. The bowl-cut guy adjusted his glasses, his eyes full of confidence behind the lenses. He couldn't be bothered to analyze those complicated logical propositions. In his view, this so-called logical reasoning was simply a trick, a strange way to confuse the players.
The real key was in observation and elimination. He imitated the earlier fat guy's manner, leaning close to the trays and taking a deep sniff. Soon, his gaze locked onto the tray with the yellow lid, showing a determined expression on his face. "This one smells the best, makes my mouth water, it must be the Emperor's meal." He declared his judgment to the crowd.
"Makes sense." Immediately, a player whispered in agreement. The yellow tray was drawn by the fat guy. "It's empty, logically they won't put commoner food here again." The bowl-cut guy continued his analysis, moving his finger between the red and blue lids. The blue one was just drawn by Ye Lin for a commoner meal. According to the gambler's fallacy, the probability of consecutive appearances is very low. His finger finally settled on the red lid, and he said decisively, "So? The civilian meal must be on the red plate." His analysis sounded somewhat reasonable, making some previously bewildered players reveal expressions of sudden understanding. The pot-cover guy enjoyed the increasingly admiring gazes around him and imitated Ye Lin's earlier manner, using an extremely affirmative tone to say to the dish lady, "Red cover, civilian meal." It seemed as if he could already envision himself holding a colorful, fragrant dish, accepting the cheers of the crowd. Ye Lin was originally focused on his meal, but hearing the commotion, he couldn't help but glance over and caught the pot-cover guy's confident analysis in full. He nearly spat out the food in his mouth. At that moment, the 2 lively electric appliances complaints clearly echoed in his mind again. The rice cooker made a bubbling sound, as if unable to hold back laughter. "Wow, this fool is over here playing the process of elimination? Is he placing bets? Does he think this is a casino guessing game?" The electric grill's indicator light flashed wildly, its buzzing filled with mockery. "Exactly, and smelling the aroma? Is he a dog? The red one is the chef's meal, buddy. The meat is in there. Does he think he's struck gold?" I'm dying of laughter. Rice cooker, this intelligence level has basically said goodbye to the bicycle. Just wait to be turned into new mutton shank ingredients, heh. Hearing these 2 guys' ruthless taunts and looking at the pot-cover guy's smug face, Ye Lin could only shake his head helplessly. Smart but self-destructive, a dead end ahead. The dish lady looked at the confident pot-cover guy, her smile becoming extremely strange, mixed with cruelty and a hint of excitement. Slowly, she lifted the red cover. Under the cover was not empty, nor was it an ordinary pig's trotter rice. Instead, it was a plate of exquisitely arranged, enticingly colored, and emitting a rich meaty aroma dish. The meat was cooked just right, with rich sauce, and dotted with vibrant green vegetables, looking far superior to Ye Lin's bowl of pig's trotter rice. He did it, he really succeeded. Wow! His dish is even better than God's. Boss, this is a real boss. The cafeteria instantly erupted into even more enthusiastic exclamations and discussions, all players craning their necks, their eyes heatedly fixed on that dish, which could be deemed a work of art. The pot-cover guy stared at the dish, first blanking out, then a surge of joy washed over him. He succeeded, he was right after all. He proudly lifted his chin, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, stopping especially for a moment in Ye Lin's direction. "Did you see that, everyone?" The pot-cover guy's voice quivered with excitement. "This is real strength, logical reasoning? It's completely unnecessary. As long as you have keen observation and a clear mind, you can crack this small game." He spread his arms wide, as if ready to embrace everyone's worship. However, a cold, greasy voice abruptly interrupted his self-indulgence. "No, you failed." The voice came from the kitchen entrance. Everyone was startled and looked over in unison. There stood a strange figure in a white chef's coat stained with grease and mysterious dark red stains, exceptionally fat and frightening, who had appeared there without them noticing. His rotund face was piled with flabs, and a pair of small eyes squinted into slits, shining with a chilling light. It was indeed the chubby head chef mentioned in Rule 4. The pot-cover guy's smile instantly froze on his face. He turned to look at the chubby head chef, his tone filled with anger at being questioned. "Failed? You're talking nonsense. Isn't this a civilian meal? It looks so delicious." The chubby head chef shifted his plump body and slowly walked to the window, extending a finger as thick as a carrot to point at that exquisite dish. "This is indeed delicious, but this is not a civilian meal. Do you know what's in this dish? What kind of meat is this?" The man with the pot lid on his head forced himself to guess. Lamb? It smells a lot like it." The chubby head chef squeezed a terrifying smile from his fat face, slowly nodding, then slowly shaking his head. "You guessed half right, it is indeed lamb." He paused, a cruel glint shooting from his small eyes.
But this lamb has 2 legs. 2-legged lamb?
The pot-lid man instinctively repeated, then suddenly his face turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color.
After a brief moment of confusion, the players around also suddenly realized the horrifying meaning behind the term 2-legged lamb. It wasn't a sheep. It was.
A gasp of terror immediately arose in the cafeteria. The players looked again at the exquisite dish, their eyes filled with fear and disgust, turning away, unwilling to look a second time.
That was not food, that was a kind of their own kind.
The pot-lid man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Impossible, you're lying to me. The head chef's smile grew even more sinister. So, this dish is not something you can eat, at least I think you don't have that qualification. He slowly announced the final judgment. It is the chef's meal. As soon as the words fell, the back kitchen door opened silently once again. A slimy, pale tentacle shot out like lightning, precisely wrapping around the pot-lid man's waist and abdomen.
Let me go. My choice was not wrong. You are the one talking nonsense. This is the civilian meal.
The pot-lid man screamed in despair and madness, struggling desperately, kicking his feet wildly, hands covered in blood.
I am right. I succeeded. Look. I succeeded.
His shouting became distorted and misshapen under the powerful pulling force of the tentacle. The players watched as he was slowly dragged toward the door of the back kitchen, which represented horror and death. No one dared to speak, let alone step forward. Only his reluctant and fearful roar echoed in the empty cafeteria, growing fainter and fainter.
I am not wrong, that is the civilian meal, you are the ones talking nonsense. Finally, the back kitchen door slammed shut, swallowing his voice and existence completely.
The players had no time to mourn for the pot-lid man, they were frantically digging into the gooey green substance on their plates, desperately shoving it into their mouths. Even if their stomachs churned and their throats tightened, they had to eat, and they had to eat heartily, not showing the slightest hint of dissatisfaction on their faces. The 4th rule was clearly stated: when the chubby head chef inspected, one must never show any expression or action of dissatisfaction with the food. Ye Lin was quite relaxed. In front of him was a bowl of real pig trotter rice. Although it was cold and the grease had solidified, it was normal food, and maintaining a normal expression was not difficult. However, he could feel a greasy and cold gaze lingering on him. It was that chubby head chef. Ye Lin tightened his fingers, gripping the chopsticks slightly. What was this fat pig staring at him for? Was it because he successfully changed his meal that he was being targeted? He calmly reached a hand into his pants pocket, gripping the blood-stained window-breaking hammer. The icy touch gave him a bit of reassurance. Just as the atmosphere became stifling enough to suffocate, the chubby head chef suddenly spoke. Dear employees, please eat with ease. I'm in a good mood today, and I won't be questioning anyone. Upon hearing this, the players not only did not relax but became even more tense. Who would believe such nonsense? Just moments ago, the scene of that fat man and the pot-lid man's gruesome deaths were still fresh in their minds. What if this dead fat man was playing hard to get, waiting for them to drop their guard before striking suddenly? Then dying would be utterly unjust. The players wore stiff smiles, their chewing actions becoming more vigorous, and they could even hear the sound of their teeth chattering. The plump head chef seemed to have anticipated this reaction long ago. He didn't care, and the flesh on his face squeezed together, revealing a vague smile. He turned slowly, walked to the food-serving window, and personally picked up a dark red box with bizarre patterns. He skillfully packed the exquisite dish called 2-legged lamb with great care and tied it with a pale white string. Then, amid the dubious gazes of everyone, he lifted the box, which emitted a tempting meat aroma yet was chilling, stepping closer to Ye Lin. Ye Lin's muscles tensed instantly, and cold sweat trickled down the palm of his hand gripping the window-breaking hammer. Liaming and the other two were so scared they felt their souls fleeing. They wished they could bury their heads in their plates. Finally, the plump head chef stopped in front of Ye Lin's table, gently placing the beautifully packaged box beside Ye Lin's plate. You are the one truly qualified to enjoy this dish. This dish is a gift for you. Ye Lin looked at the enticing pieces of meat in the box and felt utterly disgusted. He was not Hannibal, and he certainly didn't have a taste for cannibalism. Playing around with jokes was enough. No one could see this thing and still keep their composure. Ye Lin lifted his head and stared directly at the plump head chef. Chef, I appreciate your kindness. But if you expect me to eat this, I'm afraid I must refuse. Even if it means breaking the rules, I cannot do it. His other hand under the table tightened its grip on the window-breaking hammer, the tip pressing against his thigh, ready to explode at any moment. Although he knew he might not win, sitting and waiting for death was not his style. The flesh on the plump chef's face twitched slightly, emitting a low, husky laugh. Of course, I'm not forcing you to eat it now. This dish is for you to decide what to do with. You can give it to someone else, or I even permit you to take it out of the cafeteria. Can take it out of the cafeteria? Ye Lin felt a surge of doubt. What scheme is this fat pig plotting? Giving him a gift out of the blue, or a gift made from such ingredients, it all looked like a bomb wrapped in caramel. He stared intently into the chef's small, bottomless eyes, trying to glean something from them, but there was only malice and playfulness.
It was definitely unwise to confront him head-on. Since the chef is so polite, I will accept it.
Ye Lin reached out, took the meal box, and placed it beside himself.
Chapter 59, If I allow you to accept, you must accept.
The plump head chef nodded in satisfaction, his smile deepening.
He didn't say anything more, shifting his bulky body slowly as he turned and left.
Ye Lin quickly finished the last few bites of his meal, lifted his plate, and with the other hand carried the strange meal box as he walked toward the utensil return area. Seeing this, Lianming and the others hurriedly stuffed their remaining mush into their mouths, trembling as they followed closely behind him. At the return area sat an elderly woman wearing a dirty apron, her hair graying and sparse. She had her head down, her shoulders heaving slightly, emitting a faint whimpering sound. Rule number 3, the elderly woman at the return area will smile at you, you must respond with a smile in return. If she cries, please comfort her until she regains her smile. Ye Lin looked at the crying old woman, glancing at the packed box he was holding, and a bold thought crossed his mind.
He walked up to the return desk, saying nothing, silently placing his empty plate on top.
The old woman, hearing the movement, looked up, revealing a face covered in wrinkles and age spots, her cloudy old eyes filled with tears, crying with genuine emotion, evoking sympathy. If it were any ordinary player, they would probably have their scalp tingling at this moment, racking their brains on how to comfort this strange old woman. However, Ye Lin just looked at her with a blank expression.
The next second,
he made a move that stopped the old woman's cries abruptly.
He directly stuffed the food box he held into the old woman's arms.
The old woman, holding the still warm food box, was stunned, tears still hanging on her wrinkled face.
What is happening? This kid isn't playing by the rules.
According to the process, shouldn't this kid be flustered, comforting her,
saying sweet words until she reluctantly wiped her tears and showed a kind smile? Why did he just shove the thing over? It's the one the head chef just gave him. Although she was salivating over it, the head chef specifically gave it to this kid. How could she dare to take it? Wouldn't that slap the chef's face? I can't take it. The old woman instinctively wanted to push the food box back. On Ye Lin's face, there was no trace of the caution he had shown earlier in front of the chubby head chef. All that was left was undisguised rage and threat. Who told you to cry in front of me? Now you have to take it, you have to smile even if you don't want to. As he spoke, his other hand had already pulled out the blood-stained window sledgehammer, the tip deliberately pointing towards the old woman's wrinkled forehead. The old woman stared at the ominous tool exuding a deadly aura and sensed the fierce intent from Ye Lin that promised he wouldn't hesitate to act. She shivered all over. Inside, she regretted her outburst deeply. Damn it! What were you crying about just now? Now you've hit a solid wall. Looking at Ye Lin's eyes without a hint of human emotion, the old woman had no doubt, if she didn't smile, that hammer would break through her skull in the next second. She struggled to swallow, her face's wrinkles desperately squeezing toward the center, trying to force a smile. But that smile, twisted by fear and stiffness, was uglier than a ghost. The corners of her mouth twitched continuously, combined with the tear stains that hadn't dried, making it look terrifying. Ye Lin snorted coldly, not even looking at the old woman again, and turned to leave. Lianming and the other two were dumbfounded, quickly imitating him, throwing down their plates and fleeing to catch up with Ye Lin. Until they walked out of the cafeteria, wrapped in the cold gray fog outside, they finally felt alive again, but their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. The dormitory building was not far from the cafeteria, an old building that looked more dilapidated than a factory. In the open space in front of the building, many players had already gathered, chatting softly in small groups. What's going on? Where's the dorm manager? I don't know, we've been here for a while, and not even a ghost has shown up. Without the dorm manager, how do we assign rooms? Are we supposed to find a place to sleep by ourselves? Joe sit on tiptoed to look around. Why are so many people gathered here? Ye Lin didn't join the discussion, he scanned the entire dormitory building. The structure of this building was strange. Many rooms had no doors at all, while others sported heavy iron doors, with dark red stains and deep scratches visible on the door panels. What caught his attention even more was the strange workers who had just come back from work. They hurried in, almost running into the dormitory, then quickly dashed into the rooms with iron doors, slamming the doors shut with a loud bang. The way they acted didn't look like they were going home but instead seemed like they were escaping something extremely terrifying. But weren't they strange themselves? What could scare them like that? Ye God, look over there. Lianming whispered, pointing to a room by the entrance of the dormitory building. Next to that room's doorframe hung a crooked sign that read Dorm Manager's Office. Yet, this dorm manager's office also had no door. Inside was a mess, tables and chairs were knocked over, papers scattered everywhere, and covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly having not been occupied for a long time. Where on earth did the dorm manager go? Wu Chanqian asked in confusion. A bad feeling lingered in everyone's hearts. Without the dorm manager's arrangement, where would they sleep tonight? How would they sleep?
At this moment, a tall figure walked through the crowd and approached Ye Lin. Xinyu's face showed exhaustion, but his eyes no longer held the previous contempt or displeasure. Instead, there was a hint of complexity. He walked up to Ye Lin and said in a deep voice, "Ye Lin, comrade." Ye Lin looked at him, saying nothing, waiting for him to continue.
Xinyu bowed deeply to Ye Lin. "I sincerely apologize for my attitude before. I shouldn't have held a prejudice against you just because I wasn't selected for the national operation copy, and I shouldn't have mocked you behind your back. The fact that you survived from that place was not based on some vague luck. Now, from the bottom of my heart, I recognize your abilities. I am willing to accept any punishment you give me, just hoping that you can forgive my nonsense before." Ye Lin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect this seemingly tough guy to take the initiative to bow his head. He didn't have any deep grudges against Xinyu anyway. Since the other side had softened, there was no need to hold on to it. "Forget about punishment, it's no big deal. I forgive you." Ye Lin waved his hand, his tone calm. "By the way, Xinyu, have you seen the dorm manager?" Seeing Ye Lin brush it off easily, Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and his expression became much more natural. He lowered his voice and said, "I came earlier and walked around the whole building. I can confirm that there's no dorm manager in this building." "No dorm manager? Then why did Lang Yu ask us to find the dorm manager?" Ye Lin felt a bit confused. Xinyu analyzed, "Based on my past copy experiences, the dorm manager may have existed before, but something happened, and they either disappeared or died. Also, I found something strange about this building. The rooms without doors are all messy inside, very eerie. I feel a chill just getting close to them. And those rooms with iron doors seem to be relatively safe, but it seems like there are strange employees living inside. The doors are locked tight and can't be opened." Chapter 60, Dormitory Management Regulations. With that, Xinyu took something out from behind him and handed it to Ye Lin. He turned to the side and showed the thing he had been holding in his hand to Ye Lin. It was a small blackboard, with some damage around the edges, and dense handwriting written on it with chalk. Blood Moon Garment Processing Factory Dormitory Management Regulations. 1. The dormitory building lights out time is 2200 hours. After lights out, leaving the room is strictly prohibited, and no noise should be made. No matter what you hear or see, do not respond or open the door. 2. Each room must be fully occupied, and there must be at least one male and one female. Dorms that are not fully occupied are highly likely to become its priority targets. 3. Rooms with broken locks or rooms without doors will become danger zones after lights out. Do not enter them. Only rooms with intact locks and sturdy doors can provide basic shelter. 4. The bathrooms are located at the end of each corridor. Avoid using the bathroom after lights out unless absolutely necessary. If it is unavoidable, at least 2 people must go together, including one female. But if you encounter a vortex during your trip to and from the bathroom, it will immediately attract its attention, and you must return to your dorm immediately. 5. Never touch any vortex-like objects. If you find one, destroy it immediately. Always make sure your roommate is still your roommate. If you find any signs of vortex symptoms on your roommate, expel them immediately. 6. Doors can be damaged. As more rooms are broken into, its strength will grow stronger. After lights out, repair spray and reinforcement spray will randomly appear in the dormitory building. You can use them to repair or reinforce doors when you go out to gather supplies. But also, once you see a vortex, quickly return to your dorm or find a nearby safe area to hide. The dormitory building has no basement. If suspicious keys are found, please draw a swirl on the door after the lights go out. Manager Lang Yue will come to collect the keys, and the dormitory that hands over the keys will safely spend this night. Ye Lin read word by word, his expression growing increasingly serious. These 7 rules, with strokes of varying thickness, were clearly written by different hands. Moreover, the contents were filled with contradictions and oddities. The first rule strictly prohibits leaving the room after lights out, while the 6th rule explicitly states it is okay to go out to gather supplies. This is a direct contradiction. The 4th and 5th rules repeatedly emphasize the swirl, describing it as a signal of pollution and danger. Touching it will attract it, and any roommate showing symptoms of the swirl must be expelled. Yet the last rule actually demands that one actively draw a swirl on the door to summon Lang Yue. What does Lang Yue have to do with the swirl? And what exactly is that thing referred to as it? The rules provide no specific description, only a pervasive sense of fear in the lines. You see the problem now. Xinyu's voice pulled Ye Lin back from his thoughts. These rules cannot be fully trusted, but they also cannot be entirely ignored. Especially the parts about it and the swirl, they give me a very bad feeling. Ye Lin nodded, his gaze once again cast on the lifeless dormitory building. The gray mist seemed thicker, wrapping the building in a more eerie atmosphere.
Some players also noticed the blackboard in Ye Lin's hands and quickly gathered around. After seeing the rules written on it, a chorus of gasps erupted.
A companion must include a female? What kind of rule is that? Only rooms with doors are safe? But those with doors are all locked. What the hell is the swirl? Do you die just for seeing it? Going out at night? Isn't that asking for death? Panic spread through the crowd like a plague.
Ye Lin remained oblivious to the commotion around him, his brain raced to analyze the current situation. The absence of a dorm supervisor meant they had to search for a room on their own and allocate themselves. The number of safe rooms was limited, and almost all of those safe rooms had strange inhabitants. It was foreseeable that competition for rooms would happen tonight. Moreover, the rules required every room to be fully occupied, with at least one man and one woman. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty and potential risk of forming teams. His gaze swept across the few people beside him. Lianming, Zhou Sidong, Wu Qianshan, Qingyu, plus himself, 5 people in total, just enough to form a team. The gender ratio also met the requirements. But the problem was, where could they find a safe room that was unoccupied? His eyes fell on those rooms with heavy iron doors. Would the strange workers living inside be willing to give up their rooms? Clearly not possible. Just then, another group of strange employees came walking towards the dormitory building. They looked blank, heading straight towards the building. Lianming watched these odd figures and recalled how he had bribed the assembly line workers with ghost coins this afternoon. A thought struck him. Ye God, I'm going to try again to see if I can get any information out of them with ghost coins. Ye Lin glanced at him and nodded. Be careful, pay attention to your safety. Lianming gathered his courage and quickly stepped forward to block one of the last strange employees. This employee wore an oil-stained work uniform and had 2 heavy dark circles under his eyes. Excuse me, can I ask you what exactly happened in this dormitory building? Why isn't there a dorm supervisor? Lianming asked. The strange employee stopped, squinting at Lianming, with a sneer on his lips. Why should I answer your question? Lianming was prepared, quickly pulling out 30 ghost coins from his pocket and stuffing them into the employee's hand. This is a tip. If you answer my question, I'll give you another 50. The employee squeezed the ghost coins in his hand, feeling the pure ghost energy. The sarcasm on its face turned into greed. It grinned wide. That's what you said. But I will only answer this question you asked. You cannot go back on it. Go ahead. The strange employee stuffed the ghost coin into its pocket and chuckled. I don't know. Lianming was taken aback. What? I said I don't know. The employee shrugged, looking completely shameless. I just started working in this factory last month. If it weren't for the lack of money and the fact that lodging here is free, who would want to live in this lousy building? I'm done talking. Quickly give me that $50. The color drained from Lianming's face, and a surge of anger rushed to the top of his head. He spent 30 ghost coins just to buy a load of nonsense? Are you messing with me? The strange employee's face darkened instantly, and a faint, eerie black aura began to envelop it. Messing with you? You were the one who initiated the deal. This is not a factory, there are no rules here. If you try to go back on it, I can take action against you. It took a step closer, its bony fingers curling, the nails becoming sharp and elongated. Lianming was intimidated by its aura and instinctively took a step back. Just as the strange employee was about to threaten further, a hand landed on Lianming's shoulder, gently pulling him back. At the same time, a bloody window-breaking hammer was positioned between Lianming and the strange employee. Chapter 61, The Birdman Selling Doors. He hasn't answered your question yet. Ye Lin said coldly. The strange employee froze at the sight of the window-breaking hammer, feeling the murderous intent radiate from it, and paused its actions, a flicker of fear in its eyes. I've already answered. Its confidence decreased. I'm not satisfied with your answer. I'll give you another chance to organize your words. If I find your answer satisfactory, you'll still get the 50. If I'm still not satisfied, you'll know the consequences of angering me. Ye Lin lightly shook the window-breaking hammer in his hand, and the threat was clear. The strange employee looked at the hammer, then at Ye Lin's unblinking eyes, and felt its throat tighten. It had no doubt that if it was evasive again, this hammer would come crashing down on it. I really don't know what happened in this dormitory building, the employee's voice trembled. I only know that it becomes very dangerous once the lights go out. Ye Lin frowned slightly, still unsatisfied with this answer. What else? The employee grew frantic, scratching its head, and just as Ye Lin's gaze grew colder, it suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said. You want a safe room, right? You can go to 211 on the second floor. Most of our doors were bought from the occupant of 211, they might still have stock. Ye Lin stared at it for a few seconds, waiting until the employee's legs began to tremble before slowly nodding. This answer barely passes. He loosened his grip on the window-breaking hammer, preparing to take money from his pocket.
Forget it, big brother, I don't want the money. The employee waved its hands repeatedly, turned around, and stumbled back into the dormitory building. Ye Lin watched its fleeing figure, rubbed his face, and turned to the others beside him, puzzled. Am I that scary? Liang, Zhou Sidong, and Qinyu exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Wu Qianqian chuckled softly but quickly stifled her laughter. Looking at the hammer in Ye Lin's hand, a hint of confusion crossed her eyes as she asked. Yishin, you already have weapons to deal with these strange beings, why don't we just grab a room directly? Those with iron doors don't look that fierce. Ye Lin shook his head, tucking the window-breaking hammer back at his waist. You think too simply. Although the factory's rules don't explicitly prohibit private fighting, it's undoubtedly dangerous to attack directly. He pointed at the dormitory building. If we could attack at will, those strange beings would have jumped at us long ago, they wouldn't be this orderly. My hammer is primarily used for intimidation, as long as it achieves the goal, why bother causing trouble for myself? Qinyu nodded in agreement from the side, his face serious as he added, Ye Lin is right. I have seen players directly attacking the strange creatures in the copies I participated in before, and their end was not good. If you rashly attack the strange creatures without any disputes or rule bases, even if you were lucky enough to succeed, after the game's judgment, you will still be punished. Players must either use the rules to trap them or let other strange creatures do the attacking. Wu Qianqian suddenly understood. She had only seen Ye Lin's strength earlier and hadn't thought about the deep taboos behind it. Let's go, Ye Lin stepped forward. Let's check room 211 on the second floor, we don't have much time. Ye Lin and his group entered the dormitory building, and the other players followed closely behind, wanting to see how this miracle creator, Ye God, would deal with the current predicament. The stairs were made of concrete without railings, and stepping on them gave a rough feel of the gravel. As soon as they reached the second floor, before they had even found room 211, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly rang out. Wow, so many humans. Golden Canary, a big deal coming in. The voice didn't come from behind the door but directly from the yellow door in front of them. Ye Lin squinted, looking at that door. Then, a lively sound of footsteps came from inside. The yellow door was opened from the inside, and a figure appeared at the doorway. It was a bird-like strange creature. She had the body of a human female, but her arms were covered with golden feathers, and the ends of her fingers were sharp claws. Her face was also adorned with fine golden fur, and her amber eyes were sharp and bright. Most strikingly, she had a pair of folded, gleaming golden wings behind her. This bird-like creature, known as the Golden Canary, seemed to understand the door's speech, which made Ye Lin's heart stir. Did she also have a similar ability to communicate beyond limits? The Golden Canary's gaze scanned the crowd in the hallway, finally landing on Ye Lin, who was at the front, her eyes flashing with surprise but soon replaced by the shrewdness typical of a merchant. You must be the new human employees recruited by the factory today, right? The news travels fast, and you found me here so quickly. I was just about to go down to sell. Ye Lin cut straight to the point. I heard you have doors for sale. That's right, the Golden Canary stepped aside to reveal various door panels piled inside. You can call me the Golden Canary. The only way to spend the night safely in this factory is to buy a door from me. How much? Ye Lin asked. The Golden Canary extended 3 fingers covered with golden fur. Zhou Situ tentatively asked, 30? The Golden Canary shook her head heavily. Wu Qianqian guessed, 300? The Golden Canary still shook her head. Liang's voice trembled, 3,000? This price made everyone gasp, but the Golden Canary still shook her head and announced an astronomical number, 30,000 strange coins. All players were stunned. They had not a single coin on them, and a broken door actually cost 30,000 strange coins? Only Ye Lin remained calm because he heard the voice of the yellow door beside him. The Golden Canary is like this, quoting a price that scares them. Wait a bit to further intimidate them, and they will willingly sell their organs to us. Recently, selling sheep meat for extra profit has been a hot trend, so let's gather more. This will be a big win. Soon, someone among the players with a sad face said, we have no strange coins, we cannot come up with so much money. The Golden Canary pretended to sigh generously. Sigh, I anticipated you would be broke. Well, who told me to be soft-hearted? How about this, I won't charge strange coins. The player's eyes ignited with a glimmer of hope again. Then how about accepting body parts? She pointed at the doors inside while introducing. Level 1 gate, 1 body part. Level 2 gate, 3 body parts. Level 3 gate, 5 body parts. Level 4 gate, 10 body parts. Level 5 gate, 20 body parts. The players' faces turned even paler. They couldn't afford the 30,000 ghost coins before, this price was too fearsome to pay. They still had to stay in this dungeon until the morning of the 3rd day. How could they work tomorrow if they became disabled on the first day? Chapter 62, Canary Sister, you also don't want to. Yet Ye Lin had no thoughts about this.
He didn't plan to expose the canary's true face as a fraud. Besides adding some useless good reputation for himself, it didn't benefit him and would only offend the merchant selling the gates. However, using this handle to blackmail her was a good idea. Ye Lin stepped forward, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, suddenly leaned close to the canary, so close they could almost feel each other's breaths. The canary was stunned by his sudden move. A hint of surprise flashed in her amber eyes. For some reason, she felt a strangely pleasing aura from this human and forgot to avoid him. Ye Lin whispered in the canary's ear, his voice tinged with mockery.
Canary sister, you also don't want everyone here to know about your scheme with Mr. Yellowgate to deceive the human of his kidneys, right?
His breath sprayed against the canary's sensitive ear feathers, and one hand had quietly rested on her waist, his fingertips brushing lightly against the base of her feathers. The canary's face instantly turned red, not from shyness, but from anger.
How did this human know? Could he also communicate with the mysterious creatures like the bird people? How could that be?
In this terrifying world, only the bird people had that skill.
While she was in turmoil, the surrounding players stared in disbelief.
They only saw Ye Lin lean close to the strange bird person, whisper something, and then that bird person actually blushed?
What the hell? What did Ye God say to this bird person? Blushing? What's happening here? No way, even the bird people aren't spared?
Ye God, are you the seducer of this strange world?
Ticket sister, manager Cold Moon, now adding a bird person, isn't Ye God's taste a bit too mixed? Even a bird person can handle? As long as it's female, right?
Lianming, Zhou Situa, and Wu Qianqian exchanged glances, seeing the same shock and admiration in each other's eyes.
Ye God, how terrifyingly amazing!
The canary felt the eyes of the surrounding humans, feeling both angry and anxious, yet dared not explode. She feared Ye Lin would really shout it out, which would completely ruin her business.
She could only grit her teeth, squeezing out a small voice between them. What do you want?
Ye Lin took advantage of the situation, extending his hand to frivolously lift the canary's chin, feeling the unique touch of her feathers, wearing a confident bad smile.
I don't want anything much, just a little gift from you, sister. What gift?
The canary repressed her anger. Ye Lin's gaze turned to the chatty yellow gate beside her. I think this yellow gate of sisters is great. How about you lend it to me for these few days?
The yellow gate immediately shouted, you impudent human.
I am a noble among gates, how can I let you, a despicable human, use me? Canary, hurry and refuse him, kick him out. Ye Lin suddenly raised his voice, everyone, focus your attention on me, I am announcing something. As soon as he said this, the canary was so frightened that her soul almost left her body, thinking he was truly going to expose her on the spot. Forgetting all about gender differences and the distinction between humans and eerie beings, she directly leaped up to hug Ye Lin, covering his mouth with her wings.
Don't say it, I'll give it to you. The gate is yours.
The canary's voice carried a sob, her whole body clinging to Ye Lin. All the players in the corridor, including Lianming and the others, looked on in astonishment. All were petrified.
Hugged? Really hugged? Did Yishan say something, and this bird person just dove into his arms? Gave away a door for free? What level of strategy ability is this?
Ye Lin was also stunned by the canary's intense reaction, but soon felt the warm and slightly trembling body in his arms and gently patted the canary's back.
If you had been so sensible earlier, it would have been great?
The canary was so angry that its feathers trembled all over, but looking at Ye Lin's half-smiling, half-worried expression, it could only forcefully swallow its anger. She turned to the other players and managed to squeeze out a smile.
Everyone, what a coincidence. This gentleman happens to be my 8,888th customer since I started this business.
According to the tradition of our Birdman clan, he will receive my special gift, the right to use this yellow door for 2 nights. The words were said so grandly, but no one there believed it. Players exchanged strange glances between Ye Lin and the canary.
Are you kidding?
They were hugging just now. It's obvious she's giving her little lover a backdoor deal. This bird person looks quite formal, I didn't expect her to be someone who plays favorites. Ye Lin was too lazy to pay attention to these discussions and directly waved to Lianming and the others, take down the door.
Lianming and Zhou Situ immediately stepped forward to begin dismantling the chattering yellow door. Rude. So rude.
The yellow door protested sharply.
You lowly humans, how dare you treat me, a noble door aristocrat, like this? Canary, are you just going to watch them do this to me?
The canary turned her face away, pretending not to hear. For the sake of future business, she could only endure the yellow door's suffering.
She silently comforted herself, after all, it's just 2 nights, bear with it and it will be over.
Ye Lin and his group swiftly took down the yellow door and carried it upstairs. The other players panicked upon seeing this.
Miss Canary, if we want to buy a door now, could we get a discount?
Yeah, give us a better price. The canary immediately regained her business acumen and sneered, that was an exception, we are back to normal prices now.
If you want to buy, do it quickly, if not, don't block my business.
Several players exchanged glances and could only grit their teeth together to pool money to buy the cheapest level 1 door.
I'll offer an ear. I'll offer a pinky finger. I'll offer a row of teeth.
And the players who were unwilling to give up body parts left the dorm building, downcast, planning to find a corner somewhere else in the factory to spend the night.
Although it might be more dangerous outside the dorm building, they really couldn't bear to part with their bodies.
Ye Lin and his group carried the yellow door to the 3rd floor, only to find all the rooms were filled with strange employees, with no vacant rooms. Go to the 4th floor, Ye Lin decisively said. The 4th floor seemed much emptier, with thick dust piled in the hallway, many rooms had no doors, and were dark inside, exuding a musty smell. They found a relatively clean dorm, room 425. This room had no door, but was tidy enough, with 6 beds and desks, enough for the 5 of them to live in.
This will do.
Ye Lin signaled to Li Anming and Zhou Situ to start installing the yellow door.
As the yellow door was fixed into the frame, it let out a piercing wail. This is not the door frame I'm familiar with. I want to go home. I want to go back to 211.
Ye Lin impatiently tapped on the door panel. Be quiet. He signaled Zhou Situ to tighten the door hinges a bit more.
It's too tight.
The yellow door shrieked in pain. I'm being sullied by 425. 211, I'm sorry, your door frame is a good door frame. I'm not worthy of you. Ye Lin didn't expect this door to be so troublesome. It was living up to its name, yellow and flashy. It's just 2 nights, he said coldly. If you cooperate, I won't make it hard for you.
If you keep making noise, I'll take you apart and use you for firewood.
The yellow door sulked a few complaints and finally quieted down.
Chapter 63, Suspicious Key.
Once the door was installed, the atmosphere in room 425 suddenly changed entirely.
Although the chattering yellow door was noisy, the thick door panel and solid-looking lock indeed made people feel safe and secure. Finally, there's a place we can close.
Zhou Sitai sat down on the dusty bedboard with a sigh of relief. Li Anming also relaxed a bit, but his eyes remained alert, scanning every corner of the room. Ye Lin carefully examined the temporary shelter where they would spend the next 2 nights. 6 iron bunk beds with desks underneath were arranged along both sides of the room, rusted all over. The ground was rough cement, and there was some trash left by previous residents piled in the corners. The walls were covered with various unclear stains and scratches.
Don't just stand around.
Ye Lin spoke.
Rule 5, never touch any vortex-like objects.
Now, everyone, thoroughly search the entire dormitory.
No corner should be missed. Any item that looks like a vortex, even if it's just a pattern, must not be touched. Report it to me immediately. No one dared to slack off.
Li Anming was in charge of checking the 3 beds on the left side, examining everything from the bedboards to the iron frames, not letting even a screw go unchecked.
Zhou Sitai began rummaging through the beds and desk drawers on the right side.
Xinyu was responsible for inspecting the windows, walls, and ceiling. Wu Qianqian, being relatively small and agile, took the initiative to check under the beds and beneath the chairs and tables in the narrow corners. Ye Lin stood in the center of the room, watching everyone's movements closely, not missing a single oddity. Everyone knew that the unknown vortex represented serious danger, and the rules clearly stated that if you noticed any vortex symptoms appearing on your roommate, you must immediately expel them.
No one wanted to be the one to be expelled, even less so to face the it that would be attracted by the vortex. I found nothing here. The beds have been checked, no abnormalities. The walls and windows are also normal.
Li Anming, Zhou Sitai, and Xinyu reported in turn, leaving only the hardest to clean dead corners that Wu Qianqian was responsible for. She lay on the ground, tilting her head, her cheek almost touching the cold, rough cement, carefully checking the shadows under the bed and table with the faint light coming in from the corridor outside. When she checked under the innermost bed, her movements suddenly paused.
Her breath caught slightly.
At the bottom edge of that old wooden desk, close to the wall, there seemed to be something stuck in an inconspicuous floor gap. The light was too dim to see clearly, but that thing faintly reflected an unusual glimmer.
It wasn't dust, nor was it ordinary trash.
Wu Qianqian maintained her prone position, not daring to reach out hastily. Ye God, there seems to be something in the gap under this desk.
Ye Lin took a few steps over and squatted down. What is it?
Wu Qianqian slowly backed out from under the desk, carefully pinching that object in her hands. Her face was somewhat pale, but not out of fear, it was more like excitement. Wu Qianqian opened her palm, and it wasn't the item with strange vortex patterns that everyone expected.
Instead, it was a key.
The key was very old-fashioned, rusted all over, but the shape of the key handle was unique, clearly resembling a playing card heart.
A key?
Zhou Sitai leaned over, letting out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought we really found that ghost vortex.
Li Anming leaned in to take a look. Heart key? This shape is quite distinctive. Xinyu frowned. Rule 7 mentions suspicious keys. All eyes focused on the small key.
Rule 7, if you find a suspicious key, draw a vortex on the door after lights out. Manager Ling Yue will come to collect the key, and the dormitory that hands over the key will safely pass through this night.
Wu Qianqian didn't hesitate at all and directly handed the key to Ye Lin. Ye God, here you go. Ye Lin received the key.
A cold touch came from the fingertips.
He examined it closely.
It was a heart-shaped key, without swirling patterns. But this key appeared in the dormitory building specifically mentioned in the rules, which was strange. Especially Rule 7, which required summoning the cold moon by drawing spirals, and the cold moon. He recalled the complex emotions that occasionally flashed in those icy blue eyes during the day, and the pure brutality in the state of Crimson Serpent.
What was the relationship between the cold moon, the spirals, and this key? Ye God, should we follow the rules with this key?
Lianming asked softly, his tone uncertain. Following the rules meant drawing spirals on the door to summon the cold moon. But spirals themselves were extremely dangerous and something to avoid in the rules.
This contradiction was unsettling.
Ye Lin rubbed the key, not answering immediately. He took out his old phone, found the number of the cold moon he recorded, and pressed the call button. What came through the receiver was not the cold moon's cold voice, but a series of busy signals.
The call could not go through.
At this critical moment, being unable to contact the cold moon was definitely not a good omen. Ye Lin looked at the red heart key in his hand, then at the newly installed yellow door.
Draw spirals and summon the cold moon?
In the absence of certainty about the cold moon's current state and the authenticity of this rule, this was just like a high-stakes gamble. If he won, perhaps he could have a peaceful night. If he lost, it could lead to utter destruction. The call won't go through. Ye Lin put away his phone, his voice calm, but it made the hearts of those around him sink.
What should we do now? Zhou Sidong asked.
Ye Lin clenched the key tightly in his hand, the metal edges digging into his skin.
He made a decision. I'll keep the key for now. Forget Rule 7 for now. Tonight, we will follow the first 6 rules.
Lock the door, keep quiet, and take turns standing guard. Ye Lin did not explain further, nor was there a need to.
He chose to trust his current judgment.
This key, and that contradictory rule must hide something beneath the surface. Before figuring it out, he would not easily take risks. Just as Ye Lin finished dealing with the red heart key, Xin Yu suddenly lowered his voice and spoke. Ye Lin, Rule 2 clearly states that each room must be fully occupied, otherwise it will become a priority target for it.
And there are 6 beds here, but we only have 5 people. Zhou Sidong turned pale. What do we do? Where do we find a 6th person now? Lianming suggested, how about we go downstairs and randomly grab someone?
Just then, a noisy clamor and slurred speech came from outside the corridor.
Damn, this broken building doesn't even have a room fit for living.
That guy selling doors just now wanted my life. I'm going.
Hey!
Big brother, look at this yellow door.
Isn't it the one that kid brought up from downstairs?
The footsteps stopped outside room 425. Ye Lin signaled everyone to be quiet and crept up to the peephole to look outside. He saw 5 youths dressed flamboyantly, their hair dyed in various colors, standing outside the door, followed by a flamboyantly dressed girl in a short skirt. At the front was a strong young man with a buzz cut and a tattoo on his neck. After being reminded by his lackeys, he squinted at the yellow door and quickly recognized it as the one Ye Lin and the others had just removed from downstairs. He exchanged glances with his companions, and the flamboyant girl immediately understood, walking to the door, knocking softly, with a delicate voice.
Ye God, are you there?
We are also players in the assembly line, we need to discuss something with you. Ye Lin did not respond. The buzzcut youth impatiently pushed the girl, and she had no choice but to continue.
Ye God, we really can't find a safe room anymore. As fellow citizens of the Dragon Country, we beg you for help. Can you shelter us for one night? With your great ability, you must be able to protect us.
Her voice was filled with a sob, sounding extremely pitiful. Zhou Sidong felt a little reluctant and whispered, Ye God, how about? Ye Lin shot him a cold glance. Since you are so kind, let him out and let her in, how about that? Zhou Sidong realized he had made another mistake, quickly lowered his head, and stopped talking. Ye Lin turned around and looked again through the peephole at the few lewd faces outside, feeling a wave of disgust in his heart.
You all have healthy limbs, why not use your body parts to trade for the door? Is it fun to beg here?
These words hit a raw nerve in the group outside the door. The buzzcut youth's face darkened, and he roughly pulled over the girl, shamelessly groping her all over in front of the peephole, as if doing this made him feel powerful. The girl winced in pain but dared not resist, forced to squeeze out a smile.
Ye God, you can't say that. The buzzcut youth's tone was arrogant. In this hellhole, who isn't afraid of dying? We just don't want to become disabled. If you don't open the door today, we won't leave. When the lights go out later, we'll make a fuss outside, and if some monster comes, we all play together. Ye Lin sneered, who can't talk tough? You little punks, not even willing to give up a bit of flesh, dare to threaten me? You're so cowardly to the point where you're blocking the hallway?
The buzzcut youth glanced at the dim sky and the empty corridor, feeling a bit scared, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Don't *****ing scare me with your words, I won't leave, let's see who can't hold their nerves first. Ye Lin's mind raced, pretending to be scared. Oh dear, I'm so afraid, please don't be angry. It's really impossible to shelter so many of you. Since there is only one empty bed in our dormitory, we can only take in one. As soon as these words came out, the group outside exploded. Only one bed? Then who goes in? Of course it's me, I'm your boss. Your boss, you won't even buy us a door, what kind of boss are you? The buzzcut youth tried to maintain his authority, but beside him, a red-haired youth directly slapped him across the face. What the **** are you posing for?
Do you really think you're important?
Another person immediately added a kick. Exactly.
It's one thing to act tough usually, but now you still want to grab a chance to survive? In just a few seconds, a full-blown fight unfolded outside the door.
Several youths were wrestling together, with fists, kicks, and even teeth being used, leaving them bruised and bloodied. The girl shrank back in fear, her eyes filled with terror. Ye Lin watched this farce coldly through the peephole, feeling no waves in his heart.
Let them fight, the harder, the better.
Just as the chaos outside reached its peak, the girl rolled her eyes and quietly crept to the door, pressing her face against the door panel, whispering. Ye God, listen to me. If you let me in quietly, those guys are all trouble, putting them in will only give you more trouble. I'm different, I'm a weak woman, I wouldn't dare resist you, and I will serve you. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her coat, pulling the neckline open, revealing her black lace lingerie inside and tugging it down, trying to show more inappropriate visuals to the people inside. Ye God, I beg you, let me in.
I'm willing to do anything.
Ye Lin felt nothing from her seduction, but he was indeed considering her proposal. The fact was they needed one person, and letting this seemingly least threatening girl in was better than letting those lewd youths in. Just as he hesitated whether to open the door, the always silent Huangman suddenly voiced his dissatisfaction with a buzzing sound.
Hey! Are you guys going to talk door rights or what? What's with taking in people? The 5 of you plus me make 6, right? Clearly, it's already full. Why add a cup? Ye Lin was taken aback. Can a door be counted as a member?
Huangmen's voice was filled with anger at being looked down upon. Nonsense. A regular broken wooden board obviously doesn't count, but I, Huang, am a noble of the door.
Have you ever seen a door that can talk or has self-awareness? The dormitory exceeding its member limit will also attract that thing, understand the rules?
Ye Lin had doubts about adding members, and hearing Huang Men say this made him immediately retract his hand that was about to open the door.
Alright, then we won't add anyone.
Outside, the girl saw that Ye Lin, who seemed to have a moment of hesitation earlier, was still not opening the door, causing her forehead to sweat in anxiety. She thought she wasn't tempting him enough, and made up her mind to open her coat, ready to take off her underwear as well. Ye God, look at me, I have a great figure, I am really obedient. Her actions immediately caught the attention of the nearby crowd that had just been fighting. The crew-cut young man, with a bruised face, yelled angrily, "Damn bitch, daring to hog it all." He rushed over, yanked the girl by her hair, and slammed her down on the ground. The other youths, who had just stopped fighting, surrounded her and started beating her with punches and kicks.
Slut. Want to run on your own? I'll kill you, damn bitch. Let's see you being provocative. Let's see you trying to seduce.
The girl screamed in pain, her clothes were torn into shreds, her body was quickly covered in bruises, all she could do was curl up on the ground, begging for mercy. Ye Lin watched indifferently from inside the door, showing no reaction. Eventually, with sheer toughness, the crew-cut young man knocked down the others again, unsteadily standing up, wiping the blood from his face, and yelled at the door. Ye Lin, hurry up and fulfill your promise, the last bed space is mine, open the door. Ye Lin feigned surprise, what promise? When did I say the last bed space was for any of you? Don't be so full of yourself, little brat. The crew-cut youth trembled in anger, spitting blood onto the door. You tricked us? Ye Lin, so what if I did? Get lost, don't die at my door, it's bad luck. The crew-cut youth's eyes were bloodshot, but he had been beaten badly, and his companions were also injured, knowing they couldn't do anything to Ye Lin behind that door. He could only glare fiercely at the door and shout at his moaning companions on the ground. If you're not dead, get up. Let's go. The few youths helped each other, limping out of the corridor. The girl, beaten and battered, also struggled to get up from the ground, pulling at her tattered clothes that couldn't cover the bruises and scratches on her body. She turned back, casting a look full of deep hatred at the tightly shut Huangmen of room 425, blaming all her suffering on Ye Lin, and then stumbled to catch up with the group. Chapter 65, The Calm Before the Storm. As the group outside walked away, the corridor was once again filled with silence. Ye Lin turned around, looking at the various expressions on the faces of the others in the room. Qinyu's brow was still tightly furrowed. Ye Lin, it's fine to drive them away, but what should we do now that we're still short one spot?
Who said we only have 5 people?
Ye Lin interrupted him, his gaze falling on the newly installed Huang Men, adding him would be enough.
The room instantly fell silent.
Lianming, Zhou Situ, and Wu Chanxian all stared wide-eyed, in disbelief, at the door. Qinyu was also stunned for a moment, casting a complicated glance at Ye Lin, without asking further. Everyone vaguely guessed something. Ye Lin seemed able to communicate with some existence they couldn't understand. But this was Ye Lin's secret, and no one would foolishly dig deeper. Stop being dazed, Ye Lin waved his hand, hurry up and take a rest. We don't know what will happen tonight, conserving energy is the most important. The crowd finally came to their senses, fatigue crashing down on them like a tide. That day, whether it was mechanically repeating the stitching on a sewing machine on the assembly line or facing various bizarre rules and threats of death, had exhausted their spirits. No one spoke anymore, each quietly chose a bed. Lianming almost let out a soft snore as soon as his head touched the pillow, while Zhou Sidong curled up, his brows still furrowed even in sleep. Wu Qianshan faced away from the outside, her body slightly curled up, appearing very insecure. Even Xinyu, who seemed the toughest, soon settled down and breathed evenly and deeply. Ye Lin leaned against the cold wall, but there was not a hint of sleepiness. He had spent most of the day slacking off and then had a hearty pig's trotter rice, so at this moment, he still felt energetic. Ye Lin gently rolled over and got out of bed, his movements not disturbing anyone. He walked to the small balcony on the side of the room, took out an old mobile phone, and the weak light illuminated a small part of his face. Soon after, he found the cheesy contact and pressed the dial button. There were only 2 rings before it was quickly picked up.
Ah, Lin? Lu Ming's delicate voice came through, carrying a bit of urgency. What's wrong? Has something happened?
Hearing that familiar voice, Ye Lin's tense nerves relaxed a little. Nothing, he lowered his voice to ensure he wouldn't wake anyone in the room. I just miss my sister. Little sly boots, Lu Ming pouted lightly, but her tone was full of joy. Sister just got off work.
By the way, is that broken window breaker I gave you useful?
Useful, Ye Lin's lips curled up. Thanks to the powerful weapon you gave me, ordinary oddities don't dare to bother me anymore. As long as it works, Lu Ming sighed in relief. Sister has been worried about you all day, afraid something would happen to you at the factory. Ye Lin's gaze turned to the rolling gray fog outside the window, his tone becoming serious. By the way, sister, I have a question I want to ask you.
Do you know what a vortex is? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lu Ming's voice clearly became tense. Vortex? Why are you asking this, brother? Did you get involved with Long Yu? Ye Lin's heart stirred. There was indeed a connection between Lang Yu and Vortex.
No, he quickly denied, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Sister, to be honest with you, I'm almost capturing her.
She even wants me to be her temporary assistant. Wow! Lu Ming exclaimed, teasingly, you're doing amazing, stinky brother, even managing to win over that ice queen Long Yu? Looks like sister will have many more sisters in the future. Ye Lin returned to the main topic. Sister, why did you think of Lang Yu immediately when I mentioned the vortex? Is there a connection between Lang Yu and the vortex?
Lu Ming explained, brother, you don't know, the vortex is Lang Yu's power.
Power? Yes.
Oddities between the levels of fierce ghosts and red dresses gradually obtain their innate powers.
Didn't you see Qi Lian performing her ability, the crazy dance? It's similar to that form.
Ye Lin recalled the scene of the odd worker dancing in mid-air on the bus, and the uncontrolled dancing scene on the second floor of the factory, and suddenly understood. Lu Ming continued, however, Lang Yu is not yet at the red dress level, so using the vortex is very strenuous for her, consuming a lot of energy and it seems somewhat unstable. Last year, while working, I happened to see Lang Yu deal with a rule-breaking employee when the bus passed by the clothing factory. She used the vortex to directly engulf that employee. I wish I could quickly gain my own oddity power too. Lu Ming's tone became a bit envious and disappointed. It's a pity that sister has no money or resources, just relying on the little odd energy she absorbs daily. Who knows how long it will take to break through. Sister, you are talented, and you will surely succeed very soon, Ye Lin consoled. You just know how to sweet-talk me, Lu Ming pouted, but her tone was clearly happy, but sister likes to hear it. She then reminded Ye Lin several times to be very careful, especially at night. Finally, he reluctantly hung up the phone. Ye Lin put down his phone and began to think. The vortex was Cold Moon's ability, which seemed to prove the truth of Rule 7. However, he still found it very strange. Why did Cold Moon want to take this key? Also, the rule specifically emphasized that there were no basements in the dormitory building, which felt a bit like a case of not a penny here. Just then, a sudden series of urgent knocks at the door made Ye Lin instantly alert. He silently walked to the door and leaned close to the peephole to look outside. In the dim light of the corridor stood that group of people again. The leader was the buzzcut young man, and the girl who had been beaten so badly before now wore only lingerie, affectionately clinging to the buzzcut young man. The buzzcut young man wore a provocative smile on his face. Ye Lin glanced at his phone. There was still more than half an hour until lights out, so there should still be living people outside. What the hell, are you sick? Ye Lin coldly said through the door, I already said I won't let you in. The girl outside let out an ambiguous chuckle. Ye God, don't be so quick to turn people away, we haven't even properly introduced ourselves.
My name is Li Mayer, and this is my boyfriend Zhao Kuan.
She intentionally rubbed against Zhao Kuan.
From now on, we will be your neighbors. Neighbors?
Ye Lin squinted his eyes, carefully examining them. In the dim light, he noticed that these people were missing parts of themselves. Zhao Kuan was missing a pinky finger, Li Mayer was missing her left ear, and the others also had various defects. It was clear that they ultimately went to the Canary to buy the door.
Chapter 66, Is the last rule false? Are you staying in 424? Ye Lin asked.
That's right. Zhao Kuan snorted coldly, his tone sarcastic, Ye Lin, please take good care of us from now on. Ye Lin could clearly sense the hatred in Zhao Kuan's words. This group of people obviously held a grudge against him, otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically chosen to live next door.
He couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them and simply left the peephole.
Li Mayer and the others lingered at the door for a few more moments, and when there was no response from 425, they reluctantly returned to their own room 424, slamming the door shut. Xin Yu and the others had already been awakened by the noise at the door, and they all sat up in bed.
Ye God, what happened? Lianming asked in a low voice.
Ye Lin briefly recounted the situation. Hearing that the group had actually moved in next door, everyone displayed an expression of disbelief.
Are they crazy? Zhou Situ's voice trembled, they were beaten up so badly and still want to stick together?
They probably think that there is strength in numbers, Xin Yu said solemnly, but choosing to be next to us definitely means they have bad intentions. Ye Lin wasn't too worried about the possible retaliation from that group, a bunch of disorganized people couldn't stir up much trouble. What worried him more was if these fools were to act recklessly at night, it might attract it, mentioned in the rules, and they could get affected too. Fortunately, there was no movement from next door for the time being. Everyone could no longer sleep, there was less than half an hour until lights out, and each person was tensely waiting. At 10 p.m. sharp, all the lights in the dormitory building instantly went out, plunging everything into total darkness. Almost simultaneously with the lights going out, everyone felt the temperature drop several degrees, a cold chill rushing up their spines from their feet. So cold. Wu Qianqian wrapped her clothes tighter, her voice shaking. Don't make a sound, Ye Lin whispered, according to the rules, everyone must remain quiet. At that moment, the whole building fell into a deathly silence, where even the sound of breathing felt particularly clear. The five of them waited silently in the dark, time ticking away second by second. A full 30 minutes passed, and there was no sound outside. Just when Ye Lin was beginning to think that this chilling calm would last until dawn, a faint sound of footsteps came from the end of the hallway. The footsteps were light but particularly clear in the absolute silence. It walked slowly, step by step, gradually getting closer. Finally, the footsteps stopped outside room 424. A cold female voice came from outside, I am the HR manager, Cold Moon. I need to check the room and count the people inside. Please open the door. Ye Lin trembled all over. This voice really sounded exactly like Cold Moon, at least he could not tell any difference. But the rules never mentioned that Cold Moon would come to check the rooms. Moreover, the words please open the door completely violated the warning of Rule 1. The Cold Moon outside was most likely fake. This fake Cold Moon might just be the it mentioned in the rules. Ye Lin held his breath and continued to observe the movements next door. Room 424 was silent, that group of people seemed to be stunned or finally smartened up and made no sound. After a few seconds, the Cold Moon outside spoke again, have you found the key? If you have found the key, please give it to me, and I will guarantee your safety for the night. Key? Ye Lin's heart sank. Why would this fake Cold Moon ask for the key? Moreover, this line was almost exactly the same as Rule 7. Could Rule 7 be fake? Was it a trap to lure the players into a snare? There was still no response from next door. The footsteps outside sounded again, this time stopping outside room 425. Ye Lin felt a chill seeping in from the crack of the door, the temperature of the door seemed to drop a few more degrees. I am the HR manager, Cold Moon. I need to check the room and count the people inside. Please open the door. The voice outside repeated emotionlessly. The five people inside didn't dare to breathe, Joseph Tadeo covered his mouth tightly, afraid of making even the slightest sound. With the example of room 424, at this moment, even the dumbest person knew they must not respond. After a few minutes of silence, the Cold Moon outside spoke again, this time with a hint of barely noticeable temptation, have you found the key? If you have found the key, please give it to me, and I will guarantee your safety for the night. Ye Lin tightly gripped the red heart key in his pocket. The cold metal touch kept him alert.
This was definitely a trap.
Handing over the key or opening the door might trigger fatal consequences.
After another suffocating silence, the footsteps outside sounded once more, this time gradually fading away, until they completely disappeared at the end of the corridor.
Until they confirmed that the footsteps had completely disappeared, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief.
Has it gone? Joe Tadeo asked tremulously.
Ye Lin did not answer. He remained tense, straining to listen to any noise outside. 10 minutes later, there were no more sounds outside the corridor, and the bone-chilling cold seemed to dissipate as well. It should be gone, he whispered to the others. Joe Tadeo immediately slumped down, gasping for air. He almost suffocated just now. Ye Lin walked to the door, lightly tapping on the door panel, and asked in a hushed voice, "Huang Men, did you see what that thing looked like outside?" Huang Men made a sound similar to a light chuckle and said playfully, "What else could it be? It looked like your cold moon manager, just that there's a little difference on the face."
"What difference?"
Ye Lin pressed on.
"Ah, it was too dark, I couldn't see clearly."
Huang Men answered vaguely, clearly unwilling to give a serious response, but it looked very much like her, extremely similar. Ye Lin was very dissatisfied with that perfunctory attitude towards the broken door, but now was not the time to blow up, their safety still depended on it. He suppressed his anger and was about to ask more when Wu Qianqian suddenly came over, holding her stomach, her face pale. Yishin, her voice trembled, and beads of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. At the sight of her, Ye Lin's heart sank. "I want to go to the bathroom." Wu Qianqian squeezed her legs together, her body trembling slightly. "My stomach hurts badly, probably because of the mush I ate for dinner. I really can't hold it any longer."
Ye Lin frowned tightly. "Didn't you take care of that 2 hours ago?" "Can't hold it any longer?"
"I can't," Wu Qianqian shook her head with a tearful voice. "I really can't hold it any longer.
If I do, it'll come out." Ye Lin's face looked grim. The first rule of the bathroom was clearly written: no urinating or defecating anywhere. Violate this rule 3 times and you would be expelled.
Here, expelled was equivalent to death.
"Anyone else need to go to the bathroom?"
He scanned the others. Lianming and Zhou Sidong exchanged glances, hesitated, and raised their hands.
"I need to go too."
"Me too." Qingyu shook his head and said solemnly, "I've been specially trained, eating raw meat and rats is nothing.
The mush from the cafeteria is nothing to me." Hearing this, everyone looked at him with admiration.
Ye Lin also gave a thumbs up. He admitted he couldn't do such cruel tasks.
Chapter 67, Eyes of the Peeping Tom.
"Okay, Xinyu will stay back at the dorm." Ye Lin made the decision. "The rest of you, follow me to the bathroom.
Remember, stay quiet and make no sounds."
He walked to the door, not opening it immediately, but pressed his ear against the cold door, carefully listening to the sounds outside.
After confirming the hallway was dead silent, he cautiously turned the doorknob and pulled the door open a crack.
A chilly wind rushed in through the gap, and Ye Lin peered out, looking around. The dim corridor was empty, only the distant green exit sign emitted a ghostly glow. The door of room 424 was also tightly closed, without a sound. He signaled for the others to follow. The 4 of them tiptoed out of the room, with Qingyu quietly closing the door behind them without making a sound. Ye Lin led the way, with Wu Qianqian, Lianming, and Zhou Sidong following closely, their walks awkward due to urgency and fear. To get to the bathroom, they had to pass by room 424. Ye Lin did not want to be spotted by Zhao Kuan's group, adding to their troubles. He made a hand gesture, signaling everyone to move close to the wall. As they passed by 424's door, everyone's hearts lifted to their throats, and they collectively held their breath, quickening their steps, fearing the people inside might notice, or that the door might suddenly open. Fortunately, 424 remained silent, and they passed through safely. The hallway was long, with closed or hollow doors on either side, appearing like tombstones under the dim light. The concrete floor was cold and hard. They tried to tread lightly, but even the faintest sounds of footsteps echoed clearly in the absolute silence. Finally, they saw the bathroom at the end of the hallway. The light in the bathroom was pale and steady, seeming unaffected by the dorm's lights-out rule, appearing especially glaring and eerie in the darkness. Next to the bathroom was an entrance to a staircase leading downward. The stairwell was pitch black, bottomless. The vertical structure felt more unsettling than the straight hallway. If there was danger in the hallway, at least they could see the end. But in the stairwell, you could never know if something was lurking in the shadows of the upper or lower levels, waiting to drag you into the abyss. That invisible yet seemingly present feeling of threat was the most frightening. Ye Lin dared not linger at the stairwell. The darkness seemed to writhe as if alive. He lowered his voice and urged, "Quick, go into the bathroom.
Finish up and come back immediately."
The 4 of them ducked into the bathroom. This bathroom was even smaller and more cramped than they had imagined. On the left side were 5 old cubicle doors, and facing the exit on the innermost wall hung a mirror covered in stains, below which were 2 rusty sinks.
Strangely enough, before they entered the bathroom, Ye Lin hadn't felt much. But once inside, he felt a tightness in his lower abdomen and realized he was about to burst. Wu Qianqian rushed into the first cubicle and closed the door. Ye Lin pushed open the second cubicle door and stepped inside. Li Anming entered the third. Zhou Sidong, holding his grumbling stomach, glanced terrified at the slightly ajar fifth cubicle door. The last compartment is strictly forbidden to use. He felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and with no choice, he had to grit his teeth and push open the door to the fourth compartment. Just as he walked in and closed the door, a series of earth-shattering sounds erupted from the fourth compartment. Everyone was startled by the sudden noise, trembling in fear. Next, an indescribable stench spread through the air like a thick cloud, instantly filling the entire restroom. The smell was like rotten eggs mixed with methane, making his eyes sting and his throat tighten. Ye Lin quickly covered his mouth and nose, nearly losing control on both ends, ready to vomit the pig trotter rice he had for dinner. Silent farts don't stink, and loud farts aren't silent, but a series of farts are both loud and stinky. The predecessors did not deceive me. Who farted? It stinks. Wu Qianqian pinched her nose and complained in a muffled voice, was it you, Yishen? Ye Lin's face darkened, he definitely would not take the blame for this. I will remember your slander, wait for me to spank you when we go back. Wu Qianqian immediately shut her mouth. Yishen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Inside the fourth compartment, Zhou Sitiao's entire face turned a deep shade of liver, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Fortunately, there was a partition blocking him, so no one could see it was him, otherwise, he would die socially. He felt relieved while trying hard to calm his churning stomach. However, as time passed little by little, a strange feeling gradually enveloped him. He constantly felt a gaze, appearing out of nowhere, sticking to him. It wasn't a stare of curiosity, nor of admiration, but a kind of malicious peeking. As if someone was standing right next to him, watching him intently while he squatted. The feeling grew clearer and stronger, sending chills down his spine, freezing him in mid-action. He looked around in panic. The compartment was empty except for him and the toilet. There were no gaps above either. Finally, his gaze fixed on the partition to his left. In the center of the partition next to the fifth compartment, at the height near his waist, there was an inconspicuous small hole, only as thick as a pinky finger. The subtle feeling of being watched seemed to be seeping through that dark little hole. Zhou Sitiao's heart raced wildly, filled with fear. Don't look, don't get close. A voice in his mind screamed wildly, warning him to stay away from that hole. Yet a strong curiosity, stemming from human instinct, felt like an invisible hand pushing his head closer and closer to that hole. His pupils dilated in the darkness, and his trembling eyelashes almost touched the rough wooden board. Finally, his right eye aligned with that deep hole. Opposite the hole was the interior of the fifth compartment, where it was dim. However, in that darkness, he clearly saw. An eye, bloodshot and filled with endless malice, was pressed against the other side of the hole, staring back at him. That eye contained no human emotion, only pure and twisted evil, as if it was a gaze from the abyss. Ah! Zhou Sitiao's thoughts shattered in an instant, a shriek so distorted erupted uncontrollably from his throat. What's wrong? Zhou Sitiao. Ye Lin and Li Anming's voices rang out almost simultaneously. The sound of Zhou Sitiao madly banging on the door came from next door, accompanied by his incoherent cries, an eye. There's an eye watching me. It's there. It's inside. Ye Lin thought something was wrong, immediately realizing Zhou Sitiao had triggered the taboo of the fifth compartment. He quickly pulled up his pants and opened the door to his compartment, with Wu Qianqian and Li Anming following him rapidly out. Ye Lin rushed to the door of the fourth compartment and banged on it hard. Zhou Sitiao, open the door. Come out. Zhou Sitiao, with a crying tone, responded from inside the compartment, the door. The door won't open. At almost the same moment, a click came from the fifth stall as the lock turned, followed by the faint sound of something slippery dragging across the floor. Ye Lin made a quick decision. Wu Qianqian, Li Anming, go wash your hands first. They had just used the restroom, and according to the rules, they had to wash their hands before leaving, or they might trigger an unknown punishment. As he gave the order, he pulled out a hammer from behind his waist. As Wu Qianqian and Li Anming rushed towards the sink, he swung the hammer and smashed it fiercely against the lock of the fourth stall. With the first blow, the lock emitted a piercing metallic distortion sound. With the second blow, the locking bolt clearly loosened. The dragging sound from the fifth stall grew closer, as if something was crawling out of the toilet. With the third blow, Ye Lin used all his strength to strike down. With a loud bang, the lock completely shattered, and the stall door burst open. Inside, Zhou Sidong lay sprawled on the ground, his face devoid of color, his gaze blank, his left hand pointing desperately at the partition adjacent to the fifth stall, mumbling, eyes. Ye Lin yanked Zhou Sidong out. Go wash your hands, quick. Wu Qianqian and Li Anming had just finished washing their hands and hurriedly made way. Zhou Sitong's legs were weak, he was nearly dragged to the sink by Ye Lin, who pushed his hand to the faucet.
Ye Lin turned on the tap, and clear water flowed out, not turning red, which was a small blessing amidst the misfortune. If they had to deal with red water and reciting gratitude rules in this situation, they might really not make it out alive.
He continued to warn, everyone lower your heads, do not look at the mirror.
At that moment, the door of the fifth stall silently opened a crack. A pale, swollen hand reached out through the door crack, grabbing Zhou Sitong's left wrist with astonishing speed. The touch of that hand was cold and sticky, the knuckles unusually thick, with black-red filth stuck beneath the nails. Then, the crack widened, revealing a malicious eye in the darkness that fixed its stare on everyone in the restroom. Wu Qianxian and Li Anming instinctively grabbed Zhou Sitong's body, pulling back with all their might, trying to free him from the grasp of that hand. However, the swollen hand was incredibly strong. No matter how hard they pulled, Zhou Sitong's body remained firmly stuck in place, even being slowly dragged towards the fifth stall. Ye Lin raised the hammer decisively and swung it hard at the hand. The hammer struck the pale skin with a dull thud, leaving only shallow white marks. This instead enraged the entity, and the hand gripping Zhou Sitong suddenly tightened. Zhou Sitong let out a terrible scream as his left forearm twisted at an unnatural angle. The crack of the fifth stall door was visibly widening, the dense darkness behind it wriggling, a vague and twisted outline attempting to squeeze out. Ye Lin showed no hesitation and turned to leave. He couldn't risk his life for a little brother who was clearly beyond saving.
Wu Qianxian realized Ye Lin's decision immediately and followed him.
Li Anming watched as Ye Lin and Wu Qianxian left one after the other, then looked at the tortured, groaning Zhou Sitong, and the ever-widening crack, a surge of despair filling his heart.
He knew Ye Lin's choice was correct. If they delayed further, everyone would die.
A hint of determination flashed in Li Anming's eyes. He let go of Zhou Sitong's hand, but his other hand quickly reached for his lower back. There, he had a military knife that Qin Yu had quietly given him before leaving, in case of any trouble with the 424 group.
Now, it had to be used here.
Sorry, brother.
A fierce look flashed in Li Anming's eyes.
The military knife carried a cold light, not slashing at that strange hand, but directly chopping down fiercely at Zhou Sitiao's left arm that was being held. The first cut missed, only severing part of the muscle and tendon, causing Zhou Sitiao to let out a more tragic howl. Li Anming gritted his teeth and adjusted his angle to swing the knife again. This time, the military knife precisely sliced through the gap between the ulna and the radius, severing Zhou Sitiao's left hand at the wrist. Blood spurted out, splattering all over Li Anming's shirt.
Li Anming quickly supported the nearly fainting Zhou Sitiao and dragged him toward the bathroom exit.
Just as they stepped out of the bathroom, the lights began to flicker wildly. In the uncertain lighting, a malicious eye appeared at the bathroom door. It seemed to be crouching by the wall at the door, barely revealing half of its head, its eyes fixating on their fleeing backs. Ye Lin glanced back and found that the thing was just staring and did not chase after them, feeling slightly relieved. It seemed that as part of the bathroom rules, it could not leave the confines of the bathroom. But Ye Lin still dared not let down his guard. The noise just now was enough to attract the attention of the whole floor. They had to return to their dorm quickly. The longer they stayed outside, the more dangerous it became, and the four desperately ran down the dim corridor toward room 425. Just as they were about to reach the door of 425, the door of 424 suddenly opened from the inside. Leading the charge was Zhao Kuan and 6 others, completely blocking the narrow corridor.
Zhao Kuan wore a malicious smile, his gaze landing on the bleeding Zhou Sitiao. "Oh, isn't this the great Yi?" Zhao Kuan asked in a mocking tone, "What's wrong? Need some help?"
Li Meier stood behind him, while the other 4 spread out, forming a barrier. Ye Lin stopped in his tracks, his right hand discreetly tucked behind his back, tightening his grip on the blood-stained window hammer.
"Get out of the way." Zhao Kuan exaggeratedly spread his hands. "This corridor is a public area, we're just standing here taking a breather. Is it illegal?"
Ye Lin stepped forward. "I'll say it one last time, get out of the way." Li Meier looked at Ye Lin's dark expression, a glint of glee flashing in her eyes. She suddenly laughed lustfully and leaned close to whisper something in Zhao Kuan's ear. After listening, a playful smile spread across Zhao Kuan's face. He looked at Ye Lin and deliberately raised his voice.
"Yi, would you like to get through? Sure, we're not unreasonable people."
As he spoke, he spread his legs wide, forming a large bow stance, patting the inner thigh with his hand. "As long as you guys crawl through the gap between Meier and me, I'll let you go." Li Meier cooperatively stood in front of Zhao Kuan, also spreading her legs, creating a passage filled with humiliation. She even exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide, sticking out her bright red tongue to lick the corner of her mouth, looking all seductive and proud. She seemed to already envision Ye Lin crawling through her legs like a dog, the mere thought making her excited and flush all over.
Chapter 69, On the Ceiling, Dense and Thick.
Ye Lin watched the pathetic performance of these two, his eyes completely turned cold. He originally just wanted to escape quickly, but now a murderous intent truly arose. Although he had never killed anyone with his own hands, it didn't mean he was afraid. At this moment, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye as the door to 425 quietly opened a crack, revealing Qin Yu's tall and steady figure silently appearing behind the door. The two exchanged a brief understanding glance, no words needed, they instantly grasped each other's meaning.
Ye Lin subtly nodded. Qinyu quietly approached the wall, sneaking behind Zhao Kuan and his group.
Ye Lin needed to create an opportunity for him, drawing the full attention of these fools. His facial muscles twitched as if he was desperately suppressing his anger, displaying a look of being provoked and about to lose control.
Want me to crawl between your legs? You bunch of losers are asking for death.
Zhao Kuan saw his expression and felt more proud, his attention completely drawn to Ye Lin, completely unaware of the danger approaching from behind.
What's wrong? The great Yi won't? Then don't blame my brothers for blocking the way, no one here will have it easy.
Zhao Kuan sneered, and the few younger brothers behind him followed suit, not realizing that the last two from their side had already been knocked unconscious by Qinyu. In this tense moment, no one noticed that something seemed to be squirming in the shadow of the dim ceiling above.
Puff. A wet, sticky sound hit the ground. A small hard-shelled object dropped straight into Li Meier's mouth, wide open in delight from humiliating Ye Lin.
Li Meier was immersed in the joy of humiliating Ye Lin when she suddenly felt something with a strong earthy smell fall deep into her throat. She was taken aback, the slippery texture instinctively made her throat tighten, and she unconsciously swallowed.
That thing slid down her esophagus, leaving a nauseating strange sensation and a mouthful of earthy taste. Ugh!
Li Meier covered her neck, retching, her face instantly turning pale. Almost at the same time, Ye Lin felt something light yet substantial hit the top of his head.
That object rolled down through his hair and landed on the ground.
Warning, host has been subjected to initial strange contamination. Detected that the host possesses initial strange resistance.
Resistance has taken effect, host is immune to this contamination.
Ye Lin's heart tightened, and he looked down at the ground. The thing that hit him was slowly wriggling on the floor.
It was a snail. The spiral shell on its back was clearly visible. Spiral-shaped object.
Ye Lin's scalp instantly tingled, and he immediately looked up at the ceiling. In the dim light, he could vaguely see countless tiny shadows slowly wriggling in the thick darkness, densely packed. From time to time, a few small black dots fell from above. Without a doubt, they were all snails carrying spiral shells. Ye Lin shouted sharply, "Everyone, be careful of what's above your heads, don't let the falling things touch you.
Return to the dormitory immediately."
His voice made both sides caught in opposition momentarily stunned. Although Qinyu was confused, he had basic trust in Ye Lin's judgment. Without hesitation, he abandoned the pursuit of the last target and quickly withdrew.
Lianming reacted quickly as well, dragging the almost unconscious Zhou Situ, staggering towards room 425. Wu Qianxian followed closely behind.
Zhao Kuan and his gang were caught off guard by this sudden change, but seeing Ye Lin and others panicking and retreating, and noticing the slowly crawling snails on the ground, they felt something was amiss. "Brother Kuan, this is a bit eerie," one younger brother trembled as he looked at the increasing number of snails on the ground.
Zhao Kuan also saw Li Meier still retching, and remembering Ye Lin's warning, he felt a chilling sensation in his heart.
He cursed, grabbing Li Meier who was still retching, "Damn bitch, stop retching, hurry back to the room." The other two younger brothers, who were still somewhat clear-headed, also hurriedly followed, clumsily rushing towards room 424. As for the two companions knocked out by Qinyu, no one could care about them at that moment. Just as the door to room 424 slammed shut with a bang, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed again from the end of the corridor. Tap tap tap. The slow, unhurried footsteps resonated through the empty corridor, getting closer and closer. Ye Lin was the last to slip into room 425, and Qinyu immediately slammed the heavy door shut and locked it. Almost at the moment the lock clicked, two short, piercing screams rang out from outside the door. The cries were filled with fear and pain, followed closely by the sound of some slippery object dragging on the ground and a faint chewing noise. The 5 people inside the door. Even Zhou Sitao, whose severed wrist was still oozing blood, held his breath, his face pale. The sounds from the hallway persisted for several seconds, then the footsteps echoed again, slowly fading away, ultimately disappearing into the silence of death. Ye Lin's gaze swept across the terrified crowd, finally resting on Zhou Sitao, who slumped on the ground. Lianming was clumsily wrapping Zhou Sitao's severed wrist with a strip of cloth torn from the bedsheet, blood still flowed continuously, soaking the rough cloth.
"Did any of you get touched by something falling from the ceiling?
Or step on a snail on the ground?" asked Ye Lin, startling everyone. Lianming immediately shook his head. "No, ye god, I dodged it."
Qinyu replied succinctly, "Me neither."
Wu Qianxian crossed her arms, her voice trembling with fear, "I didn't touch anything either."
Zhou Sitao weakly leaned against the wall, struggling to shake his head.
Ye Lin's eyes roamed over the faces of the group. He clearly remembered the system alerting him that he had contacted a strange contamination. Though his resistance had spared him, this proved that those snails were definitely problematic. The 5th rule clearly stated, never touch any swirling objects. If you find your roommate exhibiting symptoms of swirling, immediately expel him.
The word contact is quite vague. Does it mean that the snails have to crawl on you, or is just brushing against them enough? He couldn't be sure. But one thing was certain. If someone is lying, or even unaware of being lightly touched, while contamination quietly occurs, then the entire 425 dormitory could potentially be wiped out because of one concealment. He couldn't take the risk. Not an ounce of risk could be taken. Ye Lin's gaze turned sharp and icy. You all remember the fifth rule of the dormitory, right? Touching the swirl will cause symptoms in the body. To be safe, everyone must immediately conduct a full body check, leaving no inch of skin unchecked, to ensure no one is contaminated. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the dormitory instantly became strange. Lianming and Qinyu exchanged a glance, saying nothing, but silently began to take off their outer coats. Zhou Sitao struggled to sit up, but he was seriously impaired without one hand. Chapter 70, about the swirl contamination check. Wu Qianqian's expression turned extremely unnatural. She instinctively hugged her arms tightly, her gaze evasive. A full body check? But you're all men, and I'm the only woman. Ye Lin looked at her, his eyes showing no emotion. It's up to you. If you don't check, I'll assume you have the swirl. He raised his hand, pointing to the door. The door is right there, you can go out by yourself, or I can help you. Wu Qianqian's face turned pale, and she quickly shook her head. I'll check, but... She bit her lip, her eyes pleading, glancing over the several men in the room. Can I choose who checks me? Ye Lin had no time to bargain with her. Sure, you have 3 seconds to choose. His tone was firm. If any of us has already been infected, the longer we delay, the deeper the mutation could become, and then we all play together. 3. At this moment, Zhou Sitao, leaning against the wall, struggled to sit up straight. Although he had lost quite a bit of blood and looked pale, hearing Wu Qianqian's words, a faint light sparked in his eyes. He had always held a vague affection for Wu Qianqian. Ye God, Qianqian. Zhou Sitao's voice was weak, yet there was an inexplicable courage in it. Let me do it. I just lost a hand. Even if I wanted to take advantage of the situation, it would be impossible. You can trust me, Qianqian. He looked at Wu Qianqian, his eyes filled with hope, and even a hint of a willing sacrifice. Wu Qianqian looked at Zhou Sitao's pale, weak face, and that empty left wrist, her eyes filled with conflict and struggle. She didn't want to choose Zhou Sitao, but she was even more afraid to choose any of the other healthy men. In the end, under Ye Lin's cold countdown, she closed her eyes. Almost blurted out, God Yi, I choose you, please, check me. The light in Zhou Sitao's eyes instantly dimmed. He lowered his head, looking at his bandaged severed wrist, silent. Ye Lin didn't care who checked Wu Qianqian at all. All right. He nodded decisively, then ordered, Lianming, Qinyu, you check each other first. After that, check Zhou Sitao together, move quickly. Lianming and Qinyu immediately took action without any hesitation. The two quickly took off their shirts, checking each other's front and back, arms and armpits. Ye Lin didn't waste any time, pulling aside the dirty curtain on the balcony, tilting his head towards Wu Qianqian. Go in. Wu Qianqian lowered her head, quickly walked into the small balcony. Ye Lin followed closely, drawing the curtain closed, blocking the view from inside the dormitory. There were no lights on the balcony, only a faint light seeping in from the gray mist outside, barely outlining the figures of the two. Zhou Sitao endured the sharp pain of his severed wrist, quietly moved to the edge of the curtain, straining to listen to the sounds inside. Wu Qianqian turned her back to Ye Lin, her fingers trembling, starting to unbutton her jacket. She took off her coat. Underneath was a thin base shirt. Wu Qianqian paused for a moment, secretly glancing at Ye Lin from the corner of her eye. Ye Lin stood there, arms crossed, his face showing no expression, his eyes calm as if he was looking at an object. Wu Qianqian gritted her teeth and took off the base shirt, revealing her white underwear underneath. The cold air touched her skin, raising tiny goosebumps. Seeing Ye Lin still didn't move, she couldn't help but ask softly, God Yi, aren't you taking off your clothes? Ye Lin glanced at her. I am absolutely not contaminated and do not need to be checked. He had basic bizarre resistance and had just been clearly notified that he was exempt from contamination. He was absolutely confident in himself. Wu Qianqian looked at his confident demeanor, saying nothing more. She fell silent, stretching her hand to the back, unhooking her underwear. The last barrier slid down. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, curling her body slightly, her skin faintly pale in the dim light. The underwear must also be taken off. Ye Lin's voice had no emotional fluctuations. There must be no obstruction. Then turn around and face me. Wu Qianqian's body stiffened for a moment. She slowly released her hands, allowing the last piece of clothing to slide to the ground, then very slowly turned around. She dared not look into Ye Lin's eyes, her gaze dropped to the floor, her cheeks burning red, all her muscles tensed. Hands open, feet spread a bit. Ye Lin commanded. Wu Qianqian complied, slightly spreading her arms, her legs also parting a bit, exposing her body as much as possible to Ye Lin's view.
The sense of humiliation made her cheeks flush, but she bit her lip tightly, not daring to make a sound. Ye Lin's gaze began to move down from the top of her head. He first checked her hair, parting the strands, checking her scalp and behind her ears. His fingers occasionally brushed against her skin unintentionally, cold and devoid of any emotions. Wu Qianqian could feel the faint airflow when he approached, making her heart race like it was about to explode. Ye Lin walked behind her, checking her back, spine groove, and lower back. Lift your feet, alternate lifting, he continued to order.
Wu Qianqian complied, lifting one foot to expose the sole.
Ye Lin squatted down, carefully inspecting the soles of her feet and the spaces between her toes. This position made her feel immensely humiliated, her entire body trembling slightly.
Finished the check.
Ye Lin took a step back, creating distance. Wu Qianqian sighed in relief, feeling as if all her strength had been drained. Is there a vortex? She asked with a trembling voice.
None found.
Ye Lin replied. Wu Qianqian's heart, which had been hanging in her throat, finally settled back into place. The relief of surviving made her almost collapse onto the ground.
However,
before she could catch her breath completely, a crisp sound rang out on the balcony. Ye Lin suddenly raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap on her bottom.
Ah!
Wu Qianqian cried out in pain, covering her bottom, surprised and angry as she turned to look at Ye Lin. Ye God, why did you hit my bottom? Ye Lin shook his hand, his tone calm. I never hold a grudge overnight. Wu Qianqian was stunned for a moment, then remembered that in the bathroom earlier, she had instinctively complained, who farted, and had falsely claimed it was Ye Lin. At that time, Ye Lin had said she should wait for her bottom to be hit. She had thought it was just a joke.
I'm sorry, Ye God, I was wrong. It was me talking nonsense in the bathroom.
She quickly apologized. I accept my punishment.
Ye God, could you go easy on me and hit me less?
Ye Lin looked at her bottom, which was already half red, and pulled the corner of his mouth. It depends on my mood.
Chapter 71, The Useless Zhou Situ.
Outside the curtain, Zhou Situ had been eavesdropping intently and, upon hearing the sound of the slap and Wu Qianqian's pained cry, could no longer hold back.
Ye God, don't hit Qianqian. Zhou Situ said anxiously, the series of farts in the bathroom were all mine. If you want to hit someone, then hit me, just don't hit her.
Ye Lin completely ignored Zhou Situ's pleas.
He was not hitting Wu Qianqian for the fart incident.
What angered him was that this woman had made unfounded accusations without thinking. Besides, a few slaps on the bottom would not cost him anything. It was a small punishment for a big warning.
Bend over. Ye Lin commanded Wu Qianqian, it'll be easier to hit that way.
Wu Qianqian looked at Ye Lin's cold profile, while hearing Zhou Situ outside still pleading non-stop, terrified that he would anger Ye Lin and make her receive more hits. With a determined heart, she not only obediently turned around but also submissively bent over, placing her hands on her knees. This posture made her feel so ashamed that she almost fainted. But she still shouted loudly towards the curtain outside, Zhou Situ, shut up.
It's none of your business.
Ye God is hitting me because I smeared him, I deserve it, I willingly accept the punishment. Before her words fell, Ye Lin's palm had already come down again. Wu Qianqian groaned, the pain-making tears well up in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold back and continued shouting towards the outside, no matter how Ye God treats me, no matter how heavy or painful, I like it. Half of what she said was sincere, half was a pledge of loyalty, hoping Ye Lin would calm down quickly. Ye Lin did not stop. Zhou Situ outside listened, his heart in agony, but he did not dare to speak again and could only clench his fists tightly, burying his face in the wall. Ye God! Be lighter, he finally couldn't hold back any longer, pleading with a tearful voice, I am heartbroken. The more he pleaded, the heavier Ye Lin hit. Wu Qianqian was about to reach her limit, not from the pain, but from Zhou Situ's indiscriminate display of deep affection. Wu Qianqian turned her head and angrily shouted at the gap in the curtain, Zhou Situ. I told you to stop talking, can't you understand? No need for your fake concern, Ye God slap, I relish it. Zhou Situ was stunned by her sudden outburst, his mouth hanging open, the rest of his words stuck in his throat. He could only stand there blankly, watching the slightly swaying shadow on the curtain, powerless. Until Wu Qianqian fell silent, Ye Lin finally stopped. Enough, get dressed. Wu Qianqian felt as if she had received a reprieve, her legs turning to jelly, almost collapsing to the ground. She forced her weak legs and the fiery pain behind her to hurriedly put on her clothes. In the process, she did not forget to sweeten her voice with a nasal tone, thank you, Ye God, that slap was well deserved, I will never talk nonsense again. Ye Lin was very satisfied with her corrected attitude, he lifted the curtain and walked outside. Lianming saw Ye Lin coming out from the balcony and quickly stepped forward to report. Ye God, we have finished checking. Xin Yu and I checked each other, and we also checked Zhou Situ. He paused, his tone certain, we found no vortex marks on any of us. Ye Lin frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three people. Really, did you find nothing at all? Xin Yu stood aside, calmly adding, there is one discovery, but it's not the whirlpool.
What discovery?
Ye Lin turned to look at him. Zhou Siting's face instantly looked ugly. Xinyu didn't notice Zhou Siting's strangeness, continuing to say, "It's Zhou Siteng, there is an arc-shaped dent on his forehead, but that's not the whirlpool." Zhou Siting quickly interrupted to explain, his words coming out in a flurry. "It happened when I was confronting those guys from room 424 in the hallway. I accidentally bumped into the railing. It was too chaotic at the time. Li Anming was helping me and I lost my balance and fell."
Ye Lin turned his gaze to Li Anming. "Is that true?"
Li Anming nodded hurriedly. "Yes, Leaf God, it truly happened during the chaos. I was walking too fast, and he accidentally fell and bumped himself." This explanation was seamless, the two were consistent in their words and it sounded reasonable. But Ye Lin had always been cautious and would never allow any potential risk to exist. Directly driving Zhou Siting away would be too heartless, after all, he had just lost a hand, now kicking him out would be sending him to his death.
But not dealing with it would be too dangerous. What if that dent was really the start of contamination?
Ye Lin was silent for a few seconds and made a decision.
"Zhou Siteng, you go to the balcony." His voice was unyielding. "Hold your blanket, you will spend the night there. I won't let you out, and no one is allowed to open the door for you." This decision left everyone stunned. Zhou Siting's face instantly turned pale. "Leaf God, it really was just an injury from bumping. Either you go to the balcony or you can leave right now, you choose."
Ye Lin interrupted him, his tone icy.
Zhou Siteng opened his mouth, ultimately lowering his head in despair.
Li Anming and Xinyu exchanged glances, neither voicing any objections. Wu Qianqian had just come out from the balcony, her bottom still burning with pain and dared not say anything more.
"We'll help you make a bed."
Li Anming sighed. Along with Xinyu, they helped Zhou Siteng lay down a simple bed in the corner of the balcony.
Zhou Siteng clutched his blanket, stumbling into the balcony.
Ye Lin watched the balcony door close tightly, the curtain falling, isolating Zhou Siting outside.
"Everyone rest, stay alert," he said to the three remaining.
Just when Ye Lin thought he could finally rest for a moment, suddenly the sounds from room 424 next door erupted. First there was a faint scraping sound, followed by muffled gasps, and the creaking of the bedboards. Wu Qianqian heard the sound and her face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears.
Ye Lin also frowned. What on earth were those idiots next door doing? At such a time of crisis, how could they have the mood to do such things? Damn it, are they crazy? Li Anming cursed softly.
Ye Lin could only hope they would keep it down and not attract anything unwelcome. Unfortunately, things didn't go as hoped. The sounds next door not only did not subside, but became even more intense. The gasps turned into unabashed moans and shouts.
"Brother Cohen, you are so great."
This was Li Meyer's lewd voice.
"Damn bitch, shout louder." Zhao Cohen's heavy breathing mixed with filthy words.
All sorts of unspeakable sounds mingled together.
This. Wu Qianqian covered her ears, too shy to raise her head.
Ye Lin was utterly speechless. The noise was so loud it seemed the whole building could hear what they were doing. It was pure suicide.
Did they think to attract the monster lurking in the dormitory building in such a surprising way, ending us all together?
Such bravery truly underestimated them.
"Leaf God, what should we do?" Li Anming asked anxiously.
Xinyu coldly said, "Ye Lin, I suggest we take care of all of them directly. Their actions are already threatening our safety. The moment they acted recklessly, they should be responsible for the consequences.
Moreover, people like them definitely won't survive this mission. Only dragging others down, keeping them will only cause more pointless deaths in the copy."
Ye Lin shook his head. He thought of the dense snails in the corridor and the presence disguised as the cold moon.
"For now, let's wait and see what happens." He made a decision, maybe they won't implicate us after all.
It's too dangerous outside, it's best not to take risks until the last moment. Just as his voice fell, the familiar footsteps outside the corridor sounded again.
Tap. 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 Not hurried, yet carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. It really has been lured over. The footsteps stopped in front of door 424.
Surprisingly, the lewd sounds coming from within 424 showed no signs of stopping. On the contrary, because of the arrival of the audience, they became even more excited and unruly.
Li Meyer's screams could almost pierce eardrums.
Ye Lin held his breath, thinking it was about to attack door 424.
But the next second, the footsteps sounded again.
It ignored the loud commotion from 424 and walked straight to door 425, stopping there.
A dead silence enveloped room 425. Everyone was in a daze.
Why is it not going to find the noise from 424 but instead focus on the quiet 425? Just as everyone was puzzled, a heavy bang sounded from outside the door.
A group became tense instantly.
Li Anming and Wu Qianqian unconsciously stepped back, Xinyu took a defensive posture, and Ye Lin quickly moved close to the door.
"Huang Men, can you hold on?" Ye Lin whispered.
Huang Men buzzed in response, "Little human, though this door's noble knows this doorframe lady of 425 for less than a night, please don't underestimate our bond."
Transfer to manual. Ye Lin frowned. Transfer to Guaba manual, you can't understand what the door is saying, can you? Huang Men said angrily, I said to sprinkle some water.
Just as Ye Lin felt a bit relieved, thinking Huang Men could hold on, another louder bang echoed from outside, and this time a slight dent appeared in the center of Huang Men.
What's going on? Ye Lin's expression changed. Didn't you say it could hold? You ask me, I ask who? Huang Men's voice was filled with panic. I don't know, how has it become stronger? Oh my, heavens, earth, is my door life about to end here?
The banging outside grew louder, one after another, becoming increasingly heavy. The dent in Huang Men gradually expanded, and the doorframe began to groan under the unbearable weight.
Everyone held their breath, cold sweat soaking their backs.
Ye Lin tightened his grip on the window-breaking hammer, ready for the worst. At this critical juncture, the banging suddenly stopped.
The footsteps sounded again, fading away. It actually left.
Room 425 fell into deadly silence, everyone froze in place, unable to believe that the crisis had inexplicably disappeared.
Huang Men let out a long sigh of relief. Oh, you scared me to death.
Ye Lin's brows furrowed, the unease in his heart growing heavier.
Why did it suddenly leave? No one knew the answer, but it undoubtedly gave them a rare chance to breathe.
After the footsteps faded, the libertine sounds from next door 424 not only didn't stop but worsened, exuding a creepy eeriness. Li Meyer's screams transformed into a kind of twisted moan. I'm giving birth, I'm giving birth.
Ah. Following that, Zhao Kuan's heavy gasps mixed with incomprehensible mutterings sounded, I'm about to give birth too.
Voices from other men echoed with the same content in chaos. Li Meyer's voice carried a morbid excitement, the pitch piercing, I've given birth to so many babies, I can't even count them, everywhere are our babies.
Zhao Kuan's roar followed, really can give birth to more.
In dorm room 425, it was dead silence, everyone could hear the terrifying nature of the words.
Give birth to what?
Li Yanming's voice trembled, Li Meyer hasn't even been pregnant for 10 months.
Didn't they just finish that kind of thing? Wu Qianqian tightly covered her mouth, her eyes filled with fear, and Zhao Kuan, aren't they all men? How can men give birth?
Qin Yu's voice was serious, Li Meyer said she gave birth to many, so many that they couldn't be counted, how many did she actually give birth to? Ye Lin's heart sank, a terrible suspicion emerged in his mind.
That group of people had definitely been contaminated by the whirlpool.
Their bodies had undergone incomprehensible mutations.
This could also explain why it didn't attack 424 just now.
Since 424 was already filled with contaminated kind, there was naturally no need to attack. They have been contaminated, completely turned into monsters. Ye Lin voiced his speculation. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. The neighbors were no longer human, but a group of constantly breeding, unknown monsters.
Qin Yu's eyes grew fierce, they must be eliminated.
Otherwise, the contamination may spread, and even if it doesn't spread, the noise they make will keep attracting it. If we wait idly, our door can't withstand many more impacts. Li Yanming also nodded vigorously, and although afraid, he understood the consequences of hesitation more clearly. Ye God, Qin is right, we can't wait any longer.
Ye Lin glanced at the obvious dent on the door and knew Qin Yu was right. I'll handle it.
Ye Lin made his decision, pulling out the bloodied window-breaking hammer from his lower back. The situation outside is unclear, especially since those snails might still be around. The more people there are, the bigger the target and the easier it will be to get into trouble. I will go out alone, you all guard the door and be ready to support me at any moment.
Chapter 73 Hee, I want you dead. It's too dangerous. Wu Qianqian instinctively opposed. What if you accidentally get contaminated? That would just cause me trouble.
Ye Lin's tone was firm, this is the safest method for now.
Qin Yu looked deeply at Ye Lin and said solemnly, be careful. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. With the plan set, Ye Lin no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, gently turned the doorknob, and opened the door a crack.
The corridor was empty, dark, and dead silent. Only the lewd sounds coming from next door, 424, continued, sounding particularly harsh. He looked up at the ceiling, and those dense snails had disappeared without a trace, leaving only some wet, sticky marks. Ye Lin quickly stepped out, gently closed the door of 425 behind him, signaling for the people inside to lock it. He held the window-breaking hammer, his palm slightly sweating from nervousness as he stepped closer to the door of 424.
How to get in became the problem. Directly smashing the door would make too much noise, inevitably attracting it again. Listening to the unbearable sounds from within, he suddenly thought that though these people had been contaminated, they seemed to still retain some language abilities and partial awareness? Perhaps communication was possible? Could he get them to open the door themselves?
As this thought emerged, Ye Lin felt it was absurd, but in this strange environment, any possibility was worth trying.
He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door of 424. Knock, knock, knock.
The sounds inside abruptly stopped.
After a brief silence, Zhao Kuan's raspy voice, filled with dissatisfaction, rang out. Who's knocking? Don't interrupt my fun.
Li Meyer's giggling voice followed. Maybe it's the neighbors next door who can't bear the loneliness and want to join us. Other voices immediately chimed in excitedly.
Great. The more, the better. Let's all have fun together. Let's have more babies.
Ye Lin suppressed his disgust, lowering his voice to sound as calm as possible. I'm Ye Lin from next door, sorry for disturbing your enjoyment.
There was a moment of silence inside, then Li Meyer's voice, filled with excitement and temptation, rang out. Ye God? Ye God has come to an understanding. Do you want to join us? I can let you be the first one to go. Zhao Kuan immediately shouted angrily, no. Damn bitch, I'm not done yet.
Li Meyer seemed to hum, speaking in a commanding tone. You go stand aside.
Zhao Kuan was silent for a moment, and surprisingly, he actually softened. All right.
Ye Lin's heart stirred.
Zhao Kuan actually obeyed Li Meyer? Before, he had treated this woman as a tool for venting, casually hitting and scolding her. Could it be that Li Meyer is the source of contamination? Or did she take the dominant position after being contaminated?
He suppressed his doubts and continued with a tone of appeasement. Meyer, I regret it.
A few hours ago, I shouldn't have turned you away. I'm here to take you back to 425, do you want to come with me? Li Meyer let out an exaggerated and suspicious moan. Really? Ye God, you're not trying to fool me, are you? I'm now a withered flower, a fallen leaf, so filthy and broken, and you still want me?
Ye Lin sneered in his heart. I want you dead. But he pretended to be affectionate. I don't care. These scumbags from 424, you've given birth to them, played with them until you're bored, right?
Don't you want to try something new? Don't you want to go to Mount Wushan with me?
Even if I'm not enough to satisfy you, we have a strong and healthy special forces soldier in our dormitory. His body will surely satisfy you more than these soft shrimp. Xinyu, who was hiding by the crack of the 425 door, twitched his mouth violently, his face full of black lines. Inside the door, Li Meyer seemed to be moved, letting out an excited moan, imagining it made her nearly lose control. I'm still a little worried. Ye God, you have to come into our dormitory first, stay in our dorm for a while, and then I'll agree to go with you. Ye Lin sneered even more in his heart, as expected. She wants to trick him in and pollute him. But this suited him perfectly. Okay, Meyer, I can't wait any longer. Ye Lin's voice carried a hint of impatience. Open the door quickly, let me in.
Li Meyer chuckled sweetly. I can't move right now. Does anyone still have hands? Quickly go open the door for Ye God. Ye Lin's heart tightened. Who still has hands? They've lost their hands? What the hell have they turned into?
He gripped the broken window hammer, took a deep breath, and raised his mental threshold to the maximum, preparing himself psychologically for extreme visual pollution. After a brief silence, a weak and strange voice responded, carrying the weariness of just having given birth. I still have one hand. Then, a slippery sound of something crawling on the ground was heard, slowly approaching the door. Ye Lin held his breath, every muscle in his body tense. The door lock made a soft click. The door to 424 was slowly pulled open from the inside, revealing a crack. A stench, a mixture of rancid and rotting smells, immediately hit him. Ye Lin focused and looked inside the door. Just one glance, and it felt like his blood instantly froze, a chill shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head, almost suffocating him.
What lay behind the door surpassed human imagination.
The floor of dorm 424 was covered with a layer of shiny mucus. Li Meyer was lying on one of the lower bunks, her head tilted back, her neck stretched at an inhuman angle. Her eyes were gone, replaced by two long stalks covered in mucus, like snail antennae, extending from where her eye sockets once were, swaying slightly in the air. Her limbs were gone, or rather, her entire torso and limbs had fused into a long, thick, pale soft body, like an enormously enlarged slug, wriggling. The most disgusting part was her back. A semi-transparent spiral-shaped bulge rose high from the center of her back, like an enlarged snail shell. Through the thin shell, which seemed on the verge of breaking, one could clearly see countless white snail eggs packed inside, each about the size of a fingernail. At this moment, those eggs were continuously being squeezed out, falling onto the slimy floor with a plop sound, producing a faint noise that made the scalp tingle. This was her baby that she gave birth to? And that little brother who opened the door for Ye Lin was in the best condition. He barely retained one human arm, but the rest of his body had already begun to soften, the skin displaying an unhealthy grayish-white color. His facial features were blurred, and the position of his mouth was reduced to a small opening that kept opening and closing. On another bed in the room, Zhao Kuan and another little brother were entangled together in an extremely bizarre posture. The two of them lay face to face on the bed, their necks stretching long, and from their wide-open mouths, two thick, fleshy tentacles reached out, intertwining horrifully.
Chapter 74, Blink and Kill 3 Snails. Ye God, what are you waiting for?
Li Meier's head, with eye stalks, turned towards the doorway, her tentacle-like eyes fixed on Ye Lin, and her voice was charmingly distorted, dripping with a sticky moisture.
Come in quickly, look at the babies I've given birth to for you, how cute they are. I can't wait, hurry and merge with me, let's have more. Ye Lin's stomach convulsed. To hell with merging. Bug extermination mode, activated. His gaze sharpened, and all the disgust and fear instantly transformed into pure killing intent. Without any nonsense, before the snail man at the door could react, Ye Lin's window-breaking hammer had already whistled through the air, striking his head, which still retained some human features, with force. With a dull thud, like a ripe watermelon being smashed open. Grayish-white, viscous liquid mixed with unknown tissue splattered everywhere, and that half-human, half-snail body twitched violently twice before collapsing, no longer moving. Ah! What are you doing?
Li Meier shrieked, her snail-like eye stalks waving wildly. Ye Lin didn't even glance at her, directly stepping over the corpse at the door to enter dormitory 424. The sticky floor made him slip slightly, but he quickly steadied himself, fixing his gaze on the two on the other bed. Zhao Cohen and that little brother were still immersed in their twisted connection, sluggish and reacting to the impending danger. Ye Lin raised his hammer and struck down. Two dull thuds sounded. The heads of the two entangled snail men exploded one after the other, their entwined tentacles helplessly loosening, and the transformed bodies crashed heavily onto the bed, viscous fluid flowing everywhere. Swift and clean, in the blink of an eye, 3 human snails were sent to snail heaven. After dealing with these 3, Ye Lin turned his cold gaze to the biggest source of contamination on the bed. Li Meier, witnessing Ye Lin kill 3 snails in the blink of an eye, trembled with rage, her eye stalks shaking violently. You lied to me. You deceived me again. Ye Lin. You and your roommate will become the breeding ground for my children. You all. Shut up, filthy bug. Ye Lin didn't want to hear any more nonsense, turning and striding toward the bed where Li Meier was. He looked at Li Meier's enormous soft body, continuously laying snail eggs, with no pity in his eyes, only extreme disgust. Li Meier futilely twisted her large soft lower body, trying to move down from the bed, but her speed was pitifully slow. You want to run? With your snail speed, where can you go? Ye Lin mocked. Ye Lin, you won't die a good death, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Li Meier hurled the most vicious curse as slime seeped from the cracks in her body. You're much more disgusting than a ghost right now. Ye Lin leaped up, avoiding the wriggling snail eggs on the ground, and jumped onto the bed where Li Meier was, raising the window-breaking hammer high above. He was filled with disgust for this woman's stupidity, promiscuity, and current state, especially thinking back to when she tried to seduce him made him feel nauseated. With all his might, the hammer came crashing down. The first strike landed on the large snail shell on her arched back. Crack! The translucent shell shattered, and the viscous liquid wrapped around countless immature eggs exploded outward violently. Everywhere splatters. Li Meier let out a chilling scream that was inhuman, her body convulsing wildly. The second blow struck her high-headed body, where eye stalks grew. The antennae were instantly smashed, her skull caved in, and a thick, sticky mixture of red, white, and gray gushed out. Her screams abruptly stopped, replaced by a wheezing sound like air escaping from a tire. The third blow, the fourth blow. Ye Lin remained expressionless, mechanically repeating the smashing motion, turning the massive mass of soft tissue on the bed into a puddle of unrecognizable snail meat sauce. Mucus, follicles, shattered tissue, mixed together, emitting a suffocating stench. Only after confirming that Li Meier could no longer make any sound and could no longer give birth to anything, did Ye Lin stop, breathing heavily. He wiped the sticky window hammer with a clean cloth he found, then scanned the chaotic 424 dormitory, ensuring no corner was overlooked. Just then, the familiar footsteps came again from the end of the corridor. Ye Lin's heart tightened. There was no time to clean up the mess. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed out of the 424 dormitory, slamming the door shut behind him, sealing off that hell on earth. Almost as he stepped out of 424, the door to 425 silently creaked open a crack, revealing Qin Yu's cautious and anxious face behind it. Ye Lin dashed over in a flash. Just as he was about to step into 425, he instinctively turned back and glanced toward the staircase, catching sight of a figure slowly emerging. It was indeed wearing the same silver-gray professional suit as Lung Yu, its body exactly the same. The difference was that it wasn't wearing red high heels but was barefoot, a pair of pale feet stepping on the cold concrete floor. Ye Lin had no time to think about why those bare feet made a clattering sound as he stole a final glance upwards. Its hair wasn't silver-white, it was a fiery red. But the biggest difference was its face. That face had no eyes, no nose, no mouth, only a swirling black vortex that was continuously spinning. It seemed capable of swallowing all light and souls.
Just as Ye Lin was pulled into the dormitory, he distinctly felt that swirling face turn towards 425. An invisible and icy gaze seemed to penetrate through the door, landing on his back. Did you see it? Xin Yu's voice was low and carried a hint of fear. Ye Lin leaned against the door, his heart racing, nodding without being able to speak. Outside, the footsteps once again paused in front of 425's door. 2 heavy impacts followed, stronger than before. The entire door shook violently, and next to the original dent, a new one appeared. The door, in a painful hum, said, "My body has already started to crumble." How much longer can you hold on? Ye Lin caught his breath and asked. I don't know, the door responded with a hint of a playful smile, maybe 4 or 5 more, or maybe I can last a bit longer. Dying early is better, it seems today I can go back to my hometown. Aren't you afraid of death? Ye Lin frowned. Human, you probably don't get it. The door spoke with a tone of superiority. For nobility like us doors, there is no such thing as death. Once the door is damaged, the consciousness of this door will return to our door clan's homeland and regain a new body. This is a blessing given to us by the horror world. After all, in the horror world, every moment countless doors are damaged for various reasons. Without this blessing, our door clan would have long been wiped out. Chapter 75, The Guidance of the Red Heart Key. Go back to where? Ye Lin cursed, I won't allow you to go home. He remembered the 6th rule of the dormitory. Didn't the rule say there's something that can repair the door? That repair spray. Are you going out to find that thing? Huang Men asked with surprise. It's so dangerous outside, if you run into it, you won't have anywhere to escape. Ye Lin knew the danger well, but he was now like an arrow released from the bow and had no choice but to go forward. Ye Lin, has the next room been cleaned up? Xin Yu asked in a deep voice, interrupting Ye Lin and Huang Men's conversation. It's done. Ye Lin replied succinctly. Wu Qianqian leaned in cautiously, asking, what have they really become? Ye Lin glanced at her, recalling the scene inside room 424, feeling a wave of discomfort in his stomach. You don't want to know. He quickly explained the situation, the door can't hold out much longer. We must find something to repair or strengthen the door. Otherwise, when it comes again, we will all be finished. I'll go with you. Xin Yu immediately said. No, you stay here and guard this place. Ye Lin shook his head, turning his gaze to the pale-faced Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian, you go with me. Me? Wu Qianqian was startled, instinctively taking a half-step back. Yes, it's you. Rule number 4 states that at least one man and one woman must go together when going to the bathroom. If we encounter danger, the bathroom may be our only temporary refuge. I guess the bathroom and this dorm building belong to 2 different rule systems. Although both are dangerous, if used wisely, we might be able to avoid the ghosts inside the building. Ye Lin looked at Wu Qianqian with sharp eyes. If we run into danger, I will take you into the bathroom. You just need to stick close to me, don't fall behind, and don't touch anything, understood? Wu Qianqian looked into Ye Lin's undeniable eyes. Although afraid, she knew she had no room to refuse. She nodded slowly. Understood, Ye God, I will go with you. Ye Lin opened the door to room 425 and stepped out, Wu Qianqian closely following behind him. Ye God, how should we search? Wu Qianqian whispered. Ye Lin did not answer. The rules stated the spray would randomly appear in the dorm building, but the entire building was not small at all. He had no clue how to find the spray. Do you have any suggestions for finding things? Wu Qianqian was taken aback, not expecting Ye Lin to ask her back. She subconsciously shook her head. I listen to Ye God. You need to speak up when I ask you to. Ye Lin said impatiently, we need to gather ideas, understand? What if your idea happens to be right? Wu Qianqian was choked by his words, not daring to refuse again, hesitatingly speaking, how about we search these empty rooms? Although the rules say not to enter, we've already violated the rules by being out here. Ye Lin squinted, looking at those dark, empty rooms. Rule 3 clearly warned that entering a doorless room after the lights went out was dangerous. But as Wu Qianqian said, they had already broken the rules, violating one more probably wouldn't make much difference. In their current situation, hesitating would lead to death. That makes sense. Let's start searching the empty rooms on the 4th floor. Ye Lin tightened his grip on the broken window hammer and walked toward the nearest empty room. Inside the room was filled with thick dust and a musty smell. Broken items were scattered on the floor. Ye Lin had Wu Qianqian stay at the door to keep watch while he quickly searched inside. He used the hammer to shove aside a pile of waste paper and checked the corners. Aside from a few startled cockroaches that scurried away, he found nothing. Next. Ye Lin stepped out, his expression not looking good. They searched the empty rooms on the 4th floor, one after another along the corridor. Each room was pretty much the same, dilapidated, dirty, and ominous. Some rooms had suspicious dark stains on the walls, and Ye Lin tried to avoid touching them.
Time ticked by, and by the time they had roughly checked all the empty rooms on the 4th floor, they still found nothing. Not only was there no repair spray, but not even a decent bottle was seen.
Ye Lin's heart sank. Could it be that the spray wasn't on the 4th floor? Or was it in those rooms with strange inhabitants?
It was too difficult to obtain like that. They stood at the staircase on the 4th floor. Above them was the darkness leading to an unknown level, below was the equally deep silence.
Leaf God, what should we do now? Wu Qianqian's voice carried a trace of confusion.
Ye Lin fell into hesitation as well. Should he go up or down? This was completely a gamble on luck. At that moment, he felt a slight vibration coming from his pocket.
It was the red heart key. He immediately took the key out.
The rusty key was now slightly warm, and in his palm, it stubbornly pointed upwards like a compass.
This.
Wu Qianqian also saw this strange scene. Her mouth opened in surprise.
The key is guiding the direction?
Ye Lin stared at the key in his palm that kept pointing upstairs, then looked up at the pitch-dark stairwell. His instincts told him that the place the key pointed to might hold what they needed or hide some unknown secret.
Let's go up, Ye Lin made a decision.
Rather than crashing around like headless flies, it was better to trust the guidance of this strange key.
Wu Qianqian did not object, only nodded silently.
The two of them moved quietly, cautiously climbing upwards.
Their footsteps echoed in the enclosed staircase, then were quickly swallowed by the darkness.
When they reached the platform between the 5th and 6th floors, Ye Lin suddenly stopped, reaching out to stop Wu Qianqian. He seemed to have heard something.
Extremely faint, like someone walking on tiptoes, the sound came from above.
The two held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. The sound rang out a few times, then disappeared, as if it were just their illusion. After a few minutes without any abnormality, Ye Lin made a gesture and continued upwards.
The key's guidance continued upward. They passed the 6th floor, 7th floor, 8th floor, finally reaching the 10th floor.
Standing at the staircase of the 9th floor, the key still stubbornly pointed towards the stairs leading above. Wu Qianqian looked up at the stairs continuing upwards. A hint of unease appeared on her face. Leaf God, I counted when I was downstairs in the evening. This dormitory building only has 10 floors, above is the roof. Her meaning was very clear.
The roof usually has only one entrance, the space is open but has nowhere to hide.
If they were blocked by that false cold moon up there, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar, with no place to escape. Ye Lin stared at the slightly warm key in his palm. His inner curiosity and adventurous impulse grew wildly like weeds.
Where exactly does this key lead? What is inside? Why does the false cold moon want it so badly?
Now there were no footsteps heard. Perhaps this was the only chance to know the truth.